Princess Shura's speed was extremely fast, and she slammed into the space ahead where the mists were rising, like a fluttering black butterfly. Long Yu urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, followed closely, and soon felt that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda had bumped into many strange beasts, but these strange beasts were all corpses. The Lord Shura who came in first, with a single swing, it can blast and kill a large swamp of strange beasts. The methane rising around blocked Long Yu's sight, and made the ancient Lonka tower more and more sticky and slower. Fortunately, Princess Shura erupted with a dark light all over her body, and dispersed the rising swamp gas. The road was smooth, leading to the location of the 88-star Beast Garden in the east courtyard of Tianyu. Just when it was about to reach the entrance of the 88-star Beast Garden, suddenly two strange beasts from the swamp with magical powers burst out of the swamp gas and split apart. It turned into dozens of pieces of mud and besieged towards Princess Shura, who was flying ahead. Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, suppress. Long Yu suppressed the two alien beasts that had disintegrated into dozens of pieces of mud at the fastest speed, and immediately reduced their strength by more than half. Princess Shura smiled strangely, and when she raised her small hand, a faint light condensed to form a giant palm, grabbing all the clones of one of the strange beasts. Azura burst. Following the gentle 3 words of Princess Shura, the dozens of pieces of mud formed by the strange beast were all blown to pieces by Yogwang, and a strange beast with supernatural powers died in the hands of Princess Shura. With such strength, I don't need my help at all. Feeling the terrifying and tyrannical combat power of Princess Shura, Long Yu was quite puzzled. In a battle of this level, he, a mere man in the middle of nowhere, could not be of much help at all. Although the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can suppress the alien beasts, Princess Shura does not need the suppression of the ancient dragon skeleton tower to deal with them. Tianyu continent turned out to be Tianyu Island, and Tianyu Island is governed by Shura County. In this way, the entire Tianyu continent is the territory of the father of Princess Shura. Long Yu thought to himself, should he hook up with Princess Shura and ask her to do a little favor? 20 years ago, his father stepped into a desperate place in the Tiangang realm, the heavenly prison Thunder Pond, and there is no news so far. Long Yu wanted to step into the heavenly prison Thunder Pond, but he knew nothing about the heavenly prison Thunder Pond. Of course he would not enter it rashly. Maybe the Princess Shura would know something about the heavenly prison Thunder Pond? Just when Long Yu was thinking this way, Princess Shura in front raised his hand again, and the gloomy light exploded, immediately blasting and killing the second Meyer beast from the mystical ability realm. But just after that, endless Meyer beasts suddenly gushed out of the swamp rising in front of them, some from the realm of true spirits, and some from the mystery of heaven and man. Even though they knew they were no match, these beasts still persevered towards Shura. The princess clung to her, trying to hold her back. As many as you come, as many as you kill. Princess Shura giggled coquettishly, and didn't take these strange beasts to heart at all. As soon as her thoughts moved, the dim light scattered, completely blasting a large group of muddy beasts into pieces. Let's go. However, Long Yu didn't waste time, and directly drove the ancient Dragon Bone Tower towards the 88-star Beast Garden. Along the way, countless strange beasts in the swamp were knocked flat by the ancient Dragon Bone Tower, and stuck to the side of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower. The body of the tower rotted into a puddle of mud. Although the two alien beasts in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers have been dealt with, for Long Yu, the real success must be to destroy the alien passage. For Princess Shura, this trip might just be for a stroll, but for Long Yu, this is an important battle that involves many things, and there is no room for sloppiness. It seems that something is not quite right. Long Yu urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to move forward, and was also attacked by thousands of Meyer beasts. Soon the entire tower was covered with mud and became sticky, and its forward speed was almost negligible. Before, Long Yu had never encountered so many strange beasts, and he was brave enough to hold them back. Princess, I think it's a bit weird. It's better not to play, and destroy the alien passage as soon as possible. Long Yu thought for a while, then suggested to Princess Shura, who was killing the strange beasts in the swamp over there. Okay, wait for the princess to kill all the way. Princess Shura giggled. The girl in the black skirt was like a flying butterfly, dancing among the strange beasts in the filthy swamp, and quickly killed all the strange beasts, turning them into a gloomy streamer, galloping forward. Along the way, there were still countless strange beasts blocking the swamp, but they were all wiped out by Princess Shura with a small hand. Looking at her movements, Long Yu frowned slightly. This little girl seems to be still enjoying the fun of slaughtering low-level swamp beasts. If there is such a delay, something unexpected may happen. Princess, you'd better hurry up, I can't get through this. Long Yu pointedly reminded him. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has been completely covered by the strange beasts in the swamp, and the whole thing has become a mud tower, stuck in the distance, unable to move even an inch. Don't rush, the princess has her own measure. Princess Shura was quite dissatisfied with Long Yu's urging, but as soon as the words were said, a burst of incomparably tyrannical force suddenly burst out from in front of her, and rushed towards her. Careful. Seeing this, Long Yu's heart tightened immediately, and he urged the 9 nether chi on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda with the fastest speed, and completely emitted it. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda sprinted to break through the sticky mud in an instant, and directly resisted Princess Shura. The chi of 9 netherness emanates from the entire body of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. This is the means that Long Yu and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can resonate with each other. The eruption of the 9 nether chi made the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda break out of the sticky state instantly, and then stopped in front of Princess Shura in an instant. With a loud bang, Long Yu felt as if the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was about to burst, and the degree of shaking was much stronger than before being attacked by a strange beast from the mystical ability realm. It's a strange beast from the Kingdom of Kings, the king of strange beasts. Princess Shura couldn't help but exclaimed. It was the first time she showed such a surprised expression since Long Yu saw her. There was no way, the burst of power that suddenly appeared was really too powerful. If it hadn't been for Long Yu to block her, she might have disappeared from this world. The King's Way secret realm? Long Yu's dignified voice came out, asking, could it be an existence stronger than the mystical ability secret realm? You have a brain. Princess Shura's complexion instantly became ugly. Above the secret realm of supernatural powers is the secret realm of kingship, which can be called king and emperor. My father, the strong man who rules the entire Shura County, is one of the very few kings in Shura County. Strong in the secret realm. The kingly secret realm, stronger than the supernatural secret realm, the king of alien beasts. Of course, Long Yu knew that it was because he and Princess Shura moved too slowly just now, and these strange beasts in the swamp were too entangled. That's why he let the alien passageway there finally transport a truly important alien beast come over. No matter how powerful Princess Shura is, she is only entering the mystical realm for the first time. It is impossible to deal with an existence as tyrannical as her father. To make matters worse, Princess Shura's trip this time just wanted to inspect the situation of the various floating islands before the general election. She didn't expect to encounter danger at all, so she didn't bring any bodyguards. In fact, even if she brought some bodyguards from the mystical ability realm, it would be impossible for her to resist the King of Beasts in the Royal Dao secret realm. Careful, let's go. Princess Shura made a decisive decision and wanted to retreat. However, the alien beast king from the secret realm of the Royal Way finally came here through the alien passage. How could he let her escape? The next moment, a pool of dark green liquid like mud rolled towards Princess Shura from all directions. These mud-like dark green liquids can completely corrode the bodies of other quagmire beasts when they encounter them, which shows how horribly corrosive it is. Quickly enter the ancient tower. After Long Yu said this, Princess Shura woke up like a dream, and rushed straight into the ancient tower of Lonka. Just as her figure disappeared from the entrance of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, a large area of dark green venom sprayed down around her, staining the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The body of the tower began to be slowly corroded by it. Damn it, how can there be strange beasts from the secret realm of the royal way on this mere Chanyu island? Princess Shura's breathing was short, and her full chest rose and fell rapidly. It could be seen how nervous she was. Come up to the second floor and find me. Long Yu's voice reached Princess Shura's ears again. Princess Shura thought for a while, then nodded, and then followed the route that Long Yu Sua told her, and went up to the second floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda as quickly as possible. In order to prevent Princess Shura from meeting Ling Zhiping, Sha Yuantian and the others, Long Yu let Princess Shura go up to the second floor, but when Princess Shura came up, Long Yu did not appear. There was no other reason, but Long Yu was still a little worried that Princess Shura would snatch the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The other party is a strong man in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Long Yu had to be careful and vigilant. Where are you? Princess Shura went up to the second floor, but only saw a series of criss-crossed and empty passages, and did not see Long Yu, so she couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. I'm trying my best to mobilize the ancient dragon skeleton tower to resist the attack of the alien beast king. If you want to see me, I'm afraid you have to wait. Long Yu's hoarse voice came over, making Princess Shura's expression suddenly angry. You kid, how dare you play me? Princess Shura looked around with wide eyes, as if she wanted to find Long Yu's hiding place, but how could she find Long Yu on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda? At this moment, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda shook with a bang, like an earthquake. The intensity of the shock was more than 10 times stronger than when it was attacked by a strange beast from the mystical ability realm before. Even Princess Shura was a little unsteady at this moment, and quickly suspended Yukong in midair, but was still knocked out by the wall of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda that was shaking over. Princess Shura, who was wearing a short black skirt, closed her eyes and frowned slightly, sitting and resting on the second floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Of course, in fact, she couldn't take a good rest, because the whole ancient dragon bone tower was shaking more and more violently. Obviously, the alien beast king in the royal way and secret realm outside was much stronger than the alien beast in the magical secret realm, are not at the same level at all. What's going on outside? Can you hold this broken tower? Princess Shura asked aloud. A big puddle of mud surrounded the ancient pagoda, and I couldn't see what was going on outside. Long Yu passed the sound transmission directly. As for whether this tower can hold it, I don't know, so I have to take a gamble. This princess is really stupid, to give her life to an unreliable guy like you. Princess Shura was extremely puzzled. I think I'm still very reliable. I have reminded you a long time ago, telling you to destroy the alien passage as soon as possible. Long Yu smiled lightly. This made Princess Shura even more puzzled. How does the princess know that this passage from another world will even send the beasts from the secret realm of the King's Way? This is something that only my father can handle. It can be seen that this young girl, who is obviously not in her 20s, although she is already a martial arts expert in the mystical ability secret realm, she still relies heavily on her father. The power and courage of the kingly secret realm powerhouse who can rule the entire Shura County is naturally extraordinary. Once you step into the secret realm of the kingly way, you can stand out from the crowd and become a real king in this world. At worst, you can become a county king and rule over hundreds of worlds, like the Tianyu continent. But now, such a big man among a strange beast is trying every means to deal with Long Yu's ancient dragon skeleton tower. I have bad news for you. Long Yu suddenly heard a voice. The first floor of this ancient pagoda has begun to crack. From my point of view, I'm afraid it will soon fall apart from the first floor. Wouldn't it be my second floor soon? Princess Shura's black eyebrows were frowned, and a smile appeared on her delicate and lovely face, quickly opened the door and let the princess go to the upper floor, so as not to die in the hands of that ugly guy so soon. Okay, come to the third floor. Long Yu said bluntly, and opened the staircase leading to the third floor for her. It's only on the third floor? That's not okay, the princess must at least go to the last floor, so as to ensure safety. Princess Shura chuckled, the father of this princess will definitely come here soon. Before that, this princess can't die. If this princess dies, then all of you in Tianyu Island will definitely be here. Bury me with you. This is not a joke. Long Yu was on the 7th floor, urging the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to resist the terrorist bombardment from the outside world, so he could only smile wryly, then you can come all the way. No matter what, it seems that Princess Shura really can't be annoyed now, otherwise, when her father comes over, Long Yuka won't be able to eat and walk away. Princess Shura giggled coquettishly, and then walked towards the sky, heading towards the route Long Yu gave her at the fastest speed, and soon went from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, and then to the 4th floor. Soon, she came to the 6th floor and stood at the entrance of the stair passage from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. Princess, you have to think clearly. It is rumored that the martial artist who stepped into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has never been able to leave, except of course me. Long Yu reminded me. Since you can move freely on the 7th floor, surely you can also move freely on it. Princess Shura didn't care, waved her hands and said, I'm coming in, remember to protect my safety. After the words fell, the figure in the black short skirt stepped into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Long Yu really has no words to this princess. Is it because he has never encountered any setbacks since he was a child, so he is so bold? He even dared to break into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. To be honest, Long Yu really didn't know if he had the ability to protect other people on the 7th floor, but since Princess Shura had already run in, Long Yu couldn't do without trying. At this time, the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is still divided into 2 parts. The outer ring is surrounded by multicolored rays of light that can absorb power, and the center is full of 9 nether chi. Princess Shura broke into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and soon discovered that this place turned out to be an independent space without any exit. And what filled her side turned out to be a multicolored glow that could absorb strength. This is the 5-color siphon law? Feeling the power of this multicolored glow, Princess Shura couldn't help being a little surprised, and then a look of shock appeared on her face. No, it's not the 5-color siphon law, but a kind of divine power that is stronger than this. The 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is actually filled with so much divine power. What is the 5-color siphon law? Long Yu's figure appeared in front of Princess Shura, and asked aloud. As soon as he said this, he attracted Princess Shura's attention. The playful girl looked Long Yu up and down a few times, and then smiled. So you are so young, the princess thought you were 70 or 80 years old. Woolen cloth. Why do you think so? Long Yu couldn't figure it out. You make your voice so hoarse, who can guess your age? Princess Shura flew in the air, and soon came to Long Yu, sizing him up more carefully, with an expression of appreciation in his eyes. And this ancient tower of dragon skeletons, even the father of the princess, King Shura, what you can't control is controlled by you. How can people think that you are still so young? That's not something we should be concerned about right now. Long Yu said lightly. Hee, well said. Princess Shura slapped his head. There are rumors in your Tianyu continent that the 7th floor of the ancient dragon bone tower can only enter and cannot exit, but that is only for martial arts under the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Just like me, as far as will not be sucked dry by these forces similar to the colorful law of suction. That's true, but can you go out? Long Yu asked back. Princess Shura frowned slightly, then I have to check carefully to find out. At least, my father has come in and gone out. The strong man in the secret realm of the King's Way has come here, but he didn't control the ancient dragon bone tower? Long Yu's heart moved, and now he was more sure that he was able to control the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda entirely because of the relationship between the 9 nether dragon seal and not for any other reason. What happened to your chest? Princess Shura suddenly noticed Long Yu's chest, which was printed with a large blood-red color, as if the chest had been seriously injured. It's okay, I was injured a little earlier. Long Yu shook his head. In fact, he made it up by himself and removed the 9 Serenity Dragon seal, but of course there was no need to tell Princess Shura about it. The good news in front of Long Yu is that Princess Shura doesn't seem to have the idea of snatching his ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The bad news is that the first floor of the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is collapsing at an extremely fast speed. According to this situation, I am afraid that it will not be long before the first floor of the ancient dragon skeleton tower will be completely destroyed. If the first floor is destroyed, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda will become even more dilapidated. What will happen? Long Yu has no idea at all. As for Sha Yuan Tian and the others who were at the passageway leading to the second floor from the first floor, Long Yu didn't bother to notify them. Most of these guys only thought about their own interests, so Long Yu didn't bother. Anyway, there is no need to rely on them now. Up. If the old guys die, the Tianyu continent will be dominated by young people from now on, which is not bad. Just when Long Yu was thinking this way, suddenly a palpitating aura surged out from the top of the ancient Lonka pagoda, which shocked Long Yu. Previously, strange beasts from the swamp appeared in the secret realm of the Kingly Way and bombarded the ancient tower of the dragon bones. The power was enough to destroy the world. I am afraid that just one blow can split the mountains and rivers on the entire Tianyu continent, and the giant mountains will collapse. That already shocked Long Yu. But now, the terrifying power surging out from the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is much stronger than the power that was displayed at the beginning of the kingly secret realm. Tear apart the space? The next moment, Long Yu found that all the mud surrounding the ancient Lonka tower had been dispersed, and he was finally able to pass through the ancient Lonka tower to see the outside scene again. He looked directly at the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, only to find that a big gap was suddenly opened in the blue sky. Space channel? Long Yu's heart moved. He was very sure that the big opening in the sky above was another form of space passage, and it was much more advanced than the passage from another world. Because the whirlwind of space power coming out of that hole is tens of thousands of times stronger than the passage from another world. At the same time, a somewhat vague but somewhat familiar figure, to Long Yu, floated out from the torn space. The fairy wind was ethereal, like a dream. What kind of power is that? Princess Shura also felt the shocking power coming from above her head, which made her eyes widen. I don't know, isn't it your father? Long Yu asked. No, my father isn't even that strong. Princess Shura shook her head directly. That's weird, huh? Long Yu frowned slightly, and suddenly realized that the figure floating in the fairy wind was actually the mysterious woman he had seen several times in his memory. This mysterious woman seems to be called Concubine Yu, that is, the woman who engraved the 9 Serenity Dragon seal on Long Yu's chest. This discovery made Long Yu's heart jump wildly. Since he stepped into martial arts, he has been constantly pursuing and moving towards a stronger realm. Isn't one of his main goals just to find out who this mysterious woman is? Now, when the monsters in the swamp of the kingly secret realm are attacking the ancient tower of Lonka, the mysterious woman Concubine Yu finally appeared, and she still directly tore through the space and appeared on top of Long Yu's head. It turned out that the strange beast in the swamp of the kingly secret realm was showing off its power on the top of the ancient dragon bone tower, showing off its power wantonly, and wanted to destroy the ancient dragon bone tower. But when a big hole opened in the sky, and the figure that floated like a fairy appeared, the strange beast in the swamp of the kingly secret realm was immediately illuminated by a burst of strong light, and then it began to melt all over. A roar sounded from the mouth of the strange beast in the swamp. The king of the strange beast in the kingly secret realm seemed to want to resist, but he was not the match of the mysterious woman at all. "Concubine Yu, can you even kill the beast king in the secret realm of the royal way?" Long Yu's heart was beating wildly, carefully feeling the strong light power of the mysterious woman Concubine Yu, but he couldn't figure out what that power was at all. It was just a faint shadow of divine power, but it was stronger than divine power. Following the burst of bright light from the mysterious woman Concubine Yu, apart from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, other mire beasts from different worlds were melted and annihilated, leaving no debris left. The area around the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and the Tanyu East courtyard finally became clear, and not even a single mire beast existed anymore. A solitary tunnel from another world appeared in front of Long Yu, causing him to feel a twitch in his heart. He raised his head, and once again looked at the ethereal and mysterious woman Concubine Yu. However, she saw that Concubine Yu was floating in a cloud of immortal energy. Her whole body was still very hazy, and she could only occasionally see the snow-white skirt floating out. Suddenly, Concubine Yu's line of sight seemed to look directly at Long Yu on the 7th floor of the tower through the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. This one glance made Long Yu's mind dizzy for a while, and then he lost consciousness, completely unable to resist. Long Yu felt that he had entered a dream. In this dream, his body was completely floating in the white midair, and around him, there was a huge black dragon flying around him. The dragon of the netherworld? Long Yu frowned slightly. He could feel the aura of the dragon of 9 netherness emanating from the pitch-black long dragon, just like that ray of ancient consciousness. However, at this time, the 9 nether dragon seemed to be incomplete, and its power was not very strong. This made Long Yu's heart move, thinking of the strand of ancient consciousness that had merged into his mind. Because he removed the 9 nether dragon seal from his body in time, this ray of ancient consciousness is indeed incomplete. It is because of this that he confused that incomplete strand of ancient consciousness. Consciousness takes over the body. After all, that primordial consciousness is too strong, and it cannot be resisted by strong willpower alone. The 9 nether dragons flying around him, could it be the embodiment of that incomplete ancient consciousness? Long Yu frowned slightly, trying to feel the aura of this huge pitch-black dragon, and soon found that it was indeed the strand of ancient consciousness that had been integrated into his mind. Originally, he probably already had some ability to control this ray of primordial consciousness, and it was probably because of this that he was able to fit in with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. But now, Long Yu found that he couldn't control the pitch-black long dragon that was concretized by consciousness. The pitch-black long dragon was hundreds of feet away from him, circled him dozens of times, and then flew towards the distance. In that direction, Long Yu saw 5 bright crystal-shaped objects. "It's a crystal formed from a channel from another world," Long Yu thought in his heart, and then watched the pitch-black long dragon helplessly, and with a bang, he got into the 5 crystals that gradually condensed together. The 5 crystals condensed faster after the black dragon got into them, as if there was a force shaping them into a certain shape. Not long after, Long Yu discovered that the 5 crystals were fused together, and then forged into a short-bladed crystal warrior. And the immemorial consciousness of the dragon of 9 nethernesses was sealed in this short crystal blade, making the whole crystal short blade exude a strange and gloomy aura. Void Dragon Blade, let's call it this name. An ethereal but extremely pleasant female voice continuously spread from all around and reached Long Yu's ears. Even with Long Yu's current cultivation level, he couldn't tell where the other party was speaking. "Your name is Concubine Yu?" Long Yu couldn't help asking out the doubts in his heart. No one answered Long Yu. But immediately after, Long Yu saw the hazy figure of the mysterious woman Concubine Yu, who seemed to appear in front of the short crystal blade, and then raised the short crystal blade, and cut at his white wrist. "Go down." Just like that, a drop of blood stained the short crystal blade, which is the nether dragon blade. You can pass the level of Yolong's backlash, you really have lived up to my expectations. It was that ethereal and beautiful female voice again, coming from a faint and emotionless voice. Hearing this, Long Yu couldn't help but tighten his heart. The dragon of the 9 nethers turned back. It turned out to be this concubine Yu's test for him? From the looks of it, concubine Yu seems to be cultivating him, but what is the effect of cultivating him in this way? Of course it is impossible for Long Yu to know now, and concubine Yu obviously has no intention of telling him. If you don't make it clear, I may not continue to practice as you think. Even in the face of concubine Yu, who was like a goddess, Long Yu did not compromise. When he finally met the other party, he had to find out the truth. Even if he threatened the other party, he would not hesitate to do so. Oh, you will. There was a hint of affirmation in concubine Yu's tone, and then she waved her hand in a haze, and threw the void dragon blade in front of Long Yu. This short blade contains some good power, you should study it carefully. After saying this, concubine Yu's hazy figure became even more indistinct, until she completely disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. Then, Long Yu felt as if he woke up from the dream all of a sudden. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that he was still in the space on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, at the center of the entire space. And that Princess Shura floated quietly beside Long Yu, and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, probably not aware of the communication between concubine Yu and Long Yu just now. That's right. Maybe even this Princess Shura is not qualified enough to communicate with concubine Yu. After all, concubine Yu is a beast that can kill the king's secret realm with a wave of her hand. Long Yu thought in his heart, without thinking too much, but lowered his head, and glanced at the void dragon blade in his hand. It was a crystal short blade with an extremely beautiful shape. Long Yu held it with one hand, and it was extremely comfortable. This made some kind of blood in his body start to flow again. Short blades and daggers are all weapons used for assassination. And this void dragon blade is a collection of 5 crystals transformed from alien passages. It not only incorporates a ray of ancient consciousness of the 9 nether dragon, but also incorporates the blood of the mysterious woman concubine Yu. One can imagine how powerful it is. Although its appearance is not good, even when it is held by Long Yu, because its shape is somewhat translucent, people will not notice it at all, but the power contained in it is not even comparable to the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda of. Void crystals are what alien beasts use to construct passages from other worlds. From the nether dragon blade, Long Yu learned something about the alien beast race. Among the 6-edged ice crystal alien beast race, there is a kind of individual who is born with the power to control the void, can secrete the power of the void, and condense it into a void crystal. This time, the tide of alien beasts broke out in the various courtyards of the Tianyu Holy Academy, because a 6-edged ice crystal alien beast had accumulated for a long time, and then used some means to split the void crystals into each Tianyu Holy Academy. There are a total of 4 branches and 1 main courtyard in Tianyu Holy Academy, each of which has an 88-star beast garden, which is specially used for the training of disciples, and the strange beasts are all captured from the ancient dragon skeleton tower. All the strange beasts in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda had their special abilities suppressed, and of course it was impossible to condense the void crystals. But after it was taken out of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, in the heavenly mandate holy court, over time, of course, it was able to condense the void crystal, which triggered this wave of alien beasts. These alien beasts were naturally unwilling to be suppressed by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. They had been thinking about escaping from the ancient dragon skeleton tower from the beginning to the end, and then extradited their own strong men to occupy this world. It's a pity that concubine Yu found out in time to prevent problems before they happen, and get rid of the alien beast tide before it really broke out. And this is because Long Yu cut off the 9 nether dragon seal, which attracted the attention of concubine Yu, who was far away in other dimensions. It seems that I cut off the 9 nether dragon seal and saved the entire Tianyu continent. Long Yu never expected that the truth would be like this. But the ending is good now, at least, the whole wave of alien beasts has been solved perfectly, and he also got a nether dragon blade. Long Yu is not sure about the rank of this soldier, but at least it is at the Great Desolate rank, and even exists at the same ancient rank as the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Every void crystal that constructs a passage to another world requires a hexagonal ice crystal beast that inherits the void talent. It can only be condensed after decades of hard work. Needless to say, its preciousness is refined from 5 void crystals. Of course, the warriors are extraordinary. Long Yu played with the nether dragon blade in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Although she still doesn't know that concubine Yu is cultivating him and what to expect from him, but as long as her strength increases, she will be one step closer to the truth. At first, I thought that the tide of alien beasts was caused by my control of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but now it seems that it is not at all. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At the next moment, the girl in a short black skirt floating beside him, Princess Shura, yawned, and opened her eyes sleepily. What's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Is it your fault? As soon as Princess Shura opened her eyes and saw Long Yu, she became vigilant. It has nothing to do with me, I fell asleep just now. Long Yu shook his head calmly, and then said, however, it seems that the alien beast in the Royal Way secret realm has been killed by some mysterious strong man. We can leave here. Mysterious strong man? Do you know who it is? Princess Shura's face became excited. The power I felt just now is stronger than the father of this princess. It must have come from outside. Outside the sky? Long Yu looked at the little princess in surprise. Outside of Tianyu continent, or Tianyu Island, is the incomparably vast world of Shenwu, which is also the world where the Jiuyo tribe that appeared several times in Long Yu's memory is located. And the outer sky mentioned by Princess Shura refers to the world outside the world of Shenwu. The alien beasts of various races, and the mysterious concubine Yu all come from the outer sky. Only then did Long Yu fully understand how big this world was, and the mere Tianyu continent was nothing more than a floating island. But to Long Yu's disappointment, Princess Shura had never heard of the Jiuyo tribe, and he didn't know whether it was too far away from Shura County, or the Jiuyo tribe was too hidden. How is your ancient tower? Princess Shura asked aloud. My princess remembers that the first floor of the ancient pagoda seems to have collapsed. Please worry about the princess, the ancient tower is fine. Long Yu waved his hand. In that case, I will send the princess away from here. Why don't you go with me? Princess Shura looked at Long Yu with admiration in her eyes. You have good strength and brains, you are qualified to be the subordinate of this princess, how about it? The blood feud has not been reported, I will not leave this place, for the time being. Long Yu shook his head. If other people knew that Long Yu refused such an opportunity without even thinking about it, he might be scolded to death, but the person who sent the invitation was the little princess of Shura County. To be able to become the subordinate of Princess Shura County, even the powerful young geniuses of Shura County outside of Tianyu Island couldn't wait, but Long Yu refused. Do you know that the young geniuses who want to be under the princess can fill the entire Tianyu Island? Princess Shura raised her eyebrows, and said with a snort, any genius from Shura County will be no less talented than you. It's not that I don't want to be your subordinate, it's just that there are still things to do here. Long Yu said calmly. You said that your blood feud has not been avenged, what kind of hatred is it? Princess Shura asked lightly. During the battle with the alien beast, a deputy palace master of the sect framed me and killed a friend of mine. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he thought of the scene where Wan Chongfeng blocked the killing blow of the magical beast in the mysterious realm, and then Wan Chongfeng's body in ragged clothes was torn apart and died on the spot. All of this was caused by the deputy palace master Shao of the 9 Heaven Star Palace. If it wasn't for the white-haired deputy palace mistress Zhao's sudden move to prevent Long Yu from entering the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, why would Wang Chongfeng need to block his life? If Long Yu didn't kill Vice Palace Mistress Zhao, how could he be worthy of Wang Chongfeng, who died for him? Although this old man is not a good person, he has always taken good care of Long Yu. Whether it is the Sangtian Weeping Blood Heart technique that was later passed on to Long Yu, or the original martial arts of Yu Shui and Dragon Sparrow dance, they all have a good relationship with Long Yu. You helped a lot. In front of the great enemy, you people from Tianyu Island still have selfish desires and want to harm you. Princess Shura's eyes lit up, and she seemed a little surprised. Good. Long Yu nodded. If my predictions are correct, that person is a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm. With your current strength, it will not be a matter of time before you want to deal with that person. Princess Shura chuckled. Why don't you go back with this princess, use our resources in Azura County to quickly improve the realm of martial arts, and then come back after stepping into the secret realm of supernatural powers. By then, it will be much easier to take revenge. That's a good thing to say. Long Yu glanced at the little princess, and then said, It's not impossible to go back with you and be your subordinate, but I have a condition. If you want me to avenge you, then you can avoid it. My father has stipulated that martial arts in Shura County are not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the attached floating island. The little princess shook her head. Revenge, of course I will come by myself. Long Yu chuckled. The conditions I mentioned are related to the heavenly prison Thunder Pool. My father entered the heavenly prison Thunder Pool 20 years ago. I want to go in and find him, but I don't know what's in the heavenly prison Thunder Pool. Is it dangerous? Heavenly prison Thunder Pond, isn't it one of the 3 great Jedi on Tianyu Island? The little princess was a little surprised. Your father has been running in for 20 years, and he is dead. The place is full of supernatural powers. Even if the princess ran in, there is no reason to come out alive. If I don't go in and have a look, I won't feel at ease after all. Long Yu frowned. How about this, you become the subordinate of the princess first, and if you make meritorious service, the princess can justifiably ask my father to let him go in and see for himself. The little princess rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. How about it, isn't this a good suggestion? You want me to be your subordinate so much? Long Yu asked with a half-smile. It's not bad, anyway, you are quite pleasing to the eye, at least you don't like other people who compliment me when they see me. The little princess waved her hand. That's not the point. The point is that as long as you become the subordinate of this princess, you will naturally have more training resources, so that your martial arts realm can be improved at the fastest speed. For you, there are only benefits. No harm. You sure? Long Yu glanced at the lively girl in the short black skirt, and always felt that if he really became the girl's subordinate, he would have a lot of trouble coming to his door. Ahem, of course there are disadvantages, but with your strength and brains, you will definitely be able to turn bad luck into good luck. The little princess coughed twice, and said honestly, because I am under the princess, there must be many young geniuses who will be jealous of you and will challenge you one after another. Do you dare to fight against the talented youths of our Shura County? If you are in the same realm as me, if you come, I will kill one, and if you come too, I will kill a pair. Long Yu said casually, but if it's much higher than mine, then it's hard to say. You have too many geniuses in martial arts, and they don't even bother to challenge you. So, you agreed to be the subordinate of the princess? The little princess looked at Long Yu with some hope in her eyes. I have to go to Huangsha Tianqing first. Long Yu said. It's okay, I'll go with you. The little princess said with a smile. Didn't you say that you can't interfere with the affairs of Tianyu Island? Long Yu frowned. I followed you just to have a look, this is not considered interference. The little princess has a sly face, and don't worry, if it is not necessary, I will not let others discover my existence, you can go to your own affairs at ease. After finishing, you have to go back to Shura County with me. Listen to my orders from now on. Long Yu knew that this was an excellent opportunity, although it was a little uncomfortable to listen to a little girl, but who would let her be the princess of Shura County? You know, Shura County governs hundreds of floating islands, like Tianyu Continent. And in this way, Long Yu doesn't need to pass the big selection to go to the outside world, but there is no reason to give up such a great opportunity that others can't even ask for. Of course, before leaving, Long Yu must go back to Huangsha Tianqing to meet his mother, Bei Yuyao, and give Bei Yuyao the 100 refining 5 elements pill that Wang Chongfeng snatched. Bei Yuyao's dantian was seriously injured. Xiao Ziji, the new elder of the 9 Heaven Star Palace, used this 100 refining 5 elements pill to convince Bei Tianyi to marry Bei Yuyao as his wife and heal Bei Yuyao's dantian injury. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Chongfeng snatched the Balian 5 elements pill and abolished Xiao Ziji, which made Long Yu extremely happy. It's a pity that Wang Chongfeng was killed by a strange beast, by Xiao Ziji's grandfather, Deputy Mistress Xiao of 9 Heaven Star Palace. Long Yu doesn't have the strength to avenge this blood feud now, but it's not 100% impossible. You wait, I'll fool those guys in the heavenly tribulation realm first. Long Yu's perception was conveyed to the entrance of the stair passage leading to the 2nd floor in the 1st floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda through the 9 nether dragon scales. Here, Shaoyuan Tian, Ling Jiping, Deputy Palace Master Xiao, Linghu, Qianyan, and others are still gathering together to discuss countermeasures. They still don't know that the tide of alien beasts in Tianyu Continent has been resolved. On the 1st floor of the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, some cracks appeared on the walls, which made these strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm feel a little panicked. What Long Yu wanted was to fool this group of guys first, to see if he could stir up a civil war among them, at least try to kill that vice palace mistress Xiao. Killing people is not the only way to do it yourself. If you don't discuss it well, the ancient tower will not be able to bear it anymore, and you will not be able to survive by then. Long Yu's voice passed down through the 9 nether dragon scales, and fell into the ears of Sha Yuantian and Ling Jiping, who were strong in the heavenly tribulation realm, and everyone was delighted. Because when Long Yu set foot on the 2nd floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, there was no more news. No matter how much they asked, Long Yu would not come out, making it clear that he didn't want to care about the affairs here. If things go on like this, wouldn't they all be finished when the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is destroyed? You know, cracks have already appeared on the 1st floor wall of the ancient Lonka Tower where they are located. These cracks made everyone panic, and they had to think about the possibility that the ancient Lonka Tower was bombed by strange beasts. In fact, if it wasn't for the appearance of the mysterious woman concubine Yu, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda would have been destroyed by the beast king of the King's Way secret realm. Now, Long Yu followed the trend to threaten everyone. Long Yu, as long as you come out, everything can be discussed. Now, the most important thing is for everyone to deal with the alien beast together. Linghu Qianyan said with a solemn expression. That's right, little brother Long, you should come out quickly. Otherwise, the entire Tianyu continent will fall and be occupied by strange beasts, and none of your relatives and friends will survive. The little old man of Chihuan Valley said indifferently. There was a faint threat in these words. Haha, do you think it's useful for you to threaten me with this? Long Yu laughed, and said bluntly, you promise me one condition, and I will hand over the ancient tower of Lonka, otherwise we will wait for everyone to die together. What conditions? Everyone got excited. Kill Vice Palace Mistress Xiao. As soon as Long Yu said this, everyone's expressions changed. Especially that Deputy Palace Mistress Xiao, whose entire complexion turned pale. Seeing Long Yu's sinister look, the little princess roughly guessed what he was doing. It's just those old guys who will be fooled by you. The little princess chuckled. Anyway, it's always good to try. What if they are really fooled? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. And at this moment, the many experts in the heavenly tribulation realm gathered on the first floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda began to ponder carefully, and many of them looked at Deputy Palace Master Xiao with ill intentions. Deputy Palace Master Xiao turned pale with fright. "Don't listen to that little bastard. Even if you kill me, he won't be able to hand over the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda." "That's not necessarily true. I think Long Yu would be very cooperative without you." The Grand Palace Mistress of Liliu Palace, who was wearing a long red dress, said calmly. "Palace Master Ling, if you support us in killing Deputy Palace Master Xiao together, you will be in control of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. How about it?" Sha Yuantian looked at Palace Mistress Ling Zhiping, who was beside Vice Palace Mistress Xiao, and asked, with raised eyebrows. These words obviously made Ling Zhiping jealous, but as the Lord of the Nine Heaven Star Palace, he is certainly not an idiot. How could he help outsiders deal with his own people? "If you can really get the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, then that's fine, but the key is that you haven't seen Long Yu's figure yet." Without further ado, Ling Zhiping's face darkened. "Long Yu, if you have the guts, you first hand over the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to someone you trust, and then we will implement your conditions together. This is the most appropriate way." "Palace Master." Deputy Palace Master Xiao was stunned. Ling Zhiping really wanted to exchange his life for the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. "You shut up." Ling Zhiping glared at Deputy Palace Master Xiao, and secretly scolded the old guy for his brainlessness. "Hand over the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda first. What value do I have in your eyes? Why do you still carry out my condition?" Long Yu laughed. "Since this is the case, let's forget it. Let's wait to be killed by strange beasts together. No matter how you say it, I will definitely die later than you." After saying this, Long Yu didn't pay attention to that group of people anymore. Just now he was just talking casually, and he didn't really expect to frame Vice Palace Master Xiao to death. "You said, you are going to Huangsha Tiancheng, and you are going now?" On the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, the little princess in a short black skirt asked Long Yu a question. "Well, I have a pill on me, and I want to bring it to my mother." Long Yu nodded. "Then let's go, before it's too late." The little princess said to Long Yu, "By the way, your name is Long Yu, right?" "Good." Long Yu nodded. This little girl must have heard his name from other people. "Then what's your name?" "I won't tell you. In normal times, you have to call this princess your master." The little princess said triumphantly. "Impossible." Long Yu glanced at the little princess, paused for a moment and said, "If you don't tell me your name, I will only call you princess." "How stingy. My name is Shuchan, you remember." Princess Shura pouted. Only then did Long Yu smile lightly. Soon, Long Yu used the 9 nether dragon scales to send Shuchan, Princess Shuchan, who had fallen into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, out of the ancient pagoda. The 9 nether dragon scales contain some kind of space power, not only a vast space for storing the ancient tower of dragon bones, but also can display some special means through it. For example, sending out other people who were trapped on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, etc. As for Long Yu himself, it is only now that he clearly feels that he left the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton tower by relying on the space of the 9 nether dragon scales' strength. The two left the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and saw the ruins of the Tianyu East courtyard. But fortunately, all the strange beasts in the field have been completely blasted to death. Under the power of the mysterious woman concubine Yu, those strange beasts in the quagmire did not leave even a trace, leaving only a piece of dilapidated ruins, suspended in the mid-air among them, floating in the multicolored sky. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. It was a good day. The outbreak of the alien beast crisis had finally been completely resolved. Not far away, a group of people gradually approached. "It seems to be someone from Tianyu East Hospital. Do you want to see them?" Princess Shuchan took a look, as if she heard the voice of that group of people, she asked Long Yu a question. Shu Chan's cultivation is extremely tyrannical, she can see and hear the other party, but the other party has not noticed her and Long Yu's figure at all. Not see. Long Yu shook his head. He helped the Heavenly Mandate Academy to deal with so many strange beasts, which can be said to be the best of humanity. Although the crisis was not resolved by him in the end, if it weren't for him, the situation would have become very bad. In Tianyu East Courtyard, Long Yu didn't know anyone, so of course there was no need to meet him. He put the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda into the 9 nether dragon scales, and then followed the Princess Shu Chan, and flew straight up to the 11th layer of sky above his head. Break! Shu Chan scolded coquettishly, and a burst of dark light radiated out, instantly blasting through the 11th layer of heaven easily, leading Long Yu across it. Shu Chan, what divine power is this? Long Yu asked. Sura Divine Script, a branch of the power of the shadow attribute Divine Script. Shu Chan didn't hide any secrets, she said it directly, and then asked back, do you know the 8 attributes of Divine Script? I don't know, tell me? Long Yu was a little curious. Among the heavens and the earth, Divine Script is divided into 8 major attributes, and the shadow attribute is just one of them, which is opposite to the light attribute. Shu Chan explained, each attribute of the Divine Script has many branch attributes. The power of my Shura Divine Script is one of the branches of the shadow attribute. The Divine Script of each attribute branch also has different characteristics. Shadow attribute, light attribute. Long Yu nodded, then my power also belongs to the shadow attribute? As soon as the words fell, Long Yu condensed the power of the Yuzi Divine Script, condensed it into a beam, and directly blasted through the 12th layer of Tiangang. Good. Seeing this, Shu Chan's eyes lit up. However, although your divine power has only fully comprehended, it is extremely powerful, much stronger than my Shura divine power. Xuanhuan also has grades? Long Yu asked again. I've never heard that divine writing is divided into grades, but your divine writing is indeed stronger than ordinary divine writing. Shu Chandai frowned slightly, and looked a little puzzled. This moved Long Yu's heart. He thought that there are only 3 ways for everyone to comprehend the power of the Divine Script. The first is to go to the source of the Divine Script, the second is to comprehend it from the Divine Script engraved by the ancestors, and the third is like the Divine Scriptures chosen by the gods. At that time, Bei Tianyi let everyone comprehend the Divine Script of Dozi. Of course, the power of Divine Scriptures comprehended by these 3 ways is different. For example, when the Divine Mandate was selected, when everyone understood Bei Tianyi's fighting character Divine Script, or Long Yu comprehended the hidden character Divine Script left by Wang Changfeng, they must only be able to comprehend the weakest Divine Script power. As for those who directly comprehend the engraving of the Divine Script, such as Bei Tianyi, or Shu Chan, the Princess of Shura, the power of the Divine Script comprehended is of course much stronger than the previous one. Therefore, Long Yu guessed that if he could go to the source of the divine text, the power of the divine text he would comprehend would definitely be stronger. My Yuzi divine writing, maybe it is equivalent to comprehending directly from the source of the divine writing? Long Yu thought about it, and felt that this was very possible. After all, the 9 nether dragon seal is so mysterious, and the female concubine Yu who carved the 9 nether dragon seal is even more mysterious. If you say that the divine script of Yu characters he comprehended is directly equivalent to the source of the divine script, is not impossible. But about this guess, Long Yu did not tell Shu Chan. After all, about the mysterious woman concubine Yu, the dragon of the 9 serenities, and the source of divine writing, I am afraid that even Princess Shura is completely unaware of such things. When you arrive at the king's city, I can give you an attribute stone, and let you test it, which attribute's divine power is easiest for you to comprehend. As the Princess Shu Chan spoke, she broke through several layers of sky gangs one after another, and finally brought Long Yu to the 25th layer of sky gangs. Long Yu saw the yellow sand sky city suspended in the air from a distance. Shu-chan, wait for me for a while, I will come as soon as I go. Long Yu said to the princess. Don't worry, this time you leave with me, there will be no chance to come back in a short time, so say goodbye to your friends. Princess Shu-chan waved her hand, and with a flash, her delicate body disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. There is no trace or breath at all. Long Yu looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Shu-chan at all. He had no choice but to shake his head, and headed towards Huangsha Tianqing at the fastest speed. The group of powerful men in the heavenly tribulation realm in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda still thought that they were still in the process of being besieged by alien beasts. They had no idea that Long Yu had brought them back to Huangsha Tianqing. Since the city lord Xuanhuan Tian and the two supreme elders had already left Huangsha Tianqing, the entire Huangsha Tianqing was very tightly guarded at this moment. Stop. A martial artist who was guarding the gate stood up directly, stopped Long Yu, and shouted, Who are you? What are you doing here in Huangsha Tianqing? I'm Shangue, a friend of Impeller. Seeing this, Long Yu took out a grimace mask and put it on his body. The wushou guarding the gate immediately realized, and quickly said, So it's brother Shangue, please come in quickly, I'll send someone to inform young Master Yeluan. Long Yu nodded, and prepared to wait at the gate of Shacheng for a while. He couldn't break into the city directly. But after a while, he didn't wait for the impeller to come over, but instead saw Gu Yan, an overbearing and strong man covered in injuries. One of the brothers of the Gu family who followed Yi Luan, Gu Yan, is considered very powerful in the human realm martial arts, but now, Gu Yan's naked upper body has several scars, and it is still stained with blood. Obviously, he has just been injured. Injury. Brother Gu Yan, what's going on? Long Yu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly went up to meet him. Young Master Yi is being besieged by people, hurry up and follow me to support. After Gu Yan finished speaking in a deep voice, he couldn't wait to turn around and rushed towards the city with Long Yu. The impeller is actually being besieged, on its own territory. Long Yu's face darkened. Could it be that because City Lord Sha Yuan Tian was not around, how many senior brothers in Yeluan couldn't wait to get rid of him? Long Yu followed Gu Yan all the way towards the city, and soon came to a rather luxurious restaurant. In this restaurant, Yi Luan, brothers Gu Jun and Gu Yan were ambushed by a large group of ambushed people. After the city lord and the two elders went out, Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang wanted to seize the opportunity to deal with young Master Yi. Gu Yan let the blood flow from his body. Without taking a break, he rushed over with Long Yu, and at the same time explained, the owner of this restaurant is the woman young Master Yi admires. The young master just came back from outside. Hearing that Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang had brought someone to tease her, young Master Yi rushed over, but unexpectedly. Is young Master Yi all right now? Long Yu asked, in a deep voice. He didn't expect that Sha Yuan Tian City Lord and the two Supreme Elders had left Huangsha Tianqing to deal with the alien beasts from the outside world, and they still don't even know whether they are alive or dead. But under such circumstances, Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang brazenly launched a civil strife and wanted to get rid of the impeller. Obviously, both Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang felt that the possibility of Yi Luan becoming the fourth-generation city lord was very high, so they couldn't help but want to do it. But Long Yu is a bit strange. This Zhu Tao is already old, but as the second senior brother, he has only cultivated at the beginning of heaven, and Qi Ziguang is even worse. With their talent and hard work, even if there is no impeller, they will not be able to be the city lords. That being the case, why did these two people have to act like the first bird to deal with the impeller? You know, although the city lord and the elder Taisheng did not come back, but if asked afterward, these two guys dared to frame or even kill the impeller, obviously they will not be easily forgiven, and it is impossible to become the fourth generation of the city lord. Of course, Long Yu didn't think too much about this. He just thought about it for a while, and then put it behind his mind. After all, helping the Impeller out of the siege is the most important thing now. Anyway, I'm about to leave the Tianyu continent. It doesn't matter if I show my strength. It's just a chance to try my own limit. Long Yu's eyes flashed brightly. Zhu Tao, isn't this fat pig just at the beginning of heaven? It can just be used as a test to see if my current strength is enough to deal with martial arts at the beginning of heaven. Build. Step aside. Gu Yan let out a roar in front of him, and immediately drove away the crowd of onlookers, and then went up against the sky, breaking into the third floor of the restaurant in one step. Long Yu followed closely behind, stepped in, and found that the Impeller was already covered in blood. If it wasn't for the Gu Jun desperately blocking him, he might have been unable to hold on. The ancient army has stepped into the realm of human robbery. Long Yu glanced at the field, feeling a little lucky. If it wasn't for the ancient army who enabled the ancient marksmanship to break through to the realm of human robbery, he might be covered in blood like Yi Luan now. Around Gu Jun and Yi Luan, there were many martial artists surrounded by Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang's subordinates. All of them looked at the field with a sneer. Yo, a helper is called. Zhu Tao's body is extremely fat, and his pair of triangular eyes are extremely small, making him look very obscene. He stood aside and glanced at Long Yu confidently. Isn't this our famous Long Yu? I never expected that you would come back alive. You used to hide your identity and lied to us that you were a mountain ghost. TSK, it's ridiculous. I am both Long Yu and a mountain ghost, the ghost who came to claim your life. Long Yu said lightly, then stepped forward step by step, and came to the side of the seriously injured Impeller. The burly Gu Yan also walked over step by step, not caring about the injuries he suffered. Brother Long Yu, go quickly. Yi Luan sensed Long Yu's return in a trance, and subconsciously wanted to let him go. After all, Zhu Tao was a strong man in the early stage, and even he was no match for him. Long Yu. At this moment, two shouts came from the crowd outside, and then two figures rose from the sky and also broke into the restaurant. Bei Yuyao, Dou Zicheng. One at the beginning stage and one at the Huajing stage. The two of them are useless in such a situation, but when they saw Long Yu approaching, the two who had been watching and waiting for an opportunity stood up without even thinking about it. Bei Yuyao, of course, can't just watch her son die. Yes, there are more and more people, but in my opinion, such a few people are still not qualified. The plump second senior brother Zhu Tao glanced at Bei Yuyao and Dou Zicheng, then smiled disdainfully. You guys are a bunch of idiots. The luxuriously dressed young man, Qi Ziguang, glanced at the crowd with a triumphant smile. I deliberately let people let Gu Yan leave, just to lure you all over. I didn't expect you all to be fooled. Yes, it really makes me want to die together. Move. I don't care if you are Long Yu or a mountain ghost. If you say you want to kill me, I don't know how you gain your self-confidence, but you will soon know that blind self-confidence will leave you dead. Zhu Tao looked at Long Yu, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, shoot directly, and kill them. Among the martial cultivators surrounding him, there was one strong man at the beginning of heaven like Zhu Tao, and there were 4 other martial cultivators at the human tribulation realm. The lineup was extremely strong, so Yi Luan and Gu Jun were no match for them. Judging from the number of martial arts and the realm of martial arts, Zhu Tao has an overwhelming advantage over Impeller. Etc. Just when everyone was about to rush forward, Long Yu suddenly raised his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked at Zhu Tao. Why, do you want to ask for mercy? Zhu Tao sneered, it's not difficult, as long as you swear allegiance to me from now on, and kill the Impeller with your own hands, I will spare your life. Such a scuffle is too indecent, even if it breaks the flowers and plants, it's a pity. Long Yu said lightly, since that's the case, how about I fight with you alone? As soon as he said this, everyone around was stunned for a moment. Did they hear correctly? Long Yu, who had just stepped into the human blossom realm, actually wanted to fight Zhu Tao, who was in the early heaven realm? This is simply to laugh their big teeth out. You want to challenge me, do you have that qualification? Zhu Tao was also taken aback, and then sneered, Lei Hang, this kid is in your hands. Since he wants to fight alone, then let him know what he is. As soon as his words fell, a burly martial artist in the surrounding crowd stood up immediately, with a playful expression on his face. You kid is Long Yu. I heard that Chuchinka was almost abolished in the last big competition. That's my friend of Lei Hang. The burly martial artist stood up and looked at Long Yu coldly. You were able to participate in the Human Brilliant Realm competition when you were in the Human Brilliant Realm, and won the championship, but this was just an accident. Soon you will know how big the difference is between the Human Brilliance Realm and the Human Tribulation Realm. Without saying a word, Long Yu turned around and walked out of the restaurant. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw the third floor of the restaurant, just behind where Zhu Tao was standing. A beautiful woman was quietly observing the situation here. That woman must be the owner of this restaurant, the woman Yiluan loves, right? However, when Long Yu glanced out of the corner of his eye, he didn't see any concern and worry on the beautiful woman's face, which made Long Yu a little puzzled. It stands to reason that this woman was molested by Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang, and Yiluan came to rescue her, but was caught in a tight siege, so I should be worried about Yiluan, right? It's weird. Long Yu became vigilant in his heart, then turned around, and looked at Lei Hang, the famous martial artist who came out and flew in midair. Lei Hang, one of the followers of Zhu Tao's 4 celebrity robbery martial arts practitioners, has mastered the power of a certain law of thunder and lightning, and his strength is extremely terrifying. He is only one step away from breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the level of heaven. As Lei Hang Yekong flew out of the restaurant and confronted Long Yu in mid-air outside the restaurant, many people in the arena became nervous. Among them, Bei Yuyao, Dou Zicheng and others were the most worried. Besides, Gu Jun and Gu Yan were naturally on Long Yu's side. In addition, there were quite a few onlookers who had a good impression of the impeller. At this moment, they pointed at the middle finger of the restaurant, obviously expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhu Tao and others. However, Zhu Tao is very powerful. Most of the martial arts residents in Huangsha Tiancheng have not even reached the secret realm of heaven and man, so of course they have no right to speak and can only whisper on the sidelines. I, Lei Hang, will avenge brother Chuchinka. Lei Hang looked at Long Yu, and a layer of dazzling thunder light gradually shone on his body. To be honest, I have forgotten who Chuchinka is. Long Yu said lightly, besides, I won't remember your name either. Stinky boy, you are very arrogant, but I don't know where the capital of your arrogance is, just relying on your cultivation base of the brilliance. Lei Hang laughed, with disdain in his eyes, take the move, brat. As soon as the words fell, Lei Hang's whole body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of crazy lightning, and then he turned into a thunder and lightning tornado, which instantly swept in front of Long Yu. Lei Hang's speed was extremely fast. This scene happened in the blink of an eye, and most of the onlookers around hadn't reacted yet. You people, you probably haven't left Shacheng to participate in the battle against the alien beasts? In this situation, Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Just when everyone was a little surprised and puzzled, Lei Hang's scream came out, accompanied by a strong thunder body crashing into the street not far away. You guys don't even know what kind of critical situation the City Lord, the Supreme Elder, and all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm are facing, but you are still rebelling in your own den. It really makes me laugh out loud. Long Yu's voice became colder and colder, and then his body fell down, and he stepped heavily on Lei Hang, who was covered in thunder light all over his body, so that the thunder light on Lei Hang's body went out immediately, and he coughed and spat out a big mouthful. Blood. This scene made everyone's eyes wide open. When Long Yu was in the human realm, he was able to participate in the Sand City competition in the Human Blossom realm, against the strongest brothers Gu Jun and Gu Yan in the Human Blossom realm. Now he has not only stepped into the human realm, but also grown a lot in the process of fighting against the alien beasts. Therefore, facing the strong man Lei Heng in the human tribulation realm, he defeated him with only one move. Under normal circumstances, the martial arts of the human brilliance realm and the human tribulation realm are several times weaker than each other, and it is impossible to cross the realm to defeat the opponent. But Long Yu comprehended the law of the nine nethers. Just now he directly blasted out with the law of the nine nethers, and directly defeated Lei Heng completely, and the chi of the nine nethers eroded his whole body. Sharp. Everyone around took a deep breath, just like the wonderful battle that Long Yu staged for them in the Shaoqing Grand Competition. Now, Long Yu has once again defeated Lei Heng, who is one level higher than his own in martial arts, and is still the same. Hit the spike. What happened? Zhu Tao, the plump second senior brother, who was watching this situation outside from the balcony of the restaurant, his complacent face just now suddenly sank. Regarding Lei Heng's strength, Zhu Tao is very clear. Not long ago, in the Shaoqing Grand Competition, Lei Heng broke into the top 8 in the human robbery group. Or was defeated by one move. Could it be that this Long Yu is really capable? Qi Ziguang beside him stared wide-eyed. He couldn't believe that Long Yu was able to knock down even the strongest Lei Heng with one blow. Qi Ziguang is still at the human brilliance realm, and has not stepped into the human tribulation realm. In the past, he was defeated by Long Yu, who was at the human stage. Now that Long Yu has stepped into the human realm, Qi Ziguang is no longer Long Yu's opponent. Even this kid doesn't even have the courage to fight Long Yu. Yi Luan was in the restaurant, surrounded by Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang's men, seriously injured and unable to see the battle. The ancient army who was protecting him beside him said with a smile on his face, "Young Master Yi, Brother Long, defeated Lei Heng. I knew he wouldn't be afraid of a guy in the human tribulation realm, but Zhu Tao is in the early heaven realm. Not only is he 2 stages higher than him, the gap between the heaven realm and the human realm is also vast." The impeller is not optimistic. In fact, Yi Luan was not surprised that Long Yu had defeated Lei Heng. What he was worried about was that Zhu Tao or his attendant at the beginning of the day would take action himself. The Tianqiu realm is stronger than the human brilliant realm by more than 1 grade. Bei Yuyao and Dou Zicheng were also guarding beside Yi Luan. Looking at the battle outside, they couldn't help but temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. But when they heard the impeller's words, their minds became tense again. Yes, Long Yu defeated Lei Heng, who was in the human tribulation realm. Although it was surprising, it did not relieve the crisis. Once Zhu Tao from the beginning of heaven, or his followers make a move, will Long Yu be able to resist it? Liang Hua, let's do it without delay. Zhu Tao's face darkened, and he said directly to Liang Hua, his follower at the beginning of the day. Yes, young master. A thin young man stood up with a cynical smile on his face. This thin young man was named Liang Hua, and he was Zhu Tao's only subordinate who was in the early stage. Seeing the scene where he stood up, everyone in the field suddenly became nervous. Long Yu, be careful. Bei Yuyao couldn't help shouting. Together with Dou Zicheng, she followed the impeller to Huangsha Tiancheng, thinking that she had temporarily avoided danger, but she didn't expect that just after avoiding those extremely tyrannical beasts, she was facing the threat of Zhu Tao. Fortunately, Long Yu came back in time to temporarily save Yi Luan's life, but when Liang Hua, the strong man at the beginning of the day, made a move, even Long Yu would definitely not be his opponent, right? Bei Yuyao thought in her heart that if Long Yu lost, she would definitely try her best to help. Long Yu raised his head, and saw the lean young man Liang Hua who stood up, and the worried look in his mother Bei Yuyao's eyes. Worried about what I do? Long Yu smiled easily, waved his hands and said, Mother, have you forgotten that no matter what happens, I won't lose my life? As soon as these words came out, Bei Yuyao and Dou Zicheng's heart skipped a beat, and they looked at each other, seeing some surprise in each other's eyes. That's right, Long Yu has controlled the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Even if he encounters an extremely dangerous situation, he can just release the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and hide in it by himself. Although the space on each floor of this Huangsha Tiancheng is not big enough to fit the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but with the material of the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda, it is not difficult to go through the yellow sand Tiancheng. It turns out that this kid is just trying his own strength. Bei Yuyao, Dou Zicheng, and other people who knew about this matter silently figured it out in their hearts. As for those who don't know about the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, such as Zhu Tao, Qi Ziguang, etc., they didn't leave Huangsha Tiancheng to fight against the tide of alien beasts, so of course they wouldn't know about Long Yu's life-saving means. Won't you lose your life? The skinny young man, Liang Hua, stood up, with a cynical smile still on his face, playing with a silver dagger in his hand, and said calmly, "You are quite confident, but in front of me, Liang Hua, even a mere man with a splendid background dare to say this big talk really makes people laugh out loud." While speaking, the thin young man, Liang Hua, suddenly moved and disappeared completely from the spot, leaving no shadow behind. This guy is much faster than Long Yu expected. The speed is so fast, and you still use a dagger, so the method you are good at is sneak attack. Unfortunately, compared to my sneak attack with Long Yu, you are still too tender. Long Yu reacted immediately, and the 9 nether law condensed into the divine light of heaven, which bloomed directly behind him. 9 nether laws, heavenly mandate, divine light, light explosion. Long Yu yelled, and suddenly a burst of divine light erupted. Liang Hua, a thin young man who was about to show up and attack Long Yu's back, was stopped by this burst of light, and was forced to retreat several feet. The distance seemed extremely embarrassing. As a strong man in the beginning of heaven, Liang Hua, a thin young man, would not be killed by Long Yu's single move. But right now, he was the first to make a sneak attack by surprise, and he couldn't even touch Long Yu's clothes, which undoubtedly made him feel ashamed. You have a good intuition, but it's a pity that all this is in vain. The cynical smile on Liang Hua's face began to fade away. At first, he felt that dealing with Long Yu would be an easy job, and he might be able to kill him with one move. But now he found that this Long Yu was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Even though he is a strong man in the beginning of heaven, it seems that he can't do it in 1 or 2 strokes if he wants Long Yu's life. You can keep trying. Long Yu said lightly, turned around, and looked at Liang Hua with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The move you just made was the signature skill of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Academy, the Divine Light of Heavenly Mandate? Liang Hua was not in a hurry to start, but talked eloquently. You actually know the Divine Light, and it doesn't seem like you learned it in a short period of time. Have you learned it for a long time? So what? Long Yu smiled lightly. Anyway, he is about to leave the Tianyu continent, even if his strength is fully exposed, it doesn't matter to him. The key is to figure out how far his real strength can reach now. You are a spy. Liang Hua narrowed his eyes. Last time, Yi Luan brought you back. This time, Yi Luan brought your mother and the guy from the 9 Heaven Star Palace back. This is deliberately bringing spies into our Huangsha Tiancheng. As soon as these words came out, many onlookers around immediately began to discuss. Most of the people in Huangsha Tiancheng are very united. Now when they heard that Long Yu turned out to be a spy, and young Master Yeluan brought back a spy, they couldn't help being a little shocked. Are you building momentum for Zhu Tao's succession as the 4th generation city lord, thereby suppressing the impeller? But Long Yu didn't care, and asked directly, do you think, even if there is no impeller, a guy like Zhu Tao is qualified to be the 4th generation city lord? Liang Hua, a skinny young man, did not refute when he heard the words, but said to him from left to right, since you are a spy, I have no pressure to deal with you, Tyrannosaurus Sand. With a soft shout, Liang Hua condensed his whole body's profound energy into a tyrannosaur of sand. This move, Liang Hua has already comprehended it to the peak state. This is much stronger than the trick Long Yu learned, but Long Yu naturally wouldn't use the Tyrannosaurus sand dragon to fight this guy head-on. Now that Long Yu has integrated a ray of ancient consciousness of the dragon of the netherworld, his strength has greatly increased, and the Tyrannosaurus sand dragon is just a dispensable means for him. Liang Hua condensed the Tyrannosaur of sand and roared towards Long Yu, while he himself disappeared from the midair again in a flash. Using the Tyrannosaur of sand as a cover, waiting for an opportunity to attack? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and with a movement in his heart, he directly displayed the power of 10% of the hidden characters that he had comprehended. In an instant, like Liang Hua, he completely disappeared from midair. Although I don't know what martial arts Liang Hua has practiced, no matter what kind of martial arts he has, it is impossible to compare with the hidden effect of the hidden characters. Long Yu's disappearance was more thorough than Liang Hua's disappearance. Even if it is only 10% of the hidden words, it is not something that a martial artist of Liang Hua's level can discover. Of course, this is not only related to the realm, but also related to the sensitivity of perception. Obviously, although this thin young man Liang Hua was agile and extremely fast, his perceptual sensitivity was not very high. Long Yu disappeared from midair, and Liang Hua immediately couldn't figure out where Long Yu was. A Tyrannosaur of sand that came out of Liang Huaning lost its target all of a sudden, and stopped in midair in a daze. However, at the next moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared on top of the sand Tyrannosaurus. Void Dragon Blade, let's see how powerful you are. Holding the Void Dragon Blade, Long Yu silently went to the top of the sand Tyrannosaurus Rex with the help of hidden characters, and then directly stabbed the Void Dragon Blade towards the head of the sand Tyrannosaurus Rex. Compared with assassination skills, who would be better at it than Long Yu? When Long Yu made this move, everyone was unprepared, and saw black light shining. The whole body of that sand Tyrannosaurus was eroded by the chi of 9 serenities, and the next moment, his whole body burst open, turning into powder in an instant. The sand Tyrannosaurus is the strongest martial skill, comprehended by the martial artists of Huangsha Tianqing. But now, the Tyrannosaur of sand condensed by the strong man in the early days was defeated by Long Yu's move and turned into powder. The power of the Nether Dragon Blade surprised even Long Yu himself. You must know that the sand Tyrannosaurus in front of him was condensed by a strong man in the beginning of heaven, and Liang Hua had already cultivated the sand Tyrannosaurus to its peak. The Nether Dragon Blade is undoubtedly an ancient warrior more powerful than the Great Desolation warrior. The materials used, as well as the 9 Nether Dragon consciousness incorporated into it, do not belong to this world at all. Long Yu thought in his heart, if he could learn some powerful martial skills using the short blade, how powerful would it be to use it with the Nether Dragon Blade? What's more, this Void Dragon Blade seems to have a strong fit with the series of powers such as the 9 Nether Law and the Yuzi Xuanhuan. There will be a certain degree of increase. What? When the sand Tyrannosaurus was defeated by Long Yu's move and turned into powder, Liang Hua, a thin young man who disappeared into midair at an extremely fast speed, couldn't help but exclaimed. No matter what, he never imagined that the Tyrannosaur of sand he condensed would be defeated by this kid in front of him. This didn't make Liang Hua collapse even more. What he couldn't accept the most was that the assassination skills he relied on for survival didn't seem to work in front of Long Yu. Skill. He didn't realize where Long Yu had gone, and the sand Tyrannosaurus he had condensed had already been defeated by Long Yu the next moment. This is the divine script in hidden characters. It is said that it is the divine script obtained by the previous generation of Thundercloud Castle masters. In the restaurant, the plump second senior brother Zhu Tao frowned slightly. Being able to learn hidden words means that you must be related to the people in Leiyun Castle. It seems that you are indeed a spy who came to our Huangsha Tianqing. It turned out to be such a divine power. The thin young man Liang Hua nodded, with a bloodthirsty and playful look on his face, but if you can hide, you have no right to be arrogant in front of me, Liang Hua. As soon as the words fell, Liang Hua raised his hand, and a dagger in his hand shook directly. After a flash of silver light, it actually split into 3 afterimages, heading straight in the direction of Long Yu, Bei Yuyao, and Yi Luan, rolling go out. These 3 afterimages, each of which cannot be distinguished from real or fake. Long Yu's face changed slightly when he saw this. Yellow sand afterimages. Liang Hua has mastered this move, and he was able to differentiate into 3 afterimages. Adding his own body, there are 4. Each afterimage is enough to confuse the real one. No one can tell which is real, which one is fake. Qi Ziguang and Zhu Tao watched from the side, each a bit proud, knowing that today's battle was over. Although the Long Yu shocked them, but this move of the yellow sand afterimage was Liang Hua's most powerful martial skill, and he had stepped into a transcendent state. In the past, when Liang Hua used this martial skill, no one with the same level of martial arts could resist it, and no one could harm his body, which shows how powerful it is. 3 thin figures of young Liang Hua swept towards Long Yu, Bei Yuyao, and Yi Luan respectively. Of course, with the figure of Liang Hua standing motionless in mid-air, no one could tell which was the main body. Long Yu wanted to know which one was his main body from the killing intent, but he found that these 4 identical figures of Liang Hua, each of them had extremely strong killing intent. Shadow of the Dragon Sparrow. Seeing the afterimages of the other party flying out, Long Yu immediately reacted, and the shadow of a pitch-black sparrow emerged from behind, and then merged with Long Yu's body. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu turned into a black streamer and flew towards the afterimage of Liang Hua, who killed Xiang Bei Yuyao at the fastest speed. Void Dragon Blade, kill. Long Yu held the Void Dragon Blade in his hand, and suddenly a burst of 9 nether chi pierced through the air, and following his speeding figure, he suddenly pierced through the afterimage of Liang Hua. That afterimage shattered with a bang, obviously not the main body. But with this little time delay, another afterimage of Liang Hua was about to swoop in front of the impeller. At this moment, Yi Luan was seriously injured, and although Gu Jun and Gu Yan beside him were not injured, they couldn't resist the afterimage bombardment of the strong man in the early days. Forbidden God Seal, come out. At this critical moment, Long Yu threw a small section of Forbidden God's seal from far away, and locked the afterimage of Liang Hua in an instant, unable to move forward even half a point. One must know that this Forbidden God seal is part of the heavenly fighters who have been trapped under the abyss of bones for more than 10 years, even the strong man of the heavenly tribulation realm, Wan Changfeng. To the martial cultivators of the heavenly mandate continent, the heavenly warriors are still the stuff of legends. In the end, an afterimage of Liang Hua and the main body, seeing Long Yu's action so fast, immediately divided into 2 directions at the fastest speed, and attacked Long Yu's current position. Come on. Yulong has 9 explosions, the first explosion will be the first to win. Just when Long Yu was facing the attack of afterimages, he calmly raised his hand, and immediately condensed the air of 9 seclusion, which burst out loudly. Yulong 9 explosions is a martial art of the Great Desolation level, and there were quite a few sequelae when it was performed by Long Yu. But now, after he has merged with the ray of ancient consciousness that originally belonged to the 9 nether dragon, there will be no sequelae after performing this move. When a dragon chant resounded through the sky, one of Liang Hua's afterimages was directly smashed to pieces by the Yulong 9 explosions that exploded out of thin air. These 3 afterimages of the lean youth Liang Hua are as powerful as the main body, extremely difficult to deal with. No one expected that Long Yu would behead one with a short blade in an instant, and then lock one with a mysterious soldier, and finally be able to use terrifying martial arts to smash one directly. The body of Liang Hua, a thin young man, was still left. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but take a few steps back, and he couldn't help showing a look of inexplicable horror on his face. 9 explosions of Yulong, second explosion, Phantom Dragon chant. Long Yu's attack still didn't end. He snarled, and 7 dragon chants exploded in the arena. After the deafening sound, everyone realized that the afterimage of the yellow sand that had attacked the impeller but was trapped by a chained soldier from Long Yu directly had just dissipated. Keep it. With a thought, Long Yu took back the Forbidden God seal. This thing was not obtained through any legitimate means. If Yu Qingsha noticed something, it would be bad. The 3 afterimages of yellow sand were all wiped out by Long Yu. However, Long Yu did not relax in the slightest. 9 explosions of Yulong, the 3rd explosion, and the explosion of the mind. Long Yu raised his head, glanced at Liang Hua, a thin young man floating in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then his heart moved, and the air of 9 seclusion exploded, covering Liang Hua's whole body in an instant, preventing him from escaping. The direction is completely surrounded. Even if you want to run, you can't run. Only a dragon's chant sounded in the ears of the thin young man, Liang Hua, and then his whole mind was completely shocked, and he froze on the spot for a moment. Heavenly Mandate Divine Light, 9 Nether Laws, Light Explosion. Immediately after, Long Yu raised his hand, condensing a beam of divine light from the Heavenly Mandate, which shot through Liang Hua's chest with a bang. This series of tricks dazzled the people around them, and when they realized it, all Liang Hua's afterimages and main body had been destroyed by Long Yu. How can this be? Qi Ziguang, a young man in luxurious clothes, changed his face drastically. The situation in front of him was quite different from what he had expected. Xiaoqi, don't worry. The plump second senior brother Zhu Tao, beside him, squinted his eyes immediately and said, don't forget, Liang Hua's yellow sand afterimage has realized the transcendence. Yeah, why did I forget? Hearing this, Qi Ziguang immediately slapped his head, his face turned from worry to joy. The afterimage of the yellow sand in the transcendent realm is not so easy to be broken. As if to confirm what the two said, all the afterimages of Liang Hua who were defeated by Long Yu's bombardment in the field, including his body, unexpectedly condensed into strands of yellow sand threads, entangled towards Long Yu. Long Yu frowned slightly. He was keenly aware that he did not kill the real Liang Hua, but caused some trouble because he defeated those afterimages. These afterimages of yellow sand, after being defeated, can turn into silk threads of yellow sand and entangle the opponent. The 4 are all afterimages, but I was negligent. There was a flash of light in Long Yu's eyes, but he didn't pay much attention to it, but followed the flash of light in his mind just now, and punched straight into the void. 9 explosions of Yulong, 4th explosion, Dragon Chant, Dark Sky Snow. With this punch, the 9 nether laws spread rapidly towards the surroundings, turning into pieces of black snowflakes one after another, embellishing the whole world into a dark world. At the same time, in this space, the sound of Dragon Chant is constantly coming out, making the opponents in this space invisible, and their strength is suppressed by at least 50%. A shallow and lean young figure gradually appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes, and his behavior speed was much slower, which was completely different from the first time. With the explosion of Dragon Chant, it was heard by the thin young man Liang Hua, and his strength was suppressed more and more. Liang Hua couldn't take it anymore. The feeling that the power in his body was being suppressed by the external force made him very unhappy. He roared angrily, swung the silver dagger in his hand, and immediately several silver blades shot towards Long Yu. Reincarnation barrier. With a thought in his mind, Long Yu directly condensed the barrier of reincarnation, and immediately bounced the silver light of these blades completely. At the same time, the 2 moves of Drunken Sleeping in the Yellow Spring and Awakening Palm of Reincarnation immediately blasted out, and the shadowless and invisible spirit of the underworld appeared along with the road to the underworld. Under several pressures, Liang Hua immediately lost any ability to resist. The silver light from the blades that bounced back drew several scars of different depths on Liang Hua's body, and blood flowed out little by little. In the arena, the sound of Dragon Chant continued, and Liang Hua's power was suppressed more and more severely. Seeing Long Yu's punch strike, Liang Hua's eyes suddenly showed an incomparably crazy look. and he roared angrily, "Zhu Tao, why don't you help me?" Following Liang Hua's frenzied and desperate roar, Zhu Tao's face, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, changed. Although he could feel the power of Long Yu's series of moves, but after all, he was not enveloped, so he couldn't feel it too deeply. He thought that Liang Hua would definitely be able to deal with Long Yu, who was only in the Huajing realm, but he didn't expect that now he would roar and ask him for help. "It's rubbish." Zhu Tao snorted coldly, his fat body jumped up immediately, and jumped out of the restaurant. Don't look at his bloated figure, but the speed of walking in the sky is not slow at all. In just an instant, he has already entered the range of hundreds of meters near Longyu, broke into the fourth explosion of Yulong 9 explosions, and longing dark sky snow within range. Immediately, bursts of dragon chant sounded continuously into Zhu Tao's ears, which shocked him for a while. What kind of martial art is this, so powerful? Zhu Tao's heart skipped a beat. No wonder that Liang Hua wanted to ask for help, no wonder that Long Yu had comprehended such a terrifying martial skill, no wonder, no wonder. While being shocked, Zhu Tao also thought about it. If he could learn such a powerful martial art, wouldn't he be more powerful than the Sand Tyrannosaurus and Yellow Sand Remnant? In that case, maybe I can really fight for the position of the 4th generation Shaqing City Lord. Just when Zhu Tao was thinking this way, Long Yu punched Liang Hua in the face, condensing the power of the Law of Infinite 9 Seclusion. The 9 Serenity Law is the strongest law that surpasses the Heavenly Crystal level law. Even though Long Yu's martial arts realm is 2 levels lower than Liang Hua's, when Liang Hua was being suppressed by various methods, Long Yu's punch could not at all so directly took half of Liang Hua's life, and sent him flying with a punch, falling heavily on the street below. Liang Hua fell to the ground, with blood spurting from his mouth. His whole body was black and blue, his whole body had been corroded by the qi of 9 serenities. If he didn't get treatment in time, he might not survive. Even if someone wanted to save him right now, at least he had to get a prefecture-level healing elixir, and it was impossible for a prefecture-level healing elixir to have any effect. "You finally did it yourself." Long Yu turned his head, looked at Zhu Tao playfully, and played with the silver dagger he had snatched from Liang Hua. This is a high-grade Xian-level soldier, although Long Yu doesn't like it, but in the Tianyu continent, it can be regarded as a good high-quality soldier. At least if Long Yu took it to the Great Tang Kingdom, it would be enough to become the treasure of the Great Tang Kingdom. "You are so vicious, you seriously injured Liang Hua, and your crime cannot be redeemed." The fat second senior brother Zhu Tao's strength was gradually suppressed by the sound of dragon chant, but he had a gloomy face, and while speaking, he released the great power of Huang Tian Fisha he had comprehended in his body. Huang Tian Fisha, the law of the sky crystal level, Zhu Tao has already comprehended it to the general trend of the world, although it is not as good as the impeller, but compared to the Lin Yang Liang Hua just now, it is still more than a chip stronger. Huang Tian Fisha's powerful force erupted suddenly, and immediately offset part of Long Yulongjian's intensious suppression. After all, it was 2 levels of martial arts difference between the 2 sides. Even if Long Yu used a wild-level martial skill like Yulong 9 explosions, he couldn't completely suppress Zhu Tao. "You are fighting each other from the same family. You are more sinister and vicious than me. You should be punished for your crime." Long Yu retorted, not losing the momentum in the slightest. The fat second brother Zhu Tao, who was also one of Sha Yuantian's 9 disciples, actually killed his fellow disciples, designed to frame Yeluan, and wanted to kill him. Isn't this better than Long Yu? More vicious? At any rate, Long Yu was forced to act only to protect his brothers and friends, unlike Zhu Tao, the fat second senior brother, who acted insidiously for the 4th generation of Huangsha Tianqing City Lord. "Shut up, you are just a spy who sneaked into our Huangsha Tianqing. What right do you have to point fingers?" Zhu Tao snorted coldly, "Based on my guess, I'm afraid even junior brother Yeluan has been bewitched by you guys, and has become your puppet." If Yeluan is really allowed to succeed as the fourth-generation city lord, how can the entire Huangsha Tianqing be destroyed? Wasn't it destroyed in your hands? If you want to fight, fight, and stop talking nonsense. The profound energy in Long Yu's body was activated, and a bright light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly a burst of 9 nether chi exploded and spread, forming a realm of the underworld. The Zuo Huangquan who has comprehended to the state of transformation can create the realm of Huangquan when it is used, and really let Long Yu Zue lie in Huangquan. As for other opponents in this area, their respective cultivation bases and strengths will be suppressed by a large part, even Zhu Tao in the early days is no exception. Double suppression? Zhu Tao's face changed slightly, he could feel that he was in this space, and he was facing the double oppression of Long Yu. First, there was a continuous sound of dragon chant, which made Zhu Tao uneasy, and then the realm of the underworld spread out, which made his strength drop by about 10%. If it is a martial artist of the same level, in the realm of the underworld, his strength will be suppressed by at least half. But Zhu Tao is a strong man in the beginning of heaven, his basic strength is extremely strong, even more than 10 times higher than that of Long Yu, so his ability can only be suppressed by 10% of his strength. Coupled with the ever-increasing suppressive power of Long Yin anti-Angsu's move, Zhu Tao's overall combat effectiveness was only weakened by less than 30%. His basic strength still has an absolute advantage against Long Yu. Huang Tai and Fisha, the general trend, break it for me. A grim smile appeared on Zhu Tao's face, and the mighty power of the yellow sky and flying sand burst out from his whole body. Pieces of yellow sand power confronted Long Yu's dragon chant, dark sky snow, and the realm of the underworld, and a burst of strong air suddenly burst out. Scattered with a bang. Let me show you, the Tyrannosaurus of sand in the perfect state go, share in breath. Zhu Tao yelled sharply, and suddenly a Tyrannosaurus of sand condensed out. With a swing of the dragon's head, it spewed out a large torrent of yellow sand in the direction of Long Yu. This torrent of yellow sand, carrying the power of Huang Tian Feisha's general force, if it hits Long Yu head-on, even if his body has been tempered by Tian Lei, he will definitely not be able to survive. After all, Zhu Tao's martial arts realm is 2 levels higher than him. Not to mention, there is a huge difference between the human realm and the heavenly realm martial arts, who can borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth from each other. Anyone who is a martial artist in the tribulation realm, once he enters the heavenly beginning realm, the power of the laws of heaven and earth that he can display will increase tenfold or even more in an instant. A state of being in a state can naturally borrow more power from heaven and earth. Heavenly mandate divine light, 4-color law, light curtain. Seeing this, Long Yu didn't panic, but calmly raised his hand, condensing a beam of divine light, which actually contained 4 colors, and spread into a defensive light curtain in an instant. The pitch-black 9 nether law, the white Tai Yin law, the fiery red sun flame law, and the deep purple thunder law. The 4-color law was actually perfectly integrated by Long Yu, and they together constituted the defensive light curtain of this burst of divine light. Zhu Tao's torrent of yellow sand slammed into the 4-color light curtain, and there was a burst of thunder that shocked the world, and then it was blocked by the 4-color light curtain. The yellow sand scattered in all directions, but in the end they couldn't break through the defensive light curtain condensed by Long Yu. He has been comprehending the trick of Tianyu Xingguang for a year, and it is very effective. At this moment, Dou Ziqing in the restaurant was already standing beside Bei Yuyao, watching the play very relaxedly. They thought that since Long Yu could control the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, it would definitely be impossible for him to die here, and they felt a lot more relaxed, especially when they saw that Long Yu had really defeated Liang Hua, a thin young man who was in the initial state that day. It's easier in my heart. The next thing they have to do is just watch the show. It's not bad, especially the difficulty of fusing the 4 laws of heaven and earth together. Bei Yuyao smiled and said, "You must know that there is a big difference between the powers of the laws of heaven and earth. If one is not handled properly, the powers of the laws will mutually exclude each other. Don't say use it to deal with the enemy, just practice it yourself. Could be seriously injured. This kid's talent is probably even better than his father's. Dou Ziqing couldn't help feeling this sentence, but seeing Bei Yuyao's eyes darkened, he cursed secretly that he would really say the wrong thing. Doesn't this remind Bei Yuyao of Long Zaiqian? Asking for trouble. In the arena, Long Yu blocked Zhu Tao's torrent of yellow sand, but more torrents of yellow sand sprayed out from the mouth of the Tyrannosaur of sand, constantly blasting towards Long Yu's sky formed by the four-color law. Divine Light Defense Light Curtain. Hidden Script. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and he immediately released the power of the hidden character Divine Script, and his whole figure disappeared from the field at once. At the same time, the double oppression of the realm of the underworld and Longyin Anti-Angsu also dissipated without a trace, and the defensive light curtain of the four-color law was also directly shattered without the support of Longyu's power. Where did you go? Fatty's second senior brother Zhu Tao, Yukong was suspended in mid-air, squinting his eyes, carefully observing the surrounding sky, but no matter what he couldn't find Longyu's figure. The mighty and majestic sand Tyrannosaurus hovered above Zhu Tao's head like this, hovering without anger and majesty, shocking people's hearts. The Wushou crowd, as well as Gu Yan, Gu Jun brothers, Bei Yuyao, Dou Ziqing and others who were watching, all scanned the entire sky outside the restaurant, but they couldn't find any trace of Long Yu. Did this kid run away? Zhu Tao's complexion became a little unhappy. If Long Yu were to run away, how would he explain Lei Hang's death, and how would he face the seriously injured Liang Hua? However, at the next moment, Long Yu's voice came from the restaurant instead. What are you doing? Wasting Brother Yeluan doing this for you, even turning against the senior brothers, and you are treating Brother Yeluan like this? Long Yu kicked open a door on the third floor of the restaurant, and found the owner of the restaurant, the woman Yeluan admired. At this moment, that beautiful woman was talking to a man in a black cloak in that room. And the man in the black cloak was handing something like a healing elixir to her, asking her to take it for the impeller in the field. No one expected that Long Yu would notice what was going on in the restaurant when he was fighting Zhu Tao fiercely. The man who was wearing a black robe and couldn't see his face at all was obviously very surprised. He didn't expect that Long Yu would directly kick the door in and expose him to everyone outside. The beautiful woman who opened this restaurant just reached out to take the pill from the man in black robe when Long Yu quietly came over and kicked the door open. The beautiful woman was shocked immediately. No, listen to me, this is a healing elixir, I want to save young Master Yi, so. Seeing this sudden scene, the impeller who was seriously injured in the field couldn't help being a little surprised. Xiao Yu, who is this person? In our Huangsha Tiancheng, why are you wearing a black robe and dare not see anyone? Yiluan cast his gaze directly on the mysterious man in black robe, with a look of indifference in his eyes. He is an alchemist, the guest of the restaurant I invited. Xiao Yu, who is the beautiful woman that Yiluan admired, said hastily. If that's the case, why are you nervous? The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Why don't you give me the pill? I happen to be an alchemist. If it's really a healing medicine, then let Brother Yi take it. When Long Yu said this, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yu, was a little uncertain, and subconsciously turned her head to look at the mysterious man. The mysterious man in black robe finally stood up at this moment. You are so courageous that you dare to get involved in this matter, but with your strength, you can't stop everything from happening. The voice of the mysterious man was a bit cold, but it was extremely strange. Yiluan and the others have never heard this person's voice. It seems that he came from outside Huangsha Tiancheng. Is it really like Xiao Yu said, he is the alchemist Keqing invited by the restaurant? Of course, no matter what, the mysterious man's words already revealed a very strong hostility, and this hostility was aimed at Long Yu and also at Yiluan. The elixir that this person gave to Xiao Yu was definitely not a healing elixir, but probably a poison. If Yiluan took it, nothing good would happen. Long Yu suspected this, so he took the opportunity to run over and expose this scene. Who are you, and why do you want to come to my Huangsha Tianqing? The impeller barely made a sound, and asked sharply. I'm just a little alchemist. The corners of the mysterious man's mouth curled up slightly, and then he lifted the black cloak cap on his head, and a slightly familiar face appeared in front of everyone. Che Jianzi? Seeing this, Long Yu frowned slightly. The person in front of him really looked like Che Jianzi, the alchemist of Leyun Castle, who was wearing a golden robe, but that Che Jianzi had already entered old age and was attacked by Long Yu in the Tang Dynasty kill. Have you met my father? Hearing Long Yu's murmur, the mysterious man immediately became interested. Could it be that he died in your hands? It turns out that you are Che Jianzi's son, from Lianbao. Long Yu smiled faintly, finally figured out the identity of this guy. Yes, my name is Che Yunlong, and I am the chief alchemist of Leyun Castle. This middle-aged man in a black robe proudly raised his chest. An alchemist, that is an existence that ordinary martial arts practitioners cannot look up to. Even martial arts practitioners with a higher level of martial arts than their own, I am afraid they will treat each other with courtesy. In Leyun Castle, even the owner of the castle, Fei Yudu's son, was treated with respect by Che Yunlong. People from Thunder Cloud Fort, what are you doing in our Huangsha Tianqing? Yiluan's face suddenly darkened, and he glanced at the woman in the restaurant. Xiao Yu, how do you know him? The beautiful woman, Xiao Yu, was a little flustered and didn't know how to explain it. There's no need to ask her. Under the black robe, Che Yunlong's mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled faintly. She has always been my woman. To be honest, I'm not willing to let her come out to seduce you, haha. What? Yiluan froze on the spot as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Xiao Yu, whom he had admired for a long time, turned out to be from Thunder Cloud Fort. And she is the chief alchemist of Lianbao, Che Yunlong's woman. Let your own woman come out to seduce other men, you are also the best. Long Yu noticed Yiluan's expression, and knew that this guy must have been hit hard, but right now was not the time for Long Yu to comfort him. In order to get what you want, of course you have to make certain sacrifices. As long as what you get is worthy of what you sacrifice, then there is no problem. The man in black robe, Che Yunlong, looks good, but what he said is outrageous. Okay, now I have to go. I don't want to get involved in the matter of your Huangsha Tianqing. You are only in the human tribulation realm. Do you think you can get away? Long Yu sneered. Then you have to ask your good brother. Che Yunlong glanced at Yiluan and said with a joking smile, Brother Yiluan, I'm going to take my woman away now. If you don't want Xiao Yu to die in my hands, then feel free to chase me, haha. After saying this, Che Yunlong directly put his arms around the beautiful woman, Xiao Yu, and came out from the sky, wanting to leave here. When the impeller heard this, his heart tightened. Although now he knows the truth that the woman he loves, Xiao Yu, was sent by others to seduce him, but he still can't watch Xiao Yu die. Immediately, he didn't let Gu Jun stop that car Yunlong, and watched him fly to the window of the restaurant and was about to leave. Although I don't know what your relationship is with the mastermind behind the whole thing, and I don't know what agreement you have reached, but since you have already come, don't leave in a hurry. Long Yu's voice came out suddenly, and then his black figure stopped in front of Che Yunlong, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Zhu Tao, you don't dare to kill the impeller yourself, so you cooperate with the people from Lianbao, really eating inside and crawling outside, cooperating inside and outside, making a good strategy. Now Long Yu probably knew the truth of the matter. Zhu Tao wanted to deal with the impeller, but in order to prevent his tongue from falling apart, he cooperated with Che Yunlong very early and asked Che Yunlong to send Xiao Yu to approach the impeller. Now, at the critical moment of the matter, it's time for Xiao Yu to take action and give the poison to the impeller as a healing medicine, then everything will be settled, alright. At that time, Xiao Yu will leave with Che Yunlong and go back to Thunder Cloud Fort. What can Huangsha Tianqing do to them? And Zhu Tao was also cleared of the suspicion of murdering his junior brother. Now, due to the change of Long Yu, their plan didn't really succeed, but Che Yunlong didn't seem to want to meddle in this side's business, so he directly took Xiaoyu as a hostage and wanted to leave. "You're talking nonsense, I don't know this guy at all." The plump second senior brother Zhu Tao, when he saw Che Yunlong, immediately bawed, "No matter how much I want the life of the impeller, I will not cooperate with outsiders." "Really? Then you haven't arrested this person yet?" Long Yu sneered. "My opponent now is you." Zhu Tao looked at Long Yu instead, and said coldly, "Since Che Yunlong is the chief alchemist of Leiyun Castle, it is inconvenient to offend. As for you, Long Yu, you are a spy from Tianyu Holy Academy. In my opinion, the harm to my Huangsha Tianqing is far greater than that of Che Yunlong." Too much nonsense. After Long Yu's words fell, his figure quietly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared beside the black-robed figure of Che Yunlong, who was about to leave. "You dare to do it? I'll kill her." Seeing this, Che Yunlong was a little scared. No matter what he said, he was only at the human tribulation realm. Although his alchemy skills were very good, his own strength was not very good. He saw with his own eyes that Long Yu, who was in the brilliant realm, defeated Lei Heng, who was seriously injured in the human tribulation realm, with one move, which made him have no guts to face Long Yu at all. "Can you kill it?" The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, Yolong's 9 explosions, and the 4th explosion, the dragon's chant in Tianxue suddenly burst out, and a dragon's chant came into the ears of Che Yunlong, which shocked him on the spot. Immediately, Long Yu had already grabbed the beautiful woman, Xiaoyu, with one hand, and then flung her back to the side of the impeller. Gu Jun immediately completely controlled her. From Long Yu's point of view, this person must be handed over to the impeller. As for Che Yunlong, there is no need for Long Yu to keep his hand. The realm of the underworld, suppress. As Long Yu's already incarnated Zuo Huangquan was unleashed, the double suppressive force suddenly fell on Che Yunlong's head, immediately suppressing him by 30% to 40% of his strength, and even Yukong's speed dropped sharply. Strong God Pill. Seeing this, Che Yunlong knew something was wrong, so he quickly yelled, took out a blue pill from his bosom, and took it directly. Xuanhuan pill, a prefecture-level low-grade pill, with Che Yunlong's alchemy technology, has been able to refine this kind of pill. No wonder he is the chief alchemist of Lianbao. If it weren't for such a situation, it would be really impossible for Long Yu to catch such a guy and have a chance to threaten his life. But now, this car, Yunlong, has fallen into the jaws of a tiger. Kill! Long Yu let out a stern shout, and the first explosion of Yolong's 9 explosions was the first to burst out. The 9 explosions of Yulong does not need to be performed in a specific order. At this time, Long Yu can use the first 4 explosions of the 9 explosions of Yulong at will. A dragon's chant shocked people's hearts, and accompanied by a blast of Jiuyou Qi, it exploded behind Che Yunlong. Even though Che Yunlong had temporarily doubled his strength by taking the Xuanhuan pill, the thundercloud defensive barrier he hastily cast could not resist this move of Yulong 9 explosions at all. This is a wild-level martial skill, a terrifying martial skill that cannot exist in the entire Tianyu continent. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Che Yunlong staggered forward, shouting desperately, "Yuan Liang, you haven't come out yet, do you want to watch me die?" As soon as these words came out, both Long Yu and Zhu Tao's expressions changed slightly. This car, Yunlong, is actually the person who came here in collusion with Yuan Liang? Yuan Liang, the elder brother of Yi Luan and Zhu Tao, has already reached the cultivation base of Tianhua realm. Long Yu also remembered that Yuan Liang and He Qinxue had helped him when dealing with the strange beast. Now, unexpectedly, Yuan Liang colluded with Che Yunlong and wanted the life of the impeller? Looking at Zhu Tao's expression, this fat man doesn't seem to know this yet. Long Yu's heart moved. It seemed that Yuan Liang was the real person behind the scenes, and even Zhu Tao was just an errand runner. Long Yu originally thought that even if Zhu Tao, the fat second senior brother, killed Ji Luan, he would not be qualified to be the fourth-generation city lord. Now it seems that Yu Wenliang was behind everything. Moreover, Yu Wenliang colluded with this Car Yunlong, and even fatty Zhu Tao didn't know about it. It can be seen that his plan was thorough and there was no flaw at all. At that time, if Yi Luan dies from taking poison, no one will suspect that Yu Wenliang is on his head. It's a pity that Che Yunlong was injured by Long Yu's dragon chant, and shouted to ask Yu Wenliang to help, but Yu Wenliang didn't show up, which made him a little desperate. Only then did Che Yunlong know that he was sold by Yu Wenliang, because he failed to achieve his goal and killed the impeller, so Yu Wenliang would never show up to save him. This plan failed, for Yu Wenliang, maybe it was just a delay in dealing with the impeller. But for Che Yunlong, encountering Long Yu's accident almost killed him. You can't kill me. Che Yunlong looked at Long Yu in embarrassment, gritted his teeth, and said. Why? Long Yu smiled lightly. I am the chief alchemist of Thunder Cloud Fort. If you kill me, the owner of Thunder Cloud Castle will never let you go. Che Yunlong said with a fierce face. The Lord of Thunder Cloud Castle, you mean, Fei Yudu Sun, the second castle master Ning Yixing, and the third castle master Lei Wen defeated them? A playful look appeared on Long Yu's face. If they are still here, of course they will avenge you, but it is a pity that these three castle masters are dead, and there are no strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm in the entire Thunder Cloud Castle. The fall is imminent, and you still expect someone from Leyun Castle to avenge you? What? The castle master is dead? Long Yu's words shocked Che Yunlong on the spot. Not only that, even the other martial artists in Huangsha Tiancheng were a little shocked. The three masters of Thunder Cloud Fort were all dead? How can this be? Those three castle masters, like the city masters of Huangsha Tiancheng, are the peak existences of the heavenly tribulation realm. How could such an existence possibly die? It's not just the three of them who died. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. 9 Heaven Star Palace, Kanglan Sword Sect, and other forces have killed many people. Don't you all know that a wave of alien beasts broke out in Tianyu Holy Academy, and powerful aliens from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers appeared? Beast? After saying this, everyone was even more shocked. Mysterious ability secret realm, that is the tyrannical realm that all martial arts practitioners in the Tianyu continent have been pursuing all their lives. If there is a tyrannical beast in the supernatural ability secret realm, then the death of the Lord of Thunder Cloud Castle and others in the Heaven Tribulation realm is nothing more than normal. But, how did Long Yu know? So, your death is in vain, and no one will come to save you now. Long Yu sneered and looked at Che Yunlong. He didn't care what backstage was behind this Yunlong car, since he had offended him and wanted to assassinate the impeller. As long as he seized the opportunity, there was absolutely no reason to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Cryptic script. Long Yu's figure disappeared from midair, and then a dim light flashed from the side of Che Yunlong, who was fleeing in a panic. Void Dragon Blade. Long Yu appeared suddenly, and stabbed the Void Dragon Blade to the end in his hand, instantly piercing Che Yunlong's chest, directly shattering his heart. Che Yunlong, the chief alchemist from Thunder Cloud Fort, just died in the hands of Long Yu. Long Yu grabbed his body and found a lot of pills from the black robe on his chest. It was a good harvest, and Long Yu directly put it away. After the 9 Nether Dragon seal was gone, there was no 9 Nether space to store things for Long Yu. However, the 9 Nether Dragon scales and the Nether Dragon blade in his hands now form a world of their own and can be used to store things. Seeing Long Yu kill Che Yunlong in this way, the surrounding onlookers gasped. This Long Yu is really too cruel, whoever provokes him will end up with endless death. Even the chief alchemist of Leyun Castle is no exception. It seems that even the deaths of the 3 masters of Leyun Castle have something to do with Long Yu. Yu Wenliang is back? Long Yu glanced at the surrounding Huangsha Tianqing Wuxiu, and then asked everyone. His eyes swept over Fat, Zhu Tao, Qi Ziguang, Gu Jun, Bei Yuyao, and others. Did not see. Everyone shook their heads. Zhu Tao, what do you think? Long Yu glanced at Zhu Tao, and smiled casually. I don't know what benefits Yu Wenliang gave you to make you work for him. If you tell the truth, I will spare your life, otherwise, I will prepare to be like this car. Like a cloud dragon, die by my short blade. Fatty's second senior brother Zhu Tao was already a little unhappy with Yu Wenliang in his heart, but he didn't tell him any plans, probably because he didn't fully trust him. Under such circumstances, the benefits that Yu Wenliang promised may not be so easy to fulfill. But even so, Zhu Tao would not compromise with Long Yu. You want to kill me, but you are not qualified yet. Zhu Tao snorted coldly, if you have the guts, come and kill me, I'll be there anytime. How dare I keep you waiting? Long Yu squinted his eyes, and then with a movement of his body, he disappeared into the midair by virtue of the hidden characters, which made Zhu Tao's whole body tense up. Zhu Tao was already sure that when Long Yu was asked to display the hidden script, he would have no way of finding Long Yu's trace, so he could only defend passively. However, Zhu Tao still believed that just because of the young man in Long Yu district, he could never be his opponent. If you can't find Long Yu, so what? Long Yu's attack couldn't break through his defense of Huang Tianfisha's powerful force at all. Just when he was thinking this way, suddenly a dark divine light appeared from the top of his head, then condensed into a bunch, and swept down towards his head. Tianyu Shengguang, Yuzi Shenwen. Long Yu finally displayed his strongest divine power, and comprehended 10% of the divine script of Yuzi, which is several times more powerful than the law of nine netherness. It is used to condense the divine light of heaven, and its speed and power have been greatly improved. Zhu Tao never expected that Long Yu would actually comprehend such a terrifying power, which was several times stronger than what he showed when he fought Lei Heng and Liang Hua just now. He had just reacted and wanted to use Huang Tianfisha's great power to defend, when that divine light of heaven combined with the power of Yuzi's divine script exploded above his head. A burst of air exploded, and Zhu Tao's fat body was directly smashed to the street on the ground, crashing out of a deep hole. Crossing the two realms and defeating the strong man in the early stage, not bad, amazing. At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from the dark side, accompanied by hearty laughter. Yu Wenliang? Long Yu frowned slightly, and the next moment he felt a killing intent enveloped himself, and then a gust of wind swept over from all directions. The mighty heavenly blossom realm expert, to deal with me alone, the brilliant realm kid, even uses sneak attacks, it really makes people laugh out loud, haha. Long Yu laughed. Yu Wenliang, the eldest brother of the Tianhua realm, made a surprise attack, of course because he knew that Long Yu had controlled the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and wanted to take advantage of Long Yu's inattention and succeed in one blow, otherwise it would be impossible to deal with Long Yu. However, how could Long Yu be unprepared? At any time, he was ready to release the true spirit of the nine-nether dragon at any time. In that case, even the strongest in the heavenly tribulation realm would be shocked by the coercion of the nine-nether dragon true spirit on the spot. Compared with the divine script of Yuzi, this nine-nether dragon true spirit is Long Yu's real trump card, the most powerful method. Dragon of Nine Serenity, now. After Long Yu fused with that primordial consciousness, he was able to unleash the true dragon spirit of the nine nethers without fear of being backlashed by it. For Long Yu, this was an earth-shaking transformation. Although Long Yu hadn't found where Yu Wenliang was yet, the true dragon spirit of nine nethers had already been released, and suddenly a pitch-black long dragon true spirit that seemed to come from nine nethers appeared behind Long Yu, a strange and unstoppable threat pressure, emanating from the nine-nether dragon true spirit. Everyone around was immediately overwhelmed by this burst of coercion. Yu Wenliang's unrestrained figure also appeared in midair, and his whole body was stunned by the true spirit of the Nine Nether Dragon, and he froze in the field. Seeing Yu Wenliang's figure, Long Yu frowned immediately. This Yu Wenliang, who assisted Long Yu against those strange beasts at the beginning, made Long Yu feel good about him, but it's a pity that he didn't expect such a person behind him. Before it was confirmed whether the tide of alien beasts had been repulsed, Yu Wenliang returned to Huangsha Tiancheng, ready to seize power, and designed to frame the impeller. I don't know where He Qin Shue is? Long Yu thought about it, but now is not the time to think about it. The true spirit of the Nine Nether Dragon emerged, and Yu Wenliang was stunned for only a short moment. Long Yu's figure flashed past, and the divine light of heaven, condensed in the divine script of Yu character, rushed towards Yu Wenliang with a bang. The aura of the Nine Serenity filled the audience. Yu Wenliang woke up suddenly, but found that the divine light of heaven exploded at close range in front of his eyes, and the violent destructive power seemed to tear him apart. Sand Tyrannosaurus. As soon as Yu Wenliang raised his hand, a tyrannosaur of sand condensed out in the shortest time, and immediately let the Tyrannosaurus of sand roll up his body and protected in it. However, in a hurry, the defensive ability of the sand Tyrannosaurus he gathered was not enough to completely resist the power of the divine light of heaven. The power of Yuzi Xuanhuan exploded with the divine light of heaven, smashing the Tyrannosaur of sand directly, and Yu Wenliang's unrestrained figure was also blown away, spouting blood and smashing into the ground. Fell on the ground street. Long Yu frightened Yu Wenliang with the true dragon spirit of the Nine Serenities, and then blasted out the strongest move, seriously injuring Yu Wenliang in the Tianhua realm in one fell swoop. This scene immediately made the Huangsha Tiancheng wuxiu around all stare wide-eyed, completely unbelievable. In a short period of time, this Long Yu started from Lei Hang, who was one stage higher than himself, and actually fought against 5 people one after another. Lei Hang, Liang Hua, Che Yunlong, Zhu Tao, and the last big brother Yu Wenliang. These 5 people are stronger than the other, but under Long Yu's hands, no one can hold on, even Yu Wenliang was defeated in a face-to-face situation. All the scenes seemed extremely unreal. Long Yukyukong was suspended in midair, and everyone looked at him with awe in their eyes. The Nine Nether Dragon true spirit, above his head, is like an ancient god overlooking the world, with such a tyrannical coercion that everyone around him dare not move indiscriminately. No one could clearly see how Long Yu defeated Yu Wenliang, because everyone's martial arts realm was not as good as Yu Wenliang, and it took a long time to be intimidated by the true spirit of the Dragon of the Nine Serenities. When everyone woke up, they saw Yu Wenliang being blasted out by Long Yu, hitting the ground heavily, with blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Sharp. In the restaurant, brothers Gu Jun and Gu Yen woke up, opened their eyes wide, and looked at Long Yu's figure floating in Yukong. Their eyes were full of admiration. One must know that Long Yu clearly understood the martial arts realm of the brilliant talent, but was able to defeat Yu Wenliang, who was in the heaven brilliant Yu Wenliang. Long Yu glanced at the people around him, and knew that it was almost time to end the matter. In fact, he was able to defeat Yu Wenliang entirely by relying on psychological calculations. He had already guessed that Yu Wenliang might make a surprise attack at any time, so he was ready to release the true spirit of the Dragon of Nine Nethers. As for Yu Wenliang, he was only sure that Long Yu owned the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, so he took precautions. But he didn't know that Long Yu could release the true dragon spirit of Nine Nethernesses, and instantly frighten him on the spot. You can say goodbye to this world. Long Yu came forward against the sky, and descended in front of Yu Wenliang, who fell to the ground holding the void dragon blade. On the side, Zhu Tao, the fat man who was also thrown to the ground by Long Yu, was frightened when he saw that even Yu Wenliang was defeated by Long Yu. The fat man hurriedly got up reluctantly, and then knelt down towards Long Yu. Brother, don't kill me, Yu Wenliang told me to do these things, don't kill me, kill him. Long Yu didn't pay attention to the fat Zhu Tao at all, but directly stabbed Yu Wenliang's chest with the nether dragon blade in his hand. If there is a chance to eradicate the opponent, Long Yu will not hesitate at all, and will not talk nonsense. This is a habit he has developed long ago, and only in this way can he avoid many crises and possible accidents. However, Yu Wenliang's next sentence made Long Yu stop his movements. He vomited blood on the ground, coughed and said, "If you kill me, you will never see He Qin Xue again." "Where is He Qin Xue?" Long Yu asked in a cold voice, and the void dragon blade stopped on Yu Wenliang's chest. Before Long Yu, He Qin Xue, and Yu Wenliang parted ways. The two of them stayed in the west courtyard of Tianyu to clean up the strange beasts in the secret realm of heaven and man and the secret realm of true spirits. There shouldn't be any problems. Now why Yu Wenliang came back alone, but He Qin Xue disappeared? Find me an earth-level healing elixir, and I'll tell you. Yu Wenliang clutched his chest. He was seriously injured by the divine light of heaven condensed by Long Yu's Yuzi divine script. What he wanted most at this moment was an earth-level healing elixir. On that Che Yunlong just now, there must be an earth-level healing elixir. For you. Long Yu took out an earth-level healing pill and threw it directly to Yu Wenliang. Without even frowning, he just asked, "Where is He Qin Xue?" Yu Wenliang quickly took the elixir, checked it, and found that it was indeed an earth-level healing elixir. He couldn't help being overjoyed. "I'll tell you her whereabouts after I finish taking this healing pill." Yu Wenliang swallowed the healing pill in one gulp, and said a little cunningly. Yu Wenliang, who used to be as unrestrained as the wind, looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. His whole body was scorched black by the aura of the Nine Serenity, and after taking the healing pill, his complexion finally improved. "Tell me within 3 breaths, or you will die." Long Yu didn't bother to wait until this guy finished taking the healing elixir. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, he had to find out He Qin Xue's whereabouts first. "If you kill me, you will never see He Qin Xue again." Seeing Long Yu's resolute attitude, Yu Wenliang couldn't help but sink his face. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on He Qin Xue's whereabouts, so he had to ensure his safety before telling her whereabouts. But looking at Long Yu's appearance, it seems that he is not so easy to be fooled, and let him tell He Qin Xue's whereabouts within 3 breaths. "If you don't see it, then you won't see it. Anyway, I don't have much friendship with her." Long Yu sneered, and stabbed down with the void dragon blade in his hand, piercing Yu Wenliang's chest immediately, blood gushing out. Feeling Long Yu's movements, Yu Wenliang suddenly frightened on his originally calm face. "Don't do anything, I'll tell you. Explain." Long Yu stirred the void dragon blade in his chest, and the intense pain made Yu Wenliang tremble. If Long Yu hadn't controlled the strength and depth, Yu Wenliang might have died long ago. "Long Yu, this is deliberately making Yu Wenliang feel pain, and then revealing He Qin Xue's whereabouts. For this kind of thing, Long Yu is the best at it, and someone as ambitious as Yu Wenliang would definitely not want to die like this." I said, "He Qin Xue is." Just as Yu Wenliang was about to say it, suddenly there was fierceness in his eyes, and a burst of domain power of Huang Tian facial law suddenly burst out from his whole body. A burst of yellow sand immediately enveloped Long Yu's whole body, trying to erode his whole body. "Kill." Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly exerted force in his hand, and the nether dragon blade pierced Yu Wenliang's chest. Following his strike, the yellow sand around his body suddenly disintegrated. Long Yu directly beheaded Yu Wenliang without any hesitation. As he said, he didn't have much friendship with He Qin Xue, so there was no need to put himself in danger because of He Qin Xue's whereabouts. One must know that Long Yu's defeat of Yu Wenliang was entirely due to psychological calculations. If it was a fair competition, he would definitely not be an opponent of Yu Wenliang in Tianhua realm. After killing Yu Wenliang, Long Yu put away the nether dragon blade, lifted Yu Wenliang's body, and then flew up to the restaurant. He died. Long Yu said to the impeller in a deep voice. At the same time, Long Yu directly threw an earth-level healing elixir to Xuanhuan, asking him to take it for healing. Brother Long, thank you. It is impossible for Xuanhuan to say that he is not grateful. After all, Long Yu not only saved his life, but also cleared away all obstacles in the future. On weekdays, Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguan like to have trouble with Xuanhuan the most, but he doesn't know that behind all this is Yuwen Liang, the senior brother he usually respects. Looking at Yuwen Liang's body, Xuanhuan was quite moved, but soon thought of something, and asked Long Yu, by the way, Brother Long, my master and the two supreme elders went to encircle and suppress the alien beasts. Do you know how is the situation now? The tide of alien beasts has been wiped out. Your master and the two elders are fine, but they haven't returned yet. Long Yu said, it's just that He Qin Shui has been with this Yuwen Liang all the time. Yuwen Liang came back, but He Qin Shui was not there, and he didn't know where she went. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu briefly explained what happened after he separated from the impeller. Of course, he naturally concealed the matter of Princess Shuchan, and the mysterious concubine Yu, and only said that the tide of alien beasts was wiped out in the end, and that many powerful people in the heavenly tribulation realm were now recuperating in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. I will immediately send someone out to find the whereabouts of the fourth senior sister. Brother Long, you should stay here for a few more days. Since the owner of Leiyun Castle is dead, I think the world of Tiangang will change. God. The impeller said in a deep voice. You can deal with the matter here. Long Yu nodded, I'll talk to my mother first. Go. Impeller nodded, and then looked at the beautiful woman beside her, Xiaoyu. Originally, Xuanhuan still had some fantasies about Xiaoyu, but when Che Yunlong, the chief alchemist of Thunder Cloud Fort, died just now, Xiaoyu couldn't help crying, and wanted to run out to rescue Che Yunlong. This made Xuanhuan completely hopeless towards Xiaoyu, and he realized the reality that Xiaoyu was just a woman sent by Che Yunlong to seduce him. You go. In the end, the impeller chose to let Xiaoyu get out of here. Following Xuanhuan's words, Gu Jun and Gu Yan let Xiaoyu go. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyu turned around and left. Long Yu, Bei Yuyao, and Dou Zicheng went to the courtyard where he lived in Huangsha Tiancheng before. Mother, this is the 100 Alchemy 5 Elements pill, you should take it. Long Yu took out the Balian 5 Elements pill from the 9 Nether Dragon scale space and handed it to Bei Yuyao. Bei Yuyao took the pill with a bit of a heavy heart, because Long Yu had said just now that Wang Changfeng snatched it back from Xiaoziji for her, and Wang Changfeng died later because of Deputy Palace Master Zhao's little trick. Middle. Boy Long, are you saying that City Master Sha, Palace Master Ling, and Master Ling who are all in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda now? Dou Zicheng frowned slightly and asked. Good. Long Yu nodded, I don't know when they will come out, maybe they will come out when I leave. You want to leave? Bei Yuyao was taken aback when she heard this. Long Yu nodded and said, actually, there is one thing that I haven't made public, that is, I have passed the big selection, and someone will come to pick me up and go to the outside world. Mother, you have to take care during this time, just in as long as Huangsha Tiancheng takes good care of his wounds. I will come back to avenge Senior Wang Changfeng's revenge soon. Passed the big selection and went to the outside world? Dou Zicheng and Bei Yuyao were a little surprised when they heard the words, that's really good. That's right, and I won't forget my father, Heavenly Prison Leichi, I already have a plan in my heart. Long Yu nodded and said. Don't be too impulsive. Bei Yuyao hurriedly said, that day, Prison Thunder Pond was too dangerous. If you are not absolutely sure, you'd better not go in and take good care of yourself, you know? As a mother, Bei Yuyao certainly didn't want her son to take risks. Long Yu took a look at Bei Yuyao, saw something in her eyes, and quickly said, Mother, you must not go into the Thunder Pond of that day's prison by yourself. I have already asked outsiders to help me with this matter. There will be results, you can rest here and recuperate. Help from outsiders? Bei Yuyao and Dou Zicheng looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. People from the outside world, in the eyes of the two, are naturally supernatural seniors. If they are willing to help, that is of course great. Since Bei Yuyao and Dou Zicheng will live in Huangsha Tiancheng, it is necessary for Long Yu to explain to Xuanhuan Tian in advance. Before that, Long Yu also met Man Xian, Yan Huanma and Tian Yutian. They left Tianyu North Courtyard, and of course they couldn't go back. However, the three of them did not want to stay in Huangsha Tiancheng. I have to go back to the ancient Mongolian country, and protect my tribe first. Man Xian felt quite guilty about this. Since I joined the Tianyu North Academy, I have only been back twice in 2 years. Although the ancient Mongolian country has respected my tribe, because of me, there are still bullying incidents from time to time. Mondakai, the little prince of your ancient Mongolia, is also in Huangsha Tiancheng now. Long Yu thought of something and reminded him. Haha, Mondakai, now he is not my opponent. Man Xian smiled heartily, and patted Long Yu on the shoulder. Brother Long, thanks to you, my saber skills have been perfected, and I have comprehended to a transcendental level, and I have also practiced a few martial arts skills from Tianyu North School. You're far behind, but against Mondakai, there's no pressure. That's good, but be careful. Long Yu nodded. I'm also going back to the Great Tang Kingdom to see how the friends of Tianzong in the Great Tang Kingdom town are doing. Yan Huanma also gently pulled his hair and said. Your brother Yan Xing. Long Yu frowned slightly, thinking of Yan Xing, the genius of the Kanglan sword sect, who hadn't been able to deal with him yet. Now I am no match for him, he is already a strong man at the Heavenly Brilliance realm, and I am still at the beginning human realm. Yan Huanma felt a little regretful, but there was still determination in his eyes. However, I will surpass him one day. In addition, the time for the big selection is approaching, and I want to try it too. Long Yu has no objection to Yan Huanma's plan. He wanted to kill Yan Xing directly, but the current situation did not allow it. The current Yan Xing should have dealt with the remaining strange beasts everywhere and returned to the Kanglan sword sect. Although Long Yu's strength has greatly increased, and he even defeated Yu Wenliang by surprise, it is still impossible for him to enter the Kanglan sword sect single-handedly. Before leaving Tianyu continent, or Tianyu island, Long Yu still has a lot of things to do, but with his current strength, he still can't do these things. For example, beheading Yan Xing, beheading the deputy palace master Shao of the Nine Heaven Star Palace, and so on. These are far from what he, who is talented, can do. In order to protect Bei Yuyao, Dou Zicheng, Yi Luan and others who were still in Huangsha Tiancheng, Long Yu would definitely let Sha Yuan Tian and the two supreme elders leave the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and come back. Due to the outbreak of the alien beast tide, the major forces suffered heavy losses. Among them, even the 3 castle masters of Thunder Cloud Fort died in the process of exterminating the alien beasts, so it can be said that its decline is imminent. The Heavenly Mandate Holy Academy suffered the heaviest loss. Although the headmaster and the 2 elders did not have any accidents, their territory was hit by an outbreak of alien beasts, and countless soldiers, pills, martial arts, herbs, etc. were lost. Wait. Among them, the Tianyu West courtyard was completely wiped out, and no one was left alive. These losses were enough to make the Holy Court of Heavenly Mandates unable to be divided into 5 courtyards, and could only be combined into one. In the Nine Heaven Star Palace, a deputy palace lord and an elder like Xiaoziji died. In the Kanglan sword sect, an elder who rewarded and punished died. The strength of these 3 major sects has also been greatly reduced at once. Of the 7 major forces in the Tiangang realm, only Huangsha Tiancheng and the Liu Palace still retain their full strength, and these 2 major forces have only suffered minor losses. It is impossible to say that they have no losses at all. Especially in Huangsha Tiancheng, when the tide of alien beasts broke out, Yu Wenliang happened to launch a conspiracy, but encountered the change of Long Yu, resulting in his death. A strong man in the Tianhua realm like Yu Wenliang is also rare. If one dies, one will be lost, and Huangsha Tiancheng will also lose a lot. Castle Master Sha, there is something I want to talk to you alone. Long Yu's consciousness sneaked into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and sent a voice transmission to Sha Yuantian, who was resting with his eyes closed. The voice was so small that only Sha Yuantian heard it. He didn't open his eyes, but nodded slightly to show that he had heard it. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu told Sha Yuantian about the internal turmoil in Huangshan City, and then said, now the major forces have suffered heavy losses. After the city lord returns, he can make his own decisions, but we must ensure the safety of my mother and the others. Sha Yuantian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Obviously, he couldn't understand why Long Yu was able to return to Huangsha Tiancheng and kill Yu Wenliang. Sha Yuantian has always been very optimistic about the impeller. Although he appreciates Yu Wenliang's talent, he is still not as good as the impeller. Now that Yu Wenliang wants to frame the impeller and is killed by Long Yu, he doesn't think it is wrong, but he is very angry. Naturally, I feel a little regretful. However, shouldn't Long Yu still be dealing with alien beasts in the north courtyard of Tianyu, besieged by the tide of alien beasts together with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda? How could he return to Huangsha Tiancheng? About the tide of alien beasts, it has been resolved now, but for the time being, City Lord Sha should not tell others about it. Long Yu faintly transmitted voice over, taking advantage of this opportunity, we can make more arrangements. Sha Yuantian nodded slowly, and he immediately realized that this was an excellent development opportunity. Huangsha Tiancheng has the shortest development time in the Tiangang realm. It has always been weak among the 7 major forces, but if it can make good use of this opportunity, it may become the leader of the 7 major forces in the Tiangang realm. At least, Leiyun Castle can be destroyed first. In that case, all kinds of resources in Leiyun Castle can be searched back. That's not a joke. As for me, I have already passed the general election ahead of schedule, so I have to leave here, Lord Sha. I hope that before I come back next time, I won't hear any unexpected news about my mother or other friends. Long Yu finally smiled and passed the sound transmission. Hearing the news, Sha Yuantian was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. This kid actually passed the big selection ahead of schedule, which surprised him too much. So, the resolution of this tide of alien beasts has something to do with outsiders? The doubts in Sha Yuantian's mind were finally sorted out, and Sha Yuantian was extremely pleased that Long Yu was chosen and taken away by outsiders. He has always admired Long Yu, although at the last moment of exterminating the tide of alien beasts, he failed to resolutely deal with Deputy Palace Master Shao as Long Yu said, but everything else is obvious to all. If Long Yu can rise in the end, it will definitely be an excellent thing for Huangsha Tiancheng. You must know that among the 7 major forces in the Tiangang realm, Long Yu must have the closest relationship with Huangsha Tiancheng. After explaining these things, Long Yu separated his consciousness from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. After a while, Sha Yuantian came out of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda alone. As for the other experts in the heavenly tribulation realm, they were still waiting in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. They still don't know that the tide of alien beasts has been repelled. Haha, little brother Long, it really is a hero who turned out to be a boy, and resolved the crisis of the entire Tianyu continent with a wave of his hand. It's not easy, it's not easy. As soon as the black-haired old man, Sha Yuantian, came out, he saw Long Yu and couldn't help laughing. This is brother Long's relatives and friends, right? Immediately, Sha Yuantian glanced at Yan Huanma, Man Xian, Bei Yuyao and others who were gathered beside him, and said with a straight face, Brother Long, don't worry, since your relatives and friends are all in my Huangsha Tiancheng, then you can go to the city of Huangsha, and you will be happy. Surely nothing will happen. In the current Huangsha Tiancheng, there are still some villains. Long Yu said. If you harm your fellow disciples, you will be killed without mercy. When Xuanhuan Tian said this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. I said long ago that if you want to deal with your own people, you must pass my test. I never thought that those bastards would actually attack my own people while I was away. I've already slaughtered Yuwen Liang, and Zhu Tao, Qi Ziguang and others. Long Yu frowned slightly. If all their gangsters are cut off, the strength of Huangsha Tiancheng will drop a lot. No problem. Xuanhuan Tian waved his hand, and of course he knew how to choose in such a situation. In normal times, I would really be reluctant, but now, since we have the opportunity to plunder Thunder Cloud Fort, it's not a bad idea to train some more talents. It's difficult. If these people with bad intentions are not killed, it will be difficult to correct the atmosphere in my Shacheng. The city lord is very courageous. Long Yu finally laughed. He knew that when Xuanhuan Tian knew the news that he was selected by someone from the outside world, what he said must be followed by Xuanhuan Tian, because in a short while, Long Yu would have the power to overthrow the entire Tianyu continent. Strength. Xuanhuan Tian has longed for the mysterious and tyrannical outsider until now, but it is a pity that he has no chance to meet him. Unless he can step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers in his lifetime, it is possible to leave the Tianyu continent and go to the outside world. And this is extremely difficult. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu didn't do anything else. He ran to visit the injured impeller, and then heard the news that City Lord Xuanhuan Tian was furious about Yuwen Liang's conspiracy, and directly shot all the participants to death, among them even his direct disciples Zhu Tao and Qi Ziguang. Xuanhuan Tian's methods can be said to be ruthless, but his ruthlessness is not only aimed at his own people. This black-haired old man is very courageous. As soon as he returned to Huangsha Tiancheng, he immediately united the people in the entire Shacheng, and because they knew the news that the owner of Thunder Cloud Castle was dead, they all became ambitious. This is exactly what Long Yu wants to see. Senior Wang. Long Yu thought silently in his heart, in the past, you were the castle master of Thunder Cloud Castle, but this position was usurped by Fei Du Sun and the others. Now, your 3 traitors are dead. As for this Thunder Cloud Castle, Yunbao, let it disappear with the wind. Then use the destruction of Leiyun Castle to commemorate Wang Chongfeng, who went to heaven. Long Yu was happy to see Xuanhuan Tian's plan issued on behalf of Shacheng, and went to plunder Thunder Cloud Fort, which would not do any harm to Long Yu. Even if enough resources are plundered back, the strength of Bei Yuyao, Yi Luan and others will increase more rapidly. Xuanhuan Tian quickly led a large group of troops to dispatch. As long as he was a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, it would be extremely easy to deal with the leaderless Thunder Cloud Fort. As for the 2 supreme elders of Huangsha Tiancheng, they still stayed in the ancient Longka Pagoda and did not come out for the time being. The 2 listened to Xuanhuan Tian's words and confused Ling Zhiping and Ling Hu Qianyan in the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, lest they sense something wrong and run out on their own. No one would take their own lives lightly, especially those in the heavenly tribulation realm like Ling Zhiping and Ling Hu Qianyan. It was impossible for them to venture out of the ancient Tower of Dragon Bones before confirming that the tide of alien beasts had receded. There is news about Senior Sister He. Not long after Xuanhuan Tian set off, someone from Yi Luan's side got news from Yi Qinxue, which made both Long Yu and Yi Luan quite excited. Long Yu still has a good impression of Yi Qinxue. At least this woman has been protecting him during the process of fighting against the tide of alien beasts, but in the end she was murdered by Yuwen Liang and disappeared without a trace. Where is 4th senior sister now? Yi Luan didn't care about his serious injury. He stood up and asked the person who came to report. He was taken to the Tianxia forest. It is said that there are a few strong people from the Tianhua realm from other sects watching. the visitor said immediately. Heavenly Brilliance Realm experts from other sects? Upon hearing this, Yiluan frowned slightly. Let's go to Tianchuan. Long Yu said bluntly. But, even Brother Long, you can't deal with a group of powerful people like you Wenliang, right? The impeller is a bit of a concern. Let's talk as we walk, first tell me where Tianchuan is. Long Yu didn't answer Yiluan's words, since Yi Qinxue was caught in Tiansha Forest, then go to rescue her back. Even if you lose the enemy, you can think of other ways to save people, not the only way to confront them head-on. Seeing Long Yu's resolute attitude, Yiluan nodded in agreement and began to tell the story of Tianchuan. Tiansha Forest is a suspended forest located on the 42nd floor of Tiangang. It occupies a very large area. Some medicinal herbs often grow in it, and some materials for refining soldiers are bred in it, so it is the boundary of Tiangang. Famous place for treasure hunting. The 7 major forces, as well as martial arts from other forces in the Tiangang realm, like to come here to hunt for treasures and enhance their own strength. Most of the conflicts between Huangsha Tianqing and Tianyu Holy Academy, Huangsha Tianqing and Lianbao, etc. were due to the conflicts that broke out among the disciples in Tiansha Forest. The people of Lianbao had chased and killed people from other forces in the Tiansha Forest, causing anger and resentment. Because of this, the other 6 major forces did not have a good impression of Lianbao. Near the Tiansha Forest, there is a Tiansha city. This is not a big city, much smaller than the Huangsha Tianqing, but it is the only place near the Tiansha Forest. After Long Yu stepped into the human blossom realm, it was not difficult to break through the 42nd layer of heaven alone, and soon he and Yiluan came to the 42nd layer of sky. Several hours later, Long Yu and Yiluan quietly came to Tiansha city. Looking from a distance, Long Yu saw a layer of dark aura floating in the sky above Tiansha city, and the closer to the Tiansha forest, the thicker this layer of dark aura became. This place is not bad. If it is a coincidence, you can get a lot of things in it. Long Yu was flying forward when suddenly a familiar female voice, giggling, pierced his ears. Shu Chan, why are you here? As soon as Long Yu heard it, he knew that it was Shu Chan, the princess of Azura, who was following behind him, but with his cultivation level, he couldn't find Shu Chan at all. He murmured casually, but Yiluan couldn't hear him, but he knew that Shu Chan would definitely be able to hear his soft words. I have to follow you, lest you run away suddenly, and this princess will lose a free laborer. Shu Chan's coquettish laughter continued to reach Long Yu's ears, making Long Yu a little puzzled. This Shu Chan is really haunted. But this is not bad, at least when encountering danger, there is still some protection. Although Shu Chan would not take action against other people on Tianyu continent, if Long Yu was in danger, she would be able to rescue Long Yu away. In this way, at least Long Yu could be guaranteed safe and sound. The person who reported the letter said that Yu Wenliang cooperated with other sect forces and kidnapped the 4th senior sister. The closer to Tiansha city, the more nervous the impeller became, including Yan Xing, the genius of the Kanglin sword sect, and a certain Tianhua realm expert from the Tianyu Holy Academy. It turns out that the Holy Court of Heaven also has a share. Long Yu squinted his eyes, never thought that Yu Wenliang would interact with so many powerful people, and his social network is really wide, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute power suppression, no matter how extensive Yu Wenliang's social network can't save him. Brother Yi, it's almost time, let's go into the ancient pagoda and go directly to the 3rd floor. Long Yu urged the 9 nether dragon scales to condense the power of space, allowing the impeller to directly enter the 3rd floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Then, he himself used the hidden character divine script, and flew into the ancient city of Tiansha silently. Although Tiansha city is not as big as Huangsha Tianqing, its history is longer than Huangsha Tianqing. It has existed for hundreds of years and has been used as a resting place for martial arts explorers in Tiansha Forest. In other words, this is the gathering place for Jianghu Wuxiu in the world of Tiangang, and even the disciples of the 7 major forces will stay temporarily in Tiansha City when they come to Tiansha Forest. Long Yu exerted the power of hidden character divine script. No one could find him at all, so he easily sneaked into Tiansha City. Fortunately, Tiansha City is not big, so Long Yu hid himself, searched around, and soon found He Qinshua's trace. At this time, He Qinshu was already unconscious in an inn, and in that inn, there were several strong men in the Tianhua realm, frowning and talking about something. Mystery and goodness? Long Yu saw Xuanji Shanhai among these people at a glance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It turns out that Yu Wenliang's assistant in Tianyu Holy Academy is this mysterious Shanhai. For Xuanji Shanhai, Long Yu has enough old and new grudges. More than 20 years ago, Bei Yuyao was injured by Xuanji Shanhai's Dantian, which made it impossible to break through the realm of martial arts for so many years. In the selection of the Holy Mandate of Heaven, Xuanji Shanhai plotted against Long Yu repeatedly, causing Long Yu to almost die during the selection of the Holy Mandate of Heaven. Now, he unexpectedly joined forces with others to kidnap He Qinshu. Long Yu didn't act rashly. Although he could easily sneak in and take He Qinshu away, he would be discovered by these people, and it would not be easy to escape. If possible, Long Yu would like to count one of them first, and the rest would be much easier to deal with. Therefore, Long Yu concealed himself and hid outside the inn. Although he was only less than 10 feet away from Xuanji Shanhai, the other party could not feel Long Yu's existence at all. It has to be said that the power of hidden character divine script that Wang Chongfeng imparted to Long Yu is still very useful. It's really bad luck. I originally thought that if I went to call Lei Yunbao and other people, a big battle would break out, and we would be able to win the ancient Dragon Bone Tower in that kid's hand in one fell swoop. I didn't expect. Xuanji Shanhai sat at a table with the other 3, and seemed to be very puzzled talking. Sitting opposite him was Yan Xing, the genius of the Kanglin sword sect, who was dressed in white. At this time, he said lightly, but the current situation is not bad. Yu Wenliang should have succeeded. If the plan goes well, Sha Yuan Tian should already dead. When Yu Wenliang takes control of the entire Huangsha Tiancheng, we can unite together in an open and honest manner to form a new force. Saying these words, Long Yu, who was eavesdropping on the side, suddenly realized. The ambition of Yan Xing, Xuanji Shanhai, Yu Wenliang, and others is not even just to be the 4th-generation city lord of Huangsha Tiancheng, but to establish a new force. This really surprised Long Yu. I just don't know where the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is now, and whether Xiao Xuanlong got it as planned. The other person, wearing the light blue clothing of the 9 Heavens Star Palace, is obviously a talented young man from the 9 Heavens Star Palace. He looks only in his 20s, but he has also stepped into the Tianhua realm, and his talent is extremely tyrannical. And the Xiao Xuanlong he was talking about was the deputy lord of the 9 Heavens Star Palace, and the deputy lord Xiao was also Xiao Ziji's grandfather. It's ridiculous to say that Xiao Ziji was so careless that he was abolished by an old lunatic, so we can only find his grandfather. However, his grandfather is also an old guy in the heavenly tribulation realm, and it is good for us to have him around, quite a few. Xuanji Shanhai said bitterly, a treasure like the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can only be managed by geniuses like us. Only in this way can we lead the entire Tianyu continent to the outside world. I just don't know what's going on with the alien beast tide now. The remaining person is wearing a black robe, with the power of thunder and lightning faintly all over his body. He should be the young genius of Thunder Cloud Fort, although this tide of alien beasts is an opportunity for us. If we don't handle it well, it will really make the entire Tianyu continent panic, in danger. Don't worry, there is the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and there are so many powerful people in the heavenly tribulation realm, mere strange beasts, what can they do? Yan Xing and Bai Yi sneered, what our genius alliance needs to do is to deal with the aftermath and control the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. League of Geniuses. Long Yu hid aside, and after hearing this, he finally understood why these people gathered together. There's even a genius alliance. Long Yulu wanted to laugh a little. These guys thought they had enough talent to be able to dominate the forces of the entire Tianyu continent, but they didn't know that the whole thing was no longer going according to their thinking. The sad thing is that this so-called alliance of geniuses didn't even dare to send people to observe the situation of the Tianyu Holy Academy. The reason, of course, was that they were afraid of being swallowed by the tide of alien beasts. What's ridiculous is that this group of so-called geniuses are still planning to capture the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and control the Tianyu continent. It seems that this genius alliance is an organization formed by a group of ambitious and blindly arrogant people. Long Yu shook his head while listening to them talking. Now that he has figured out the specific situation, he will prepare to take action to rescue He Qinxue. Even if Long Yu has only comprehended 1/10 of the power of hidden characters, at this moment, none of the members of the Genius Alliance gathered here can discover the existence of Long Yu. Long Yu had already observed the surrounding environment. There are many martial artists in the inn. If he released the true spirit of the Nine-Nether Dragon, he would be able to kill one of the 4 members of the Genius Alliance with lightning speed. But that doesn't mean much. It's better to save He Qinxue and go directly to Tiansha Forest. Long Yu was quite concerned about Shu Chan's words. Since Shu Chan said that there are some opportunities in Shaolin that day, he will go to it and see if he can gain anything. Immediately afterwards, he didn't pay attention to the conversation of the 4 Heavenly Brilliance Realm experts in the Genius Alliance that day, but went upstairs directly, and jumped directly from the window into the room where He Qinxue was. At this moment, this beautiful woman in a blue cloth shirt was lying unconscious on the bed, and she didn't know what was going on. Long Yu jumped into the room, picked up He Qinxue, and flew out of the window. It's just an ordinary coma, it's okay. Long Yu quickly checked He Qinxue's condition and heaved a sigh of relief. However, the moment he hugged He Qinxue, the effect of his inscription divine language was weakened, and this caused the 4 Genius Alliance members who were talking downstairs to notice the abnormality in the room. If there is a situation, chase after it. Xuanji Shanhai's face changed slightly. He got up directly, and chased after him outside the inn. The black dragon sparrow wings on Long Yu's back stretched out, and the dragon sparrow was cast in the air, and suddenly burst out at a terrifying speed, like a black streamer across the sky of Tiansha City. Quite a few martial arts cultivators looked at this side strangely, and they were quite envious of Long Yu's speed. Everyone knows that the speed of Yukong is too important for those who are in the world of Tiangang. As long as they have the advantage of speed, whether it is escaping or chasing, it will be much easier and has a lot of convenience. And the speed at which Long Yu exploded into the sky, probably no one in the entire Tiansha city could catch up. Therefore, even though Xuanji Shanhai and the others sensed that something was wrong, when they went to the room and found that He Qinxue had been rescued, and after catching up, they were getting farther and farther away from Long Yu. Among them, Xuanji Shanhai took the lead, hanging far behind Long Yu's buttocks, separated by hundreds of feet. He didn't go back to the room to check, but caught up directly, so he flew in the front. And behind Xuanji Shanhai, Yan Xing, and the 2 talented youths from the 9 Heaven Star Palace and Thunder Cloud Fort flew together and followed several hundred feet away behind Xuanji Shanhai. Due to the distance, the 3 of Yan Xing could no longer see Long Yu, so they could only follow Xuanji Shanhai. It's just what I want to be alone at the front. When Long Yu saw Xuanji Shanhai catching up, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, but he could find a chance to kill Xuanji Shanhai directly. However, when Long Yu was trying to prepare to release the Nine-Nether Dragon True Spirit, he suddenly discovered something was wrong. The Nine-Nether Dragon True Spirit in his Dantian has fallen into a semi-dormant state at this moment, and cannot be released directly. This made Long Yu quite puzzled. If he couldn't release the true spirit of the Nine-Nether Dragon, he would have no chance of winning against the Xuanji Shanhai from the Heaven Brilliance realm, not to mention there are 3 other people chasing behind Xuanji Shanhai Abandon. It looks like I can only run away. Long Yu shook his head, and a black sparrow figure appeared behind him, which seemed to merge with his body, causing his speed to increase sharply again. The dragon finch is empty, and it can only be used for a moment to make him explode in speed, but if he wants to speed up later, he can only summon the shadow of the dragon finch. It has to be said that when one comprehends the Xian-level supergrade martial arts to the perfect state, the effect is very terrifying, much stronger than the Xiaoqing and Desheng realms. Take the dragon sparrow dance as an example. The speed that Long Yu can maintain now is more than 3 times the speed that he could maintain in the Xiaoqing and Desheng realms. Even for Xuanji Shanhai, whose martial arts realm is 3 levels higher than Long Yu's, it will definitely not be easy to catch up with Long Yu. It's Long Yu, he's back. Xuanji Shanhai chased at the front, and quickly saw Long Yu's identity, and passed the news back to Yan Xing and the others. The 3 of Yan Xing looked at each other, and each saw surprise in each other's eyes. Long Yu actually appeared here. What about the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda? What about the other powerhouses in the heavenly tribulation realm? No matter what, we must catch him and find out the whereabouts of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. If it is still in his hands, we will snatch it. The young genius of Thunder Cloud Fort, wearing a black robe, said with a gloomy expression. Up until now, they still didn't know how Long Yu and the group of heavenly tribulation realm powerhouses were doing against the tide of alien beasts. Since the participants, except for Long Yu, are still trapped in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, no one outside knows the details of the fight against the tide of alien beasts. Moreover, the Tianyu North Campus and the Tianyu East Campus were still occupied by alien beasts before, and there were many crises. In a short time, no one would go to investigate the situation, which also brought a lot of trouble to Long Yu's actions. Lots of convenience. He's going into the Tiansha forest. Xuanji Shanhai soon found that Long Yu's figure was flying towards the densely packed Tiansha forest in front of him, and immediately said to the person behind him via voice transmission. Hurry up and go into Tiansha forest, but it won't be so easy to catch that kid. Yan Xing's face darkened, and he immediately accelerated Yukong's forward speed, but it was a pity that he was already flying forward at the fastest speed, and it was impossible to go faster at this moment. Xuanji Shanhai only watched Long Yu's figure disappear from the sky, and flew into the large dense forest. In the Tiansha forest, although there is no soil, there are also extremely luxuriant trees. These trees are nourished by the multicolored celestial light, and their vitality is even stronger than the big trees growing in the soil. With these trees as a cover, if they were hundreds of feet away, it would be impossible for Xuanji Shanhai and the others to find the traces that flew into the Tiansha forest first. In the evil forest. After having a bunker to cover his tracks, Long Yu sent the impeller out of the ancient dragon bone tower. After all, Impeller must be more familiar with Tiansha forest than he is. In this day's evil forest, there was no one knowing what existed. Long Yu didn't want to be in danger suddenly, and he didn't even know how he died. In the evil forest, the vitality of the trees is extremely terrifying. You can try to destroy that tree pole. With a smile, the impeller pointed to a giant tree beside him. Long Yu didn't care much about it, but since the impeller said it, it's better to experience it. He glanced at the trunk of the giant tree, raised his hand, and blasted the Yushui vortex directly. 9 water vortices rushed out violently, and blasted on the trunk in an instant. If it was an ordinary giant tree, not to mention the 9 swirls of water, even the current Long Yu could crush it to pieces with a single punch. However, the giant tree in front of Long Yu's eyes only had a few cracks under the bombardment of the 9 water vortices, and those cracks were still recovering automatically at an extremely fast speed after the power of the water vortex was withdrawn. With sharp. Long Yu couldn't help but be moved by it, It was the first time he had seen a plant with such vigorous vitality. It seemed that what Yiluan said was true. After passing through the outer edge of the Tiansha forest, these trees will become intertwined and entangled with each other. If you want to enter the depths of the Tiansha forest, you can only go through the narrow route of 3 jumps. The impeller continued, no one can break through the natural walls made up of those trees, because even a strong person in the heavenly tribulation realm cannot destroy those trees with one move. Then go to the depths of the Tiansha forest to have a look. Long Yu's eyes lit up. The big trees in this place are so luxuriant, and their vitality is so vigorous, there might be some treasure in the depths of the Tiansha forest. A lot of people think so, but no one can find anything. Yiluan spread out his hands and shook his head helplessly. How are you going to resist those pursuers behind? We don't need to resist it ourselves. Long Yu shook his head. The matter of the tide of alien beasts has been concealed until now. I am afraid that many people have discovered that the alien beasts have been completely wiped out. In this case, the 2 elders of our Shacheng, it's time to come out first. Since there is no way to release the 9 nether dragon true spirit, Long Yu doesn't need to fight xuanhuan and Yan Xing by himself. You mean, let Elder Sun De and Elder Sun Er deal with the 4 pursuers? Yiluan was stunned for a moment, and then said with joy, that's a good idea, Brother Yi. It seems that I have to be glad that I am not your enemy anymore. All your enemies seem to have died miserably. I never thought of provoking others, but there are always some blind guys who want to deal with me. If that's the case, I certainly won't let them be arrogant. Long Yu smiled faintly. Fearing that Long Yu would use the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to deal with them, xuanhuan, Yan Xing, joined forces with the 2 talented youths from Jiutian Xinggong and Lianbao, and then entered the Tiansha forest. They had originally planned to search for Long Yu everywhere, but what they didn't expect was that as soon as they entered Tiansha forest, they saw Long Yu alone, squinting his eyes, standing in front of them waiting for them. This scene made xuanhuan and the 4 of them feel their hearts beat faster. Beware of fraud. Xuanhuan became more and more cautious, so he didn't believe that Long Yu would stand here and kill them. Since Long Yu stood here and didn't run away, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that he feels that he cannot escape the pursuit of the 4 of them and wants to surrender to them. Second, they have their own whole cards, so they are not afraid of the 4 of them teaming up. No matter what xuanhuan thought, he felt that the second possibility was more likely. Soon his guess came true. Behind the 4 of them, 2 old men quietly appeared, exuding the terrifying aura of the heavenly tribulation realm. They were Elder Sun De and Elder Sun Er from Huangsha Tiancheng. Xuanhuan and Yan Xing knew immediately that they had fallen into a deadly ambush. The 4 of xuanhuan and Yan Xing immediately looked at each other, and saw the intention of retreating from their eyes. Elder Sun De and Elder Sun Er, both of them are strong in the heavenly tribulation realm. They are not at all able to resist their martial arts in the heavenly brilliance realm. Even if there are 4 of them in total, it is impossible. The only thing they can do now is to run for their lives separately. As for who will be left behind, it is up to fate. Almost at the same time that Elder Sun De and Elder Sun Er appeared, xuanhuan and Yan Xing fled in 4 directions at the fastest speed. Among them, xuanhuan turned to the left, Yan Xing turned to the right, and a talented young man from the 9 Heavens Star Palace flew into the sky. As for the last talented young man from Thunder Cloud Fort, his body moved, and his black figure galloped towards Long Yu. He actually wanted to catch Long Yu and take him as a hostage. Clever. Long Yu laughed, and had to say that this talented young man in black robe from Thunder Cloud Castle had a lot of brains. Now that the 4 of them are facing the siege of Elder Sun De and Elder Sun Er, at least 2 of them will be captured. The only way to ensure that they will not be captured is to capture Long Yu. However, this guy from Thunder Cloud Castle underestimated Long Yu's power too much. Cryptic script. The power of Long Yu Xuanhuan spread out, and at the same time, the speed of the dragon sparrow burst into the sky, and the whole person did not retreat but advanced, and went to meet Elder Sun Er. The black-robed youth in Thunder Cloud Fort suddenly lost track of Long Yu, causing his expression to change slightly. Only in the next moment, Elder Sun Er was worried about Long Yu, so he flew straight towards the black-robed young man Yukong in Thunder Cloud Fort, opened his big hand, and a tyrannosaur of sand roared and swallowed the black-robed young man in one gulp. Facing the capture of the strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, the black-robed youth in Lion Bao was not to be outdone, and spewed out a mouthful of thunder light instead. The power of the tyrannical tombstone-level sky tablet burst out, and the thunder and lightning immediately filled his whole body. As a strong man in the Tianhua realm, this black-robed young man from Thunder Cloud Fort is quite strong in absolute strength, even stronger than Yu Wenliang, who was killed by Long Yu by surprise. It's a pity that he was facing Elder Sun Er, who was in the heavenly tribulation realm. The powerful man in the heavenly tribulation realm, who was going through the heavenly tribulation, the power of law displayed by him is more than a little bit stronger than the martial arts in the heavenly brilliance realm. Facing the thunder light all over the body of the black-robed youth, the sand Tyrannosaurus just slammed down the thunder light in one bite. All were shrouded in yellow sand and annihilated. Go! Elder Sun Er let out a stern voice, retracted his big hand, and controlled the tyrannosaur of sand, bound the black-robed youth of Thunder Cloud Fort firmly, and directly retracted it to his side. It was at this moment that Long Yu's figure appeared next to Elder Sun Er again, looking at the black-robed youth of Thunder Cloud Fort, who was caught by Elder Sun Er with a smile on his face. You are very powerful, but it's a pity that you underestimate me too much. Since I appeared in front of you, how could I be easily taken hostage by you? Long Yu smiled faintly. Second Elder Sun, can you still catch up with the others? They were running too fast, and they were running into the Tiansha forest. It may be difficult to find where they are now. Elder Sun Er raised his gray eyebrows, shook his head and said, as expected of this generation of talented youths, everyone's reactions are extraordinary, which is surprising. Long Yu felt a little regretful, but he could only nod his head, then forget it. On the other side, Elder Sun grabbed the talented young man from the Nine Heavens Star Palace, and then flew to Long Yu and Elder Sun Er, how to deal with these two people. The young genius of the Nine Heavens Star Palace, who was caught by him, looked embarrassed, and all the profound energy in his body was completely suppressed, unable to use even half of it. While we are fighting against the tide of alien beasts, these so-called geniuses are thinking about how to deal with us and steal something from us. Such people, what is the use of keeping them? If they grow up, they will become a serious problem. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes. The two elders, I have never had any enmity with the two of you, and our Nine Heavens Star Palace has no conflict with Huangsha Tiancheng. The talented young man from the Nine Heavens Star Palace suddenly said, how about letting us go? We will be thanked again in the future. Your so-called thanks in the future. I'm afraid you will come to my old man to settle accounts after you step into the heavenly tribulation realm. Elder Sun sneered, second brother, let's do it, there is no need to keep such characters. Do you really dare to kill me? If I, the Lord of the Nine Heavens Star Palace, find out, I will definitely make you Huangsha Tiancheng restless. The young genius of the Nine Heavens Star Palace suddenly became frightened and angry, and glared at Elder Sun. You still want to use the Nine Heavens Star Palace to suppress me? Long Yu snorted coldly, I haven't settled with Xiao Xuanlong yet, but you automatically shot me. It seems that there are not many good things in your Nine Heavens Star Palace. You. The talented young man stared at Long Yu that day, turned his head to look at Long Yu, with an angry expression on his face, but before he could say anything, Elder Sun had already started to slap him on the back, slapping his heart pulse. Shattered with Dantian. The talented young man from the Nine Heavens Star Palace suddenly had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and before he could say anything, he fell limp. Elder Sun Er on the side also ignored the pleading for mercy of the talented young man in Lian Bao, and directly slapped him to death. Seeing the end of these two talented youths, Long Yu couldn't help feeling a little emotional, but also a little vigilant. No matter how talented he is, he must not be too arrogant or domineering, otherwise he will only die in front of stronger people. 1. Maintaining vigilance is the most basic condition for being able to climb upwards along the way of martial arts. If you lose your vigilance, no matter how much talent you have, you will fall one day. Thank you, two elders, but it's a pity that Yan Xing and Xuanji Shanhai ran away. Long Yu politely thanked the two elders. Brother Long, you are welcome. Elder Sun said with a smile, it is thanks to you that we were able to repel the tide of alien beasts. This time, you have helped us in Huangsha Tianqing so much. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to us directly. I hope you don't dislike us two old men, haha. The two elders, of course, knew that Long Yu had already been selected by outsiders, so they were so polite, and they helped Long Yu without hesitation to ambush these four young men from the Tianhua realm. Xuanji Shanhai and Yan Xing both ran to the Tiansha forest. Little brother Long, why don't you go back with us? These two so-called geniuses can't do much good, and there are plenty of opportunities to deal with them. Elder Sun Er raised his gray eyebrows and asked with a smile. No, the two elders should go back first. By the way, bring Brother Yi and He Qinxue with them. After Long Yu greeted him, he saw Yi Luan carrying He Qinxue, who had woken up, appearing from the shadows of some entangled tree roots below the Tiansha forest, and then flew up, meeting the two elders. Are you alone and want to enter the Tiansha forest? Elder Sun asked, with a slight frown. That's right, the elders don't need to worry. Long Yu smiled, even if I encounter danger, I can still call a few more people from the ancient tower to help me resist it for a while. Brother Long, we can't influence your decision, but in Tiansha forest, you have to be careful, especially those two guys, Yan Xing and Xuanji Shanhai, are still inside, so don't give them any chance. Elder Sun Er said solemnly. Don't worry, the two elders, I have my own opinion. Long Yu said calmly. Then we'll go first. Elder Sundan nodded. Long Yu. He Qinxue at the side glanced at Long Yu, hesitated to speak. Senior sister He, what's the matter? Long Yu glanced at her with a smile on his face. Before Long Yu could react, He Qinxue moved towards him, and her delicate mouth was imprinted on Long Yu's face. Thank you very much. I heard from Xiaoya that you risked being chased and killed by 4 Heavenly Brilliance realm powerhouses to save me. He Qinxue's delicate face was slightly rosy, and after saying this, she turned around and followed the two elders to leave. Don't worry about this, I haven't thanked you for protecting me in the alien beast tide. Long Yu touched the kissed part of his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Actually, without my protection, nothing will happen to you. He Qinxue finished speaking quietly, then waved his hands and said, Goodbye, I hope to see you again in the future. I'll see you. Long Yu said something affirmatively in his heart, but he didn't make a sound. This He Qinxue kissed herself like this, and she was the first girl to do this after coming to Tianyu continent. Of course he understood what the other party meant. It's a pity that now Long Yu must leave Tianyu continent, so he can't give He Qinxue any response. Brother Long, take care of yourself, you can come back to Shacheng to have a look before you leave. Before Yi Luan left, he probably knew that Long Yu wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to leave, so he said this as farewell. Try your best. Long Yu touched his nose, he really couldn't give the other party this guarantee. Azure Princess Shuchan said, there are some chances in the Heavenly Fiend Forest, no matter whether Long Yu can get this opportunity. After coming out from the Tian Fiend Forest, he has to leave with Shuchan. It's really hard to say whether it is possible to go back to Huangsha Tiancheng before leaving. Seeing the two elders, together with Yi Luan and He Qinxue, disappear in front of him. Long Yu knew the next journey and had to go alone. Maybe Xuanhuan, the little princess of Shura, will follow closely, but if something happens, this little princess will probably not show up to help him. It is also impossible for Long Yu to put his hope on Xuanhuan, and he must rely on himself for the next road. The trees in the heavenly fiend forest grow so vigorously and possess such vitality. There must be some secret hidden in this Tian fiend forest. Long Yu squinted his eyes and thought in his heart, of course, before that, I have to study why the dragon spirit of 9 serenity cannot be released, or if I encounter danger, such as Yen Xing, Xuanji Shanhai, etc. There are 2 guys, but there is no guarantee that they can deal with it. Long Yu went all the way to the sky in the Tiansha forest. The surrounding trees are strong, and each tree contains extremely powerful life energy. Not to mention the current Long Yu, it is impossible for even a strong person in the heavenly tribulation realm to completely destroy any tree in the Tiansha forest. Soon, Long Yu figured out what was going on with the 9 nether dragon true spirit. Most likely it had entered a dormant state and could not be released temporarily. Long Yu estimated that it would be half a month before he could release the 9 nether dragon true spirit next time. If you release it once, you will have to sleep for more than half a month. This is really delicate. Long Yu was a little puzzled. In this way, if he is now facing a strong man in the heavenly realm, he is still unlikely to be the opponent, because the difference in basic strength is too great, and the opponent can borrow more from the world. 10 times the power of the law. Yen Xing and Xuanji Shanhai did not know where they went, but they did not appear in front of Long Yu. However, Long Yu still used the hidden word divine script, and flew towards the depths of the Tiansha forest alone. The deeper one went, the denser and denser the surrounding trees became, and the path that could allow Wuxiu to pass became narrower and narrower. It didn't take long before he came to the location of the 3 forks mentioned by the impeller. Although the Tiansha forest is a forest, the extremely dense forest leaves only 3 small paths for Wuxiu. Looking at it at a glance, Long Yu saw that the trees in front of him were growing densely together, with intertwined roots and entangled roots, and there was no power to separate them. And among these trees, there are only 3 narrow paths that can only be passed by one person, leading to the depths of the Tiansha forest. Even if you go to the depths of the Tiansha forest, if you follow these paths, you may not find anything. After all, the entire Tiansha forest must have been searched by the martial arts from the Tiangang realm. Long Yu frowned slightly, and then looked at the natural barrier formed by entangled trees that seemed impossible to break through. The roots of these trees were entangled, and many people may have tried to smash them, but no one could do it, which made Long Yu focus on it. Perhaps, the secret hidden in the entire Tiansha forest is behind the natural barrier formed by the entanglement of these trees? From another point of view, the reason why the trees in the Tiansha forest contain so much life energy, and are entangled here, forming an extremely reliable natural barrier, is it because of its mystery? Just as Long Yu was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed a change in the 9 nether dragon scales, and his expression changed involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, a figure jumped out from the 9 nether dragon scales in his arms, and flew towards him. It turned out to be Linghu Qianyan, who was trapped in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Linghu Qianyan was dressed in white, with a long sword on his back, and looked extremely refined. As soon as he appeared, he saw Long Yu, and noticed the surrounding situation. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Little friend Long, why are you in Tiansha forest? Where are those strange beasts?" Only then did Long Yu know that when he put the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda into the 9 nether dragon scales, if the people trapped in the dragon skeleton pagoda came out, they would directly leave the space of the 9 nether dragon scales and come to the outside world. Linghu Qian said that everyone was trapped on the first floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and the first floor was the floor they could enter and exit freely, which made Long Yu a little helpless. However, paper can't hold fire anyway, these people will come out sooner or later. Linghu Qianyan came out first, this is good news for Long Yu. The alien beast is extinct, Master Ling Hu, please go ahead. Long Yu told the other party the truth straightforwardly, but he didn't say much. When faced with the threat of alien beasts in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Ling Hu Qianyan actually agreed to take his ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, which made Long Yu lose his favor for him all of a sudden. Now if Ling Hu Qianyan said what he wanted to do to Long Yu, at worst, Long Yu would just hide in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and the other party would have nothing to do with him. Listening to Long Yu's words, Ling Hu Qianyan was also a bit slow in digesting the meaning. Alien beast has been exterminated? Such a tyrannical beast in the mysterious realm with supernatural powers, they didn't participate in the powerhouse of the heavenly tribulation realm, how could anyone be able to kill it? Just relying on this Long Yu? Impossible. Ling Hu Qian said that he could be sure that no matter how tyrannical Long Yu was, even if he controlled the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, it would be impossible to kill a powerful beast in the mystical ability realm. His guess was good, but he didn't know that the strange beasts that appeared in the end were not only the strange beasts from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, but also the strange beasts from the mysterious realm of kingly Wei. Fall. In this wave of alien beasts, Long Yu gained a lot, but Tianyu Holy Academy suffered heavy losses. Ling Hu Qianyan glanced at Long Yu. Little friend Long, what are you doing in Tiansha Forest? Why don't you follow me back to Tianyu Holy Academy? I have to thank you for repelling the alien beasts this time, don't let me go. It's just a resignation. If it was before, Long Yu believed in his sincerity when Ling Hu Qian said so. But when he supported taking away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Long Yu had already made up his mind not to believe any of Ling Hu Qian's words. No need, master, please help yourself. Long Yu Yakong was suspended in midair, not moving in place, and said calmly. Of course, Ling Hu Qianyan could see his distrust from Long Yu's eyes, so he couldn't help being a little embarrassed, so he could only say, little friend Long, I was forced to do so because of the situation at that time, and I hope you understand, after all. Master, you shouldn't be such a nonsense person? Long Yu frowned. Ling Hu Qianyan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. In that case, little friend Long, I will take my leave first. Now that the tide of alien beasts has been repelled, he still has to hurry up and go back to rebuild the Temple of Heavenly Mandate. He didn't want to mess with Long Yu here. In addition, even if he wanted to take away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he knew it would be based on he can't do it either. As long as Long Yu hides in the ancient Longka pagoda, what can he do? Seeing Ling Hu Qianyan turn and leave, Long Yu narrowed his eyes. This day, the master of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Academy had a bit of brains, so he didn't attack him, which made Long Yu feel a little relieved. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head and stared at the extremely thick natural barrier with entangled roots of trees in front of him. Try the nether dragon blade first. Long Yu thought in his heart, this soldier, at least it is a soldier with space power, and integrated with the ancient consciousness of the Dragon of Nine Serenities, and the blood of the mysterious woman concubine Yu, maybe it can have a miraculous effect on these trees. The next moment, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and stabbed at the natural barrier where the trees were intertwined and rooted. The power of the Yuzi divine inscription was condensed on the nether dragon blade, and the dark and strange mist drifted out, and then condensed at one point, and suddenly acted on the entangled roots of one of the trees. The power exploded, and the entangled roots of the tree were blasted apart, and a big hole appeared in the natural barrier of the whole tree. However, behind the big hole, there is another layer of natural barriers. These trees are extremely thick, and it is impossible to know how many layers there are in total. Moreover, the big hole that was shattered by the void dragon blade quickly recovered under the strong life energy at an extremely fast speed. It seems that there is no way to break through these tree barriers only with the void dragon blade, so. Long Yu's face darkened, and his thoughts suddenly moved, directly urging the 9 nether dragon scales, and released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. In this narrow space, what will happen when the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton, an ancient warrior, is released? Long Yu is quite looking forward to this. Soon, Long Yu himself entered the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and appeared on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda appeared in the Tiansha forest, and it became bigger and bigger, soon filling the entire narrow gap path, and then continued to expand. Long Yu was on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, constantly observing this situation outside, and found that the expansion of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda could destroy those tree barriers, but those trees also grew and recovered rapidly under the action of life energy. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can expand and destroy these natural tree barriers, but it didn't take long before it was firmly entangled by the roots grown by these trees. Bump me! Long Yu urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, wanting the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to crash into the natural barrier, but found that those trees actually entangled the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, making it impossible for the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to move at all. Up. This scene made Long Yu completely dumbfounded. How to do this? Long Yu was stunned on the spot immediately. Taking back the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is a feasible way, but in this way, wouldn't it be impossible to break through the natural tree barrier? Since Shu Chan said that there is a chance here, there must be a treasure, and it is a treasure that even a little princess like Shu Chan thinks is good, so one can imagine how precious it is. It is absolutely impossible for Long Yu to give up like this. Suddenly, Long Yu turned his attention to the outer circle of the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. In the outer layer of the rich, 9 nether chi, there is a layer of multicolored glow power. According to Shu Chan, that power is a bit different from the 5-color siphon law. Similar, but stronger than the 5-color siphon law. These multicolored glows can absorb all kinds of power, and the martial arts who fall into it will be sucked dry by it and die. Even the power of the sky-level soldiers will be completely sucked away, thus turning into a pile of scrap iron. Long Yu's eyes brightened. If we can activate the power of the colorful rays of light to absorb the life energy on the tree barrier, will we be able to break through this barrier? Long Yu did it when he thought of it. After all, this was the only way he could think of now. He tried to mobilize those colorful rays of light, and found that mobilizing them was not as difficult as imagined. Perhaps it was because the Dragon Yu and the entire ancient Dragon Bone Pagoda resonated well, so these forces could also be mobilized. Go out and absorb life energy. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he activated a small amount of multicolored rays of light, which rushed out from the top of the ancient Lonka Pagoda, and then penetrated violently into the natural tree barrier. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is a powerful warrior used by the immemorial 9 nether dragons, and it definitely surpasses the entire Tianyu continent, and even the world of Shenwu. Even in the world of martial arts where Shura County is located, it is absolutely rare to see ancient warriors. The power contained in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is naturally extraordinary. Whether it is the rich 9 serenity chi or the power of the multicolored glow, they are all extremely tyrannical. At least in the Tianyu continent, there is no power that can resist it. It really works. Long Yu discovered that when the power of the multicolored glow penetrated into the surrounding natural tree barrier, it soon began to absorb the rich life energy contained in it. When the life energy is absorbed by these multicolored rays of light, those trees become the same as ordinary trees, without any fear. Collide. Only then did Long Yu continue to push the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and slammed into the natural tree barrier. This time, the situation was completely different from the last time. The natural barrier was destroyed like a rotten one, and the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda began to move towards the barrier, destroying countless trees that had absorbed their life energy. Good job. Long Yu was overjoyed, but then he discovered that the natural barrier of the entire tree might be hundreds of feet thick. Even if he used the power in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to deal with it, it would be difficult to break through it in a short while. I'm afraid it will take several hours to break through it. Long Yu's expression was a little dignified. Will there be any accident after such a long time? He remembered that Xuanji Shanhai and Yan Xing hadn't left the Tiansha forest, but fled towards the depths of the Tiansha forest. If these two people found out what he was doing, would they hide aside to prepare pick up cheap? No matter what, Long Yu must prevent such a thing from happening. On the one hand, he urged the power of the colorful rays of light to absorb the life energy on the tree barrier, and on the other hand, he urged the ancient dragon bone tower to hit the depths of the barrier. The natural tree barrier that had existed for hundreds of years was completely destroyed by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. They scattered in all directions, the branches were broken, and the roots were crushed, forcing a passage for the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Come. Even if the thickness of this layer of natural tree barrier reaches hundreds of feet, it will be difficult to keep it as it is under the dual effects of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and the multicolored rays of light. After more than an hour, the entire natural tree barrier was finally driven by Long Yu to move the ancient tower of dragon skeletons, and it was completely smashed through. At the moment when the last tree was destroyed, a burst of incomparably rich life energy rushed out from the other side of the barrier, and hit the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda heavily. Such a rich life energy. What is behind this natural tree barrier? Long Yu was quite pleasantly surprised, and urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to move forward again, and immediately crashed into the entire natural tree barrier. Immediately afterwards, he saw at a glance that behind the natural tree barrier, there was a not-so-broad space surrounded by natural tree barriers. Without such a powerful and unimaginable power as Long Yu, it would be impossible to come to this place. Space. And in the center of this space, there is a piece of stone floating, and the incomparably rich life energy around is constantly emanating from this piece of stone. It's a divine script engraving. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised and greedy voice came from behind the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and then a young figure in white flew towards the central piece of stone exuding life energy. Past. Xuanhuan engraving? Seeing this, Long Yu frowned slightly, but this made him know what the stone piece was. It turned out that it was the engraving of the divine script. If he got the engraving of the divine script, he would be able to comprehend the full power of the divine script. For Wu Xiao, what it means is self-evident. The white-cloaked figure that suddenly appeared was Yan Xing, the genius of the Kanglin sword sect, that is, Yan Huanma's genius younger brother, who killed his father when he was young, passed the heavenly mandate sacred selection, and later joined the Kanglin sword sect. Long Yu managed to break through this layer of natural tree barriers. How could he watch the achievements being snatched away by others? However, before he could move anything, he saw the white-cloaked figure was about to get close to the stone, but was suddenly bounced off by a burst of strong life energy, and the whole person flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Long Yu glanced over and saw that Yan Xing's mouth was dripping with blood. It seemed that the injury was not serious. It seems that it is not a simple matter to obtain this divine inscription. Long Yu's heart moved. He didn't come out of the ancient dragon skeleton tower, but directly urged the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and flew towards the place where the central divine script was engraved. The life energy kept beating on the body of the ancient Lonka tower, but it couldn't shake the momentum of the ancient Lonka tower. Soon, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda flew straight to the divine inscription. Give it to me. Long Yu urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and directly absorbed the divine inscription into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Immediately, the dense life energy around it disappeared without a trace. The trees in the entire Tiansha forest began to decay and wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't think about it. Just when Long Yu succeeded, Yan Xing, who was bounced not far away, gritted his teeth and rushed up again at the fastest speed, and even got into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. When Yan Xing saw the engraving of the divine script, he was really desperate. After all, the engraving of the divine script was rare, and not everyone could get it. In a simple sentence, if one gets the engraving of the divine script, even if he only comprehends 30% of the power, Yan Xing's strength will be at least doubled. For example, Bai Tianyi, the master of the North Academy of Tianyu, is one of the few martial arts practitioners in the Tianhua realm who has been engraved with divine scripts by chance. Up. Yan Xing has appeared. I don't know where the mysterious sea is. Long Yu was in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, feeling extremely at ease, squinting his eyes, and while thinking, he transported the divine script engraving up as quickly as possible. Not long after, the engraving of the divine script filled with life energy came to the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. No matter how hard Yan Xing searched on the 1st floor, it was impossible to find the engraving of the divine script, but it was possible for him to meet Ling Zhiping, a person in the heavenly tribulation realm. Then let them go, Long Yu doesn't care. Anyway, the situation has stabilized now. Huangsha Tiancheng already has an absolute advantage among the 7 major forces. Long Yu began to study the divine inscription with peace of mind. This is the divine power of the life attribute. A delicate figure in a short black skirt suddenly appeared beside Long Yu, which shocked Long Yu. When did you come in? Long Yu stared at the delicate appearance of the little Princess Xuan, and asked, with a slight frown. It's always been there. The little Princess Xuan giggled coquettishly, and then patted Long Yu on the shoulder. You are really lucky, the divine power of the life attribute is the most rare among the 8 divine attributes. Long Yu grasped the divine inscription with one hand, and saw that there were some mysterious lines engraved on both sides of the stone, and the rich life energy emanated from these mysterious lines. Okay, now that we have obtained the engraving of the divine script, it's time for us to set off. Xuan said, follow me out to get acquainted with Shura County first, and then 3 months later, you can participate in the big selection with me. Participate in the big selection? Long Yu was a little surprised. That's right, the big selection is not just a matter of Tianyu Island, but a major event of the entire Shura County. The little Princess Xuan smiled. In the first 2 sessions, we will select qualified martial artists. As for the 3rd session, all the strong martial artists in Azura County will participate, including me, so of course you will also participate, have to participate. I see. Long Yu nodded, expressing his understanding, and then asked, can you tell me, what is the content of the 2nd part of the big selection? Fight against your mirror image. Xuan did not hide it, but said directly, after passing the attribute test of the 1st link, the martial arts participating in this selection will enter an independent space, facing the mirror image clone of the same level as yourself. If you can, defeating this mirror image clone is regarded as having passed the test of the 2nd link. Mirror clones, the ability to create mirror clones of so many people and fight with them. The power of Shura County is really amazing. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is made by my father alone, and he is as strong as my father in the secret realm of the kingly way. Xuan said proudly. I see. Long Yu nodded. After leaving with Xuan, he will have the opportunity to meet such a terrifying powerhouse. King Dao Secret Realm, this can be said to be an extremely tyrannical existence in the entire world of Shenwu, much stronger than Divine Ability Secret Realm, and can even crush any strong person in Divine Ability Secret Realm. I don't know, what kind of realm is there above the Kingly Secret Realm? What kind of realm are the Dragon of the Netherworld and the mysterious woman, Concubine Yu? These questions are still waiting to be explored by Long Yu after he becomes stronger. After all, this is a level that even Xuan, the princess of Shu Luo, can't match. What about those people in the ancient tower? Long Yu suddenly asked. I can take one of you away from Tianyu Island, but I can't take anyone else. Even in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, when any life passes through the 1000th layer of heaven, there is only one way to die. Xuan said directly, with my protection, you can pass through the 1000 layers of heaven, but others. I see. Long Yu understood what Xuanhuan meant. It is impossible for these people in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to leave Tianyu Island. Either let them all leave the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, or they can only die when passing through the 1,000 layers of heaven. At this moment, most of those who remained in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda were Long Yu's enemies, and Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to these people. But there are still 3 palace masters of Liliu Palace. Long Yu doesn't want to watch them die. In fact, there was no need for Long Yu to deliberately remind the heavenly tribulation realm martial cultivators who were still inside the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Yan Xing, the genius of the Kanglan sword sect who broke into it, flew madly in the air, and couldn't find a single trace of the engraving of the divine script, but he found many martial arts cultivators in the heavenly tribulation realm. What are you still doing here? The tide of alien beasts has long since disappeared. That boy Long Yu took this opportunity to get a divine script engraving. Yan Xing immediately shouted to everyone. What? The suzerain of the Kanglan sword sect, the little old man Kehanjin, the palace master Ling Jiping, etc., their faces changed drastically. The tide of alien beasts has long since disappeared, so what are they still doing here? That Long Yuduan is abominable. The tide of alien beasts is gone. He didn't tell us to come out, and let us hide in the tower. Ling Jiping said bitterly immediately. And don't look at how you treat him yourself. The 3 beauties of Liliu Palace had received Long Yu's voice transmission not long ago, so they were the first to make preparations to leave. As soon as Yan Xing arrived, the 3 beauties of Liliu Palace left hand in hand, and soon left the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. As soon as the 3 women came out of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, they didn't see Long Yu's figure. They only saw the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda flying towards the upper sky. Boom! The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda directly smashed through a layer of Tiangang, and the 3 beauties and palace owners of Liliu Palace were startled when they saw it. They are now on the 65th floor of the sky, and the ancient dragon bone tower is still flying upwards. What is Long Yu going to do? Curiosity led the 3 beauties of the Liliu Palace to follow the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but they found that they couldn't keep up with their heavenly tribulation realm martial arts. Far, and constantly breaking through Tiangang. When the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda broke through to the 100-story Tiangang, the 3 beauties of the Liliu Palace were shocked. You know, for ordinary martial arts cultivators in the human brilliant realm, breaking through the 50th level of the sky is already very remarkable, but this Long Yu directly broke through the 100th level of the sky, and the speed is still so fast, and it is still going up. What they don't know is that the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is being promoted by Xuanhuan, the owner of Shura Princess, and only Xuanhuan, who is in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, can make the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda fly upwards at such a high speed, and continuously break through Tiangang. The others haven't come out yet. Could it be that the engraving of the divine script coveted by Long Yu? The Grand Mistress of the Liliu Palace in red frowned slightly. I'm afraid so. The 4th Palace Lord in a long purple dress said lightly, if Long Yu hadn't reminded us that we would be obliterated if we didn't leave the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, I'm afraid we wouldn't have left so decisively. If those people really can't come back, that would be good. At least, our Tianyu continent will be much quieter. The mistress of the 3rd palace, who was dressed in a long red dress, smiled slightly. However, this kid Long Yu is really good. With such a talent, he was selected by outsiders early. Not everyone can do it. Just seeing that he can control the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, get the engraving of the gods in the Tian Fiend Forest, and destroy the entire Tian Fiend Forest, you can know how extraordinary he is. The Grand Palace Master shook his head slightly. Ordinary martial arts go to the Tiansha Forest, at most absorb some life energy, and comprehend the slightest bit of life attribute divine power, but Long Yu directly engraves the divine script in it to take it. Gone. As the 3 of them talked, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda had disappeared from their eyes. They didn't stop, and continued to break through the sky, and soon reached the 200th floor of the sky. They did not see the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda again, but they saw Ling Zhiping and a group of people who had left the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. As if they sensed something was wrong, Ling Zhiping, Chess Soul Lord, Kanglan Sword Sect's white-robed lord, and others finally ran out of the ancient Longka pagoda, including Yan Xing, instead of desperately searching for the inscription of the divine script. He's gone. The little old man, Chess Soul King, squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. The next time we see him, I'm afraid we all have to look up to him. But Yan Xing, you still have a chance. The white-robed suzerain of the Kanglan Sword Sect solemnly said to Yan Xing, the day of the big selection is coming, you have to do your best to try to get yourself selected by outsiders. Fight for the qualifications, otherwise, you can only look up to him for the rest of your life. I understand, suzerain. Yan Xing's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit, and he looked at the sky where the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda disappeared, for a long time. They're all gone. I thought I could kill one or two. Long Yudwan sat on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, feeling a little regretful. Although I control the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, I can't control the creatures in the ancient tower at will, unless the realm of martial arts is higher than them. But if my martial arts realm is higher than theirs, why should I rely on the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to deal with them? Sigh. Long Yu thought about it, then shook his head. If you want to use the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to deal with the strong, you should give up your mind. It is impossible to do it. If you want to fight against the strong, the only way is to make yourself stronger and raise your martial arts realm to a higher level. Shu Chan, the little princess in a short black skirt, is looking at Long Yu with a smile. Now you have a lot of things to comprehend, such as the engraving of the divine script of the life attribute, and the 5-color siphon on the 7th floor of the ancient pagoda. The divine power of the law. Although Shu Chan was pushing the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to make it break through hundreds of layers of heaven, Long Yu couldn't see any pressure on Shu Chan at all. If it were Long Yu himself, it would probably be impossible in a place with more than 100 floors of Tian Gang. 1,000 layers of celestial gangs are called the realm of celestial gangs, but beyond the 400 layers of celestial gangs, there is already a turbulent zone that is inaccessible. Even if a strong person in the heavenly tribulation realm breaks into it, he must be careful to survive. In addition, the closer one gets to the 400th floor, the more turbulent the airflow becomes. Generally speaking, after the 200th layer of Tian Gang, there will be no human smoke. Most of the martial arts in the world of Tian Gang are gathered in the first 100 layers of Tian Gang. The 7 major forces are not the only forces in the world of Tian Gang, but they are the strongest forces. In the entire Tian Gang realm, only the 7 major powers have the strongest in the heavenly tribulation realm. In other places, such as Tiansha City and other similar places, the strongest are only martial artists in the Tianhua realm. This colorful glow is divine power? Long Yu looked at the multicolored glow power similar to the 5-color siphon law on the periphery of the 7th floor of the dragon skeleton pagoda, feeling a little puzzled. That's right, and it's the same as the power of the divine script you've comprehended. It's stronger than the divine script power we comprehended from the divine script engraving. I don't know why. Shu Chandai frowned slightly. I really want to comprehend this kind of power, but it's a pity that this kind of power has been repelling me. It seems that only you who can control the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can comprehend this kind of power. Miss Shu Chan, you are the princess of Azura County, so you probably won't like my little thing. Long Yu chuckled. Don't worry, since the princess has made you his subordinate, there is absolutely no reason to bully you. Shu Chan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. She was extremely cute. In the future, when you arrive in Shuluo County, if anyone bullies you, you can just report the name of the princess, and keep them scared to death. Then I would like to thank the princess first. Long Yu said with a smile. He has a good impression of Princess Shura, not to mention other things, just relying on her supernatural powers and martial arts realm. What can she do to Long Yu? Wanting to snatch the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is just a matter of moving fingers. However, even if Shu Quan felt that the Yuzi divine script comprehended by Long Yu and the power of the five-color glow divine script on the 7th floor of the ancient pagoda were extremely powerful, even surpassing her own comprehension, she would still no malicious intentions at all. This is what Long Yu appreciates. It seems that in this world where martial arts are respected, not all of them are bandit martial artists like Yan Xing and Xiao Ziji who want to snatch good things when they see them. Passing the 400th floor. Following Shu Chan's words, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda shook for a while, and then, the shaking did not stop at all, but intensified instead. Long Yu passed through the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and could see that under Shu Chan's power, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda pierced sharply upwards in a turbulent flow like an arrow. There is a distance of tens of thousands of feet between every two layers of Sky Gang, but the ancient dragon bone pagoda promoted by Shu Quan can fly across this distance in just a few breaths. Above the 400th floor, it is really turbulent. If I break into it with my current level of martial arts, the only way to die is. Looking at the surging airflow outside, Long Yu couldn't help but change his expression slightly. You're joking. Shu Quan said lightly, based on your current cultivation, you will not be able to reach the 400th floor of the sky by yourself. Hey, that's right. Long Yu scratched his head. Soon, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda continued to fly upwards, breaking through layer after layer of wind from the sky, and Shu Chan's expression changed from casual at first to slightly dignified now. The more you go up, the more you want to break through the higher level of the wind of the sky, the more violent the wind of the sky will become, forming waves of hurricanes, accompanied by some mysterious and tyrannical power, enough to smash those who are not strong enough into it. Even the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, some places that were smashed by the beast king of the kingly secret realm before, are now even more dilapidated by the Tiangang air current. Fortunately, with the power of Shu Quan on the ancient Longka pagoda and Long Yu did not encounter any strong impact. The 700th layer of heaven. The 800th floor Tiangang. Except for Wu Xiu who stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers, I am afraid that no one can come to such a high-altitude place. At this moment, the celestial airflow around the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has become stronger and stronger, not to mention Long Yu, even Wu Xiu of the heavenly tribulation realm will be smashed to pieces in an instant. Soon, the 900th floor Tiangang has successfully broken through. Getting ready to leave Tianyu Island. Shu Quan reminded in a deep voice, and then Long Yu felt a strong shock, not only from the body, but also seemed to penetrate his whole body, reaching the depths of his mind. At the moment when he broke through the 1000th layer of Tiangang, Long Yu's mind became blank. When Long Yu woke up and opened his eyes again, he found that he was suspended in a very high altitude, and was being carried by someone, flying towards the front continuously. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has automatically retracted into the 9 nether dragon scales, and the one who is leading the dragon is the little princess Shu Quan in a short black skirt. In front of Shu Quan and Long Yu, there was a magnificent sea of clouds, which ebbed and flowed just like the sea, and a round of scorching red sun hung in the sky, making the entire sea of clouds illuminated into a crimson color. You're awake? Shu Quan smiled slightly. When you pass through the 1000 layers of the sky, the wind and air flow in the sky are turbulent, and those who have not stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers will be unconscious for a period of time because of this, but the time of your coma surprised me a bit. People are much shorter. How long have I been in a coma? Where is it now? Long Yu asked aloud, only to realize that his voice was a little hoarse. Obviously, the vibration of the wind from the sky made him still feel a little uncomfortable in his body. I've been in a coma for more than 3 hours, and where I am now is naturally in my Shura County territory. Shu Chan smiled tenderly and said, "Look back." Hearing this, Long Yu looked back, and this glance made him unable to help but open his eyes, because what he saw turned out to be an extremely huge floating island. This floating island is in the shape of an inverted triangle. Looking at it from a distance, you can still feel the hugeness of this floating island in the sea of clouds. "This is Tianyu Island?" Long Yu couldn't help asking. "Good." Shu Chan nodded. "I have been in a coma for more than 3 hours, and you have been flying with me at this speed, but you only flew such a small distance?" Looking at the giant floating Tianyu Island that almost occupied his entire field of vision, Long Yu couldn't help but feel a little inconceivable. Although Tianyu Island is an island, its size is extremely large. Among the hundreds of floating islands within the jurisdiction of Shura County, it is considered to be extremely large. Shu Chan said, "Until now, the celestial wind on Tianyu Island will still affect our actions, and we need to fly forward for another 7 or 8 hours before we can completely leave the range of Tianyu Island." Sharp. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This heavenly mandate island, just the height of the 1,000-layer sky gang, is beyond ordinary people's imagination, and the size of the entire Tianyu Island is certainly not that small. Above the sea of clouds, Tianyu Island floated quietly, and the wind and airflow of the surrounding sky were surging, causing vortices to continuously condense in the surrounding sea of clouds and spread farther away. Such a magnificent scene was something Long Yu had never seen in his previous and present lives, and it undoubtedly shocked him from the bottom of his heart. "Now, even if I want to go back to Tianyu Island, I'm afraid I can't do it?" Long Yu smiled helplessly. "That's natural. If you want to break through the 1,000th layer of Tian Gang, you must step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, otherwise you will not be able to withstand the impact of the wind from the Tian Gang." Shu Chan said it as a matter of course. Long Yu nodded, then felt the air around him, and felt that after leaving Tianyu Island, the aura of heaven and earth contained in the surrounding air was obviously much stronger, at least twice as strong as it was on Tianyu Island. That is to say, in this world, Wuxiu's cultivation speed is at least twice as fast as that of Wuxiu on Tianyu Island. Of course, the achievements that martial arts can achieve are still related to their own talents. If the talents are not enough, no matter how fast the speed of absorbing the world's aura is, what's the use if they can't break through the bottleneck of the realm? Correct. Long Yu suddenly remembered something, so he turned his head and asked Shu Chan, "Do you know the Hell Demon seed?" Hell Demon species? You mean, Guixia County's method of controlling people's spirit? Shu Chan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "This princess knows about this stuff, but you, who have never left Tianyu Island, how could you have heard of Hell Demon seed?" "I was on Tianyu Island, and a friend's father fell victim to this devil seed from hell." Long Yu frowned slightly. "Is he still saved?" Tianyu Island. Shu Chan's eyebrows frowned slightly, and then stretched out. "My princess only knows that if someone in Mayajura County is corrupted by the hell devils in Guixia County, my father will definitely send someone to observe." "You sure?" Long Yu was dubious. After all, he didn't see anyone watching Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing. "That's natural. Will the princess still lie?" Shu Chan was a little displeased. "I'm not very clear about the specifics, but there's no way to get rid of the devil seeds of hell for the time being, and my father can only send someone to watch them all the way. In addition, there is a glass moon palace on Tianyu Island. She is the eyeliner of Mayajura County, maybe she knows more about this." Glazed Moon Palace. Long Yu suddenly thought that when he met the people from Liliu Palace for the first time, he thought of Ling Longyu, the adopted daughter of Mo Shangjian, the Xiong family's Mo family, in Datong. The people in Liliu Palace are all covered with veils, and Ling Longyu is also covered with veils, and Ling Longyu is also the adopted daughter of Mo Shangjian. Could it be that this Ling Longyu was secretly monitoring Lu Qing? This is interesting. Thinking in Longyu's heart, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since someone was watching, the situation would be much better, and he didn't have to worry too much about the situation over there. What is this ghost county? After Long Yu figured this out, he continued to ask about topics he was interested in. Guixia County is a county king's territory adjacent to our Azura County. It also belongs to the territory of the Tianqing dynasty. Among them, most of the martial arts are ghost crying, and the martial arts they practice and the laws and divine writings they comprehend are extremely powerful. Shu Chan introduced. At the same time, my father, King Shura, has always been on the opposite side of King Guixia. What is the Tianqing dynasty? Long Yu asked again. The world of martial arts is divided by country. The state owns an empire, there is a dynasty, and there is also a royal court, and the strength is weakened in order. Shu Chan casually talked about what she knew since she was a child. The Tianqing dynasty is the dynasty to which my Shura County belongs, and it is ruled by a powerful man in the imperial realm. The king's Dao secret realm is also divided into 3 different realms, the king realm, the emperor realm, and the emperor realm. Each realm is stronger than the last. My father is only a king realm martial artist, so he became a county king under the Tianqing dynasty. Listening to these words introduced by Shu Chan, Long Yu now has a general understanding of the world of martial arts. It turns out that the world of Shenwu is divided according to the same country as the Tianyu continent. However, the weakest country type here, Wang Ting, is ruled by at least one martial arts expert from the king's Dao secret realm. The strength of the country is many times stronger. If you have not stepped into the secret realm of the royal way, you will not be qualified to create a country at all. This also shows that in the environment of the Shenwu world, magical mystic realms are extremely common existences. Long Yu is now the human brilliant realm in the mystic realm of heaven and man. He has just arrived in the world of divine martial arts, not to mention in the entire world of divine martial arts, even in the mere Shura County, he is considered a very weak existence. If you really want to become my subordinate, it's actually not that easy. At least, you have to have the cultivation base of the mystical ability secret realm. Shu Chan suddenly smiled and said, from the secret realm of heaven and man to the secret realm of supernatural powers, it is not easy to say, but it is not difficult to say that it is difficult. If you have enough talent, it is very easy to comprehend supernatural powers. If you are not talented enough, it will be troublesome, maybe it won't be possible to step into the mystical realm for decades. Of course, since the princess chose you as his subordinate, of course he is interested in your talent. With the help of my training resources in Azura County, I believe you can grow up quickly. Shu Chan's words made Long Yu look forward to it. It seems that Shu Chan is preparing to train him vigorously. If he has enough training resources, Long Yu really feels that his realm will improve very quickly. In Huangsha Tiancheng, there are some heaven-level pills and earth-level soldiers brought back by the first generation of city lords. In just 100 years, Huangsha Tiancheng has been built into one of the 7 strongest forces in today's world. It is conceivable how powerful the training resources that the Princess Shura can provide are. It will take at least 7 or 8 days to reach our Shura Valley. During this time, you can rest first, or try to comprehend your divine power. Shu Chan said to Long Yu. The black crystal teardrop earrings hanging on her earlobes looked extremely dazzling in the sunlight. Long Yu nodded, and paid a little attention to the earring of the little princess, but didn't pay much attention to it. This earring is definitely not for decoration, it should be some kind of powerful soldier, but no matter what, it has nothing to do with the current Long Yu. Shu Chan's strength was much stronger than his, and he couldn't guess her fighting style at all. The little princess emitted a black light barrier all over her body, leading Long Yu forward together, and for Long Yu to resist the wind from the surrounding sky. It wasn't until several hours later that the wind and air flow of the sky finally gradually weakened until it disappeared. But now Long Yu has been immersed in the comprehension of the power of the divine script. This kind of divine script power, let's call it siphon divine script. While comprehending the power of the multicolored glow in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Long Yu knew that this was an extremely powerful power that he could comprehend now, and that he had to comprehend this power if he wanted to gain a foothold in Shura County. You know, this is a tyrannical force that even Xuan can't stop praising. The Siphon Divine Script seems to have no specific lines, but if you comprehend it, you should be able to observe something. If you use this kind of power in battle, it will definitely be unexpected and the effect will be excellent. Long Yu thought in his heart. It's a pity that the power of divinity is not something he can easily grasp now. Several hours passed, but he still failed to comprehend the slightest bit of the siphoning divine text. Immediately afterwards, he took out the engraving of the divine script obtained from the Tiansha forest, and began to comprehend the power of the divine script with the attribute of life. There are 8 types of divine writing attributes, and the divine writing of the life attribute is the most difficult to obtain in Xuan's mouth. Long Yu was also looking forward to the power of this divine script, and because of the existence of the divine script, the speed at which Long Yu could comprehend this divine script seemed to be much faster. Whether you can comprehend the divine script mainly depends on the effort of the first 7 days. If you can't comprehend it in 7 days, there is almost no need to continue. It happened that Xuan took Long Yu and had to fly for 7 or 8 days before arriving at the destination. During this time, Long Yu was going to use it to try to comprehend the divine script of that kind of life attribute. The divine power of the life attribute obtained by Long Yu can allow him to regenerate as quickly as possible after being injured, such as broken arms and legs. That is to say, if one can comprehend the divine power of this life attribute, Long Yu's self-healing ability will become extremely powerful. Combined with the physical body tempered by the law of lightning, it is really extremely difficult to be killed by others, unless it is the opponent's strength is much stronger than Long Yu's. Then let me tell you to heal yourself. Long Yu thought in his heart, this divine inscription did not express its power in the shape of a character, so Long Yu had to think of a name for it himself. Divine character attributes are divided into 8 major attributes, and the life attribute is the most rare one. According to Xuan, the divine character engraving of the life attribute is an extremely rare treasure in the entire Shura County. It is very difficult to see divine script seals on Tianyu Island, but in Shura County, it is not a rare thing, because this is the world of martial arts. In the world of Shenwu, not only the engraving of the divine text, but also the resources generated in the world such as the Tianbei, are much more than those on Tianyu Island. In Shuluo County, the law of the sky tablet is nothing, only the power of the law of the crystal level will be taken seriously. Of course, it is not easy to comprehend the laws of the sky crystal level, even in Azura County, because the laws of the sky crystal level can only be comprehended by the cultivation mentality handed down by certain forces for a long time, unlike the engraving of the divine text, which can buy it with money. In a sense, the power of the heavenly crystal level law is no less than that of the ordinary divine power. 7 days is the time limit for comprehending the power of divine scriptures. Long Yu used the next 7 days to comprehend the engraving of the life attribute divine script, during which time his comprehension of the self-healing divine script became more and more profound. Only on the 3rd day, he had already comprehended 1,000th of the self-healing divine power. I have the engraving of the divine script, that is to say, the comprehensible power of the divine script is not only 1/10, but I can even fully comprehend the divine script. Long Yu's eyes brightened. It takes 3 days to comprehend 1,000th, which is a good momentum. This made Xuan, who had been carrying Long Yu forward in midair, a little surprised. She knew that Long Yu had comprehended the divine script of Yuzi, which was extremely powerful, but she did not expect that Long Yu also had a strong comprehension of the divine script power of the life attribute. So talented. When the 7th day came, Long Yu actually directly comprehended 1% of the power of the self-healing divine script. This speed is not too fast, but to be able to comprehend the power of the divine script of the attribute of shadow and at the same time the power of divine script of the attribute of life so quickly, your talent is indeed far beyond ordinary people. A smile appeared on Shu Chan's pretty face, and said with a smile, "Is everyone's speed of comprehension of the 8 attributes different?" Long Yuxing turned around and asked a question. "Of course it's different." Shu Chan nodded, and looked forward. Most people only have a stronger ability to comprehend one of the attributes of the divine script, and this is the attribute that can be tested by the attribute stone. But there are also people like you, have a strong ability to comprehend 2 or more divine texts. It seems that I should be thankful that my talent is good. Long Yu smiled and said. He raised his head, and saw a mountain range that was as tall as the sky appeared in front of Shu Chan flying with him. The entire mountain range occupied Long Yu's entire field of vision, compared to when he first left Tanyu Island. Looking at Tanyu Island was even more shocking. This mountain range presents a dense green as a whole, with lush forests and thick white mist floating around, making the whole mountain range look extremely ethereal, and the scenes in it all become vague and unreal. This is the Shura mountain range, where the Shura Valley is located. Shu Chan introduced, "You follow me to the Azure Mountains, and you will first cultivate for 3 months, and then follow me to participate in the third part of the selection." Then what is the third link? Long Yu frowned slightly. Adventure, do you like it? Shu Chan smiled slyly, then raised her hand, and led Long Yu into the forest green mountain range. A burst of yin qi rushed towards Long Yu's face, but it didn't make him feel any discomfort. It really is a talent suitable for us in Shura County. Shu Chan once again glanced at Long Yu from head to toe, and said with satisfaction, "Ordinary martial artists often tremble when they come to the Shura Mountains, but you seem to be more refreshed like a fish in water." Cool. I do not know why either. Long Yu smiled. Maybe it has something to do with my own attributes. Well, judging from the shadow attribute divine text you have comprehended, your main attribute should be the shadow attribute, so the power of our Azure Mountains is more acceptable. Shu Chan nodded. When the two entered the Shura Mountains, there was only a large piece of green in their eyes, which filled the entire line of sight. At the same time, there was also an unreal white mist, which drifted between the mountains and forests, and surrounded the bodies of the two, bringing a trace of white mist. Chilling. Somebody is coming. Shu Chan suddenly said something, which made Long Yu feel a little nervous. After leaving Tanyu Island and coming to the world of Shenwu, it was the first time he saw someone other than Shu Chan. Of course, he was a little nervous, and even though Shu Chan was the princess of Shura County, there was no guarantee that she had no enemies in Shura County. Soon, the figures of more than a dozen martial artists flew out of the white mist at the mouth of the valley in front of them, and greeted Shu Chan and Long Yu. "It's my father's 2 disciples." Shu Chan quickly saw the other person's face clearly, and frowned slightly. "Your father's disciple, do you hate it?" Seeing her expression, Long Yu asked a little strangely. "That's not true, it's just that these 2 guys are quite troublesome." Shu Chan shook her head. "My father took in 4 disciples in his life, all of which were specially for me after my mother gave birth to me. Their accusation is to protect my safety after I grow up." 4 disciples, how strong are they? Long Yu asked. Of course it's already a mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Shu Chan smiled slightly. Our Azure County has very rich training resources, which are definitely not comparable to yours on Tanyu Island. What's more, my father only accepts these 4 apprentices in his life. Naturally, we must choose the most talented martial arts. Following Shu Chan's words, the dozen or so figures that greeted them finally left the white mist, and came in front of Long Yu and Shu Chan. Long Yu glanced at the dozen or so people, and saw that among the 12 people in total, there were 2 flying in the front, exuding a domineering aura similar to Shu Chan's, and they seemed to be the experts of the mystical ability secret realm. Of these two people, one is a handsome young man wearing a black cloth shirt and holding a folding fan, and the other is a beautiful woman in a pink dress with jade-like skin that is faintly visible and touching. Eldest brother, Tian Xinghe, fourth senior sister, Bai Qing. Xu Chan introduced Long Yu calmly. Tian Xinghe, a young man in a black shirt, and Bai Qing, a woman in a long pink dress, are one of the 4 disciples of Xu Chan's father. The two flew towards each other, and when they saw Xu Chan coming back with Long Yu, their expressions didn't change. Princess, you are finally back. Senior brother has been waiting for you for a long time. The young man in black shirt looked like a gentleman, but his eyes were full of eagerness when he looked at Xu Chan. Anyone could see his desire for Xu Chan. After all, she is the princess of Shura County and the daughter of the king of Shura County. Xu Chan's status in Shura County is self-evident, which made her the dream lover of countless people. Xu Chan nodded slightly, which was regarded as a return to the other party, but it was obviously unwilling to talk too much. This made the young man in black, Tian Xinghe, a little embarrassed, and then glanced at Long Yu behind Xu Chan, with a look of pride and disdain in his eyes. Princess, this person is the one you brought back during this trip. How is his talent? Have you tested it with attribute stones? Tian Xinghe asked with some disdain. His talent is naturally incomparable to yours, but I don't need your approval to find someone to be my subordinate. Xu Chan said lightly, Long Yu, let's go. Long Yu nodded, followed Xu Chan and headed towards Yakong. He could tell that Xu Chan was quite impatient with Tian Xinghe. He seemed to be an extremely difficult guy, and Long Yu, as Xu Chan's subordinate, of course would not have much to say to Tian Xinghe. Boy. Tian Xinghe stared at Long Yu, and suddenly said, as a dog of the princess, you must recognize your identity, and everything must be for the sake of the princess, and even dying for the princess is what you should do. However, if you have any unreasonable thoughts about the princess, then you are treasonous, and you are the enemy of Shura County, and you will definitely be wiped out. The undisguised contempt and disdain in Xinghe's eyes made Long Yu squint his eyes. Long Yu, don't listen to him, let's go. Xu Chan turned her head, glanced at Tian Xinghe, and said in a cold voice, Tian Xinghe, this princess is not the same kind of person as you. Don't use your methods to impose on this princess. Princess, I'm just educating the slaves for you. Tian Xinghe didn't care about Xu Chan's bad tone at all, but said lightly, speaking of which, why is this kid so talented? At this time, Bai Qing, a woman in a pink long dress not far away, smiled charmingly, Princess, this kid looks to be in his 20s, and he is talented and talented. Don't you think he is too weak? Is it? However, since the princess brought him back, then he must have some kind of superiority. How about this, the weakest person under my command is the cultivation base of the heavenly tribulation realm, why not let my men, with what do you think of the princess, what do you think? As soon as these words came out, both Xu Chan and Long Yu raised their heads and cast their gazes behind Bai Qing. Behind Bai Qing, Yakong followed 5 subordinates. 4 of them were strong men in the heavenly realm, and only one young man was only in the human robbery realm. However, on the surface, even this young man with a cultivation base of celebrity robbery is much more tyrannical than Long Yu. As soon as Bai Qing's proposal came out, she and the group of black-shirted youth Tian Xinghe immediately showed anticipation on their faces. Originally, they didn't think much of Long Yu, and the reason was that Long Yu was only in the human brilliant realm. Now that Bai Qing proposed to let his subordinates, the youth in the robbery realm, compete with Long Yu, it couldn't be better. Moreover, Bai Qing also gave a reason that Xu Chan couldn't refuse. Why do you want to accept Long Yu as your subordinate? There must be something extraordinary. Since he has some advantages, he must not be afraid of the challenge of a young man who is in a robbery. Hearing Bai Qing's proposal, Xu Chan's eyes were crescent-like crescent moons, and she smiled sweetly, since the 4th senior sister proposed so, then Long Yu, you should compete with this little brother. But Xu Chan had seen Long Yu in the Huangsha Tiancheng, took advantage of his unpreparedness, and defeated Yu Wenliang, a strong man in the Tianhua realm. Even if the martial arts from the outside world are stronger than the martial arts on Tianyu Island at the same level, they are not too strong. Xu Chan can be sure that if it is against Yu Wenliang who is in the heavenly brilliance realm, Bai Qing's young men who are in the celebrity tribulation realm will definitely have no chance of winning. That being the case, if the other party wants to humiliate themselves, why not satisfy the other party? Let's discuss it, but it's too boring if it's just a discussion. Why don't we raise our bets? Long Yu also smiled and squinted his eyes. The reaction of the two of them was completely beyond Bai Qing's expectation, causing a look of doubt in her eyes. It stands to reason that if a martial artist in the human brilliance realm is against a martial artist in the tribulation realm, the probability of winning is very small. In the entire Shura County, there are very few martial arts with such a tyrannical talent who can surpass the first level of martial arts and defeat their opponents. Under such circumstances, Xu Chan should refuse Bai Qing's challenge to avoid losing face. But now, both Xu Chan and Long Yu readily agreed, and not only that, they even asked both parties to raise their bets a bit. The handsome Tian Xinghe had a playful look on his face. "Princess, we are just discussing friendship, why do we need to make any bets? Your new recruit is too presumptuous. How can we have room for him to speak?" After saying this, Tian Xinghe looked at Long Yu with disdain, apparently not paying attention to him. What he says is what it is. Why, doesn't fourth senior sister dare to place a bet? But Xu Chan smiled casually. "Long Yu, if you win, the princess will give you conditions, and keeping them will not hurt you. But if you lose, you have to let the other party raise conditions. What do you think?" "Good." Long Yu glanced at Xu Chan and nodded immediately. Xu Chan's words were obviously trying to help him gain benefits. If he wins at that time, Xu Chan will obviously make Bai Qing bleed and win some excellent treasures for Long Yu. And even if Long Yu lost, the opponent would not be able to do anything to Xu Chan, even because of Xu Chan's face. It would be impossible to even kill Long Yu, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the princess. Such a condition, what reason does Long Yu not agree to? What's more, Long Yuka didn't think that he would not be able to defeat a boy in the heavenly tribulation realm. Even if this boy was born and raised in the Shura County of the divine martial world, he might be much stronger than the heavenly tribulation realm martial artist on Tianyu Island. For you, that's all. Princess, it seems that you have great confidence in your subordinate. Tian Xinghe said with a smile on the side. Anyway, even if he loses the bet, he is not the one who loses. He is happy to see the conflict between Bai Qing's subordinates and Long Yu, and it is best to get rid of Long Yu. Of course, this is more difficult to do, at least it is almost impossible to do it in front of Xu Chan. That's natural, fourth senior sister, I haven't asked you what the name of this subordinate is? Xu Chan glanced at the young man who was a celebrity, and asked with a smile. My lord, my name is Xuezeshen, and I come from Bai, Shura County. There was a little excitement on that young man's face, maybe it was the first time he saw Xu Chan, the legendary Shu Luo princess, which made his face flushed. Alright, Xuezeshen, your opponent is called Long Yu. Xu Chan smiled faintly. You have to remember that Long Yu will be one of the strongest subordinates of this princess in the future, and maybe one day he will be able to surpass this princess. If you fight Long Yu today, you have to show your strength. Come with all your strength. These words made the young Xuezeshen's face turn red with excitement. Long Yu will be the strongest subordinate of the princess in the future. Then if he, Xuezeshen, can defeat Long Yu, wouldn't it mean that he can make the princess appreciate it? This is a great opportunity for Xuezeshen. In just a few words, Xu Chan blocked Xuezeshen's back path, forcing him to use his strongest strength. In this way, if he lost in the end, Bai Qing would have no reason to refuse. Admit defeat. Long Yu has a better understanding of Xu Chan's character. This seemingly charming little princess is a female devil through and through. If anyone annoys her, there will be no good fruit. Bai Qing, a charming woman in a long pink dress, of course heard the meaning of Xu Chan's words, and secretly felt a little upset, but of course she didn't show it. Facing Xu Chan, Bai Qing didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. Even if Xu Chan blocked his way out, he had nothing to say. Xuezhen, you go, remember to use all your strength, you must not hold back, you know? Bai Qing turned his face to the side, and reminded the excited flushed boy. Xuezhen will do his best. When the young man faced Bai Qing, he felt an extra sense of loyalty and gratitude, which was completely different from the respect he had for Xu Chan. Xuezhen stood up, holding a pair of metal hook warriors in his hands. On this pair of metal hooks, some kind of extremely tyrannical power of law shone. Long Yu also stood up, wearing a black robe, moving with the wind, but his hands were empty. Xu Chan and the others stepped back, leaving a large space for the two of them to engage in a combat. Although your martial arts realm is not as good as mine, I will still give my best. If you can't resist, don't blame me. Xuezhen looked at Long Yu with a solemn expression, his eyes full of desire to fight. He wanted to perform well in front of the princess, and repay Bai Qing's cultivation of him. Go ahead. Long Yu was calm and composed. Yu Kong flew, not at all guilty of facing a martial artist who was one stage higher than himself. Accept it, Soul Hook. A ferocious look flashed across Xuezhen's eyes, and then the pair of metal hooks in his hand shone with a stern brilliance, and flew towards Long Yu in a whirl, bringing up 2 gusts of ghostly winds, and a gust of air along the way. It's a mysterious martial art. Long Yu's expression didn't change. He was mere Xian-level martial arts, there was no way to defeat him. Yellow Spring Barrier. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the aura of the 9 serenities immediately radiated out, forming a barrier of the underworld in front of him, which was pitch black and deep, as if it could withstand all attacks. The Yellow Spring Barrier did not disappoint Long Yu. Facing Xuezhen's mysterious move, Soul Hook, the Yellow Spring Barrier easily resisted it, making Xuezhen's desire to fight even stronger in his eyes. Very well, this is just my tentative attack. You have proved that you are qualified to let me use my full strength. Xuezhen stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Although he was a young man, the fierce look in his eyes made people feel a kind of fear of death. Xuezhen, a talented young man from Bai, Shuluo County, can be selected by Bai Qing as his subordinate, so his strength and talent needless to say. The pair of metal hooks in his hands were constantly flying around his body, exuding a terrifying aura. Sky-seizing hook. Following Xuezhen's stern shout, the pair of metal hooks flew out of the sky immediately, and in the process of spinning towards Long Yu, blood shadows condensed all over the sky, rushing towards Long Yu like a tide. Earth-level martial arts. Long Yu immediately felt the strength of the opponent's martial skill. It was definitely a mid-level earth-level martial skill, or even a top-level earth-level martial skill, and Xuezhen had already cultivated it to at least the peak level. As soon as the seizing hook was released, blood shadows were all over Long Yu's surroundings. These blood shadows seemed to absorb all the spiritual energy in the entire space, and then turned it into attack energy, blasting Long Yu's body. Reincarnation Barrier. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the aura of the 9 netherness radiated from his whole body, condensing into a barrier of reincarnation. If that was the case, he might not be able to resist the opponent's sky-grabbing hook, but at the same time, Long Yu also activated the 9 nether dragon scale, and began to borrow the 9 nether chi from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. After resonating with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Long Yu can borrow the 9 nether chi stored in the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda to enhance the power of various martial arts related to the 9 nether chi. As soon as the barrier of reincarnation came out, it spread out immediately, covering Long Yu's whole body, and then he was bombarded by the blood shadow all over the sky, and there was a terrifying sound, like 1,000 ghosts mourning, or like 1,000 ghosts roaring. Haha, it's actually the power of rebound. Shuo Zetian laughed loudly, as if he had suffered the destructive power of the blood shadow rebounded from the reincarnation barrier, but he was not affected in any way. The blood shadows dissipated. Long Yu only saw that Shuo Zetian just casually raised his hand, and dispersed the blood shadows absorbed by the seizing hook. Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and indeed from this Shuo Zetian, he felt a completely different style from that of the martial arts in the human tribulation realm on Tianyu Island. The martial arts from the outside world are indeed much stronger than the martial arts on Tianyu Island at the same level. Wake up the reincarnation of the palm, and lie drunk in the underworld. Long Yu still blasted out these two moves one after another. The two fists condensed the air of the 9 secluded worlds, and the spirit of the underworld suddenly flashed, trying to restrain Shuo Zetian inside. However, Shuo Zetian's ghostly energy erupted all over his body, and with a twist of his hooks, he easily dispelled the invisible ghost of the underworld. The road to the underworld spread out. Shuo Zetian used the seizing hook again. Blood shadows flew and condensed, completely crushing the road to the underworld into pieces. The two martial arts that Long Yu used to deal with many tyrannical opponents finally failed to produce any effect at this moment. The 9 nether chi exploded in the audience. Although Shuo Zetian felt a kind of pressure, he couldn't suppress his strength after all. Even the power of awakening Palm Samsara covered Shuo Zetian's whole body, but it was dissolved by the burst of Dao Tian blood shadow in an instant. You are the only Huajing Wuxiu who can fight me for so long and pose a slight threat to me. The young Shuo Zetian stared at Long Yu closely, with a fanatical desire to fight in his eyes. The more this is the case, the more impossible it is for me to show mercy to you. Take it. The pair of metal hooks in Shuo Zetian's hands immediately danced along with his figure, and unexpectedly outlined a huge blood shadow that looked like an ancient god, appearing in the midair. Seizing the Skyhook Emperor. As soon as the huge blood shadow appeared, it immediately exuded a terrifying coercion, which reflected Long Yu's whole body in blood red, as if his whole body was dripping with fresh blood. I don't think I've seen this kind of martial skill before. By the way, the imperial summoning spirit technique of the Chu family of the royal family. Long Yu looked at the huge blood shadow holding double hooks in front of him, and suddenly recalled what happened in the Tang dynasty at that time. Isn't the Emperor Shuo Zetian summoned by the young Shuo Zetian exactly the same as that summoned by the summoning Emperor spirit technique at that time? Does the Emperor of the Great Sword look the same? However, this huge blood shadow seizing the Skyhook Emperor is naturally much more tyrannical than the Great Sword Emperor summoned by the members of the Chu family back then. True Spirit. The alternation of the sun, the moon, and the true spirit suddenly appeared behind Long Yu, and the light of the moon-killing knife swept towards the huge blood shadow in an instant, bringing an incomparable gust of wind, as if it wanted to blow the huge blood shadow, the Emperor Duo Tian hook, to the sky. Shredded. However, the huge blood shadow of the Emperor Duo Tian hook easily slapped away all the light of the moon-killing saber with just a slap of both hands. It turned out to be vulnerable. It seems that the law of the Tianbei is really nothing in this world of martial arts. Any boy who is in the realm of robbery can have such strength. Long Yu's face became more solemn. He didn't know that this Shuo Zetian was not just a random young man who robbed the realm, but a strong man with unparalleled talent that Bai Qing found after traveling all over the Shura County. In terms of potential, Shuo Zetian is definitely at the forefront of the younger generation in Shura County. Among the martial arts cultivators in the entire Azura County, this Shuo Zetian can be regarded as one of the most capable people. Facing such an opponent, Long Yu knew that if he still fought in the same way as before, it would be absolutely impossible to deal with him. If you want to fight Shuo Zetian, you must come up with the fighting method you learned during the fight against the tide of alien beasts, and after that. 9 Nether Laws, Divine Light of Heaven. A stern look flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and his hands condensed the divine light of heaven, and a burst of dark divine light suddenly condensed into a beam, swept towards Shui Zetian, and suddenly exploded in midair. The divine light of heaven, activated by the law of the netherworld, is extremely powerful, and even if it is cast by Long Yu in the human blossom realm, it can pose a strong threat to Shui Zetian. The divine light of the divine light exploded, enveloping Shui Zetian's whole body, but the pair of metal hooks spun out, leading Shui Zetian easily out of the explosion range of the divine light, towards Long Yu come galloping. The blood shadow of seizing the sky. Shui Zetian's eyes flickered fiercely, he let out a stern shout, and suddenly a burst of aura belonging to the law of heaven and earth at the level of Tianjing burst out, and blood shadows flew all over the sky, killing Long Yu. At the same time, the huge blood shadow figure, which was Shui Zetian's summoned duo Tian Hook Emperor, also charged towards Long Yu at the same time. Just the terrifying coercion it exudes is enough to completely suppress the ordinary martial arts in the human brilliant realm, making them unable to move at all. Even for Long Yu, the blood in his body seemed to be completely frozen, making it difficult for the profound energy in his body to circulate. The sun erupts. Long Yu urges the wings of the Taiyin, bursting out the qi of the Taiyin, and immediately relieved his suppressed situation, but it is a pity that even so, he could not completely shake off the oppressive pressure of the opponent. This is the power of the complete explosion of the sky crystal level law. A look of surprise flashed in Long Yu's eyes. When he was on Tianyu Island, although he saw many people displaying the artistic conception, charm, and even the general trend or domain of the sky crystal level law, but those who really comprehended the law were not able to see it after all. Unexpectedly, in the first battle after leaving Tianyu Island, Long Yu saw the tyranny of the heavenly crystal law. Just the imposing coercion can make Long Yu lose most of his combat power. Faced with such a situation, Long Yu had no choice but to unleash all his strength. 9 explosions of Yulong, dragon chanting dark sky snow. With a thought in his mind, Long Yu finally displayed the great desolation level martial skill, the 4th explosion of the 9 explosions of Yulong, Longyin Anti-Angsu. As a sound of dragon chant came from the distant wilderness, black snowflakes completely filled around Long Yu's body, completely dispelling Shui Zetian's imposing aura of heavenly crystal level law of the sky-shattering blood shadow. At the same time, the first 3 explosions of Yulong's 9 explosions were displayed by Long Yu in sequence. The first explosion, Head Start. This explosion directly blasted the huge blood shadow figure, Duo Tian Hook Emperor, into several pieces. The second explosion, the Phantom Dragon Chant. 7 dragon chants in succession sounded together, instantly shocking Shui Zetian on the spot, and a violent blast of air flow behind him sent Shui Zetian flying away. The third explosion, the Mind Blast, completely acted on Shui Zetian, who was thrown away, instantly making him dizzy from being frightened. Break it! Long Yu took a step forward, and raised his hand to condense the 4-color law of heaven and earth. The divine light of heaven exploded, completely destroying the huge blood shadow of the soaring Hook Emperor. His series of outbursts made all the people watching the battle stare wide-eyed, some couldn't believe it. This kid, who is just a guy in the human brilliance realm, is able to erupt with such a tyrannical force, blasting Shui Zetian, who is in the human tribulation realm, away. It's simply unbelievable. What kind of martial skill was that move just now? It seems to be stronger than a heaven-level martial skill. Behind Bai Qing, the 5 Tianjing subordinates were whispering, each of them had a strong interest in the martial arts, displayed by the Dragon Palace. This kid just came from a floating island. How could he comprehend a martial skill that surpassed the sky level? In my opinion, maybe he just comprehended an earth-level martial skill that has reached the transformation level? I've seen someone perform a prefecture-level martial skill that has been comprehended to the level of transformation. The power is far from being so powerful, but it can stand up to an existence that is 1 level higher than myself in the martial arts realm. There was a lot of discussion among the people, and the topic was inseparable from the Yulong 9 explosion martial skill that Long Yu had just performed. Of course they can't be sure. Long Yu's move is indeed a powerful martial skill that surpasses the heavenly level, the great wilderness level martial skill. With one move, the dragon chant resounded through the sky one after another, instantly breaking Zhuo Zetian's aura of the sky crystal law, and blasting Zhuo Zetian away. Even Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe, two experts in the mystical ability secret realm, looked at Long Yu with admiration. Among them, Bai Qing's eyes shone with jealousy, and she was somewhat displeased that Xu Chuan could find such a talented guy as his subordinate, while Tian Xinghe's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Although it was only for a moment, Long Yu was keenly aware of this trace of killing intent. This guy wants to kill me. You must be careful about this person in the future. Long Yu didn't go to see Tian Xinghe, so as not to be noticed by him, but just reminded himself to be careful. Cough. Zhuo Zetian, a young man in the human tribulation realm who was sent flying by Long Yu's Yulong 9 explosion, managed to support himself during his fall. The wobbly Yukong flew up, and did not fall all the way down the valley. What kind of martial art is that? Zhuo Zetian stared at Long Yu while coughing blood. Are you admitting defeat? Of course, Long Yu would not answer the other party's question, but asked calmly. Admit defeat? You think too beautifully. The young Zhuo Zetian sneered, if today I, Zhuo Zetian, lost to you, a boy from a splendid state, how will I gain a foothold in the Shura Valley in the future? Then go on. Long Yu said lightly. Zhuo Zetian didn't wait for Long Yu to finish speaking, and raised his hand directly, and the aura of the sky crystal level law of the Duotian blood shadow came out again, but this time, under the aura of the Duotian blood shadow law, it still with a burst of divine power. Destroying words. A seemingly invincible divine power, accompanied by the imposing coercion of the law of the sky crystal level, surged towards Long Yu, and it arrived in an instant. It is the divine script of 1/10 of the power. Long Yu immediately felt the opponent's divine power, and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It was only 1/10 of the divine power, so it was quite easy to deal with. After all, even in the Azura County of the divine martial world, it is not so easy to get the divine script engraving. Comprehending 1/10 of the divine script's power is quite good. This burst of destructive power contained terrifying destructive power. If he was hit head-on by it, Long Yu didn't know if he would be able to survive. To deal with a boy who is in a tribulation state, he even has to use the power of the Yuzi divine script. Long Yu was a little surprised, but up to now, he didn't care too much about it. If he kept hiding it, he might really be defeated by this young man with many means, Zhuo Zetian. When Long Yu thought about it, the power of the Yuzi divine script spread out from his hands, and spread to the surroundings, as if embellishing the entire valley space into a dark night. Qianyu Xingguang, Yuzi Xuanhuan, light curtain. Long Yu condensed the divine light of heavenly mantra with the divine script of Yuzi, and then condensed it into a pitch-black translucent barrier, completely blocking the oppressive force of the opponent's law of seizing the sky blood shadow and the power of the divine script of destroying characters in the dark light. Off-screen. This is acquired supernatural powers? Many of the spectators changed their expressions. They never thought that this kid who came out of the floating island would actually realize this kind of acquired supernatural power. Long Yu didn't know what acquired supernatural powers were, but he knew that his move successfully resisted Zhuo Zetian's violent power that destroyed the word-destroying divine script. Cryptic script. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's figure disappeared from the midair without a trace, and quietly cast the dragon sparrow, bursting out at an unparalleled speed, holding the void dragon blade, and suddenly appeared behind the young Zhuo Zetian. When Long Yu's figure disappeared after casting the hidden characters, the young Zhuo Zetian didn't react at all when he suddenly appeared. Long Yu held the nether dragon blade, and it was already lying across Zhuo Zetian's neck, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. Zhuo Zetian was just astonished at the acquired supernatural power displayed by Long Yu, which resisted his violent power of destroying characters, and the next moment Long Yu came behind him. "Now, have you conceded defeat?" Long Yu said lightly. "In my dictionary, there is no such word as admitting defeat. Either you try to kill me, or just get the hell out of here." The young Zhuozetian let out a cold snort, and the aura and coercion of the blood shadow law burst out again, wanting to knock Long Yu away. Without any hesitation, Long Yu stabbed obliquely with the nether dragon blade in his hand, wanting to end the young man's life, but he felt a layer of hard existence resisting the nether dragon blade's advance. "I see, it's interesting." Long Yu glanced at it, and saw a layer of black light appearing all over Zhuozetian's body. It turned out to be a defensive barrier released by some kind of soldiers, covering his whole body. This blow by Long Yu failed to kill Zhuozetian directly. But then, he mobilized the power of the Yuzi divine script, and condensed it on the blade of the void Yulong blood. Even though the aura of the mighty Duo Tian blood shadow rushed towards his face, Long Yu didn't flinch in the slightest, but held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and stabbed directly towards Zhuozetian's black light defensive barrier. Puff. Void Yulong blade, the level of this soldier is far higher than that of Zhuozetian's defensive soldier. After incorporating the Yuzi divine script, it completely smashed the black light defensive barrier in one blow. At the same time, Long Yu was repelled far away by the imposing force of the law of Duo Tian blood shadow, and the profound energy in his body was shaken. The power of law comprehended by the young Zhuozetian was indeed tyrannical, which made Long Yu faintly suffer internal injury. However, Long Yu was not afraid of getting hurt. On the one hand, he has a body that has been tempered by Tianlei, which is quite strong, and the serious injuries that should have been suffered will become minor injuries. The injury, just for a moment, has completely recovered. Click. A sound of metal shattering sounded from Zhuozetian's body. Obviously, the defensive soldier he secretly urged was shattered by Long Yu's nether dragon blade. Only then did Zhuozetian's face change. He didn't expect that the martial artist in the human realm of the Long Yu district could threaten his life, and even smashed his last defensive soldier. "Now, do you admit defeat?" Long Yu asked again emphatically, and then cast the hidden character divine script again, and the whole person disappeared from midair. At this time, even those martial arts experts in the heavenly realm who were watching the battle could hardly detect Long Yu's existence, and only Bai Qing, Tian Xinghe, and Xu Chan from the mystical ability secret realm could barely feel where Long Yu was. But in fact, it is impossible to achieve such an effect with just 1/10 of the hidden words. The key point is that Long Yu's own attributes are compatible with the hidden character divine script. Even if he only understands 1/10 of the hidden character divine script, it can exert a stronger effect than ordinary people. Bai Qing was beside her, with a look of unwillingness on her originally charming face. She knew very well what it meant for Long Yu to be able to use hidden characters to hide his figure, which meant that Zhuozetian had no chance of winning against Long Yu. If Zhuozetian can break through and step into the heavenly beginning realm, it is possible to use some means to find the trace of Long Yu through a more sensitive perception of the flow of the law of heaven and earth. But now, Zhuozetian had nothing to do in the face of Long Yu, who had cast the hidden characters. Bai Qing wanted Zhuozetian to admit defeat, but she couldn't say that, otherwise, wouldn't it be a big loss today? Glancing at Bai Qing's expression, Zhuozetian gritted his teeth, extremely unwilling. The blood shadow law of the whole body exploded again, and a coercion enveloped the surrounding audience. He didn't intend to admit defeat. If word got out that he had surrendered to a Huajing Wuxiu, how would he gain a foothold in Shurik County in the future, and what face would he have to face Bai Qing? Even if Bai Qing asked him to admit defeat, he would not do so. "A bastard who hides his head and shows his tail, what right do you have to make me admit defeat?" Zhuozetian snorted coldly, "If you have the guts, come and kill me. I want to see how you want to kill me." The aura and coercion of the Duo Tian blood shadow law has spread. As long as Long Yu appears in this vicinity, he can be keenly aware of it. However, how could Long Yu fall into the other party's trap? Unleashing the aura and coercion of the law of Duo Tian Blood Shadow can prevent Long Yu from sneaking in, but this is a method that consumes a lot of money. Long Yu doesn't need to act now, just wait for a while, which will naturally make Shuo Zetian exhausted. If you do it again at that time, you will be able to suppress the opponent without any suspense. Long Yu hid his figure, and observed Shuo Zetian's movements in the nearby sky from a distance. However, at this moment, Tian Xinghe, who was watching the battle, suddenly smiled and said, "You are useless, I have an invisible war blade here, let me lend it to you first." After saying this, the young man in black raised his hand, flung out a translucent light blade, and threw it directly in front of the young Shuo Zetian. This day, Xinghe actually intervened in the battle, giving Shuo Zetian a heavenly soldier. The invisible battle blade is a mid-level heavenly warrior, and it is considered a treasure in your hands, yet you are willing to take it out. Shu Chan on the side said calmly, "In that case, Long Yu, go on." As soon as the words fell, Shu Chan raised her hand and took out a disc with an ancient atmosphere from her arms, and threw it directly into the air, as if she wanted to use it for a powerful soldier like Long Yu. Shu Chan's move made Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing's expressions change immediately. Just as Bai Qing wanted to remind him, the young Shuo Zetian didn't even think about it, and holding Tian Xinghe's invisible war blade, he flew towards the place where Shu Chan threw the disc of ancient aura. Die. The translucent sky-level soldier, in Shuo Zetian's hands, showed an infinitely sharp luster, and he slashed down. The current Shuo Zetian has never known where Long Yu is, this is his most distressing place, but now that Shu Chan wants to lend the soldiers to Long Yu, Shuo Zetian suddenly thinks that he understands where Long Yu is place. The invisible war blade slashed down, bringing up a whirlwind, breaking through the airflow. If Long Yu was around here, he would definitely be affected by this whirlwind, making it difficult to breathe, but what Shuo Zetian didn't expect was that Long Yu was not here at all. The direction in which Shu Chan threw the disc warrior with ancient aura was not the direction where Long Yu was at all, but the opposite side of Long Yu. At this moment, Shuo Zetian held the invisible war blade and killed the place where the ancient aura disc flew towards, giving Long Yu an excellent opportunity. Of course, Long Yu would not miss such a good opportunity easily. Kill. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu took the opportunity to get behind the young Shuo Zetian, and stabbed him in the back before the opponent could react at all. The power of the Yuzi Xuanhuan, condensed with the infinite aura of the nine netherness, raged in Shuo Zetian's body in an instant. Long Yu's blow did not hit Shuo Zetian's vitals, but it still caused him to be seriously injured, and he let out a muffled groan, spat out a mouthful of black blood. Good cooperation. Not far away, Shu Chan squinted her eyes bent into crescent moons when she smiled, obviously very satisfied with Long Yu's performance. At the beginning, she also wanted to lend the Yuan Pan with the ancient atmosphere to Long Yui. After all, this is a soldier of the Great Desolation level, and it is a powerful existence that she can only have as a princess. But after thinking about it, wouldn't she let Shuo Zetian know where Long Yu was by throwing out soldiers like this? Thinking of this level, Shu Chan threw the Yuan Pan warrior in the opposite direction, which immediately attracted Shuo Zetian and gave Long Yu an excellent opportunity. But Long Yu didn't miss this opportunity, and took the opportunity to seriously injure Shuo Zetian directly. All this happened too fast. Even if Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe wanted to remind Shuo Zetian, they couldn't make it in time. They could only watch helplessly as Long Yu made a move and seriously injured Shuo Zetian. Long Yu then kicked up and kicked Shuo Zetian's body into the dense forest below. Shuo Zetian lost any strength this time, and fell headlong into the valley, startling a flock of birds. Long Yu won. Shu Chan said with a smile on the side. Yes. Bai Qing's appearance was like choking on an egg, as wonderful as it could be. She was a little happy to see Tian Xinghe coming out with the invisible war blade, but she didn't expect that this was the root cause of Shuo Zetian's failure. The invisible war blade was pulled by Tian Xinghe's power and returned to his hand. It's really a waste, so you can be fooled, but it's really the princess. You have a clever plan. Tian Xinghe smiled like a gentleman. He didn't seem to mind that Zhuozetian was seriously injured by Long Yu. In fact, Zhuozetian belongs to Bai Qing, so what does it have to do with him? Although being won by Long Yu made Tian Xinghe feel a little unhappy, but he naturally didn't show his displeasure. Instead, he took the opportunity to flatter Xu Chan. This guy has reached a certain level in life. There is no need to talk nonsense. Xu Chan waved her hands and giggled coquettishly. Fourth senior sister, since your man lost, you have to fulfill your promise. If the princess has any orders, just say it. Bai Qing forced a smile and respected Xu Chan. Didn't you get a human world golden pill a while ago? Give that human world golden pill to Long Yu. Xu Chan said, quite casually. But as soon as she said this, Bai Qing's expression became extremely ugly. Princess, this human golden elixir. I know, it's very precious, but I hope to admit defeat, isn't it? Xu Chan narrowed her eyes. She didn't really want to make things difficult for Bai Qing, but since Bai Qing dared to take the initiative to challenge Long Yu at this time, wouldn't she take Xu Chan seriously? That being the case, Xu Chan will make Bai Qing bleed a lot, to see if she dares to provoke her so easily next time. Regarding Xu Chan's request, Bai Qing was extremely embarrassed, but she had no choice but to obey. Tian Xinghe originally wanted to intercede for Bai Qing, but after seeing Xu Chan's expression, he finally gave up the idea. It seems that the princess really attaches great importance to this kid, which is his blessing. Tian Xinghe said with a faint smile, even the human world golden elixir is willing to give it to him. I hope he will not disappoint the princess. I don't believe so. Xu Chan said directly. It is naturally impossible for Bai Qing to put the human world golden pill on her body. Everyone flew all the way to the depths of the Azure Mountains. On the way, Long Yu felt that many people looked at him full of envy and jealousy. It seemed that it should be an honor to be the subordinate of the little princess. It's a pity that Long Yu never thought of being Xu Chan's subordinate at all. The young Zhuozetian was seriously injured by Long Yu. If he didn't have medicine to treat him, he would die. Bai Qing asked someone to take him back with him. This time, Bai Qing not only lost the human world golden elixir, but also had to take out the healing elixir to treat Zhuozetian, which can be said to be a heavy loss, but she found all of this by herself. Soon, a mountain city hidden in the valley appeared in front of Long Yu, stretching for thousands of feet, with no end in sight. In the valley, the trees are shady and the branches and leaves are luxuriant, making the whole mountain city less conspicuous. However, at a glance, there are various buildings in the whole valley, which shows the scope of the mountain city. This mountain city is what Xu Chan called the Sura Valley, and it is also the center of the entire Shura County. The king of Shura County also lives in this mountain city. We had a good understanding just now. Xu Chan and Long Yufei were together, and said with a chuckle. Well, but... Long Yu narrowed his eyes. But what? Xu Chan raised her head and looked at him. However, I am ambitious. Long Yu looked at Xu Chan, smiled, and said meaningfully. I know. Xu Chan didn't care, and waved her hand. Of course she knew what Long Yu meant. This kid was not willing to be her subordinate. However, I am also ambitious. The corners of Xu Chan's mouth curled up slightly, and she also said this sentence. This made Long Yu a little confused. After all, he didn't know what kind of life Xu Chan lived, what kind of road he took, and of course he couldn't understand Xu Chan's ambitions. What is acquired supernatural power? Long Yu changed the subject and asked. Acquired supernatural powers are martial skills that can be activated with divine power, such as the move you just performed, the divine light of heaven. Xu Chan explained, acquired supernatural powers are not common in Azure County, but they can allow Wuxiu to display supernatural powers before reaching the secret realm of supernatural powers, which is very powerful. Correspondingly, it is after stepping into the mystical realm of supernatural powers. The innate supernatural powers, comprehended, are many times stronger than the acquired supernatural powers. What is the human world golden elixir? Long Yu continued to ask. Seeing that Bai Qing's heart ached for handing over the human world golden pill, he knew that this human world golden pill was by no means a simple thing. Xu Chan's ability to give this thing to him showed that he really valued him very much. It's an elixir that surpasses the sky level, the wilderness level elixir. The corners of Xu Chan's mouth turned up slightly. This level should be familiar to you, right? Many of the martial arts you have practiced and the soldiers you have are at this level. Great wilderness grade pill, so that's how it is. Long Yu nodded, and only then did he realize how precious the human world golden elixir is. Whether it's pills, warriors, or martial arts, they are all divided into different grades, from mortal, to spiritual, to mysterious, to earth, to heaven, and they are becoming more and more rare in turn. For martial arts, the effect is also greater. Above the Tian level, it is the Great Wilderness level. In Huangsha Tiancheng, most of the pills and warriors brought back by the first city lord were heaven-level pills and earth-level warriors. It is conceivable that warriors of the same level are more precious than pills. Great Wilderness level elixir, human world gold elixir, in terms of value, it is definitely not as precious as a set of Yulong 9 explosion martial skills, or a Great Wilderness level soldier. But for the martial cultivators in the mystical ability realm, the Great Wilderness level pill is already a very rare thing. Whether it's pills or warriors, once they surpass the heavenly level, they are extremely rare, because they are not something that alchemists or military refiners who have reached the realm can refine at will. As for martial skills, it is even more precious, because no one in the entire world of martial arts can create a wild-level martial skill. All the wild martial arts are handed down from ancient times. This human world golden pill was rewarded to Bai Qing by my father not long ago, because she did a good job. Xu Chan said, but even my father can't refine the human world golden pill. We in Shura County don't have the conditions to refine the Great Wilderness grade pill. This human world golden pill is just my father from other, brought back from the place. The whole Shura County can't refine the Great Wilderness grade pill. Only then did Long Yu truly understand the preciousness of this human world golden elixir. When you get this human world golden elixir, take it immediately. Xu Chan continued, in addition, I also have a set of Tianjiu Qiankuan pills, a total of 9 heaven-level pills. This is a very famous set of pills in our Shura County. The 9 pills are all heaven-level, and they are different from each other. Conflict, you can take it all and absorb it completely. Generally speaking, after taking Tianjiu Qiankuan pill, you can improve your martial arts realm. Long Yu nodded. The human world golden pill and the heavenly 9 cosmic pill, neither of these are things he can get on Tianyu Island. It seems that following Xu Chan is really the right time to come out. In any case, what Long Yu valued most was his martial arts realm, and he was very touched by Xu Chan giving him so many resources to improve. Everyone flew forward and soon entered the range of the mountain city. The center of the entire mountain city is located in a valley, and Duke Shura, Xu Chan, and others live in the center of this valley. Long Yu looked around, but didn't see any overly luxurious architectural decoration. All the buildings seemed quite natural, as if they just existed there naturally. Because it is built in the mountains, there is no need to build artificial hills to decorate some courtyards, because there are small hills, small gardens, etc. in them. The whole environment is very natural. Fourth senior sister, I'll take Long Yu to settle down first, that human world golden pill. Xu Chan said to Bai Qing. Of course Bai Qing understood what Xu Chan meant, and immediately said, understood, princess, I will send the human world golden pill to you. Well, fourth senior sister is in trouble. Xu Chan's eyes turned into crescent moons again. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu followed Shu Chan down and came to a courtyard with a very elegant and unique environment. This courtyard is antique and made of mahogany, and it is located in the mountains. All the beautiful scenes are purely natural. Even behind the courtyard, it is also close to a small waterfall, and the sound of gurgling water keeps coming. This is the Tianjiu Qiankuan pill, you put it away first. As for the human world golden pill, I will bring it to you when I get it. Shu Chan arranged for Long Yu, you rest here first, I have to go back and change a set of clothes, and meet my father. Okay, go ahead. Long Yu nodded and said. After Shu Chan left, Long Yu was the only one left in the entire courtyard, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountains all by himself, feeling the rich aura of heaven and earth around him, and feeling refreshed. There are a total of tens of millions of martial artists living in this Azura Valley, but in Long Yu, it is extremely quiet. After all, this is the place arranged by the Princess Shu Chan, and no one will disturb it at all. Even the sky above this entire valley is regarded as a restricted area. Once anyone who has nothing to do with it breaks in, they will be stopped by the guards of Prince Shura. Long Yu only rested for a while, and Shu Chan sent someone to bring a new set of clothes and a token to Long Yu. This token represents Shu Chan's identity. As long as she presents this token, she can freely enter and lead this valley without being stopped by the guards of Duke Shura. As for that suit. After thinking about it, Long Yu put it on again, and immediately became a handsome young man in a black cloth shirt with some strange patterns tattooed on it. Long Yu is no stranger to this kind of clothes, because that day Xinghe and most people in this place wear such clothes. Putting on this dress, Long Yu really felt a little integrated into the Shura county. It took a while for Long Yu to walk around the entire courtyard, and found that the courtyard is quite vast, with more than 10 mahogany rooms built with beautiful scenery, not to mention that Long Yu lives alone, even several people are more than enough up. Long Yu came near the small waterfall at the back of the courtyard, and at a glance, the whole waterfall flew straight down and crashed into a rushing river, and this river happened to separate the courtyard where Long Yu was from another beautiful courtyard opposite. Open. You are the newcomer, Long Yu? At this moment, a rather curious voice came over, attracting Long Yu to turn his face, and saw a fat man taking off his shoes and washing his feet in the river under the waterfall. The fat man was staring at Long Yu with curiosity in his eyes, as if he had found some fun toy. To Long Yu's surprise, this fat man's cultivation was beyond his comprehension. He was a bit like Shu Chan. Mysterious ability secret realm? Long Yu raised his brows. Unexpectedly, a fat man who looked only 17 or 18 years old was also a figure in the mysterious ability realm. It seems that Shura County is really full of talents. Yes, everyone calls me Supernatural Fatty. The fat man pulled out his foot from the river, stood up, stretched his waist, and looked at Long Yu with a wretched smile on his face. Everything about you has been spread. I heard that you beat Bai, that subordinate of Qing's, called Shuazetian? It's amazing, it's amazing. Long Yu was a little surprised, this matter spread so fast? This place looks so quiet and elegant, it is unexpected that the wushou living in it are all gossips like this. Long Yu walked a few steps forward, came to the river, looked at the supernatural chubby with interest. Are you the princess's man? Shentong Xiaopeng moved his joints, and said lazily, it would be great if I belonged to the princess, the figure of the princess, that face, tsk. It's a pity, I'm just the princess man. Long Yu looked at his wretched face, and his face was immediately covered with black lines. How many of the princess's subordinates live here? Long Yu continued to ask. Including your words, now there are 7 in total. Xiaopeng Shentong leaped lightly, crossed the turbulent small river, and came to Long Yu, looked at him carefully, squinted his eyes and smiled. You are the lowest level of martial arts among the 7, and the others are at least as good as you. Heavenly Tribulation Realm, so I will call you Xiaoqi. I'm older than you. Long Yu raised his eyebrows. This supernatural chubby is interesting, so old-fashioned. Don't look at me as young and handsome, but I'm almost 30 years old now. The supernatural chubby smiled. I stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man when I was 8 years old, so few people can guess my age just by looking at it. 8 years old, amazing. Long Yu was slightly taken aback, and then smiled. It seems that Shuluo County in Shenwu Continent is indeed full of talents, much stronger than Tianyu Island. This is certainly related to the amount of cultivation resources, but it has to be said that there are indeed many more talents in Azura County than on Tianyu Island. After all, no matter how many Shan-level pills, Earth-level pills, or even Heaven-level pills are given to a martial artist in the secret realm of the true spirit, he will not be able to absorb them. If you want to improve your strength in Shura County, the most important thing is to own talent. Otherwise, there would be no one in Azura County who would not be able to step into the secret realm of heaven and man, or even the secret realm of true spirits. In fact, people in the body-tempering secret realm are not uncommon in Shura County. Of course, these are the people living at the bottom of Shura County. Brother and the others are not here today. I can introduce you to them another day. Shentong Xiaopeng smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ren Ping Fan. Ren Ping Fan, a good name, but you are not ordinary. Long Yu smiled and said. That's natural. Well, let's not say more. The princess should be looking for you. You should go back quickly. Ren Ping Fan, the supernatural chubby, pouted his mouth behind Long Yu. Well, let's talk next time. Long Yu nodded, then turned around with the little fat man and left. As a strong man in the mystical realm, Ren Ping Fan felt the aura of the Princess Shu Chan before Long Yu. Long Yu guessed that Shu Chan came here to give him the human world golden pill. Interesting, interesting. Fatty Ren Ping Fan looked at Long Yu Fei's back with a rather interested look, probably because he thought it would be interesting in the future. Sure enough, Shu Chan sent the human world golden pill, but she left after sending the human world golden pill, and asked Long Yu to absorb the elixir to consolidate and improve the realm of martial arts. If it weren't for the fact that the human world golden pill was too precious, Shu Chan didn't even need to come here in person, she could just ask someone to bring it over. However, this item is not an ordinary thing, so she still went there in person. Long Yu put away the human world golden pill, and was going to take the set of Tianjiu Qiankuan pill first. As for this human world golden pill, he put it away for now. If he could step into the human tribulation realm after taking the Tianjiu Qiankuan pill, then there was no need to take the human world golden pill for the time being, because he knew that if he wanted to improve the human tribulation realm, it was not as simple as absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. The human tribulation realm is divided into upper, middle and lower tribulations, all of which are calamities that emerge from everyone's heart. Compared with the heaven tribulation realm, the three calamities of the human tribulation realm mainly rely on one's own willpower. Long Yu thought in his heart. As long as one is a martial artist who is obsessed with martial arts, it is not a problem to survive the human calamity, but the upper, middle and lower tribulations will not come one after another. There will be a period of time between each calamity. The length of this period of time has nothing to do with Wu Xiu's absorption of the aura of heaven and earth, but has to do with Wu Xiu's mental journey. If you have experienced a lot, it will naturally lead to mental calamity. On the contrary, if you have been practicing hard behind closed doors, it will be difficult to break through the realm of human calamity and step into the realm of the beginning of heaven. Tianjiu Qiankuan pills, there are a total of 9 heaven-level pills. It is a set of regular pills prepared for martial arts in Shura County, but if you want to get this set of pills, you have to be powerful and powerful. Although it is a conventional elixir, its value is also very high. If it were not for Shu Chan, it would not be so easy for Long Yu to obtain such a heavenly 9 universe elixir. Generally speaking, these 9 heaven-level elixirs are taken separately. After all, if they are taken together, ordinary martial arts, especially those who are as talented as Long Yu, will definitely not be able to absorb so much spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Even if it is not wasted, it will cause the aura to expand, which will lead to madness. The 9 nether dragon seal is gone, so let you replace it. Long Yudwan sat in the mahogany house filled with sandalwood, took out the nether dragon blade, held it tightly in his hand, and then directly swallowed one of the heaven-level pills. Then, he tried to extradite the medicinal power of this heaven-level elixir into the nether dragon blade in his hand, and then the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. He found that the nether dragon blade could really store medicinal power, which was the same as the 9 nether dragon seal, back then. Sample. Concubine Yu, no matter who you are, thank you for this gift. This void dragon blade was refined by Concubine Yu. She collected 5 space crystals obtained from different beasts, then incorporated the ancient consciousness of the dragon of 9 netherness, and finally even infused it with Concubine Yu's own blood. Such a soldier surpassed the great desolate level soldier and reached the ancient level. It's a pity that Long Yu hasn't been able to cooperate with it now, which makes it impossible to exert the too strong power of the nether dragon blade. The next time I see Xuanhuan, I have to ask her if she has any assassination skills that I can practice. Long Yu thought in his heart. He is now holding the nether dragon blade in his hand. If he cultivates a powerful assassination-type martial skill, one can imagine how powerful it will be. I'm afraid that under his sneak attack, no one who is stronger than his triple martial arts realm will be able to leave alive. I just don't know if Xuanhuan can show some assassination martial arts for Long Yu to practice. This Xuanhuan has given me so many benefits, I'm afraid I will have to work hard for her in the future. Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't like the feeling of being a subordinate, but under the current situation, he could only do so, and it was better to be the servant of the princess than to be the subordinate of other people. Now his strength is too weak. If he wants to gain a foothold in Shura County, he really needs a backer, and the little princess Xuanhuan is a nice person. At least he makes Long Yu feel comfortable. If it were people like Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe, Long Yu would have quit long ago. Anyway, let's try to improve the realm first. After Long Yu confirmed that the nether dragon blade could store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he directly swallowed the 9 heavens and earth pill in one go. If others saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock. However, to Long Yu, this was nothing. The void dragon blade can store the aura of heaven and earth, and this day, Long Yu completely absorbed the medicinal power of the 9 universe pill, without wasting it at all, which is almost inconceivable to others. Even the Princess Xuanhuan, who is extremely talented in martial arts and stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers at a young age, but when absorbing elixirs, can only absorb 40 to 50% of them. There has never been one in the entire Shura County who can completely absorb the power of the elixir. Absorb. Feeling the rich heaven and earth aura stored in the void dragon blade, Long Yu finally began to absorb it, and used it to temper his own body. His limbs and bones were instantly filled with an extremely rich aura of heaven and earth, which penetrated into every part of his body. The meridians, acupuncture points, and internal organs all began to be absorbed by the aura of heaven and earth, and bursts of lightning from the law of thunder emerged from his whole body. His physical body has been tempered by the power of the Thunderbolt Law, and it is much stronger than ordinary martial arts. Not long ago, he also comprehended the power of self-healing divine scriptures. I am afraid that with the strength of his physical body alone, he can give martial arts of the same realm to him. Boom to kill. However, Long Yu's current opponent is of course not a martial artist of the same level as him. When he was in Huangsha Tiancheng, he had killed Yu Wenliang in Tianhua realm by surprise. Now that he came to Shura County, he naturally set his sights higher. When I step into the realm of human robbery, I should be qualified to fight against opponents in the realm of heavenly robbery. Long Yu thought in his heart, but at this moment, his whole body was shrouded in lightning, and the aura of heaven and earth was constantly tempering his physical body, as well as the heavenly veins that had been fully opened up a long time ago. To borrow the laws of heaven and earth, the most fundamental thing is the Tianmai in Wu Shou's body. Refining the Tianmai will make Wu Shou more compatible with this piece of heaven and earth, and be able to borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth. In the secret realm of heaven and man, the biggest difference every time one level of martial arts is raised is that one can borrow more power of the laws of heaven and earth to become stronger. Therefore, tempering the Tianmai with the aura of heaven and earth is the most important link in the process of improving the realm of martial arts. For 3 days and 3 nights, without sleep, Long Yu kept absorbing the aura of heaven and earth stored in the Void Dragon Blade, and used it to temper his whole body. The most important thing is to temper the sky veins. After these 3 days and 3 nights, Long Yu's whole body was suddenly enlightened, and he finally broke through the shackles that had locked him up for 3 days, broke through the bottleneck, and was about to step into the level of human robbery. However, at this moment, Long Yu's heart suddenly gave birth to many distracting thoughts that shouldn't be there. Among these distracting thoughts, there are greed, desire, resentment, and most importantly, doubts. For greed, desire, resentment, and other distracting thoughts, Long Yu's willpower is extremely firm, and he just gritted his teeth and got rid of them. But in the end, there are still deeper and deeper doubts, which are getting bigger and bigger in the bottom of his heart. The reason why he couldn't overcome these doubts was because Long Yu had always had these doubts since he came to this world where martial arts is the most important thing. Why did he come to this world after death? Why on earth did Concubine Yu want to carve the 9 Serenities dragon seal on his chest? It's all a mystery. This is the doubt that Long Yu already had in his heart, but now, when his heart calamity emerges, these doubts that he cannot overcome have become bigger and bigger in his heart until they occupy his entire mind. When Long Yu's tribulation emerged, the doubts were magnified infinitely, making it impossible for him not to think about these doubts. Not so good. Long Yu's heart sank. If he has been immersed in these doubts, he may be completely lost in it soon. When Wu Shou stepped into the realm of human robbery, if he didn't pass through the robbery of the heart, he would probably fall into a coma and become obsessed. When he woke up again, he found that all previous efforts had been wasted. Become extremely difficult. It's even good to go into a coma, but the most terrifying thing is to be lost forever in the kind of heart catastrophe that emerges, and no one can save it until you die. Doubt. I have doubts in my heart, but this has never been the main question I think about. Long Yu began to force himself to calm down, thinking in his heart, no matter how many doubts you have to solve them one by one, and the only way to solve these doubts is to continuously improve your strength. If I get the answer, then I will transcend this world, leave the world of Shenwu, and go to the legendary outer space. As long as you can continue to improve the realm of martial arts and strengthen your strength, sooner or later, you will understand everything. Thinking of this, Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the veins on his forehead popped out, but he ignored it. He rose from the sky, his black robe fluttered, and flew directly to the waterfall at the back of the courtyard, where he was drenched by the cold waterfall water. Long Yu, who walked out of the waterfall, still had some fears in his heart. He did not expect that the human catastrophe would be so difficult and terrifying. If not for his strong willpower, I am afraid that he is now deeply trapped in that endless doubt. What he didn't know was that due to some reason he didn't know, the heart disaster he was facing was far more terrifying than other ordinary martial artists. Moreover, this is only the lower catastrophe among the 3 catastrophes in the human tribulation realm. After that, there will be the middle catastrophe and the upper catastrophe. No matter how you think about it, it will be more difficult to deal with than this time. Don't think about it so much, anyway, the soldiers will come to cover the water and soil, just walk along this road. Long Yu raised his head, with an unprecedented determination in his eyes. After experiencing this mental calamity, he finally broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the realm of human calamity. He could easily feel that his connection with this world was getting closer and closer. The law of Taiyin, the law of thunder, and the law of sun flame, the power that can be displayed is at least 5 times, or even 10 times greater than that of the human brilliant realm. Long Yu clenched his fist with one hand, and the law of 4 colors shone brightly on the fist. Taiyin, Jilei, Rian, and Jiuyou are the 4 powers of the law of heaven and earth that Long Yu has comprehended now. In addition, he has also comprehended the law of heaven weeping blood. It is not so easy to comprehend the power of the law of the Tianjing level. It is precisely because of this that Shuo Zetian, the celebrity robbery boy that Long Yu defeated before, has comprehended the law of the sky crystal level, seizing the sky blood shadow, so it is so rare. No. Genius. However, under the coercion of the 9 Serenity Law and the Yuzi Divine Inscription, the power of the sky crystal level law is nothing. However, if a strong person in the heavenly tribulation realm uses the power of the law of the sky crystal level, it will be too tyrannical. Now I may not be able to resist it. Long Yu carefully estimated his own strength in his heart, and finally came to the conclusion that if he met a martial artist at the heavenly brilliance realm like Yuwen Liang, it would be no problem to confront him head-on. However, if he was against Sha Yuan Tian, Linghu Qianyan, Ling Zhiping, and other experts in the heavenly tribulation realm, Long Yu's chances of winning would not be high. Of course, in the course of martial arts, fighting is not only about strength, and when it comes to life and death, Long Yu will not necessarily lose to the opponent. What's more, even if Long Yu can't beat him and can still escape into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he will be invincible after all. After breaking through to the human tribulation realm, Long Yu was in a good mood and returned to the courtyard where he lived. For 3 days and 3 nights, no one came to disturb him. Even when he went to the waterfall at the back of the courtyard just now, he couldn't see the supernatural chubby Ren Ping Fan in the courtyard on the other side of the river. Long Yu didn't care too much, so he was going to take a rest first. But at this moment, a young man in a black cloth shirt suddenly came to the gate of the courtyard where Long Yu was, and shouted, "Where is Long Yu?" "I am." Long Yu frowned slightly, looked at the young man and said, "What's your business?" "The princess is in a hurry to find you, come with me." The young man in the black cloth shirt looked indifferent, and after saying this, he turned around and left. Long Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then followed up, "What is the princess looking for me for?" "You know it when you go there, I'm just here to lead the way." The young man in the black cloth shirt spoke lightly, and then rose up against the sky, "Fly with me." Long Yu was a little skeptical at first, could this guy come to lie to him with evil intentions? But after thinking about it, this is the land of the princess, who is so bold to mess around. Then he also rose from the sky, and flew all the way with the young man in the black cloth shirt. The whereabouts of the young man seemed a little erratic and sneaky, as if he was afraid of being seen by others. Long Yu didn't doubt much at first, but seeing this situation, he still couldn't help frowning. "Where is the princess now?" "It's just ahead, it'll be here soon, follow me." The young man in the black cloth shirt flew forward while talking, bypassed several peaks, flew over the valley, and not long after, he brought Long Yu to another valley in the middle of several peaks. Long Yu saw that the valley in front of him was surrounded by a layer of light yellow light curtain, which completely surrounded it, and he couldn't see clearly what was in that valley. Immediately afterwards, the young man in the black cloth fell down at the entrance of the valley. "The princess is waiting for you in the valley, Long Yu, you go in." The young man in the black cloth shirt raised his hand and displayed some divine power, which immediately opened a gap in the light yellow light barrier, just enough for one person to step in. "What is this place?" Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. "The holy Shura tree is planted in this valley garden. It is a relatively hidden but sacred place in the Shura Valley. The princess has something to explain to you, why don't you go in quickly?" Seeing Long Yu questioning the young man in black cloth shirt, he was a little displeased. Hearing this, Long Yu took 2 steps forward, but suddenly stopped, did I meet you somewhere? When he said this, Long Yu stared closely at the eyes of the young man in black cloth shirt, trying to find something out of it. Long Yu had definitely never seen the appearance of this young man in a black cloth shirt, but maybe this guy used a technique like disguise technique? Looking into his eyes, Long Yu seemed to see something familiar. Tian Xinghe, the look in Xinghe's eyes that day was just like that. Long Yu's heart moved. Looking at the young man in the black cloth shirt, he felt the coercion of the mysterious powers hidden in his body, and couldn't help thinking, could this guy be Tian Xinghe in disguise? However, Tian Xinghe is a strong man in the mystical ability secret realm. If he wants to deal with Long Yu, there is no need to calculate Long Yu so painstakingly. Did you remember wrongly? The young man in the black cloth shirt sneered, with indifference in his eyes. I have never seen you before. If you don't go in again, if you delay the time of the princess, can you afford it? Long Yu squinted his eyes, and suddenly raised his hand, and the hidden character divine script was cast instantly, making his figure completely disappear. Immediately afterwards, the profound energy in his body erupted, and he immediately cast the dragon sparrow, and fled towards the opposite direction of the valley at an incomparably terrifying speed. He clearly saw some familiar shadows in the eyes of the young man in the black cloth shirt. Even if this person is not Tian Xinghe, he is still a guy like Tian Xinghe, and he will definitely not be the princess's person. In this way, this valley where some kind of Shura sacred tree was planted was completely brought here by someone who wanted to frame Long Yu. However, Long Yu's martial arts realm is still too weak. Seeing that Long Yu was about to escape, the young man in the black cloth shirt sneered, and as soon as he raised his hand, a terrifying coercion of the law of heaven and earth exploded out. As soon as Long Yu flew away for a short distance, he was suddenly enveloped by this burst of coercion, and he couldn't move at all. It really is you, Tian Xinghe. Long Yu's eyes flickered fiercely. What do you want to bring me here with such deliberate plans? While speaking, Long Yu was ready to release the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda at any time. After all, in the current situation, if the other party wanted to kill him, he had only one way to go, and that was to hide in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda tower. However, the young man in the black cloth shirt smiled indifferently. I'm not Tian Xinghe, but, you'd better let me in. After the words were finished, the young man in the black cloth shirt turned his head sideways, and with a wave of one hand, he easily threw Long Yu towards the entrance of the light yellow light curtain barrier in the valley. As the wind was flying like lightning, Long Yu couldn't react at all, and his whole body had already passed through the light yellow light curtain barrier, and fell heavily on the ground in the valley, touching the green plants like vines all over the place. Long Yu let out a muffled snort, and got up as fast as he could, only to see that outside the light yellow light curtain, the young man in the black cloth shirt was smiling at him with disdain, then turned and left directly. Long Yu could feel this layer of light yellow light curtain barrier, and it could only be opened with a specific divine power, but he did not comprehend this power. In other words, he was imprisoned in this valley. Just as his face darkened and he was about to think about how to get out of here, suddenly there was a violent vibration under his feet, which made him unable to stand steadily, and he fell directly to the ground. The next moment, countless green vines exploded from the ground, entangled towards Long Yu violently, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. At this moment, Long Yu naturally understood that the young man in the black cloth shirt just now, no matter whether it was Tian Xinghe or not, his purpose was obviously to lure him into this valley. This valley was covered by a light yellow light barrier, and when the young man in black cloth left, Long Yu had no way to leave. All he can do now is desperately resist these green vines bursting out from the ground. Is this the so-called holy tree of Azura? There was a cold air in Long Yu's eyes, and the 9 nether laws radiated from his whole body, and instantly condensed into a light curtain of divine light, blocking out the green vines that were about to wrap around his body. In this way, he finally had the time to observe those green vines, only to find that there were human faces one after another on these green vines, showing a dark green color, which made Long Yu couldn't help feeling a little bit. It's creepy. The eyes of these people looked towards Long Yu one after another. At this moment, Long Yu felt as if thousands of people were watching him, which made him shiver uncontrollably. Heavenly mandate, divine light, 9 nether laws, light explosion. Long Yu subconsciously urged the black light curtain of the divine light of heaven beside him to explode, and a burst of terrifying force swept away, blasting away all the green vines with human faces around them. Walk. Long Yu left the spot at the fastest speed, rose up from the sky, and flew into the midair. When he looked into the whole valley, he gasped for what he saw. In the whole valley, there was a sea of green vines. Full of green vines. These green vines all have dark green, terrifying human faces. But at this moment, it seemed that he sensed Long Yu's aura of strangers, and the green vines in the entire valley seemed to come alive, stretching and winding towards Long Yu. Void Dragon Blade, kill. Holding the nether dragon blade tightly in Long Yu's hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he cut towards one of the green vines, cutting it off easily, and then the green juice dripped out of it, and the whole vine withered down. However, Long Yu noticed that there seemed to be a mysterious power that was conveyed from the root of the entire vine, and it actually made this sluggish green vine full of vitality in an instant, and stretched and entwined again. Under the land of this valley, what exists? Long Yu glanced at the center of the entire valley, and found a small tree growing there. The branches and leaves of that small tree were extremely luxuriant. Spread out around, like the veins of the human body, connecting the green vines of the entire valley. It seems that if you want to deal with these vines, you can only start with that small tree. However, the whole valley is full of green vines, and it is impossible to get through. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, it seemed that he could only release the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. A single green vine is easy to deal with. In terms of its combat effectiveness, it is probably only equivalent to a martial artist in the human robbery realm. This is very easy for Long Yu to deal with. But there are countless vines all over the mountains and fields, and there is a small tree in the center called the Holy Shura tree, which can quickly revive these green vines. In this way, it is simply impossible for Long Yu to get rid of all these green vines. Long Yu tentatively condensed a beam of divine light and blasted towards the small tree in the central valley, but at such a long distance, the beam of divine light was blocked by countless green vines while it was still in the air. Although those green vines were smashed to pieces by the divine light of heaven, they were endowed with infinite vitality by the little tree after a while. No solution anymore. Long Yusin made a horizontal move, and immediately released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda before the green vines surrounded him, and then he went directly to the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda through the 9 nether dragon scales. Since you brought me here, you want to kill me. Since you want to kill me, then I will fight back. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he urged the ancient Lonka tower to charge towards the small tree in the middle of the valley directly and quickly. Countless green vines flew up and entangled the entire giant ancient dragon skeleton tower, trying to block the figure of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. However, Long Yu urged the divine power similar to the 5-color siphon in the ancient dragon skeleton tower, directly start to absorb the power of those green vines wrapped around the surface of the ancient dragon bone tower. The green vines entangled and clinging to the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda began to wither rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, but soon injected with vitality, revived it. After such a cycle, the green vines entwined on the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda not only did not decrease, but even more and more. Finally, not far from the small tree, the entire giant ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was entangled and fixed in midair, unable to move forward even a small step. It can be said that Long Yu's plan to crash that small tree was completely ruined. Not only that, there are more and more green vines, which continuously cover the ancient dragon skeleton tower layer by layer, and then a kind of green juice seeps out from it. It can be seen that it contains highly poisonous substances. The rocks on the surface of the ancient pagoda, etc., were directly corroded by these green juices. These green vines are trying to corrode the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but unfortunately, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was the soldiers used by the Dragon of Nine Netherness back then, and the materials used for refining are extremely precious. The world does not necessarily exist. Although these green vines are powerful, it is completely impossible to corrode the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. It's just that Long Yu is hiding in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and there is no way to escape. It is equivalent to being trapped in this valley. Once Long Yu himself leaves the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and faces the overwhelming green vines, there is only one dead end. What a headache! What the hell is this place? Long Yu was quite puzzled. Although he couldn't die for the time being trapped in such a gloomy place for no reason still made him very sick. Just looking at the thousands of vine faces entwined around the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda made him panic. Even though Long Yu's mental quality is extremely strong, he still shudders when he sees such a scene. Forget it, I'm sure I can't leave this place by myself. I'd better wait for someone to come here with peace of mind. After thinking for a while, Long Yu gave up his plan to rush out. Now the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has been completely entangled by green vines, unable to move at all, and he himself will be corroded to death as soon as he goes out, so he has no hope of leaving here. In this case, it's better to feel at ease and wait for someone to come to rescue. This place is very close to the Shura Valley. The Shura sacred tree seems to be very important to the entire Shura county. If you wait for a few days, someone will notice the abnormality here, right? If there was no ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, I would have confessed here, but now. Long Yu sneered. As long as he gets a chance to leave, he will definitely find out who brought him here today, and what is the purpose of that person. If he just wants to kill him, then Long Yu will definitely take revenge. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu simply ignored the external situation, and instead concentrated on practicing on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Now if he doesn't believe in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, there is nothing else to believe in. If the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can be corroded and destroyed, then no matter how hard he struggles, it will be useless, and he will eventually be corroded by the juice of those green vines lethal. Therefore, he decisively began to practice. Since Shu Chan said that your nature is somewhat similar to the 5-color siphon law, then I will call you the power of the siphon divine text. Long Yu felt the rich multicolored rays of light on the outer circle of the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, sat in the center, and immediately began to comprehend. Back in the Tiansha forest, when Long Yu obtained the engraving of the divine script of self-healing, he had already tried the horror of siphoning the power of the divine script, and was able to completely absorb the divine script of self-healing power contained in the trees in the Tiansha forest. Although it is useless to deal with green vines now, it is an extremely tyrannical divine power after all. If it can be comprehended, it will greatly improve the combat power against Long Yu. The power of the divine script is divided into 3 levels. The strongest comes from the source of the divine script, the second comes from the engraving of the divine script, and the last is 10% of the divine script power that can be comprehended through various channels. Long Yu thought in his heart, I have only comprehended 10% of the divine script of Yuzi on my body, but this is the strongest power that comes from the source of the divine script. The siphonic divine script power in the ancient dragon bone tower should also be the same as the previous 9. Yuzhilong, the power from the source of divine texts. The divine script of Yuzi and the divine script of Siphon are the 2 strongest divine scripts that Long Yu has come into contact with now. Secondly, the power of the divine script that he has comprehended includes the engraved divine script of self-healing, and the power of 10% of the hidden script divine script that he had comprehended before. Possessing 5 kinds of divine powers, Long Yu is probably considered a very special existence in the entire Shura County. Of course, he hasn't comprehended the Siphon Divine Mantra yet, so let's try it out at this moment. Each martial artist's attributes are different, and the degree of fit with the attributes of the divine script is also different. I don't know what attribute the divine script power of the Siphon Divine Script is. I can quickly master it. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he quickly discarded his distracting thoughts and began to comprehend the siphoning divine power of these colorful rays of light. When Long Yu was trapped in the Shura Sacred Tree Valley, Xuanhuan, the little princess wearing a black skirt, came to the gate of the courtyard where Long Yu lived again. In the past 3 days, she came every day, and every time she found that Long Yu was practicing, so she didn't bother her. Today, when she came again, she wanted to see if Long Yu was free, and wanted to invite Long Yu to the martial arts tower in the Azura Valley, and let Long Yu choose some martial arts to practice. But when she came to the gate of the courtyard where Long Yu lived, she found that Long Yu was gone. The little princess immediately frowned. Xuanhuan searched all the courtyards she owned, and asked Ren Pingfan, the supernatural chubby who lives next door to Long Yu. But the little fat man said that he hadn't seen Long Yu these few days. As for just now, he was called out by someone, and he couldn't see when Long Yu left. This kid holds your token, princess, and he will be fine running around in this area. Don't worry. The little fat man smiled and said easily. I'm afraid it's not that simple, ordinary. Who told you to go out just now? Xuanhuan frowned slightly. It's a brother I met a long time ago. He invited me out for a drink, you know, princess, I don't want anything but wine, hee. While talking, the little fat man carefully observed Xuanhuan's expression. Whose is your brother? Xuanhuan asked. Princess, don't you suspect that someone is plotting against that boy Long Yu? Hearing Xuanhuan's question, the little fat man couldn't help but frowned. It stands to reason that he belongs to your princess, and no one should dare to deal with him. Even if he is really killed, after the investigation, we won't be afraid of the county magistrate. Do you blame, Lord? Call your brother over here, the princess will ask about the situation first. Xuanhuan waved her hand and said. I'm going right now. The little fat man nodded repeatedly. He dared not listen to anyone, but he dared not listen to the princess. Although he felt that it was inappropriate to suspect his brother, but since it was the princess who spoke, he had no choice but to follow suit. Just when Xuanhuan started to investigate Long Yu's disappearance, Long Yu was hiding in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda in the valley covered with green vines, and also began to try to comprehend the power of siphoning divine script. The attributes of the divine script are divided into 8 types. I don't know what attribute this siphon divine script belongs to. However, it must not be the shadow attribute. The words and scriptures do not match at all. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he sank his mind into the rich multicolored glow, constantly feeling the operating state of these siphonic divine powers. This siphoning divine power can absorb the life energy contained in the trees in the Tiansha forest, so it can be seen that it is indeed an extremely high divine power. Beyond the engraving, it was brought directly from the source of the divine text and stored in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The current Long Yu can activate the siphoning divine power, but the divine power stored in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda needs to be used less. Only when Long Yu comprehends it by himself can he finally release it continuously and use it in normal times against the enemy. The power of this siphon divine text can be said to be one of the best treasures in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. As Long Yu thought about it, he activated the power of the siphon divine text, urging it to absorb the power of the green vines wrapped around the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Although absorbing those green vines could not cause fatal damage to them, but in the process, Long Yu could clearly feel the specific effect of siphoning divine text. This kind of power, if you observe carefully, you can find that the multicolored glow is still divided into small multicolored beams. These multicolored light beams are completely intertwined and intertwined. Once they touch other forces, they will stir up, generate a kind of suction to absorb them, and transform part of them into their own energy. That is to say, if he can thoroughly comprehend the power of these siphoning scriptures, Long Yuguang can easily defeat most opponents in the secret realm of heaven and man with this power. Even a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, facing Long Yu's many means, might become powerless to fight back. Of course, this is just talking about the general powerhouses in the heavenly tribulation realm, such as Xiao Xuanlong, the deputy palace lord on Tianyu Island before. If it is a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm in Azura County, Long Yu has never seen it before, so it is hard to say that he will be able to deal with it. However, the guy in the early heaven realm will definitely not be Long Yu's opponent. Long Yu is very competent in this point. When he comprehends the power of these siphoning divine scripts, he won't be at the slightest disadvantage even in the face of a martial artist in the heavenly brilliance realm. To comprehend the divine text, the most important thing is the first 7 days. After being tricked and trapped in this weird valley, Long Yudu was able to calmly hide in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and comprehend the power of the divine text, which shows his firm will. If it were an ordinary person, even if they had a life-saving soldier like the dragon skeleton ancient tower, they would be worrying about gains and losses, full of tension, and unable to concentrate. 1 day. 2 days. 7 days passed, quickly. Long Yu concentrated on comprehending the power of the siphon divine script. What made him gratified was that although the siphon divine script was not a shadow attribute divine script, his comprehension speed was not slow. Just like the self-healing divine script not long ago, within 7 days, Long Yu had comprehended 1% of the power of the siphon divine script. This made Long Yu a little puzzled. Could it be that this siphon divine script, like the self-healing divine script, belongs to the divine script of life attribute? Of course Long Yu couldn't be sure of this now. He opened his eyes and found that no one else had come to this valley until now. For 7 days, no one found him in this valley, completely entwined by countless green vines. I don't know how long I have to wait. Long Yu frowned slightly, thinking that the small tree in the center of the valley was called the Holy Tree of Shura, so it should be a very important existence for Shura County. Well, he wasn't worried that he'd be stuck here forever. Anyway, the green juice sprayed out by those green vines could not corrode the body of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Long Yu was not in danger of life at all, and it didn't matter how long he waited. Another 2 days passed like this, and suddenly, outside the light yellow light curtain covering the valley, the little princess Shuchan in a short black skirt flew over with a gloomy face. Accompanying her is that little fat man Ren Pingfan. Princess, I have searched everywhere. If I still can't find Long Yu in this valley, then could he have escaped here? Ren Pingfan asked in a deep voice. Shu Chan and him went to ask his brother, but they didn't find any useful information. Even his brother doesn't belong to any faction now, and he doesn't work for Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe, so there is no possibility of targeting Long Yu. Shu Chan mobilized all the powers that belonged to the princess, and searched for Long Yu's traces in the entire Azura Valley, but until now, on the 9th day, there was still no news of Long Yu. This made Shu Chan feel very bad. He won't run. I've searched everywhere, but here's the only one. There was a bit of coldness in Shu Chan's eyes. As soon as she raised her hand, a burst of Shura's divine power, which can only be comprehended by the strong in Shura County, spread out from her hand, and immediately opened the light yellow light curtain barrier over the valley. A gap. Shu Chan and Ren Pingfan looked into the gap, and this glance made their faces change. What's wrong with the Azura sacred tree? Those vines are all crowded together. Ren Pingfan looked around, and saw that the green vines in the valley were all crowded together and piled up like a tower. This was a scene that Ren Pingfan had never seen before. It's Long Yu. Shu Chan's voice became more and more icy, and she could tell at a glance that the huge tower was the ancient dragon skeleton tower controlled by Long Yu. She didn't know what level of soldier Long Yu's ancient dragon skeleton tower was, but the Shura sacred tree was a terrifying war weapon in Shura County since ancient times, and the fate of Long Yu who fell into this valley could be imagined. No. Hope he's okay, Shu Chan said coldly. When Ren Pingfan heard Shu Chan say with certainty that it was Long Yu, he couldn't help laughing wryly. Princess, at most, that kid has just stepped into the realm of human robbery, and if he falls into the hands of the Shura sacred tree, how can he still survive? Follow the princess in. Shu Chan ignored the little fat man's wry smile, and flew into the valley towards Yakong. Princess, be careful of danger. Seeing this, the little fat man turned pale with shock, and hurriedly followed behind Shu Chan. His whole body started to ignite in flames, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body turned into a fat ball of fire, following behind Shu Chan. Supernatural power, heavenly flame burning blade. Fatty Ren Pingfan's voice suddenly became serious at this moment. With a stern shout, 4 flaming sabers appeared beside him and spun around him rapidly. He followed Shu Chan closely, but without any movement, the 4 flaming sabers flew out automatically, burning the green vines that kept attacking into ashes. The green vines in this valley are indistinguishable from enemy to friend, even Shu Chan and Ren Pingfan want to attack together. Blast away that bunch of vines. Shu Chan pointed at the towering sea of vines from afar, with a cold look in his eyes. It's better that Long Yu is still alive, otherwise, this princess will immediately turn against others. Fall with whom? Ren Pingfan became more and more distressed, but he still obeyed Shu Chan's words and manipulated the 4 flame sabers to attack the tower-shaped sea of vines in front of him. Shu Chan didn't watch the show either. She raised her bare hand slightly, and a pair of eyes that seemed to emerge from hell appeared on top of her head out of thin air. Supernatural power, the Eye of Shura. Shu Chan lightly reprimanded, and from those Azura eyes, a burst of terrifying coercion was immediately released, and this coercion spread, causing the surrounding green vines to shiver and retreat. The princess's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Given time, the king's secret realm is just around the corner. Seeing this, Ren Pingfan's eyes immediately brightened. Stop talking nonsense, why don't you hurry up and work? Shu Chan snorted, and now she finally felt better, because she finally saw that under the thick layer of green vines, the body of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was not damaged at all. In this way, Long Yu is really not dead. Long Yu hid in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, practicing calmly. After stepping into the human tribulation realm, Long Yu broke through the heart tribulation once, but he didn't know when the other 2 heart tribulations would come. It was said that the arrival of the heart tribulation came without warning. Hopefully it won't come in battle. Long Yu thought in his heart and shook his head. He is now comprehending the martial skill of Dragon Sparrow Dance. If he can cultivate it to the transcendental or transformational state, it will undoubtedly be of great help to Long Yu's movement speed. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the ring of green vines that had been tightly entwining the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was suddenly blown out a big hole. Through this gap, Long Yu looked out, and saw the little princess Shu Chan and the fat man Ren Pingfan flying in the air, trying their best to kill those green vines. Even the powerhouses in the mystical ability secret realm, when faced with so many inexhaustible green vines, seem a little strenuous and unable to take it easy. Those 4 flaming knives are so powerful that they can completely burn the green vines into ashes, and they will not be able to regenerate for a long time. That pair of Shura's eyes can actually release a terrifying pressure, making those green vines tremble with fear, and they all backed away. Is this the supernatural power of Shu Chan and Ren Pingfan? Long Yu finally saw the powerful innate supernatural powers displayed by the supernatural powers. This kind of power is completely different from simple martial arts, and its power is more than 100 times stronger. Even the martial skill of Tianyu Shengguang is activated with the power of divine scriptures. It can't compare with such innate supernatural powers. He also remembered that when he was fighting with a strange beast released a glacial chain, which actually froze the entire surface of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, showing its terrifying power. Since someone has come to save me, it's time to leave. Long Yu saw that Xu Chan and Ren Pingfan were working so hard, so he also urged the ancient dragon bone tower, driving the ancient dragon bone tower to fly towards the gap opened by the two of them. Power, to absorb all the life force in those green vines. In this way, Long Yu, Xu Chan, and Ren Pingfan joined forces inside and out, and the entire ancient dragon bones tower quickly broke away from the sea of green vines, and most of the tower body was exposed. Very good, let's go. A satisfied smile appeared on Xu Chanxia's face. As soon as she raised her hand, the pair of Shura's eyes above her head exuded a terrifying pressure, which made those green vines that wanted to pursue her come to a standstill. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda soon broke free from the entanglement of green vines and gained freedom. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Long Yu immediately put away the ancient tower of the dragon bones and entered the 9 nether dragon scales, appearing in front of Xu Chan and Ren Pingfan. Haha, little brother Long, you're really not dead, you're amazing. Ren Pingfan was very excited, his obese body couldn't help shaking. It was completely beyond his expectation that Long Yu could survive such a situation. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Xu Chan smiled, raised her hand, and flew towards the light yellow light barrier with Long Yu. Soon, the three of them left the terrifying valley. Afterwards, the gap in the light yellow light curtain closed naturally, and the Shura sacred tree continued to be confined in the valley. After Long Yu came out, still a little scared, he glanced at the light yellow light barrier above the valley. What the hell is this? Long Yu squinted his eyes, and the first sentence he said was a question. This is not a place to talk, come with me. Xu Chan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and with a wave of his hand, he led the two of them to fly to the distant mountain peaks, and soon, they flew to the top of a mountain peak towering in the clouds. The three of them stood still at the top of the mountain, looking out at a glance. The sea of clouds was rolling, and the whole scene was magnificent. This is the private territory where the princess walks in her spare time. Without the permission of the princess, no one else can come up. Xu Chan said a little proudly. Ren Pingfan nodded excitedly. I feel that there was a barrier that blocked me from coming here just now, but it was resolved by the princess with a wave of his hand. Presumably, other people cannot resolve that barrier. Well, that's the barrier my father put up for me. Xu Chan nodded and smiled slightly. Here, we can have a good talk. Although Long Yu, you are fine, this princess is very angry about this matter. Who brought you into that valley? I don't know who that person is, and I'm already quite vigilant, but I didn't expect that person to use the power of the magical secret realm to force me into it. Long Yu frowned slightly, and described the appearance of the young man in black cloth at that time, especially the pair of eyes, which were very similar to Tian Xinghe. After he finished describing, Xu Chan and Ren Pingfan looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. I've never seen anyone like that. Both of them shook their heads. The Shura sacred tree in that valley is our Shura county's weapon of war. What you see is only a tiny part of it on the ground. Xu Chan put the other things behind her for the time being, and began to explain to Long Yu, once there is a war with other counties, this holy Shura tree will be sacrificed by my father, and tens of billions of vines will come out together, even if it is a secret of supernatural powers. The strong can't stand it. Hey, little brother Long, have you seen the faces on those vines? Ren Pingfan smiled and said, those faces are all enemy soldiers who were corroded and swallowed by the holy tree of Shura. If you couldn't hold on just now, and were also corroded and swallowed by the holy tree of Shura, your face will also appear on a certain vine above. The sacred tree of Shura can fight against thousands of troops. What we faced just now is less than 1/10,000th of the combat power of the sacred tree of Shura. Xuan said, to put it simply, the entire Shura Valley is covered with green vines like that. Once the enemy invades, my father will activate these vines. As for the valley you entered just now, it is the sacred tree of Shura. The main body must remain active, so it cannot be sealed. You must know that only people my father truly trusts can open that sacred tree barrier, and there are no more than 10 such people in Shura County. After Xuan finished speaking, she looked at Long Yu, who did this. The princess will find out for you soon, but before that, I'm afraid it's not suitable for you to stay here. Long Yu nodded. From this incident, he could clearly feel that the Princess Xuan was not able to cover the sky with one hand in Shura County. When he first came, there were Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe who provoked Xuan, and later the young man in the black cloth shirt tricked him into entering the valley where the Shura sacred tree was. If you didn't own the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, there would be no chance of you surviving being thrown into the Shura sacred tree valley this time, and it's absolutely impossible for the princess to know who killed you by what method. I'm afraid I would still think it was you who left this place. Xuan frowned slightly. These people are getting more and more courageous, but for the time being, the princess is still at the critical moment of attacking the 4 supernatural powers, so there is no way to make a big move. 4 magical powers? When Long Yu heard a term he didn't understand, he asked aloud. The mystical powers are divided into 7 different levels. Just stepping into the mystical powers is one level of supernatural power. When you comprehend the second innate supernatural power, you will be in the second level of supernatural power. Xuan explained, when all the 7 supernatural powers are comprehended completely, they will be able to combine the 7 supernatural powers into one and turn them into one's own kingly way. Of course, it is extremely difficult to integrate the 7 supernatural powers and turn them into a kingly way. Not everyone can do it. Even every time you comprehend one more innate supernatural power, the difficulty will become more and more difficult. Understood. Long Yu heard the words and nodded. It turns out that the 4 supernatural powers are a realm of the supernatural power secret realm, just like the martial arts realms such as the initial human realm and the human blooming realm. The magical realm is divided into 7 magical powers, and Xuan is already attacking the 4 magical powers. It can be seen that the martial arts talent of this little princess is far beyond ordinary people. One must know that Xuan is only less than 20 years old, and according to her talent, stepping into the secret realm of the royal way is just around the corner. Since they attack Long Yu, why not let them think you are dead first? Xuan paused, and continued, I will arrange for you to go to a place where you can practice with peace of mind, and at the same time I will send Ren Pingfan to protect you. 3 months later, the Shura election will start, and this princess should have already broken through. When you reach the realm of the 4 supernatural powers, at that time, the princess will pick you up again and avenge this time. It can be seen that Xuan is indeed angry this time, but she is extremely calm, knowing that she is at a critical moment of breaking through the realm, so she just wants to let Long Yu avoid the sharp edge temporarily. 3 months is not long, but if they continue to stay here, those people will take advantage of Xuan to retreat, but there are hundreds of ways to kill Long Yu. Even with Ren Pingfan's protection, it is useless. Although the fat guy Ren Pingfan is very strong, he can't always be by Long Yu's side, just like when Long Yu was tricked away this time. Next time, since the opponent can't kill Long Yu even if he sees the Shura sacred tree, he may directly send someone from the mystical ability secret realm to kill him, or hire a martial arts killer organization outside Shura County. To avoid such a situation from happening, the only way to let Long Yu go to other places for the past 3 months is to avoid the edge. Princess, do you want Fatty Ben and Brother Long to go to the Nightmare Mountains together? Ren Pingfan's eyes lit up, and he guessed Princess Xuan's thoughts. Yes, I will arrange a fake identity for each of you to go to the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range. Xuan smiled and nodded. It is said that there are many precious things produced in the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range these days. You can try your luck over there, maybe you can get some chances. Haha, Fatty Ben has long wanted to go, but I don't know. What identity will you arrange for us, princess? Ren Pingfan asked wretchedly. Long Yu soon knew that the Nightmare Mountain Range was the largest mining area in Shura County. In the Nightmare Mountain Range, a legion under the king of Shura County was stationed, and was in charge of a large-scale mining team, mining minerals in the Nightmare Mountain Range. The Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range has extremely strong spiritual veins, and it has always been a place of contention between Shura County and the adjacent Guixia County. Both sides occupy half and are in balance with each other. The minerals mined from the Nightmare Mountain Range can at least be refined into mysterious level warriors, and the materials for refining earth-level warriors often appear. There may even be rare materials for refining heavenly warriors. You must know that heavenly warriors, even for martial arts at the level of Princess Shura and Tianxing, do not mean that they can be obtained if they can be obtained. Although Long Yu has the Great Desolation level warrior dragon skeleton ancient pagoda, and the ancient level warrior void dragon blade, but who would think there are too many warriors? Fatty Ren Pingfan was full of joy when Xuan sent him and Long Yu to the Devil's Nightmare Mountains this time. It is said that recently, several rare materials have been produced one after another in the Nightmare Mountain Range, which can refine heavenly warriors, which surprised the people in the Shura Valley. Ren Pingfan was assigned by Xuan to the army under the king of Shura, where he served as a guest military advisor. You must know that Ren Pingfan, as a powerful martial artist with 2 supernatural powers, is equivalent to several deputy commanders of that army. Of course, there is no problem in serving as the military advisor of Keqing. Of course, the main task that Xuan entrusted to Ren Pingfan was to protect Long Yu in the Nightmare Mountain Range. Because it is necessary to conceal people's eyes and ears, no one will know about the two going to the Nightmare Mountain Range, and their identities will be replaced with a new one. As for Long Yu, he still chose the name Mountain Ghost, and was assigned by Xuan to the mining team under the control of that legion. Long Yu mainly focused on cultivation. If he sneaked into the mining team, he would not only be able to deceive people to the maximum extent, but he might also get something in the Nightmare Mountain Range, such as rare ores for refining sky-level soldiers and so on. If she has done meritorious service, Xuan can ask her father to try to help Long Yu break into the heavenly prison Thunder Pool on Tianyu Island and find his father, Long Zitian. Now, you should set off immediately. The Nightmare Mountain Range is not close. If you go by the sky, it will take at least half a month. As Xuan spoke, she took out a small spirit boat from her bosom, and when she thought about it, she immediately enlarged it. This Shura spirit boat is the treasure that the princess has obtained recently, so I will give it to you first. Yes, remember to come back on time in 3 months. Yes, my lord. The little fat man Ren Pingfan smiled, and took the Shura spirit boat with a wretched face. Good thing, the Shura spirit boat is a heavenly top-rank soldier. You only need to use a small amount of profound energy to drive it, and you can let it go. It flies several times faster than Wuxiu in the mystical ability Secret Realm. In this way, you can reach the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range in 3 days. Xuan smiled slightly. Long Yu, you practice hard. 3 months later, the princess will have to accompany you to participate in the Shura election. Long Yu nodded. Shura's general election should be a general election every 20 years. He didn't know what he would encounter in it, but it didn't make him too confused. At that time, Xuan will finally tell him, and during this time, he only needs to quickly improve his cultivation base, and it is best to go through 2 consecutive heart tribulations in the next 3 months, and directly step on the entering the beginning realm. The aura of heaven and earth needed to elevate the realm. Long Yu still has the human world golden core in his body, so there is no need to worry, as long as he can survive the remaining 2 heart tribulations, he can directly step into the cultivation base of the beginning of heaven. At that time, with all the means that Long Yu has now, he will not be afraid of most martial arts in the heavenly tribulation realm. Little brother Long, let's go. After Shu Chan explained these things, he left, and the little fat man Ren Pingfan pushed the Shura spirit boat and invited Long Yu to board the spirit boat. Along the way, Ren Pingfan will tell Long Yu some specific things, such as the Legion of the Nightmare Mountain Range, the mining team, and the situation in the adjacent Guixia County, etc. The speed of the Azura spirit boat was indeed 3 or 4 times faster than that of Wushou Yukong's flight in the mystical ability secret realm, allowing Long Yu to fully experience the feeling of flying like lightning. Sitting in this small Azura spirit boat, watching the clouds receding beyond the spirit boat, makes people quite fascinated. When Wu Shou can reach this speed by flying in the air, it will be awesome. It takes 3 days to get to the Nightmare Mountains. During this period of time, Long Yu had a good understanding of the situation in the Nightmare Mountain Range. The mine veins in the Devil's Night Mountain Range are extremely precious. Not only is Shura County and Guixia County competing for each other, but even the Tianqin dynasty sends envoys here every year to take away some precious and rare minerals. Since it was under the rule of the Tianqin dynasty, the Shura County king had no choice but to hand over those precious and rare minerals, but other than that, the minerals that the Shura County can get from the Nightmare Mountain Range every year are also quite considerable. The commander of the army stationed in the Nightmare Mountain Range is an old general. He is now over 100 years old. He has already stepped into the 7 paths of Martial Dao realm, and he is only 1 step away from achieving the King Dao secret realm. It's a pity that this step was not something he could just leave. The old general had been stuck for more than 20 years. The old general is Hui Yuanbai, the confidant of Duke Shura, and he has always loved the princess Shu Chan. This time, the 2 of them took Shu Chan's handwriting and went to the Devil's Nightmare Mountains to hide their identities. Hui Yuan by nature will help. The Nightmare Mountain Range is still fighting frequently, and the opponent is naturally a martial artist from Guixia County. Xiaopeng Ren Pingfan continued, the martial arts in Guixia County, the martial arts they practice, the supernatural powers they comprehend, and the laws of heaven and earth are all weird and difficult to deal with. If we encounter them, it is better to call for reinforcements as soon as possible. Long Yu nodded. Guixia County is a force at the same level as Shura County. If Long Yu met a strong person from Guixia County alone, given the choice, he would certainly not choose to fight head-on with the opponent. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Long Yu didn't know anything about the martial arts in that Guixia County, so it would be unwise to act hastily. Today, the Nightmare Mountains belonging to Shura County are divided into 3 major mining areas, namely the Sun Mining Area, the Moon Mining Area, and the Star Mining Area. Arranged according to the Sun, Moon, and Star mining areas, the Sun Mining Area is most likely to produce rare and precious ores, while the Star Mining Area is the most likely to produce rare and precious ores. The ore produced in the mining area is generally inferior. Ren Pingfan said, the princess arranged for you to go, of course, to the Japanese mining area. In the Japanese mining area, you can pay more attention to it. If you can find some precious minerals and return them to the princess must be very happy. Long Yu has no interest in ore. However, the people of Shura County seem to be very concerned about the ore produced in the Nightmare Mountain Range. Long Yu thought, if he got enough ore, he might be able to attract the attention of King Shura and gain his favor. Although Long Yu has come to the outside world, he still thinks about the people on Tianyu Island all the time, as well as Long Zitian who broke into the Thunder Pool of Heavenly Prison more than 20 years ago and whose life or death is unknown. Shu Chan said that even those in the mystical realm of supernatural powers dare not easily step into the Thunder Pool of Heavenly Prison, so if Long Yu wants to quickly know the situation in the Thunder Pool of Heavenly Prison, he can only rely on Xuan and her father. Although Long Yu has not met Prince Shura yet, from what Xuan said, Long Yu can feel that Prince Shura is not the kind of unreasonable person. He should be easy to talk to. The Shura spirit boat crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Long Yu saw many floating islands similar to Tianyu Island from a distance. He didn't know what force caused these islands to suspend in the sky for a long time. Each floating island is about the same size as Tianyu Island. It existed in the sky from ancient times and was surrounded by thousands of layers of heaven. Once a martial artist who has not stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers approaches, he will be easily swept away by the vortex of heaven. No bones remained. And within these floating islands is a world of martial arts like Tianyu continent. One can imagine how vast the territory of Shura County is. Now that Long Yu has stepped into the human tribulation realm, the speed of flying against the sky is already hundreds of feet in an instant, but it will take at least a month to cross the entire Shura County. If there was no such thing as the Azura spirit boat, Long Yu would only go to the Devil's Nightmare mountain range once, and probably a month or two would have passed. Don't the martial artists in these floating islands know about the existence of Shura County outside? Long Yu saw that another floating island passed by, separated by hundreds of thousands of feet, and he could still clearly feel its majesty, so he couldn't help but ask Ren Pingfan. Well, probably. Ren Pingfan narrowed his eyes. I grew up in the Shura Valley since I was a child. I showed my martial arts talent and was taken under by the princess, so I haven't been to these islands. It is said that the martial arts in these floating islands have no with sufficient training resources. Few people who step into the mystical realm of supernatural powers will appear. Indeed so. Long Yu was deeply convinced. I came out of one of the floating islands. Haha, no wonder. Ren Pingfan laughed. Little brother Long is very talented, but at this age, he is indeed too weak. I was a little surprised before, but I didn't expect that little brother Long came from these islands. There are not enough cultivation resources. No matter how talented you are, it's all in vain, alas. Speaking of this, Ren Pingfan looked a little sad, and he didn't know what he thought of. Long Yu paid a little attention, but he didn't ask anything. After all, everyone has their own difficulties, and they rarely want others to know. If Long Yu asked, it would be unsightly. As the Azura spirit boat was speeding, it cut through the sky unimpeded all the way, and finally approached an endless mountain range after 3 days. Even though he was still flying in the high-altitude sea of clouds, Long Yu could still see that there were a lot of peaks piled up in the sea of clouds directly in front of him, and green under the white clouds. It was obvious that the Devil's Nightmare Mountains had arrived. After the Azura spirit boat reached the sky above the Devil's Nightmare mountain range, it was discovered immediately, and a group of 7 martial artists from the secret realm of heaven and man flew straight up to block their way. Who is coming? Report your name. The leading martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm wore a steel helmet, shining with metallic luster, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He is the captain of the patrol team of the Legion, stationed in the Nightmare Mountain range. It can be said that he is the ears and eyes of this legion, so he is naturally extremely vigilant against the arrival of outsiders. This is the token and handwriting of Princess Shura. Let us pass, and go to see General Hua. The little fat man Ren Pingfan stopped the Azura spirit boat, jumped out, and then showed the identity token that belongs to the Princess of Azura. The group of 7 patrol members was shocked and let them go quickly. Although the Nightmare Mountain range is far away from the Shura Valley, they are still familiar with Princess Shura. After all, he is very likely to be the next king of the entire Shura County. Why are you all wearing masks? The team leader of the Tribulation Realm that day glanced at Long Yu and Ren Pingfan, but he was still vigilant. Long Yu is nothing to be afraid of, mainly Ren Pingfan, but a strong man of the 2nd level of supernatural powers. even in the entire army of the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range, such a strong man is rare. The princess ordered, "I have to wear it." Ren Pingfan answered directly, and then waved his hand, put away the Azura Spirit Arc, turning the Azura Spirit Arc into a small boat, held by Ren Pingfan in his hand like a model. "Shan Gui," the princess said, "that it will be safer for you to keep this thing." Ren Pingfan threw the shrunken Shura Spirit boat to Long Yu. Long Yu took it directly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He activated the 9 nether dragon scales and absorbed them into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The Azura Spirit Boat is indeed the safest place in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Although the captain of the patrol team was still a little puzzled, he didn't ask any more questions. In his mind, although the 2 men in front of him were wearing masks, they shouldn't have any bad intentions when they asked to see General Hua as soon as they came up. What's more, Princess Shura's token cannot be faked. "Come with me, I'll report to the general first." The captain of the patrol team brought the 2 of them down into the clouds, and soon landed in a valley of continuous mountains. In this valley, there is an entire army of hundreds of thousands of people stationed, all of which are under the command of General Hui Yuanbai. It can be said to be one of the strongest forces in Shura County. Hui Yuanbai himself, as a strong man of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, has the qualifications to dominate one side in Shura County, not to mention that he has won the trust of the king of Shura County, so he was appointed as the general of this nightmare army to fight against it. Wu Xiu from the neighboring Guixia County. It is precisely because of the protection of the Nightmare Legion that the Nightmare Mountain Range is only half the size of Shura County. Otherwise, the entire Nightmare Mountain Range may have been snatched by the people of Guixia County. This place is rich in resources. If it weren't for the fact that the Nightmare Legion was too difficult to chew on, Guixia County would have led an army to capture it and completely occupied it. At the same time, the Nightmare Legion in Shura County may not be paying attention to occupying the entire Nightmare Mountain Range, but Guixia County is also very strict about this, so that Hui Yuanbai has no chance to make a move. Long Yu glanced and saw that there were camps all over the mountains and plains. The martial arts of the entire Nightmare Legion lived in this large stretch of mountains and were responsible for protecting the Nightmare Mountains from being invaded by the martial arts of Guixia County. Azura County is really too powerful. The Nightmare Legion that guards the Nightmare Mountain Range alone has at least 100 experts from the mystical ability realm. The squad leaders of the patrol team are all martial artists from the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Long Yu was quite emotional. If such an army is used to capture the entire Tianyu Island, it will be more than enough, and it doesn't even need the help of those experts from the mystical realm. Of course, the floating islands like Tianyu Island are all the territory of Shura County, and there have been many martial arts geniuses who have come out of these floating islands and made great contributions to Shura County. Following the patrol team, Long Yu and Ren Pingfan came to a rather simple camp in the mountains. Although simple, the arrangement of various supplies in the camp was very orderly, which made people feel refreshed. "Greetings to the general. Those who have princesses ask to see me." The patrol leader stood at the gate of the camp and shouted loudly. "Let them in." A middle-aged man's voice came out from the camp. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. Obviously he did not expect the princess to send someone to see him. "2, go in." The patrol captain breathed a sigh of relief, and there will be no surprises when he is brought. Even if a guy at the 2nd level of supernatural powers wants to do something wrong, he cannot be an opponent of General Hui Yuanbai at the 7 levels of supernatural powers. "Hey, thank you for your hard work, brother. When you settle down, Ben Peng will ask you to drink." Ren Pingfan laughed at the patrol captain. "Don't dare not be." The patrol captain was immediately flattered. The person who was talking to him was a strong man in the 2nd realm of supernatural powers. How dare he drink with him presumptuously? Little did he know that what the little fat man said was true. Ben is fat, to be honest. What's your name? My name is Rafe. The patrol captain hurriedly said. Well, I remember, I went to see the general first. After the little fat man finished speaking, he and Long Yu stepped into the camp. Looking at this scene from the side, Long Yu knew that this little fat man was very scheming. The reason why he wanted to invite the patrol captain, Leaf, to drink with him was of course to find out the entire Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range and the Devil's Mountain Range as quickly as possible. The situation of Nightmare Legion. After all, the little fat man is going to serve as the military advisor of the Nightmare Legion. If he doesn't know the situation, wouldn't it be easy for someone to plot against him? With so many people in the Nightmare Legion, besides General Hui Yuanbai, there are also 4 lieutenants. It is impossible to be as harmonious as it seems on the surface. It wouldn't be fun if you stumbled accidentally. Ren Pingfan was right to be careful. After entering the camp, Long Yu and Ren Pingfan took off the masks on their faces. Princess Shuchan said that there is no need to hide their identities when facing General Hui Yuanbai. On the contrary, they must reveal their true identities. You know, General Hui Yuanbai is in charge of the entire Nightmare Mountain Range, and it is impossible to allow unknown people to sneak in, let alone allow people with unknown identities to become military advisors. It would be bad if spies got in. Although Shu Chan had the token and handwriting, it might not be enough for Hui Yuanbai to completely believe it. It's better to be on the safe side. The two stepped into a wooden house in the camp, and the first thing they saw was a training platform, burning with raging flames, scorching a lot of metal ores on it. The training platform is a tool for forging soldiers, similar to an alchemy furnace. And next to the training platform, there was a middle-aged and older man with a bare upper body, swinging a hammer that was shining with thunder, beating the metal ore on the training platform. Unexpectedly, General Hua is still an army refiner. Seeing this, Ren Pingfan couldn't help being a little surprised, and couldn't help but speak out. Haha, I'm old, and it's difficult to advance in martial arts, so I try to refine some soldiers for fun. The middle-aged man smiled heartily, raised his head, glanced at Long Yu and Ren Pingfan, and especially stayed on Long Yu for a longer time. You are the princess's people? General Hui Yuanbai asked. That's right, this is the princess's handwriting, please have the general read it. Ren Pingfan took out Shu Chan's handwriting and handed it over. General Hui Yuanbai temporarily stopped refining soldiers, took the handwritten letter, and quickly read what was written in it, and he had a general understanding of the situation. You kid, is your name Long Yu? After reading the handwritten letter, Hui Yuanbai walked over with a smile, and extended his hand towards Long Yu very friendly. Good. Long Yu's eyes lit up. General Hui Yuanbai seemed to be easy to get along with. He stretched out his hand, shook hands with Hui Yuanbai, and then separated. During this process, Hui Yuanbai looked at Long Yu more, as if he felt some special power in Long Yu's body, but he didn't say much. Ren Pingfan, you are not so ordinary that you can step into the second realm of supernatural powers at a young age. Hui Yuanbai then turned his head sideways, smiled and extended his hand to the little fat man. Hey, Fatty Ben has admired the general for a long time, and now that he can finally see him, he has fulfilled his childhood wish. The little fat man chuckled and held out his hand. You, one under the pseudonym Ganbu Fan, wants to come to my Nightmare Legion to serve as a military advisor, and the other under the pseudonym Mountain Ghost, wants to join the mining team. How about this, you stay in my camp for one night, and I will arrange for you to go to work tomorrow. Hui Yuanbai smiled, with an extremely kind face. My camp can gather a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy at night, which is of great benefit to your cultivation. This point, Long Yu saw it when he first came in. The whole camp seemed to have been set up with some kind of formation, which could gather more spiritual energy of heaven and earth to come here. In this way, it is not only convenient for people to practice, but also convenient for Hui Yuanbai to build soldiers in his daily life. This will trouble the general. The two clasped their fists in thanks. Then, when the sun was setting, under the glow of the dark red setting sun, a boundless ghostly aura seemed to rise from the entire Nightmare Mountain range, making the atmosphere in the entire mountain range a little gloomy. As an old general, Hui Yuanbai was indeed easy-talking and kind-hearted, so he set up a dinner party for Long Yu and Ren Pingfan, and dined with them himself. Of course, there were only 3 people at the table. After all, the identities of Long Yu and Ren Pingfan were not convenient for others to know. Little friend Long Yu, you are only in the human tribulation realm now, but the princess arranged for you to go to the Japanese mining area. I'm afraid there is something wrong. During the dinner, Hui Yuanbai frowned slightly, but there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. General, I don't understand this, but it depends on the arrangement of the princess. Long Yu said casually. The mining team in the Japanese mining area are all martial artists from the Heavenly Realm and the Heavenly Realm. If you were assigned to join without any identity, you might be bullied by those guys. Hui Yuanbai smiled with interest. Does the princess want you to go through some training, or is there something extraordinary about you that can deal with guys in the Heavenly Realm? This Hui Yuanbai made it clear that he wanted to inquire about Long Yu's details, but unfortunately, Long Yu just smiled and waved his hands and said, the princess's arrangement naturally has her reasons. As for the reason, I am not very clear. Facing Long Yu's statement, Hui Yuanbai also knew that this kid was shrewd, but he couldn't get anything out of him, so he didn't ask any more questions, just drinking and eating meat with the two of them. After the meal, Hui Yuanbai arranged a residence for the two, and Long Yu and Ren Pingfan took their leave. How about it, little brother Long, what do you think of General Hua? Ren Pingfan's eyes flashed with admiration, and he asked Long Yu. The general is good. Long Yu didn't say much, just said something with a smile. Hey, it's more than that. General Hua was already the head of the Nightmare Legion when I was born. In that year, he killed all the intruders from Guixia County, and made tens of thousands of ghosts from Guixia County. Xiu was buried in the Nightmare Mountain Range, so happy. It seems that this little fat man has a good impression of Hui Yuanbai, and Hui Yuanbai should be a powerful general who is utterly loyal to Shura County. If not, the king of Shura County would not have entrusted him with the important task of protecting the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range. Hui Yuanbai's hand. After parting from Hui Yuanbai, there was nothing to say all night. In the early morning of the next day, several martial arts practitioners from the Heavenly Human Secret Realm came over to arrange for Long Yu and Ren Pingfan to go. The two were finally about to separate. Before leaving, the little fat man took Long Yu's arm and said, Little brother Long, after I take office, I will send someone to keep an eye on you. If there is any danger, I will know soon, you just have to hold on as long as you can. Of course, there shouldn't be too much danger in this Nightmare Mountain Range, and those people in Guixia County seem to be very peaceful recently. Okay, sorry for the trouble, brother Fat. Long Yu smiled and said, he didn't call the other party by his name anymore, he just called him Fat Brother. It was obvious that this little fat man liked to call him that. Ren Pingfan was taken away. Of course he was preparing to take up the position as a military advisor to the guest ministers. Although it was just a name, he still had some authority, and it would not be a problem to arrange 1 or 2 people to monitor Long Yu. As for Long Yu, wearing a grimace mask, he followed a martial arts soldier from the mystical realm of heaven and man and left that mountain, and traveled in the sky in the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range. He flew thousands of feet before arriving at another mountain peak. Underfoot. Raising his head and looking at the mountain peak, Long Yu could feel the richer aura of heaven and earth hidden in this mountain peak, and on the mountain peak, at a glance, he could see many martial arts digging on it. Brother Shangue, this is the Japanese mining area. According to the general's order, I brought you here. You take the general's handbook and go up the mountain to find the vulture mining team and join them. The person who led the way said something to Long Yu, and then handed an envelope to Long Yu, which was the handwritten letter from General Hui Yuanbai. Thank you. Long Yu nodded to the man, then turned and walked towards the mountain peak. The man left on his own. Long Yu walked all the way up the mountain, and found that there were almost no roads on this mountain. Many mining diggers flew up directly from the sky, and each mining team had its own range of activities and could not wander around. Once you make a mistake, you will most likely face a conflict. Although they are all martial arts from Missouri County, where there are people, there will be differences of interests and conflicts will arise. Once they go to the wrong place, it is very likely that a battle will break out, and for such a battle, the legion led by Hui Yuanbai will not pay attention to it. Each mining team only needs to give half of the harvest to Hui Yuanbai's legion. As for the remaining half, it can be used by itself, or it can be exchanged with Hui Yuanbai's legion for what it needs, such as pills, finished soldiers, and so on. The 3 mining areas of Sun, Moon, and Star are all free mining areas, that is to say, the people who mine here are all adventurers Wu Xiu who came from all over Shura County. And the Nightmare Legion, led by Hui Yuanbai, naturally has another dedicated mining area, which is not eligible for ordinary people to enter. In the Legion mining area, the things produced are naturally much better. However, the Japanese mining area where Long Yu came recently has also produced a lot of good things, which are very valuable. And a lot more. Of course, these new Jianhu martial artists have to be arranged by Hui Yuanbai's subordinates, otherwise, if they are allowed to wander around, it is not good for bloody cases to happen everywhere. Although Hui Yuanbai didn't stop the competition, he didn't want vicious competition among these Jianhu martial arts. Long Yu went up from the sky, holding General Hui Yuanbai's handwriting, and soon came to the side of the mountain, on a mountain platform. At a glance, you can see many people sitting on the mountain platform resting and chatting with each other. As soon as they saw Long Yu flying towards this mountain platform, the group of people cast wary looks at him. After all, Long Yu's purpose was unknown, and the most suspicious thing was that he was wearing a mask. Seeing Long Yu flying closer and closer, a burly man wearing a golden pendant at the head of the group stood up and looked at Long Yu like a ruffian. "Where are you from? What are you doing here?" "My name is Xuanhuan, and the general arranged for me to come here," Long Yu said directly. "What did I hear?" "Haha, which general are you talking about?" The burly man laughed, as if he heard some joke. "Of course it's General Hua." As Long Yu spoke, he landed in front of this burly man, took a look at him, and found that this burly man was a martial artist at the Heaven Brilliance realm, and his aura was quite powerful. "Boy, do you know who we are? How dare you talk nonsense here?" Before the burly man could speak, a sharp-toothed and thin martial artist next to him sarcastically said, "How can you see General Hua with your talent-only cultivation? Besides, we are here in the Japanese mining area." The burly man then said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency may have gone to the wrong place, right?" When he said this, the burly man's eyes flashed with displeasure. Obviously he had no intention of welcoming Long Yu at all. "See for yourself." Long Yu raised his hand and threw out General Hui Yuanbai's letter. Afraid of some hidden weapon, the burly man caught the envelope cautiously by condensing his profound energy, only to find that it was not a hidden weapon, so he opened the envelope. Just a glance, the face of the burly man changed slightly. It was really arranged by General Hua himself. It's really bad luck. There are so many good things coming out these days. Can the rubbish that makes people feel bad come to the Japanese mining area? The burly man cursed. "Xuanhuan, right? Since it was arranged by the general himself, then follow our vulture squad, but let me explain in advance, don't think that you are arranged by the general himself, so you can be in charge when you are doing things. Be lazy. What I should do, I will do naturally." Long Yu said lightly, and stepped forward, preparing to rest for a while on the mountain platform. He looked around and found that besides him on the mountain platform, there were 15 people in total. All of them were martial arts practitioners from the Heaven Realm, without exception. These 15 people are all resting on this mountain platform now, and behind the mountain platform, there is a mountain wall, and a big hole has been dug out of the mountain wall. Out of place. Boy, is this your first time in the Nightmare Mountain Range? A middle-aged man who looked quite kind, walked up to Long Yu with a smile and said, "Our team is about to start work, and it happens that there are only a few people left, so you can go in with us." Good. Long Yu nodded after a little thought. He doesn't know how the ore here is mined, so it is necessary to follow a small team. Since this middle-aged man seems to be quite friendly, it is better to go with him. Brothers, let's go. The middle-aged man turned his head and greeted, and 4 people stood up, all with some inexplicable smiles on their faces, and came to his side. Together with Long Yu, a total of 6 people walked towards the mine. "Brother, are you a mountain ghost? Why are you wearing a mask? Is there any enemy who can't do it?" The middle-aged man was walking beside Long Yu. He laughed and asked as he walked, "You don't have to worry here. No one dares to openly seek revenge under General Hua, unless there is a conflict over mining." Long Yu glanced at him sideways, feeling that although this person was kind, his words seemed to be a little tentative, and he felt a little vigilant in his heart. Long Yu thought to himself, wearing a mask is to prevent people from the Shura Valley from spying on him, and to pass back the news that he is still alive, not to prevent someone from seeking revenge. However, it is naturally impossible to explain this kind of thing to this kind of person. "My name is Deng Yuan." The middle-aged man introduced himself with a smile, and then said, "When you start working later, remember to use your strongest strength. The mountain in the mining area is extremely hard today, even our martial arts in the heavenly realm, it takes 7 or 8 cents of effort to forcefully blast it open, digging in bit by bit. It's really not a good thing that you are assigned to the mining area in the future. Maybe you have been busy for a few months, and there is no gain at all." "Well, I'll try it later." Long Yu nodded and said. This Deng Yuan's words surprised Long Yu a little bit. He never thought that the mountain body of the Nightmare Mountain Range was so hard that even martial arts practitioners from the heavenly realm could barely blast it away. However, Long Yu was not worried that he would not gain anything. One must know that his real strength had definitely surpassed the realm of human robbery, and he might have reached the level of heavenly robbery. In a life-and-death battle, even the strongest in the heavenly tribulation realm may not necessarily be Long Yu's opponent. In this mine, the aura of heaven and earth is so strong, it seems that Shu Chan arranged for me to come here because she really wanted me to cultivate quickly. Feeling the atmosphere in the mine, Long Yu felt that the aura of heaven and earth was stronger than that of the outside world. If he practiced here all year round, his cultivation speed would also increase a lot. It's a pity that most of the martial arts come to the Devil's Night Mountain Range. The biggest purpose is not to practice, but to dig mines and find treasures. The whole mine is crooked, and most of the cave walls are hard boulders, and there are also a small part of gray metal that flashes. The hardness of these gray metals is harder than the boulders, and they are of little value. Basically, when gray metal appears, this direction can be given up, because it is too difficult to blast away such gray metal with the strength of martial arts in the sky. Okay, here we go, let's get to work. The middle-aged man, Deng Yuan, raised his hand, motioning everyone to stop here, and then pointed to a fork in the passage ahead. That fork is a cave that has just been opened. See if you can dig up any rare treasures. Long Yu keenly noticed that when Deng Yuan glanced at him, there seemed to be some sinister and cunning hidden in his eyes. This made Long Yu vigilant. At this time, in the mine, apart from Long Yu, the 5 martial artists, including Deng Yuan, were all at the beginning of heaven. The 5 people used their means individually, and the power of the laws of heaven and earth they had comprehended condensed into a bundle, and rushed towards the fork in the cave ahead, and soon drilled several small holes. Long Yu could feel that the strength of these 5 martial arts cultivators in the early stage of heaven, if they were placed in normal times, they might be able to blow away a mountain with a single blow. But now, in the cave in the Nightmare Mountain range, only a few finger-sized holes were blasted out. It is conceivable what kind of existence this entire Nightmare Mountain range is composed of. Everything in the world has different hardness. The material of the Nightmare Mountain range is nothing. The forging material of my ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is really hard. Only the strong in the secret realm of the King's Way can make it possible. A little crack. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu also displayed the power of the Taiyin law he had comprehended, tried to condense it into a beam, and blasted it on the cave wall in front of him. The power condensed into a bunch will naturally have stronger penetrating power, but Long Yu's strike did not make any marks on the cave wall. This made Long Yu squint his eyes. The hardness of this cave was really beyond his expectation. And his situation naturally fell into the eyes of Deng Yuan and the other 5. TCH, I thought the guy who was personally arranged by the general has some special abilities. I didn't expect that even a trace on the cave wall can't be smashed out. Then why do we need this kid? Hurry up and let him go as far as he can, otherwise if we dig something, don't we still have to share with this kid? That's right, Deng Yuan, you are our team leader, hurry up and tell this kid to get out. Several people cursed loudly and looked at Long Yu with unkindness in their eyes. Deng Yuan looked at Long Yu, shook his head and said, Brother Xuanhuan, look, it's not that I'm sorry for you, it's because your strength is too. I'll try again, I haven't tried my best just now. But Long Yu narrowed his eyes and insisted. He could understand the feelings of these guys. After all, no one would be willing to bring someone who was useless to work, especially when they got a share of the results of working together. Therefore, Long Yu said this, wanting to try again. However, those people were not ready for Long Yu's opportunity. Didn't use your full strength? Boy, you are an idiot, who will use your full strength when mining? If you can only destroy the cave wall with all your strength, how slow is the mining speed? Let's go, don't slow down our progress, it's really bad luck. Go out and let the boss arrange to go to another team. Anyway, our team can't afford to take useless trash like you. These few words are a bit impolite. Not even giving him a chance, this made Long Yu quite upset, and it was even more related to the insidiousness when he saw Deng Yuan just now, so he simply decided not to be with them, lest something more unpleasant would happen later. Then I'll dig somewhere else myself. Long Yu said something, turned around and left. Ha 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 ha, I'm so laughing at you, just with your strength, you can't dig anything famous in a lifetime. Don't worry about him, let's do our own thing. If there are other decent people, we are afraid that he will take away our food. This kid is so weak, no matter how hard he digs, he won't be able to dig away anything. Let him go. Those few people did not have any retention, and continued to mock Long Yu to the fullest. Long Yu didn't care at all, turned around and walked towards another fork in the cave, and quickly put those noisy and mocking voices behind him. Before turning around, Long Yu also noticed that there was a look of joy on Deng Yuan's face, and he didn't know what he was being happy about. It stands to reason that Long Yu's departure doesn't make this guy happy, right? Long Yu was secretly vigilant in his heart, and then walked towards another fork in the cave. In the entire mine, there are many forks. Most of them have already dug a large piece of gray metal cave wall. There is no way to move forward, so new passages must be constantly opened up. Long Yu walked along the fork in the cave for about 100 feet, and then he came to the end, facing a gray metal cave wall, which was harder than those huge stone cave walls before. Long Yu just wanted to turn around and leave, but then he thought about it, these gray metal cave walls, others can't do anything about it, but it doesn't mean he can't do anything about it. I have the nether dragon blade, and it happens that no one is around right now, why not try first? Can the nether dragon blade break through these gray metal cave walls? With a thought in his heart, Long Yu made a decision, and held the pitch-black nether dragon blade in his hand, with a strange and spooky aura flashing on the blade. Holding the void Yulong blade in his hand, he urged the power of the Yuzi divine script he had comprehended, focused on the blade, and then stabbed it towards the grey metal cave wall in front of him. Contrary to Long Yu's expectations, these incomparably hard grey metal cave walls were pierced through by the nether dragon blade. You must know that these grey metal cave walls are harder than the giant stone cave walls. The giant stone cave walls alone are extremely difficult for Heaven Realm martial artists to break through, let alone these grey metal cave walls. Judging from the fact that once they dug out the entire grey metal cave wall, they gave up the entire road. It can be seen that even the strongest in the sky have nothing to do with these grey metal cave walls. However, Long Yu held the void Yulong blade and condensed the Yuzi divine script, but he was able to split it apart in one fell swoop. Haha, amazing, worthy of being an ancient warrior. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. Other celestial martial arts cultivators can dig up a lot of good things just by digging slowly, so Long Yu has the void dragon blade, so can't he open a path at will? The mining speed is not only 100 times faster than other martial arts, but 1,000 times faster. Improving the realm of martial arts is Long Yu's main goal at present, but now, before the heart catastrophe arrives, all Long Yu can do is to prepare for the arrival of the heart catastrophe, while improving his strength in other aspects. It would be good for Long Yu if he could dig up some good things in the Nightmare Mountains and exchange them for some pills, warriors, or martial arts. Immediately, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, he continued to stab towards the grey metal cave wall. After stabbing a few times, he had already dug out a large piece of grey metal. Feeling that there was no aura on it, he directly threw it into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The grey metal is extremely hard. If other people know that he can cut it like mud, it may cause unnecessary trouble, so you still have to be careful not to throw these grey metals here and there. After a few more knives, Long Yu suddenly felt that from behind this grey metal cave wall, there was an extremely strong aura of heaven and earth, which was more than 10 times stronger than other places in the mine. Is there something good? Long Yu was overjoyed, and then worked even harder, directly condensing the divine script of Yuzi, and pierced through an extremely thick piece of grey metal cave wall with the void Yulong blade, then reached out and took out a piece embedded in this grey-blue diamonds in metal. Long Yu carefully removed the grey metal with the void dragon blade, and soon a whole blue diamond was revealed, exuding a rich aura that Long Yu had never seen before. What level of treasure is this? Such a strong aura of heaven and earth may attract the attention of others. Long Yu immediately hid it in the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The dragon skeleton pagoda is an independent space, and no one can feel the things hidden in it. At this time, Long Yu thought that there have been rumors in recent days that people in the Nightmare Mountains have continuously dug out a kind of treasure called the blue-edged diamond. Even if it's just a fingernail-sized piece, adding it when refining a soldier can increase the hardness of the soldier at least twice, making it less easy to be damaged by others. If the cyan gem that Long Yu got was that kind of cyan-edged gem, then it would be the size of a fist. Once spread, it will definitely drive countless people crazy. This kind of grey metal cave wall, I am afraid that even the strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers have no good way to cut it quickly, and thanks to a sharp weapon like the nether dragon blade. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly. He couldn't help looking forward to it even more. If he could cultivate a martial skill for assassination and sneak attack, and cooperate with the nether dragon blade, how powerful would it be? After returning here, Long Yu can consider using the harvest from mining to exchange for a martial skill like a move, but he doesn't know if he can find what he wants. Long Yu shook his head. He didn't think about it for the time being. What he had to do now was to dig out as many treasures as possible from the cave wall. No one would think about the grey metal cave wall, and this is the reason why Long Yu can take advantage of it. The nether dragon blade exuded a deep and strange color, and was pierced by Long Yu into the grey metal cave wall one by one, and soon he chiseled a large piece of gray metal, and he threw it into the ancient dragon skeleton tower. At the same time, he also got 4 blue-edged diamonds, the size of a fist, which he directly took into his pocket. However, at this moment, when he dug out another blue-edged diamond the size of a finger, and wanted to put it in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, suddenly there were some chaotic footsteps behind him. "It's the green-edged diamond, it's really the green-edged diamond, right? We finally got lucky, ha ha ha. How did this kid get it out? Is he really amazing, but this is cheap for us." Several extremely excited voices reached Long Yu's ears. Long Yu looked sideways, and saw that the person coming was Deng Yuan's 5-member team. Maybe he was worried about Long Yu, or maybe he felt some aura emanating from the green-edged diamond, so he ran over. As a result, they happened to see Long Yu holding a thumb-sized blue-edged diamond in his hand, which immediately made greed appear in their eyes. Long Yu had expected that these people would come to have a look, but he didn't expect to come so fast, and he just happened to see the green-edged diamond in his hand. Long Yu squinted his eyes and thought, anyway, he has already got 5 fist-sized blue-edged diamonds, and the one in his hand is the size of a thumb. The territory of the Eagle Squad. "Boy, hand over the jewel, such a treasure cannot be owned by a guy like you." Immediately, one of the martial arts cultivators with a hooked nose looked at Long Yu and said viciously, "This is the territory of our Condor Squad. The green-edged diamond found here belongs to our entire Condor Squad." The other person looked at Long Yu and said with greed in his eyes, "Give." Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly threw the green-edged diamond in his hand, and it soon fell into the hands of the kind middle-aged man Deng Yuan. Deng Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and then felt the strong aura emanating from the Qingling diamond, and then couldn't hold back his expression of ecstasy. "This kid is so obedient, there must be a ghost." "Who knows," the hooked-nosed Wuxiu still said with a stern face, "Boss Deng, this kid probably got more than 1 blue-edged diamond, we can't just let him get away with it like this." "Good," Deng Yuan said in a deep voice, looking at Long Yu, "Brother Shangue, please hand over all the things you got, otherwise, you will be the enemy of our vulture squad." When Long Yu heard this, he was immediately annoyed. "Then tell me, what else is there on me? The short blade in your hand is not an ordinary thing, is it? It is a waste in your hand. Why don't you give it to us, and we can dig out more treasures?" The hook-nosed martial artist's eyes were extremely tricky, and when he saw the nether dragon blade held in Long Yu's hand, he made up his mind about the nether dragon blade. "You vulture squad, are you a bandit?" Long Yu sneered, "I just got this green-edged diamond and I have already handed it over to you, but you still want to snatch my soldiers, how shameless you are." The other party's behavior was indeed too much, and even if Long Yu didn't think of any conflict, he couldn't bear it anymore. Originally, it was considered that this place was the territory of the Condor Squad, so he handed over the green-edged diamond, but he didn't expect that the other party would have to make an inch of it, and made up his mind to fight the soldiers in his hands. "Stop talking nonsense, brat." The corner of the hook-nosed Wuxiu's mouth curled up, and he said in an extremely vicious voice, "Here, you can't fly with wings, and you are besieged by 5 of us. Do you think you have a way to survive? Either hand over everything on your body, or die." "Actually, we don't have to talk nonsense with him." Deng Yuan suddenly spoke out at this time, with a sinister look like a fox in his eyes, and he was completely different from his previous kind image. "This person was personally arranged by the general to our team. He must have some treasures on him. Just kill him immediately. It's over." However, if the general asks the question in person, how should he explain it? Some people feel guilty. This person was extremely disobedient, ran around in the mine, was crushed to death by the mine collapse, and his bones were buried. Deng Yuan said with dark eyes, "In this way, the general will intervene in person, and nothing will happen to us. This kid was just arranged by the general himself, but he didn't send him here, and he didn't give us any orders. It can be seen that the other it is not an important person, and killing him will not have any consequences. Hey. The hook-nosed Wu Shou licked his lips. What's more, we can say that we have never seen this person, so we can push the matter away completely. Anyway, no one came with this kid. Well said. Dang Yuan nodded, and then the 5 people looked at Long Yu with a fierce light in their eyes. Are you finished? Long Yu said lightly, and glanced at the 5 people, especially the leader, Dang Yuan. At first, I thought this guy was quite kind, but I didn't expect that everything was a disguise. In fact, he turned out to be such a sinister, cunning, and greedy person. Sensing the awe-inspiring murderous aura of those 5 people, Long Yu immediately decided to strike first and kill them all. In the eyes of Long Yu, martial arts at the beginning of heaven are not considered strong. Dang Yuan seemed to want to say something, but suddenly his eyes blurred, and Long Yu's figure suddenly disappeared, followed by a gust of cool wind, as if something was attacking him. Dang Yuan, as a Jianghu Wuxiu in the early stage of heaven, has extremely rich combat experience. Of course he immediately realized that Long Yu was the first to launch a sneak attack on them, and he sneered. Overestimating one's own strengths, you dare to come to Japan's mining area with only a mere robbing realm cultivation base. You are really daring, and you can't blame others even if you die. Kill. Dang Yuan snorted coldly, raised his hand, and a burst of flame power from the heavenly monument law blasted out, condensing into a violent defensive fire wall, trying to resist Long Yu's sneak attack. Long Yu used the hidden character divine script, and these people couldn't find him at all. But seeing Dang Yuan's defensive means, Long Yu avoided him, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, and directly stabbed the hook-nosed martial artist beside him. The hook-nosed martial artist reacted extremely quickly, and with a wave of his hand, he formed a wall of dirt and blocked him. Kill. Long Yu was not afraid of the earthen wall, just a light stab from the nether dragon blade, stirred with the power of the Yuzi divine script, made the earthen wall collapse. Immediately afterwards, awakening the palm of reincarnation, lying drunk in the underworld, 2 martial arts moves were condensed on Long Yu's fist, and the aura of 9 serenity exploded in an instant, and suddenly attacked the face of the hooked-nosed martial artist. The distance between the two was so close that the rest of them didn't know how to help if they wanted to help. They were afraid that they would accidentally hurt the hook-nosed martial artist, so they all backed away. One person is enough to deal with him. Dang Yuan said, coldly, not worried about the safety of the hooked nose. But only at the next moment, Yinggubi's entire realm of martial arts was affected by the power of reincarnation, and he temporarily fell back to the level of human robbery, and then the spirit of the underworld appeared leisurely, completely restraining his whole body. The hooked nose's expression changed, and just as he was about to call for help, the nether dragon blade had already struck, piercing into his chest, shattering his heart in one fell swoop. Die 1. If Long Yu doesn't kill these people will kill him, he has no choice. As for the consequences after killing, Long Yu didn't have time to think about it, and he didn't bother to think about it. The strongest burly man in the Vulture Squad was only at the Heavenly Brilliance realm. If he was singled out, Long Yu would not be afraid at all. The hooked nose had his heart shattered by Long Yu's knife, and he fell on his back in disbelief, and fell heavily on the mine floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. When Dang Yuan and the other 4 saw this, their expressions changed one after another, and their originally calm expressions suddenly became dignified. The hooked nose is dead, that is to say, this boy wearing a mask called a mountain ghost in front of him definitely has the strength to kill a martial artist at the beginning of heaven like them. What should I do? Should I ask the boss to support me? One of them said tremblingly, if Long Yu's target was him just now, he might be the one who died. No, let's get rid of this kid. Everything on him is ours. If we call him the boss, then it won't be our turn. Dang Yuan said with a gloomy face, let's go together, no matter how powerful this kid is, he is just a kid from the human tribulation realm. As soon as the words fell, the four of them condensed the power of the law of heaven and earth they had comprehended, and rolled out towards Long Yuman in the center. Flames, ice guns, hurricanes, boulders, four different powers of law immediately crushed towards Long Yu. The power of law released by martial arts practitioners in the early days was several times stronger than Long Yu. Can't escape, the reincarnation barrier. Long Yu's heart was extremely calm, and the aura of the nine netherness instantly condensed into a reincarnation barrier, resisting around his whole body. The next moment, the four law powers descended separately, smashing the dark and translucent barrier of reincarnation. The defensive martial skill of the barrier of reincarnation only resisted less than half of the power of these laws in a hurry, and rebounded it went back. With half of the strength remaining, it slammed heavily on Long Yu. 1 against 4, and he had just killed a hooked nose. Facing the quick reaction of Dang Yuan and others, Long Yu couldn't dodge at all, so he could only eat it hard. Lightning flashed all over his body, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The powerful force of the four laws came, causing Long Yu to inevitably suffer internal injuries. However, due to his overpowered body, the internal injuries he suffered were not fatal. Not only that, but at the same time when he was just injured, the self-healing mantra he had comprehended had already been actively released, covering all the injured parts of his body. The internal injuries he suffered had healed themselves at an extremely fast speed. Relying on his tyrannical physical body and self-healing mana, Long Yu forcibly withstood the all-out attack of those four martial artists at the beginning of heaven. Shadow of the Dragon Sparrow, kill. Long Yu didn't wait for the injuries in his body to heal completely. A pair of pitch-black dragonfinch wings emerged from behind, and then he merged with the dragonfinch shadow. His speed increased sharply, and he came in front of Dang Yuan in an instant. Siphon Divine Script, suck it for me. Lightning flashed on Long Yu's arm. He forcibly penetrated the defensive firewall, and then pressed on Dang Yuan's shoulder. The power of the Siphon Divine Text burst out instantly. Dang Yuan was still resisting the small half of the force rebounded by the Samsara barrier just now, and he never expected that Long Yu survived the joint siege of the four of them. Not only did he not die, but he also killed him at the fastest speed. Sensing that Long Yu broke through his defensive firewall with bare hands, Dang Yuan sneered, "This kid, is he looking for death?" However, when he felt Long Yu's hand on his shoulder, there was a terrifying and strange suction force that quickly sucked away the strength in his body. Dang Yuan's face changed again. The flame explodes, kill. Dang Yuan is not considered a strong man. He didn't even comprehend the divine writing, he only comprehended a law of the flame world. At this moment, in the face of Long Yu's Siphon Divine Script, the law of flame heaven and earth erupted, and it couldn't stop Long Yu's movements at all. The flames sprang up, and Long Yu was bathed in the flames. However, his whole body was flickered with lightning, and a layer of self-healing divine power wrapped his whole body, allowing him to withstand the flame damage forcibly. At the next moment, more than half of the strength in Dang Yuan's body was sucked away by the Siphon Divine Script, and then Long Yu punched out, hitting Dang Yuan's chest heavily. The 9 explosions of Yulong is the first to win. There was an ancient dragon's chant, and Dang Yuan was blown away, completely severing his vitality. Once Dang Yuan died, the green-edged jewel in his hand fell back into Long Yu's hands. Thunder light flickered all over Long Yu's body, and the power of the law of fire released by Dang Yuan finally disappeared quickly as his vitality was cut off. Long Yu forcibly bombarded and killed Dang Yuan, and was seriously injured by the power of his fire law, but under the power of the self-healing divine script, he recovered extremely quickly. Go. Those 3 people were left. Seeing Dang Yuan being blasted away, they immediately didn't have any guts to stay to deal with Long Yu. They rose from the sky one after another, and flew towards the entrance of the mine. Want to run? A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. These guys wanted to kill people to get more money, but they didn't expect Long Yu to kill 2 of them instead. They just wanted to run away. How could it be so easy? The dragon bird's wings stretched out behind Long Yu's back, and the dragon bird's shadow emerged, gradually merging with him, causing his speed to explode, and instantly caught up with the wuxiu at the beginning of heaven who fell at the end. Void Dragon Blade, kill. Holding the Void Yulong blade in his hand, Long Yu pointed at the man's back and stabbed down. Icicle. The man didn't turn his head back, and the power of the law of ice he had comprehended made countless ice thorns grow on his back, just like an ice hedgehog. He wanted to use this to stop Long Yu's assassination, but Long Yu didn't pay attention to these ice thorns at all. The 9 explosions of Yulong, the dark sky, and snow of dragons singing. Mind explosion. Long Yu stimulated the profound energy in his body, mixed with the power of the 9 netherness law, and instantly rolled out the 9 netherness chi towards the front, and the 3 people who fled quickly were surrounded by a burst of black snowflakes, and with the sound of dragon chant it exploded in their ears, causing their speed to drop suddenly. Qianyu Shenguang, Yuzi Xuanhuan, light explosion. Long Yu once again displayed this so-called acquired supernatural power, blasting and shattering all the ice thorns on the back of the person in front of him with one move, and then the nether dragon blade stabbed down, shattering his heart in one fell swoop. A martial artist at the beginning of heaven couldn't hold on for even one breath in front of Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu and the shadow of the dragon sparrow merged at an extremely fast speed, and quickly caught up with the 2 people in front. The black luster of the void dragon blade kept flickering in the mine. It didn't take long for Deng Yuan and the 4 people he led to be completely killed by Long Yu. Go in. Long Yu casually picked up the corpses of those people, and threw them into the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The siphonic power of the divine script spread all over the space on the 7th floor. These corpses will only be left with bones in a short time. Long Yu took it out again, no one would know their identities. The blood-stained part of the mine was also dug out by Long Yu with the void dragon blade, and all the hard boulders and grey metal were thrown into the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is a good tool for destroying corpses and traces. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, thinking in his heart. Next, he just had to pretend he didn't know anything. Anyway, no one knew that he had a conflict with Deng Yuan and the others. Long Yu returned to the mine alone, holding the void dragon blade, and continued to dig the grey metal cave wall. After about 2 or 3 hours, Long Yu forcibly dug this passage and extended it for dozens of feet. The grey metal excavated from it was thrown into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda by Long Yu. At the same time, he also got more than 20 fist-sized, blue-edged diamonds. As for the thumb-sized blue-edged diamonds, there are more than 100 pieces in total, and there are even human head-sized blue-edged diamonds. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth made Long Yu amazed by it. Long Yu put all these things in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and hid them. Just as he was about to leave this place, suddenly several people appeared from behind him and stopped him. The leader was the captain of the entire vulture mining team, a burly man named Zhou Xiongliang. Behind him, there were 3 martial cultivators at the early stage who looked at Long Yu with cold eyes. Deng Yuan and the others, where are they? Zhou Xiongliang asked in a deep voice. A pair of tiger eyes stared at Long Yu. His body exuded the tyrannical aura of a strong man in the Tianhua realm, and came towards Long Yu to suppress him. I couldn't dig through the cave wall, they disliked me, so I came here alone. Long Yu felt the oppression of the other party, but he didn't panic at all. Instead he said calmly. This road, I remember, was blocked by Huiyin. How could it be tens of feet longer now? Zhou Xiongliang snorted coldly. You boy, what the hell are you doing? You must be doing something secretly, so hurry up and tell the truth, otherwise, will I die? Long Yu laughed lightly. I joined your vulture squad, but I didn't do anything. It's too ridiculous for you to kill me. It seems inappropriate to threaten me like this. Stop talking nonsense, why don't you hurry up and tell Deng Yuan where they went? A person behind Zhou Xiongliang yelled sharply, if you don't tell me, you will definitely die. If I said that Deng Yuan and the others wanted to kill me and snatch my soldiers, but I killed them instead, would you believe me? A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he asked faintly. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the four people, including Zhou Xiongliang, changed slightly. They were really killed by you? One of them had a look of shock on his face. Could it be that you are hiding your strength? To be able to fight 5 against 1, at least you have a cultivation level at the heavenly brilliance realm, right? No, this kid is indeed only at the level of human robbery. Zhou Xiongliang shook his head, with a stern look on his face. However, there is no news about Deng Yuan and the others so far, most likely they were killed by this kid. Anyone who dares to kill our vulture will surely die. A martial cultivator at the beginning of heaven, with a fierce look in his eyes, looked at Long Yu. Let me do it. The captain of the vulture team, Zhou Xiongliang, stood up. This burly man was in the mine, his head was almost touching the roof of the cave, and he looked extremely burly. Coupled with his aura, he undoubtedly reassured the people behind him. No matter how tyrannical Long Yu is, it is impossible to break through their boss, Zhou Xiongliang, a strong man in the Tianhua realm, who is blocking him. When Long Yu looked at them discussing with each other, there was a cruel and indifferent look in his eyes. Obviously, it was definitely not the first time these guys had done such a thing. They didn't care about the truth at all, they only knew that Long Yu and Deng Yuan entered the mine together, and Deng Yuan and the others disappeared, so they believed that it was Long Yu's fault. Not only that, judging from the greedy look in Zhou Xiongliang's eyes, Long Yu also knew that this guy probably guessed what treasure he had on him, so he wanted to kill him to take it. It seems that the mining team in the Nightmare Mountain Range are really not easy to mess with. They are all vicious and cruel. Long Yu thought in his heart. Since Zhou Xiongliang in front of him wanted to kill Long Yu without any hesitation, then Long Yu would not sit still and wait for death. Taking advantage of Zhou Xiongliang's burly body before Zhou Xiongliang made a move, Long Yu directly used the hidden characters to hide his figure in the mine. Retreat. Want to play peekaboo with me? So naive. Zhou Xiongliang raised his lips, and said with great disdain, the law of the shadow snake, kill me. As soon as he said this, an extremely cold aura emanated from his whole body, and immediately after that, several snake-like auras of different shapes condensed from around his body. The law of the shadow sky serpent turned out to be the law power of the sky crystal level. There are a total of 7 shadow snakes. As soon as they appeared, the whole audience was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Each shadow snake carried an extremely terrifying aura. These 7 shadow sky snakes, after they appeared, swam directly in front of Zhou Xiongliang, even though they couldn't see where Long Yu was, but there was only such a small place in front, where could Long Yu go? Bite of the shadow serpent. Zhou Xiongliang's eyes shone with a cruel and fierce light. When he raised his hand, the 7 shadow snakes burst out a burst of poisonous gas, filling the entire space in front of him. This poison is not necessarily able to bear even the strong in the heavenly tribulation realm, let alone you, a mere kid in the human tribulation realm. If you are smart, you will surrender immediately, and maybe you can spare your life, otherwise you will die. Zhou Xiongliang looked at the field ahead and said calmly. Because, he can be sure that after he releases the shadow serpent's bite, as long as the boy named Mountain Ghost doesn't beg for mercy within 3 breaths, he will be poisoned and his whole body will fester and die. Yeah? Long Yu's chuckle suddenly reached the ears of Zhou Xiongliang and others. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xiongliang's face changed slightly, because he didn't find out where Long Yu was, but the poison gas released by his 7 shadow snakes was directly absorbed by some strange power. Just a moment later, the shadow serpent's bite he had released had disappeared from the entire mine without a trace, making his face completely gloomy. Boom, give me a boom, just kill that kid directly. Zhou Xiongliang suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and immediately ordered to wave his hands, causing the three martial artists at the beginning of heaven behind him to release extremely strong law power towards a small section of the mine cave in front of them. The walls of the mines in the Devil's Nightmare Mountains are extremely hard. Even after countless people fought fiercely inside, it was impossible to break through them. The power of the Shadow Sky Snake Law, along with the power of the three Heavenly Tablet Laws, flooded the entire space. However, the next moment, everyone felt the power they blasted out, and it was bounced back by more than half. Reincarnation Barrier. Long Yu hid in the dark, and when he raised his hand, he condensed the barrier of reincarnation, and then lightning flashed all over his body. He resisted the bombardment of the four opponents, and with one step, he got close to Zhou Xiongliang. 9 explosions of Yulong, 5th explosion, Dragon Heart Edict. Long Yu used the 5th explosion of Yulong's 9 explosions, and this move was what he realized when he was chasing and killing Deng Yuan's remaining 3 people just now. The 5th explosive Dragon Heart Edict interferes with the heartbeat of the opponent with the sound of dragon chant, and finally causes the opponent's heart to burst and die. A dragon chant sounded from Zhou Xiongliang's ears immediately, and he seemed to be shocked on the spot, and lost his ability to think for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his heart was already moving with the sound of the dragon roaring from around him. The sound of the dragon chant became faster and louder, making Zhou Xiongliang's heart beat faster and faster. After less than one breath, finally. Burst. With a soft shout from Long Yu, Zhou Xiongliang's heart suddenly burst open, his eyes protruded, and he could not rest in peace. Dragon Heart Edict is the 5th explosion that can only be performed by Long Yujiang's Great Desolation level martial skill, Yulong 9 explosions comprehended to the perfect state. This move directly shocks the opponent's heartbeat with dragon chant, bursts his heart pulse, and explodes in one fell swoop. Kill the opponent. Zhou Xiongliang, who was as strong as the Tianhua realm, was not able to survive Long Yu's move at all, but even so, Long Yu was also seriously injured under the bombardment of the other people, and the words in his mouth spit out a cluster of blood. He took 2 steps back. The black clothes all over his body were shining with thunder and lightning, and the self-healing divine language in his body was constantly repairing the internal injuries he suffered. As long as he is given a little time, he will be able to fully recover to the original state. Relying on the powerful thunderbolt body and the power of self-healing divine script, just a few martial arts attacks at the beginning of heaven cannot completely kill Long Yu. Long Yu raised his head, glanced at the remaining 3 martial artists, and immediately caused the 3 of them to burst into tears, screamed, turned and ran away. Even Zhou Xiongliang, the boss of Tianhua realm, was directly bombarded and killed by this mountain ghost. What can they do for the remaining Tianchu realm martial artists? There is only one way to escape. Seeing them fleeing, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was seriously injured, if the other party didn't run away but wanted to fight to the death, then Long Yu might not be able to please him. What Long Yu has to do now is to heal his wounds first, and then go out to see how the Vulture team is doing. The 3 people who escaped will definitely announce the news of Zhou Xiongliang's death. By then, they don't know what will happen to the rest of them. Will they come to encircle and suppress Long Yu, or will they disperse? Long Yu didn't know that now he could only activate the self-healing divine script in his body to heal himself, but he couldn't pursue the 3 who escaped. After about a stick of incense, Long Yu's breathing gradually stabilized, and his heartbeat also returned to calm. The internal injuries he suffered were completely healed by the self-healing divine scriptures within this moment, which was worse than taking the earth-level healing pills. It works. But at this moment, there was a loud noise from the direction of the entrance of the mine. Apparently someone came in. Are you here to encircle me? Long Yu squinted his eyes. He heard that in the noisy sound, many people were talking about killing him, winning treasures and so on, and guessed that he had already been seriously injured, so he didn't pursue him. Those 3 people. Long Yu didn't even think about it, and directly cast the hidden word divine script. his whole body disappeared from the mine, and instead walked towards the entrance of the mine. In the entire Condor squad, except for the boss Zhou Xiongliang, the rest are all martial arts practitioners at the early stage, and no one can see through Long Yu's hidden characters. Soon, Long Yu saw that the remaining members of the Condor squad had all come, each with a fierce look, as if they wanted to tear Long Yu to pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 people. Long Yu glanced at it, and his heart moved. He remembered that when he first came to this mountain platform, there were a total of 15 people in the Condor squad. Now, Deng Yuan and his 5 died, and the boss Zhou Xiongliang died, so there should be 9 left. How could one be missing? This discovery prevented Long Yu from taking any action for the time being. After all, safety was the most important thing. What he was facing now were 8 experts from the Heaven Realm, and each of them had a higher realm than Long Yu. If Long Yu is not careful, it is easy to capsize in the gutter. What's more, there is still a 9th person who has not appeared. Maybe it is hidden in the dark. He hid in the mine, watched the group of people disperse slightly, walked towards the depths of the mine, and soon found that Long Yu had disappeared. By the way, that guy can be invisible, we have to be careful. Suddenly, a person said this, and this person was one of the 3 who followed Zhou Xiongliang to besiege Long Yu. If you didn't say it earlier, that guy might have slipped away long ago. Another person said with some displeasure, however, everyone should not be too careless and form a group. Once that kid launches a sneak attack, he will be able to give him a head-on blow immediately. Let's not worry, it's better to go back and guard the entrance of the cave, lest that kid escape invisibly. That's right. Anyway, Lao Jiu has already informed Vice General Zhou. Vice General Zhou will definitely be extremely angry at the death of Boss. This kid won't be able to escape, no matter what. Long Yu hid at the side, listening to these people's conversation. He might as well frown slightly. Lieutenant General Zhou? Long Yu knew that in the entire Nightmare Legion, besides General Hui Yuanbai, there were 4 lieutenants. Among these 4 lieutenants, one of them seemed to be surnamed Zhou. No way, what the hell is this Zhou Xiongliang? Is he actually a relative of Deputy General Zhou? Long Yu cursed secretly in his heart, this is too unlucky. But he was injured just now, and he failed to chase and kill those 3 guys, which caused the news to leak out. Now that Old Nine has gone to notify Deputy General Zhou. Even if Long Yu sets out to chase now, it is impossible to chase to each other. I didn't expect to get into trouble on the first day of my arrival. However, I can't be blamed for this incident. Is it possible that someone wants to kill me, so I can only obediently let others kill me? Long Yu thought in his heart, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He has just arrived in an unfamiliar environment. For him, if it is not necessary, he does not want to kill people, but when Deng Yuan, Zhou Xiongliang and others made it clear that they wanted to kill Long Yu Duobao, how could Long Yu can it be caught without a fight? Anti-killing, to Long Yu, is nothing more than a normal thing. Even if it goes to General Hui Yuanbai, Long Yu has enough reasons. That Deputy General Zhou is definitely a strong man in the mystical realm. If he were to deal with Long Yu would have no chance of resisting him. Ordinary knows. Little Fatty said that he would send someone to monitor my safety, but now he has just taken office as a military advisor to the guest, so he should not send someone to monitor me so soon. Long Yu shook his head. After much deliberation, he still had to rely on himself to solve this matter. But before going to report to Hui Yuanbai, Long Yu had one more thing to do, and that was to kill those guys still in the mine. Since these guys are his enemies, and he has the ability to kill them, there is no reason to let them live. Murderous aura emerged in Long Yu's eyes, and he quietly returned to the mine cave, observing the 8 people's every move. Soon, he saw an excellent opportunity. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, he dodged directly to the back of one of them and stabbed at his back. Puff! A muffled sound, accompanied by a scream, instantly alarmed the other 7 people in the entire mine. He appeared, kill him. The 7 people reacted almost at the same time, and various attack methods emerged one after another, among which were even mixed with 1/10 of the power of the divine script. If these forces bombarded Long Yu at the same time, there was absolutely no possibility for Long Yu to survive. The same is true for Thunder Overlord Body and Self-Healing Divine Mantra. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, as well as boulders and flames, suddenly came from all directions. However, the corner of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, the dragon finch flashed. The defensive martial skill extended by this mysterious level supergrade martial skill can allow Long Yu to leap to another dimension in an instant, thus dodging all attacks. When Long K Flash was cast, Long Yu's whole body became translucent, allowing all kinds of attacks aimed at him to pass through him directly, as if passing through a wisp of green smoke. What? The 7 people each had a look of shock, and then they were overwhelmed. The person Long Yu chose to assassinate was right in the middle of the 7 people. When Long Yu used Dragon Sparrow Flash to avoid the attacks from the 7 people, those chaotic attacks each attacked the other people. The power of infinite law and divine script exploded, and the whole scene became extremely chaotic in an instant. Taking advantage of the chaos, Long Yu was like a fish in water, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, and continuously unleashed the 9 explosions of the nether dragon. In the midst of the dragon chant, 2 more martial artists died under Long Yu's attack soon. 9 nether blood shadows. When Long Yu solved the 2 of them, the initial chaos was over, but immediately after, he threw out the 9 nether blood shadow, which had been transformed into a top-quality Xian-level warrior. A burst of invisible 9 nether blood shadows spread out in an instant, and attached to the remaining 5 people, causing their expressions to change. What is trying to suck my blood? The 5 of them were about to launch an offensive against Long Yu again, but they were taken aback by 9 nether blood shadows' trait of trying to suck blood. In a hurry, Long Yu caught the flaw of one of them again, and the void dragon blade shone with a deep and strange luster, cutting his neck suddenly, and a cluster of blood sprayed out. The nether dragon blade, with its sharpness, can be regarded as one of the best fighters in the entire Shura County, and even in the world of Shenwu. Cooperating with the 9 nether laws, and the power of Yuzi Xuanhuan, comprehended by Long Yu, no martial artist at the beginning of heaven can resist his blow. Even if a defensive barrier is condensed by the law of heaven and earth, it is impossible to resist such a blow from Long Yu. At most it will cause a little trouble to Long Yu. Of the 8 people who entered the mine, only half of them were left in an instant, and the remaining 4 released extremely strong auras to drive away the 9 nether blood shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, they found Long Yu's, the figure disappeared from their eyes again. Immediately, boundless fear emerged in the hearts of the remaining 4 people. When Long Yu was beheading those 8 people, the Nightmare Legion was in a military camp. The 4 lieutenant generals of the Nightmare Legion commanded camps in 4 different directions to coordinate with each other. Once a war breaks out and Wuxiu from Guixia County invades, they can quickly spread the news and respond. But now, in this camp located on the easternmost side, the Deputy General Zoli roared, "What are you talking about? My nephew Zhou Xiongliang was killed in the Japanese mining area. Who is so bold, dare to be so arrogant in the Japanese mining area? General, that person just came to the Japanese mining area. I heard that General Hu personally arranged to come here. He is called a mountain ghost. Originally, our vulture team treated each other with courtesy, but for a mere blue-edged diamond, this person unexpectedly first killed Captain Deng Yuan, and later even boss Zhou Xiongliang ran to him, but was killed by him. In the Japanese mining area, on the mine where the Condor team is located. Long Yu dealt with the remaining 8 martial artists of the Condor squad, and then walked out of the mine. Apart from killing Zhou Xiongliang and offending Deputy General Zhou, he gained a lot during this trip. Hundreds of pieces are worth a lot. The entire Condor squad may not be able to get so many things after working for a whole year. It can be seen that the Nether Dragon Blade brought great convenience to Long Yu. Long Yu left the mine, came to the mountain platform before, and suddenly frowned. Because he discovered that on this mountain platform, there were actually two martial cultivators at the heavenly tribulation realm, guarding them. They each looked a bit lazy, and when they saw Long Yu, contemptuous expressions appeared in their eyes. These two guys are not from the Condor Squad. Long Yu immediately made a judgment, and immediately became vigilant. You are that mountain ghost? It is said that you have committed a crime. It is not so easy to escape. You should stay here obediently and wait for the law enforcement team to come. One of them looked at Long Yu and said with a chuckle. This person has extremely high cheekbones and looks extremely cunning, definitely not a guy easy to deal with. Old Ninth of the Vulture Squad, he said that you killed their boss, Zhou Xiongliang, and let us brothers watch you. It's quite a talent for a mere kid who was in robbery to kill Zhou Xiongliang. The other person smiled faintly, he looked a bit like the person next to him, they should be brothers. Although these two people didn't move much, when they saw Long Yu, their aura exuded. Obviously, if Long Yu tried to escape, the two would join hands to take Long Yu down. Are you from other mining teams nearby? Long Yu frowned and asked aloud. Good. The cunning guy with high cheekbones who spoke first squinted his eyes. The mining team came here to make money, but I didn't expect you to kill your boss, Zhou Xiongliang. You have to lose your life. Zhou Xiongliang's backstage is huge. If it weren't for that, there would be no need for us brothers to guard here and watch you. The other laughed softly. Long Yu probably knew what was going on. These two guys were probably the helpers that Lao Jiao found elsewhere before he left, in order to keep Long Yu in check and prevent him from escaping. Long Yu might not be able to deal with martial arts cultivators in the heavenly tribulation realm, let alone two of them in front of him. After thinking for a while, Long Yu immediately made a decision. For the present plan, the only way to release the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda would be to be held back by these two guys. That's pretty bad. Ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, come out. As soon as Long Yu thought about it, he urged the 9 nether dragon scales, released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and then directly hit it in the 7th floor of the dragon skeleton pagoda through the space power of the 9 nether dragon scales. At the same time, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda expanded rapidly, and soon became an extremely huge tower, and flew in mid-air, flying away towards the distance. This change of scene made the faces of the pair of Wuxiu brothers in the heavenly tribulation realm change. What kind of method is this? It seems that Lao Jiao saying that this person has many treasures is really not a lie. The cunning Wuxiu, with high cheekbones, said coldly. That's natural. Otherwise, how could a mere kid who robbed Zhou Xiongliang kill Zhou Xiongliang? The other snorted coldly, chase. The two rose up against the sky, exuding the aura of the law of the celestial tablet, and each of them had comprehended 2 laws of the celestial tablet, and even mixed with the power of some divine script. After all, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was bulky and not fast, so these two people directly overtook it, and all kinds of forces rushed straight up. I want to destroy the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but even the strange beasts in the mystical ability secret realm can't do it. You two martial arts practitioners in the heavenly tribulation realm, don't even think about it. Long Yu hid in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, urging the ancient dragon skeleton tower to fly directly towards the camp where General Hui Yuanbai was. The two brothers in the tribulation realm used all kinds of means to explode on the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. However, after a while, the two found that their attack methods had no effect on the ancient pagoda. It's like cleaning this ancient pagoda. Brother, you and I have a sense of each other and can sense each other's position. How about this, you chase this ancient pagoda, and I will stay where I am, and when Vice President Zhou arrives, I will bring them here. Capture this sun. The cunning martial artist, with high cheekbones, suggested to his elder brother. The other person narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. All right, be careful yourself. Don't worry, big brother, a mere kid who robbed the realm. He was already seriously injured by killing Zhou Xiongliang, so what would happen to me? After the cunning martial artist with high cheekbones finished speaking, he followed the ancient dragon bone tower up, sat down on the top of the ancient dragon bone tower, and let Long Yu urge the ancient dragon bone tower to levitate forward. The other person turned around and went back to the Japanese mining area, waiting for the arrival of the Deputy General Zoli. Long Yu hid in the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and originally wanted to fly to the camp where Hui Yuanbai was, but he couldn't help but be amused to see that the two brothers split up and acted separately. He may not be able to beat two guys in the heavenly tribulation realm, but now there is only one left, and he wants to try. On the one hand, to exercise his fighting ability, on the other hand, these two guys want to use him as a stepping stone to make friends with Deputy General Zhou. Long Yu will not let these two guys do what they want. Since it is an enemy, it must be killed, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Long Yu has never been merciful, and relying on the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, it is impossible for Long Yu to die. Even if he loses with this guy, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, with a thought in Long Yu's mind, he left the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and rushed out. Heavenly Mandate Divine Light, 9 Nether Laws, Light Explosion. Long Yu yelled, and saw a beam of pitch-black divine light condensed from in front of him, and then shot towards the heavenly tribulation realm Wuxiu on the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and when it was about to hit his face, suddenly the room exploded. A pitch-black aura of the 9 nethernesses completely enveloped the area around the top of the tower, exuding an incomparably eerie and strange aura. The divine light of heaven is an acquired supernatural power, and its power exceeds that of ordinary earth-level top-grade martial arts. Even if it is used to deal with the strong in the heavenly tribulation realm, it will not be completely useless. Sure enough, the cunning heavenly tribulation realm martial cultivator with high cheekbones who was attacked by Long Yu quickly used his means to break through the top of the tower filled with the aura of the 9 serenity, but the whole person was he became disheartened and even suffered a slight injury. How dare you sneak attack you, Mr. Qingyi, I'm tired of work. That high cheekbone and cunning Wuxiu named Qingyi had an extremely ugly look of anger on his face. He was always the only one who plotted against others, how could he ever be plotted and attacked by others? Therefore, Qingyi was irritated by Long Yu. His face was full of anger. When he raised his hand, a burst of colorful light curtains appeared. Text power. This person has actually obtained the engraving of the divine script. Long Yu's face changed slightly, but after thinking about it, even Bai Tianyi on Tianyu Island could get the engraving of the divine script, so it is not unusual for a martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm in Shura County to get the engraving of the divine script. Although the overall number of divine script engravings is still rare, they will still be encountered in the end. The colorful light curtain condensed by Qingyi quickly spread out, completely enveloping him and Long Yu, forming a closed space. He also seemed to know that as long as Long Yu hid in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he would have nothing to do with Long Yu, so he directly gathered the power of the divine script and trapped Long Yu in a closed space. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. If he wants to enter the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda now, he only needs to pass through the space power of the 9 nether dragon scales. He does not need to enter through the entrance of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda as before, because he has already resonated with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. It is impossible to prevent him from entering the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda by trapping him in a closed space. What's more, could Long Yu really be trapped by this closed space? Brat, I won't kill you, but I will catch you alive. When Deputy Zhou arrives, your death will come. A ferocious look appeared on Qingyi's face, and as soon as he raised his hand, a burst of colorful light continued to condense in his hand, unexpectedly condensing into 2 ferocious cheetahs, rushing towards Long Yu. At the same time, a true spirit of a cheetah emerged from behind the martial cultivator in the heavenly tribulation realm, and the multicolored cheetah he condensed gained strength and became more ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Long Yu into pieces. The function of releasing the true spirit is to increase the laws of heaven and earth that one has comprehended. However, after stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man, the effect of the true spirit on the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth is not so obvious. On the contrary, the true spirit is easily defeated by the people of the secret realm of heaven and man with great force. Because of this, martial artists in the secret realm of heaven and man seldom release their true spirits to fight. They always use martial arts directly or release the laws of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. However, this cunning heavenly tribulation realm Wu Xiuqingyi seems to be a little different. His cheetah true spirit is actually lifelike, making the two ferocious cheetahs he condensed with the five-color divine script more than twice as powerful. I don't know the attribute of this five-colored divine rune, but, after all, it can't compare to my Yuzi divine rune. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu immediately condensed the divine light of heavenly mandate with the divine script of Yuzi, forming a curtain of light, facing the two ferocious colorful cheetahs. Even though the level of Long Yu's martial arts is not high, the Yuzi xuanhuan is a much stronger existence than the opponent's five-colored xuanhuan. In the future, the gods and martial arts will be condensed into a defensive light curtain, which will stop the culling of the two ferocious cheetahs' trend. Immediately, the pitch-black sparrow wings emerged from behind Long Yu, and with a flick of the dragon sparrow, he was swept up in front of Qingyi. 9 explosions of Yulong, dragon chanting dark sky snow. After Long Yu's move was executed, black snowflakes suddenly fell around him, and the sound of dragon chant came from bursts, which made Qingyi's spirit uncontrollably appear in a trance for a moment. The next moment, Long Yu snarled and punched out the dragon heart command. A dragon chant seemed to explode in Qingyi's heart. As soon as Long Xian ordered this move, a painful expression appeared on the face of the heavenly tribulation realm martial artist named Qingyi, as if the blood flow in his whole body could not be controlled by himself. It didn't take long for the blood in his whole body to boil, and his heart beat more and more violently with the dragon's chant coming from around him. If this continues, Qingyi will definitely be killed by the Dragon Heart Order, just like Zhou Xiongliang. However, he is worthy of being a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm. Wen's power actually blasted away the coercion brought by Long Yu's punch. The endless dragon chant was dispelled by him, which shows how terrifying its strength is. If the move of the Dragon Heart Edict was used to deal with the strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm on Tianyu Island, no one would be able to resist it, but Qingyi forcibly resisted it. This five-color divine rune seems to be quite strong. Long Yu squinted his eyes, but he didn't care about the coercion of Longxin's edict, because although Qingyi got rid of the influence of Longxin's strenuous effort, he broke out in a cold sweat and his whole body became extremely stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, with a thought in his mind, Long Yu directly released the 9 nether blood shadow, a soldier. The invisible and invisible power enveloped Qingyi's entire body, and even began to absorb the blood in his body. This made Qingyi snort coldly, and the five-color divine script erupted again, shaking Jiuyo's blood shadow away abruptly. A Xian-level top-grade warrior is almost useless when facing an opponent who is 3 levels stronger than Long Yu. However, in this short period of time, Long Yu used another method. Siphon divine script. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a burst of siphoning power surged out, covering Qingyi's whole body, and then a stronger absorbing power than the 9 nether blood shadow enveloped Qingyi's whole body. Although Long Yu only comprehended 1% of the siphon divine script, it came directly from the source of the divine script, and it was more powerful than the 5-color divine script that Qingyi had comprehended 70%. Even if Qingyi kept trying to use the power of the colorful divine runes to break through the siphon divine runes, he couldn't succeed. Instead, he was sucked away by the siphonic divine runes, which made him more and more unable to resist. Status. Void Dragon Blade, kill. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, taking advantage of the Siphon Divine script to hold Qingyi back. The dragon sparrow's wings fluttered behind him, and brought him close to Qingyi. The nether dragon blade shone with a deep and strange luster, condensing the infinite power of the Yuzi divine script, and pierced into Qingyi's arm in an instant. It's not that Long Yu doesn't want to attack the opponent's vital parts, it's because the power of Qingyi's five-color divine script cannot be ignored, only the arms are the weakest. If Long Yu attacked other places, although the opponent could not block the nether dragon blade, Long Yu himself would also be seriously injured. The next moment, Long Yu dodged and used the dragon sparrow to back away instantly, leaving Qingyi, who wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Long Yu, in the air. And the gurgling blood on his arm seemed to make the Siphon Divine rune covering him even more terrifying, and it actually absorbed all the blood that was flowing out and about to flow out. In just one breath, Qingyi's entire arm became a little withered. Apparently enough blood had been sucked away by the Siphon Divine text, causing it to become extremely sluggish. What the hell is this? A look of panic finally appeared on Qingyi's face, and he kept trying to unleash the power of the two kinds of heavenly tablet laws, and the power of the five colors divine rune, trying to break through the Siphon Divine rune, but he couldn't leave at all. Finally, Long Yu saw the right opportunity, and when Qingyi was getting more and more tired, he dodged and sent the Void Dragon Blade into his back, shattering his heart. The Siphon Divine text is probably a torture for you. If so, let's help you get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. Long Yu sneered, put away the nether dragon blade, and then with a thought, he sent the body of Qingyi into the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Qingyi's brother, I'm afraid he would never have imagined that as soon as he left, Long Yu directly killed Qingyi. Although he exhausted most methods, Long Yu finally defeated a person in the heavenly tribulation realm head-on. Martial arts powerhouse. Of course, the martial arts who come to the Japanese mining area to dig mines to make a fortune are not considered martial arts masters. If it is the heavenly tribulation realm, subordinates of Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe in the Shura Valley, Long Yu wants to deal with it. So easy. There is actually a prefecture-level soldier. From Qingyi's body, Long Yu found a ground-level soldier. It was a bracelet, but it was not directly used for fighting. Long Yu tried to wear it on his wrist, and he felt a wonderful power, which was directly transmitted from this bracelet to his dantian, which strengthened the 3 true spirits in his dantian. So that's it. Although this Earth-level warrior bracelet cannot be used for combat, it can strengthen the true spirit, so that Wu Shou can release stronger power of the laws of heaven and earth. After Long Yu figured out the situation, he threw the ground-level warrior bracelet into the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Of course, this bracelet is still useful, but Long Yu did not place it on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, otherwise if it is placed in the Siphon Divine text, it may become completely useless after a while. Not to mention Earth-level warriors, even Heaven-level warriors, if they are placed in the Siphon Divine script for a long time, they may not be spared. Long Yu flew straight to the camp where General Hui Yuanbai was. Not long after he left, a large group of people followed behind a strong man in golden battle armor, and Yukong flew to the place where he and Qingyi were fighting. This person is one of the 4 lieutenants of the Nightmare Legion, Lieutenant Zoli. It was Qingyi's heavenly tribulation realm brother who led Lieutenant General Zoli over here, but when they came here, they found that the surrounding sky was empty, and there was no breath in the mountains below. Where are people? Zoli, a strong man, looked at Qingyi's brother with a fierce look on his face. I don't know, I have a telepathy with my elder brother, and I clearly feel that he is here, but I don't know why there is no sign of him. The man's expression changed drastically. Look around here. The others follow me to General Hua. Isn't that kid from the general? I'm going to ask General Hua for a reason. Zoli snorted coldly, waved his hand, and directly told his subordinates to split up. As the Lieutenant General of the Nightmare Legion, Zhou is a superpower of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, only slightly weaker than Hui Yuanbai by the 2 realms. Even if the little fat man Ren Pingfan or the Princess Shuchan came, if they fought with Zhou, they would not be the opponent of the Deputy General Zhou. Zhou made an arrangement, and soon there were more than a dozen people flying towards the surroundings, wanting to search for traces of the mountain ghost in the vicinity. Even Zhou's subordinates have the existence of supernatural powers, so it can be said that if they deal with Long Yu alone, they are definitely more than enough. It's a pity, of course, they couldn't find Long Yu nearby. The Deputy General, Zhou, led his other subordinates and flew straight towards the camp where Hui Yuanbai was. He was accompanied by the surviving Old Nine of the Condor Squad and Qingyi's brother. At this time, Long Yu had already arrived at the camp where Hui Yuanbai was, and met Hui Yuanbai. After a brief talk, Hui Yuanbai understood what happened. "You boy, the princess didn't ask you to come here to cause trouble." Hui Yuanbai smiled and shook his head. "However, since everyone has come to kill you, if you still shrink back, you really don't look like a man." "Don't worry, I know this matter well, it just so happens that Lieutenant Zhou is a little question, I also want to have a good knock on it." Hearing this, Long Yu immediately understood, coughed and said, "General, did you know that Zhou had a problem, so you sent me to the Vulture Squad?" "You guess?" Hui Yuanbai revealed a mysterious smile. The two were talking in the room, and not long after, a noisy voice came from outside the wooden house, and a strong man's stern voice sounded, "General Hua, Lieutenant General Zhou is here to visit." The martial cultivators of the many nightmare legions stationed in the camp nearby all looked at the situation here with some strangeness, and stepped aside one after another. For them, both Lieutenant General Zhou and General Hui Yuanbai are their superiors, and they have no right to stop them. Hui Yuanbai's casual figure in white clothes walked out of the wooden house, glanced at the air, and said with a casual smile, "Zhou, why did you bring so many people here?" Long Yu didn't show up, because Hui Yuanbai told him not to come out for the time being, and if necessary later, he would take the initiative to call him out. "I'm here to collect debts." Zhou, a strong man, landed in front of Hui Yuanbai with his hand down, but he didn't show any respect at all, but said bluntly, "General Hua, do you know that not long ago, my nephew Zhou Xiongliang, the Japanese mining area was killed by traitors?" As soon as these words came out, Wu Xiao, who was watching around, was surprised for a while. Who doesn't know that Vice General Zhou protects his nephew, who in the entire Nightmare Mountain range would dare to kill Zhou Xiongliang? Unless it's those guys from Guixia County, right? However, judging from Zhou's tone, he should not be from Guixia County, is it his own? Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. If they were all members of the Nightmare Legion, or Jianghu Wuxiao, how could they kill Zhou Xiongliang? You know, Zhou Xiongliang has always been showing off his might under the protection of Zhou. Anyone who offends him, it didn't end well. Zhou Xiongliang was killed by a traitor? Hui Yuanbai smiled lightly when he heard the words. He didn't pay attention to Zhou's fierce tone, and said directly, "As far as I know, it seems that Zhou Xiongliang wanted to kill others, but was accidentally killed by others. Well, if you want to talk about traitors, it seems to be Zhou Xiongliang himself." Hearing Hui Yuanbai's words, Zhou immediately became furious. "General Hua, if you shield the murderer like this, aren't you afraid that my nephew's biological father will be angry? You should know that the father of that little bastard Zhou Xiongliang is from Shura Valley, the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, and his grandfather is the former prime minister of Shura County." As soon as these words came out, Long Yu, who hadn't come out for a while, finally realized how much trouble he had caused. "I didn't expect that kid Zhou Xiongliang to have such a background." However, with such a background, and now in his 30s and 40s, his cultivation is only at the Tianhua realm, which shows that Zhou Xiongliang's martial arts talent is not very good. Listening to the words of Deputy General Zhou, Long Yu finally knew that what Hui Yuanbai said was wrong. With Deputy General Zhou meant that there was something wrong. As a lieutenant general, but in front of General Hui Yuanbai, he was so arrogant, even swearing. Obviously he didn't take Hui Yuanbai seriously. And Zhou Li's confidence in acting like this naturally comes from Zhou Shongliang's relationship. Zhou Shongliang's father is the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army in Shura Valley, that is to say, even Shu Chan may have to salute Zhou Shongliang's father when he sees Zhou Shongliang's father. You must know that Shura Valley is the center of the entire Shura County. What's more, Zhou Shongliang's grandfather is the former prime minister of Shura County. With such a relationship, even if Deputy General Zhou Li is only a collateral branch of the entire Zhou family, he still has enough confidence in the entire Shura County. This Zhou Shongliang actually has such a background. How could he come to this Nightmare Legion and lead the Vulture team to dig mines? Long Yu was quite puzzled about this point. But soon, Hui Yuanbai's next words answered Long Yu's doubts, only to hear Hui Yuanbai facing the angry Zhou Li, calmly said, "Vice General Zhou, since you want to use power to suppress others, how dare you ask, where does this Zhou Shongliang rank among his father's sons?" Hui Yuanbai's question made Lieutenant General Zhou Li's tone stagnate, but he still snorted coldly, "So what if you are the sixth child? Could it be that if you are at the bottom of the list, then he is not the biological son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Army? Then let me ask you again, since Zhou Shongliang has such an identity, why did the vice commander of the Forbidden Army assign him to the Nightmare Legion?" Hui Yuanbai continued to ask indifferently. "Then, of course, let him come to experience it," Zhou Li said with a little confidence. "Since it is training, it means life is in danger. Otherwise, what is it called training? If you die during training, you can only say that Zhou Shongliang is incompetent." Hui Yuanbai was eloquent, staring at the Deputy General Zhou Li, and stepped forward. The aura of the 7 supernatural powers burst out. "Deputy General Zhou, do you think this makes sense?" Of course Zhou Li didn't think what Hui Yuanbai said was reasonable. But when he just uttered the word no, Hui Yuanbai immediately interrupted him with another sentence. "Is this not true? Where are the other 5 sons of the vice commander of the Forbidden Army now?" Facing Hui Yuanbai's questioning, Zhou Li didn't have any chance to refute at all. After all, he was a veteran in the battlefield, and Hui Yuanbai's aura directly crushed Zhou Li. They are all practicing everywhere now, and some of them have even gone to the imperial city of the Tianqing dynasty. Zhou Li replied with a guilty conscience. 5 of them, how many are still alive?" Hui Yuanbai closed his eyes, letting the aura of his whole body radiate, covering Zhou Li, but he deliberately didn't even look at him. The eldest was killed by the noble son of the royal family in the imperial city of the Tianqing dynasty. The third was killed on the way to fight against Wuxiu of Guixia County. The second was left alive with the 4th and 5th. While talking, Zhou Li secretly scolded himself for not being able to hold his breath, and was completely led away by Hui Yuanbai. But if he doesn't follow Hui Yuanbai's words, maybe Hui Yuanbai will punish him on the spot. In terms of eloquence, Zhou Li and Hui Yuanbai are not at the same level at all. Then let me ask you again, the eldest and third sons of the vice commander of the Imperial Army were killed. Did the vice commander avenge his son? Hui Yuanbai slightly opened his eyes and asked. When Zhou Li heard this, he suddenly felt that the situation was not good, but he didn't know what was wrong, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "No revenge." The eldest son of the vice commander of the Forbidden Army was killed by the noble son of the Tianqing dynasty. Let alone the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, he was the king of Shuluo County. And his third son was killed by Gixijun Wuxiu when he was fighting against Gixijun Wuxiu. Guixia County has always been the archenemy of Shura County. If he could take revenge, then the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army would have taken revenge long ago. How could he wait until now? Since there is no revenge, then it's okay. The corner of Hui Yuanbai's mouth twitched slightly. Now, his son Zhou Shongliang, who is the least talented, will die if he comes to the Nightmare Legion to practice. It can be seen that he is totally vulnerable, and he really loses the face of the deputy commander of the Imperial Army. When Zoli heard this, his face turned blue and white, extremely ugly. General Hua, however, Zhou Xiongliang was killed by a traitor. In order to snatch the green edge diamond, that man actually went out to kill each other. It is really outrageous. When Zoli said this, he seemed to have found his reasoning, and instantly gained some confidence. However, these confidences were soon completely shattered by Hu Yuanbai's next sentence, and Hu Yuanbai was almost accused of some kind of crime. Hu Yuanbai squinted his eyes, and said slowly, "According to what you mean, outsiders don't need to bear any responsibility for killing the son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Army, but if our own people in Shura County do it, we will have to do it." Condemned? What is the reason for this? In the face of an enemy like Guixia County, Deputy General Zhou, you are still thinking of infighting. You really don't have any sense of responsibility as the Deputy General of the Nightmare Legion. As soon as these words came out, the martial cultivators of the surrounding Nightmare Legion immediately looked at Zoli with extremely unkind eyes. In the entire Nightmare Legion, Zoli is the Deputy General, but in fact, he has very few confidants. The entire Nightmare Legion has hundreds of thousands of martial artists, most of whom are Hu Yuanbai's people. Today's words will spread out soon, and this Deputy General Zoli will become the traitor that many martial arts say. It's really disgusting to have to deal with one of your own people. As a result, Lieutenant General Zoli's influence in the Nightmare Legion was further weakened, and he was named Lieutenant General, but in fact, he couldn't command other martial arts at all. What's more, this Zoli has always relied on his family's power to show off his might in the Nightmare Legion, and he doesn't even have much respect for General Hu Yuanbai, and has long planted the seeds of disgust in the hearts of many martial artists. Zoli, who spoke directly, didn't know how to refute Hu Yuanbai's words, so he froze on the spot. "It counts you very much." Zoli saw all the martial artists around him pointing at him, knowing that if he continued to speak, his reputation would be ruined even more, and the gain would not be worth the loss. He took a deep look at Hu Yuanbai, and a stern look appeared in his eyes. "In this case, I was the one who was abrupt, General Hua, I will leave." After saying this, Zoli turned around and wanted to take people away. "Wait, that one stays." Hu Yuanbai was relentless, squinting his eyes, and pointed to the remaining old 9 in the Condor Squad. This startled the skinny martial artist Jiao. What did Hu Yuanbai want to do by leaving him alone? Zoli was very clear about Hu Yuanbai's purpose of leaving the old 9 behind, but he had no reason to stop him, so he could only let go. Soon, the old 9 stayed with Hu Yuanbai under the coercion of 2 martial artists. "Where the camp is located. Don't be nervous, come to me." Hu Yuanbai smiled faintly at the old 9, and beckoned. "General Hua." When Lao Jiao saw Lieutenant General Zoli, he was a little embarrassed. After all, he was going to report a funeral. Zhou Xiongliang's death was not good news. Seeing Hu Yuanbai now, although he didn't need to be afraid of anything, when he thought of a certain possibility, he felt even more frightened. In case Hu Yuanbai wanted him to tell the truth at that time so as to resolve the death of Zhou Xiongliang, what should he do? Of course the old 9 knew the truth. It must be that Deng Yuan couldn't help but want to grab the green edge diamond from that kid's hand first. But if the truth is revealed, even if the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army wants to avenge his son himself, there is no reason for it. In this way, he, the 9th child, is a thorn in the side of Zoli and the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. After all, he was the only surviving member of Condor Squad, the one who had the most authority to speak, and his words carried the most weight. Lao Jiao walked up to Hu Yuanbai step by step, lowered his head, a little afraid to look at him. "Everyone calls you Old 9, right?" Hu Yuanbai smiled slightly, and patted him on the shoulder. "I asked you to stay only to tell the truth about Zhou Xiongliang's death. Don't be nervous. No matter what you say, I won't blame you." He actually asked Lao Jiu this question in front of his face. This made Lao Jiu even more at a loss. If he said in public that Zhou Xiongliang was responsible for all this, wouldn't he offend Zhou Li and the deputy commander of the imperial army to death? And if he insisted on standing on the side of Deputy General Zhou Li, would Hui Yuanbai turn his face on the spot? After all, if you want to compare, Zhou Li is definitely not Hui Yuanbai's opponent, and Hui Yuanbai's status in the entire Shura County is no worse than the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army in the Shura Valley. Facing Hui Yuanbai, Lao Jiu didn't have the courage to lie at all. Why don't you speak? Hui Yuanbai looked at the nervous old nine, his eyes flashed brightly, and he said directly, just tell the truth, no matter what, I won't blame you. If you are worried that you will offend someone, I, Hui Yuanbai, can give you a guarantee so that you will not be targeted by those people. How about it? Hui Yuanbai's assurance is probably resounding throughout Shura County. This old general is the mainstay of Shura County who has fought against Wu Xiu of Guixia County for decades. What he said has always been consistent with his words. After hearing this, the old nine didn't hesitate immediately, and directly told the story in public. I don't know much about the previous matter, but I followed Boss Zhou into the mine after Boss Zhou felt the aura of the green-edged diamond, but I didn't see Deng Yuan and the five of them. Then, Zhou Boss asked us to do it directly and kill that mountain ghost, brother mountain ghost. Lao Jiu said aloud, but I didn't expect that little mountain ghost brother is much stronger than the superficial human tribulation realm, and even Boss Zhou in the Tianhua realm was beheaded by him in a few strokes. I took advantage of the chaos and escaped. In other words, it was Zhou Xiongliang who took the initiative to kill the mountain ghost, right? Hui Yuanbai narrowed his eyes and asked. Good. Lao Jiu thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said. When Lao Jiu told the truth like this, the surrounding wuxiu were suddenly stunned. Sure enough, then Zhou Xiongliang was not a good thing in the first place. If he wanted to snatch the green-edged diamond, but was killed by someone, that is nothing more than a normal thing. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xiongliang's death would be in vain, and most importantly, that mountain ghost was under General Hui Yuanbai's subordinates. The young man, who was favored by General Hui Yuanbai, would naturally have no problem with his character. Since you've told the truth, there's nothing wrong with it. When Hui Yuanbai heard Lao Jiu's words, he immediately smiled. From today on, you will stay by my side temporarily, and tidy up the training materials for me. No matter who wants to touch you, I have to get my consent. With this passage, Hui Yuanbai can be regarded as keeping his promise to protect Lao Jiu from retaliation by the Zhou family. Long Yu hid in Hui Yuanbai's wooden house, watching Hui Yuanbai's handling of the whole matter. He couldn't help feeling that the general really had a wealth of experience in dealing with affairs, and he almost solved this tricky matter in a few clicks. Next, without any action from Long Yu and Hui Yuanbai, the news about Zhou Xiongliang being robbed but killed will spread throughout the entire Nightmare Mountain range and be known by all the martial artists of the Nightmare Legion. After all, this is not little thing. In this way, Long Yu and Hui Yuanbai firmly occupied the word reason. Even if the deputy commander of the imperial army far away in the Shura Valley wanted to avenge his son, he had to weigh Hui Yuanbai and the entire Nightmare Legion weight. Thank you, General Hua, the boy will definitely do his best to live up to the general's expectations. When Lao Jiu heard that Hui Yuanbai asked him to follow him, he couldn't help but look excited, and his heart was full of excitement. General Hui Yuanbai, for decades, can be said to be the military god of the entire Shura County. Countless people worship him. Anyone who wants to follow Hui Yuanbai can have the opportunity? Although it was just helping to sort out the training materials, even if Hui Yuanbai gave him some advice on martial arts experience in his spare time, it would definitely benefit him a lot, and he might be able to break through the bottleneck of martial arts. No need to talk nonsense, well, that's where my training platform is located. In the backyard of the training platform, there are a lot of training materials. Go and sort them out for me. Clean them up first, and see you here later. Aye. Hu Yuanbai smiled, pointed to the wooden house where he trained soldiers, and let Lao Jiu run over. Lao Jiu happily ran over. Although he was a coolie, the coolie made him do it willingly. This was much better than digging hard with Zhou Xiongliang at that time. Immediately afterwards, Hu Yuanbai glanced at Lao Jiu's leaving back, then turned and entered the house. Long Yu and Hu Yuanbai faced each other. General Hua, I didn't expect you to handle things so neatly. Long Yu couldn't help saying in admiration. If I didn't act more simply, those bastards from Guixia County would have called me here long ago. Hu Yuanbai shook his head with a smile. Boy Long, you don't have to thank me. This Deputy General Zhou Li, because he is a member of the Zhou family, has been coveting my position as the General of the Nightmare Legion. Although I can't give up this position, Zhou Li really doesn't have much courage. If the Nightmare Legion is handed over to him, I'm afraid he will be beaten by the cubs from Guixia County soon. Long Yu nodded. He understood what Hu Yuanbai meant. No wonder the Deputy General, Zhou Li, disrespected Hu Yuanbai so much. He was thinking of taking the throne. In this way, the entire Zhou family is not a good thing, and their hearts and minds have all fallen into the vortex of power. If there is a suitable successor, I would like to leave here and live in peace of mind for a while, or follow the county king to see if I can break through to the secret realm of the royal way in my lifetime. Hu Yuanbai sighed while talking, looking quite melancholy. Long Yu looked at it and smiled immediately. General, what you need in your martial arts journey is the momentum to move forward. Although I'm just a kid, I also know that if you worry about gains and losses when breaking through the bottleneck of martial arts, you may fail. Great sex. When Hu Yuanbai heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Boy, what you said is good. The light in Hu Yuanbai's eyes suddenly flickered. On the road to martial arts, the breakthrough of the bottleneck is mostly a matter of mentality. Now I think I am old, and I only face the bottleneck with the mentality of trying. How can I succeed? Ha ha, ha ha. Suddenly, Hu Yuanbai's spirit seemed to become more vigorous. Originally, Hu Yuanbai's spirit was all brought about by being the general of the Nightmare Legion, not by a martial arts expert. But Long Yu's simple sentence made Hu Yuanbai suddenly realize that there was something wrong with his mentality. He has no confidence in breaking through the bottleneck of martial arts. How can he really succeed in breaking through? The burden of the entire Nightmare Mountain range rested on Hu Yuanbai, and he led the entire Nightmare Legion. He had been focusing on this for too long, so long that he almost forgot that he was a martial arts expert. I didn't expect the princess to bring me such a talent, haha. Hu Yuanbai looked at Long Yu, his eyes were full of admiration, and he said immediately, Long Yu, although you killed Zhou Xiongliang this time and offended the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army in Shura Valley, you don't need to worry. My lord, it is not so easy for the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards to move you. Of course, it is still possible to make a stumbling block in the dark. You have to be careful. Long Yu smiled wryly when he heard the words. This time, because I offended someone who I don't know, I was tricked and forced into the valley where the Shura sacred tree is. Fortunately, I survived for 9 days. That's why the princess let me hide your identity and send me here. Sacred Azura tree? What a boy, you can actually last 9 days in that place. Hu Yuanbai was shocked when he heard the words. It seems that my estimation of your strength is still not accurate enough. Luck, I got a broken Dahuang level soldier, I hid in it, basically safe. Long Yu smiled. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he has shown it in front of the pair of heavenly tribulation realm martial artists who chased him down, and I believe it will be known to others soon. In this case, there is no need for him to hide Hu Yuanbai. What Bai just solved for him was not a small problem. If Long Yu had to face that Lieutenant General Zhou Li by himself, it would definitely not be enough for him to pinch with a little finger. That's powerful enough. There are only a few of the Great Desolation level soldiers in our entire Shura County. Hui Yuanbai patted Long Yu's shoulder, laughed and said, "If you don't dislike it, you can show me that soldier. I have refined sky-level soldiers. For the Great Desolation level warrior Bing, I really want to see it, maybe I can fix it for you too?" Hearing the words, Long Yu was not too stingy, so with a thought, he activated the 9 nether dragon scales and released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda directly, but it did not become bigger, just like a model of an ancient pagoda, suspended in front of the two of them. This is the Great Desolation level soldier? Hui Yuanbai glanced at it, and felt the distinctive aura on it, which made him frown slightly. It seems to be really powerful, but unfortunately, I have never seen such a soldier, and I want to repair it. I'm afraid it is also powerless. Not only that, I have never seen the material of this soldier, and its hardness seems to be much stronger than the best material I have seen. I just got it by chance. Long Yu shook his head. Forget it, you put it away. Hui Yuanbai shook his head. It seems that the Great Desolation level soldiers can't be refined casually. Not only are the materials rare, but also require extremely superb skills, and it is also accompanied by the right time and place, making it even more difficult. Hearing this, Long Yu put away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda without saying anything. By the way, Long Yu, the princess said that he will keep you with me for more than 2 months. You have caused trouble, just after you came here. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to go on. Hui Yuanbai thought for a while talking, and then suddenly said, "By the way, why don't you go to the territory of Guixia County and kill some Wu Xiu from Guixia County? In this way, you can also be regarded as meritorious service. Well, it's best to go through the way of the princess, and let the prince give you a reward." "General, please tell me in detail, what is the use of this?" Long Yu frowned slightly and asked. "Does it need to be said? If the county king has noticed you due to your achievements, then the Zhou family will not dare to do anything to you, even if they do it secretly." Hui Yuanbai laughed. "I seldom admire others in my life, but our county king is one of them. He governs Shura County and pays the most attention to protecting martial arts geniuses. If you are noticed by the county king, you will be absolutely safe. Unless those people want to offend the county king, and in the entire Shura County, no one dares to offend the county king." "I see." Hearing this, Long Yu nodded slowly. "However, General, it must not be easy to kill a martial artist from Guixia County, right? What's more, I only have the cultivation base of human tribulation realm. It is said that Guixia County, the martial arts cultivators are all insidious and cunning, and they are not so easy to deal with. That's why I sent you there. If you succeed, it will be a great contribution. If there is no danger, why should you attract the attention of the county king?" Hui Yuanbai looked at Long Yu, and smiled softly. "I think your short-bladed warrior is quite good in quality, even stronger than the ancient tower you just showed me. If it is combined with an assassination skill, even it's a martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm, and he can't stop you even if he wants to." "Oh? Can the general teach me assassination skills?" Long Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Hui Yuanbai knew him so well in such a short period of time, let alone that Hui Yuanbai knew that Long Yu lacked an assassination skill right now. The nightmare killing art is an assassination martial art commonly used by our Nightmare Legion. Although it is only a high-grade Xian level, it is characterized by being easy to understand and easy to learn. Hui Yuanbai smiled slightly. "It only takes 7 days for ordinary martial arts in the secret realm of heaven and man to practice the nightmare killing art. For you, I believe this time will definitely be shorter. Mysterious top-rank martial skills are enough." Long Yu's eyes lit up. The penetrating power of the Void Dragon Blade is already strong enough. What he lacks most now is a method of using the Void Dragon Blade. Although it is only a mysterious high-grade assassination skill, but when used with the Nether Dragon Blade, its destructive power is definitely many times stronger than that used by others. Using mysterious high-grade martial arts is ultimately stronger than not using martial arts, and much stronger. As long as Long Yu successfully learns this nightmare-killing technique, he will definitely be able to exert at least twice the power of the Nether Dragon Blade, or even more. Originally, when he used the Void Dragon Blade to attack, there were many restrictions. After all, he had to get close to attack the opponent, and the danger he faced was much greater. But if you practice the nightmare-killing art, you may be able to solve these restrictive conditions and the dangers it brings. The nightmare-killing art is a common assassination skill in the Nightmare Legion. Although most people can practice it, very few people have mastered it. Apart from Huiyuan Bai, the only one who was really proficient in this trick was a professional assassination team in the Nightmare Legion. You learn this trick from me. If you can achieve a small success, you will be able to display the most critical characteristics of the nightmare-killing technique. While assassinating, you can also ensure your own safety to the maximum. Huiyuan Bai threw out a bamboo slip, explaining, "The nightmare-killing art has been comprehended to a small degree, borrowing the power of the laws of heaven and earth to condense your own afterimages. As for the number of condensed afterimages, it depends on your talent. The shadow is there, and the probability of your body encountering danger is much smaller." For example, after Huiyuan Bai's voice fell, it was divided into 7 parts at once. 1 Huiyuan Bai's body and 6 afterimages of Huiyuan Bai appeared in front of Long Yu. This scene made Long Yu's eyes widen. When he observed carefully, he found that each of these afterimages was so real that he couldn't tell the truth from the fake at all. When you really learn this trick, you will know which one of the afterimages you want to be real is the real one. Whenever you are in danger, you can rely on these residual images. The shadow changes position. Huiyuan Bai said with a smile while talking. In this way, the nightmare-killing art is not weak, but why is it only at the top grade of Xian level? Long Yu was a little puzzled. Because this is a simplified version of the nightmare-killing technique, which is used for the general training of the Nightmare Legion's martial arts. The real move is an incomplete Great Desolation level martial skill that I obtained before. Huiyuan Bai shook with some regret. According to my understanding of martial arts and the laws of heaven and earth, I have simplified this high-grade mysterious assassination martial skill, but it is difficult for me to unleash the true power of this martial skill. Difficult. Long Yu's heart moved, and he asked aloud, "What's the name of this Great Desolation level martial skill?" "Desolate Ancient Shadow Killer." Huiyuan Bai said directly, "But I only have the incomplete upper part, and I can at most cultivate it to the peak state. It is impossible to cultivate to perfection, transcendence, and transformation. If you want to see it, I can give it to you." "You see." Long Yu nodded, with a blazing glow in his eyes. "A martial skill of the Great Desolation level. This is a terrifying martial skill on the same level as Yulong Jiubang, and it is also a one-stroke assassination skill. But don't be greedy." Huiyuan Bai reminded, "I once asked 2 friends to practice this ancient shadow kill, but in the end, they all became obsessed because of practicing this martial skill and committed suicide. Although I don't know the reason, but... Long boy, you'd better not practice this martial skill. The mysterious level top-rank demon nightmare-killing art is just right for you." Hearing this, Long Yu nodded slightly. "Well, I just took a look." Having said that, Long Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. It would be good to learn more about the great wilderness level martial arts. If you read more, you can increase your understanding of the principles of martial arts, which will only benefit Long Yu and not harm. If you really can't practice, at best, you don't practice. Soon, 2 bamboo slips that recorded assassination martial arts appeared in front of Long Yu, one of which recorded the devil's killing art, and the other looked quite old, and there were some special patterns engraved on the bamboo slips. It is the martial skill of Hui Yuanbai acquired in his early years, the martial skill bamboo slip of Huang Gaixia. For things of the same great desolation level, the value of pills is naturally the lowest, followed by warriors, and lastly by martial skills. In other words, different things of the same grade have the highest value of martial skills, and the value of martial skills at the great desolation level is even comparable to that of ancient warriors. It's a pity that this trick of Huang Gaixia is only incomplete, and even after practicing it, he will go crazy, become mentally disturbed and commit suicide. Long Yu looked at the nightmare-killing art for a while, and found that this mysterious high-grade martial art is really simple and easy to understand. If he is asked to practice, he will definitely be able to enter the beginner's class within 3 days, and can comprehend the small mastery within 7 days. Then he started to look at Huang Gaixia. When he looked at the text information recorded on the broken bamboo slip, he found that the text on it was unknown to him, and each word of these texts was extremely profound, containing some kind of wonderful power in it. There was only one half of the bamboo slips, and the traces of breaking were clearly visible, but the other half was unknown. Hui Yuanbai only had this half of the bamboo slips in his hands. Desolate ancient shadow killer. Long Yu looked at this bamboo slip, and these 4 words involuntarily emerged in his heart. It seems that the name of this martial skill was not what Hui Yuanbai saw, but it came to his mind for some reason. After watching for a while, Long Yu finally saw some changes. He saw that the unfamiliar words on the bamboo slips were suddenly transformed into graphics in his mind, and he could understand the meaning. It's amazing. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The bamboo slips recording the great desolation level martial arts are really different. They don't use words to teach people how to practice this martial art, but use words to influence people's hearts so that Long Yu can understand the meaning of these words. In this way, no matter how long it has been passed down, and how long after it is obtained by Wu Xiu, they will be able to understand what is recorded in it. Long Yu felt the figure reflected in his mind by this bamboo slip in his heart, and soon he roughly knew the cultivation method of Huang Gaixia, but remembering what Hui Yuanbai said, he did not try it rashly. After all, this is an extremely dangerous thing. Even if Long Yu has the trump card, who knows if he can deal with the danger hidden in this martial skill? If it doesn't work, then it's over. Long Yu will not take such a big risk, mainly because there is no need for it. It's a pity that it's incomplete. Long Yu was quite sorry, and was about to leave the bamboo slip consciously. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar force in his chest, which suddenly appeared in his mind. It's that ancient consciousness. Long Yu's face changed drastically. He felt that the power pouring into his mind turned out to be the ancient consciousness from the 9 Nether Dragon. Could it be that this primordial consciousness wants to compete with him for control of the body again? But then Long Yu discovered that this was not the case. When this ancient consciousness was introduced into Long Yu's mind, Long Yu's observation of the desolate ancient shadow-killing martial arts suddenly became clearer, and the words that did not appear on the bamboo slips from Long Yu come to mind. Completed? Long Yu was stunned for a while. The primordial consciousness hidden in the Nether Dragon blade in the void actually made up all the missing part of Huang Gaixia. This is truly a miraculous discovery. After observing the complete version of Huang Gaixia, Long Yu finally discovered that there is an explanation in the notes on the training of this martial skill. This practice requires extremely strong psychological quality and willpower, as well as special conditions. Because after practicing this trick, there will be an invisible turbidity that will surround the whole person. When there is enough of this turbidity, it will affect the person's spirit, and it is not impossible to die suddenly. This is the truth about the death of 2 of General Hu's friends. Long Yu's heart moved, and in the training notes completed by the ancient consciousness, he also explained how to restrain the generation of this kind of turbidity. The best way is to be able to comprehend some kind of divine power that is specialized in absorbing power, and designated as divine power, not even law power. Secondly, if you can find some holy places that are relatively cool and can wash away the stale air from your body, there is no problem in practicing this technique. However, such holy places are not so easy to find. The siphon divine script should be able to absorb this turbid air, right? Long Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't this tailor-made for him? After getting the affirmative answer from the ancient consciousness, Long Yu suddenly became excited. Great wilderness-level martial skills are not available anywhere. Most importantly, he also discovered that the primordial consciousness hidden in the nether dragon blade actually has the miraculous function of complementing martial arts. Although it took him by surprise, it was of course excellent. Soon, he withdrew from the bamboo slip, raised his head and smiled at Hui Yuanbai. Thank you, General, for sharing. You're welcome. You can practice with me for a while now, and after you've successfully comprehended the demon-killing art, you'll set out to find some martial arts practitioners from Guixia County to kill. Hui Yuanbai said with a smile, once Zhou Xiongliang dies, his father who is still in the Shura Valley will definitely send someone to deal with it, but it will be several days later, and you just use this time to practice. Long Yu nodded. He knew what Hui Yuanbai meant, and he didn't want him to meet with the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, otherwise the other party might kill him as soon as they met each other. There are still more than 2 months here. It is best to go out and kill some Wu Xiu of Guixia County. It is best to get important information, or kill important people in Guixia County. In this way, Long Yu will make a great contribution. With the protection of Prince Shura, even the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army would never dare to touch him, no matter in the open or in the dark. Hui Yuanbai didn't know that what Long Yu wanted to practice and comprehend was the move of Huanggu Yingsha, but he must know soon. Because although the nightmare-killing technique is simplified from the ancient shadow-killing, there is still a huge difference between the two after all. Hui Yuanbai, who has obtained these two martial arts skills a long time ago, can tell it at a glance. In the camp where Hui Yuanbai was, Long Yu directly began to practice and comprehend Huanggu Yingsha. Although the nightmare-killing art is easier to comprehend, who would be so stupid to learn the simplified version of the low-level martial arts instead of the complete high-level martial arts? What's more, Long Yu also has his own way to overcome the flaws of Huanggu Yingsha. The simplified version of nightmare-killing art needs to be comprehended to a small degree to be able to condense afterimages and allow the main body to freely switch between afterimages, but the real ancient shadow kill only needs beginners to do it. The essence of the ancient shadow killing lies in the word shadow. Afterimage is the essence of the ancient shadow killing. If you cultivate the martial skill of the ancient shadow killing to a higher level, you will be able to control the afterimage to do more things. Simply put, this is a martial skill for manipulating the afterimage. Learning to condense the ancient afterimage is naturally a basic foundation. With the ancient consciousness helping to complete the practice method of Huanggu Yingsha, Long Yu's comprehension speed is naturally not slow. Just like the previous 9 Nether Dragon Seal, the current Nether Dragon Blade seems to have all the functions of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, one of which is to speed up Long Yu's comprehension of martial arts. After just 3 days, Long Yu was able to successfully condense an ancient afterimage. Long Yu stood alone in the courtyard of the camp, looking at the afterimage of Huanggu, who looked exactly like himself in front of him, and smiled. This ancient afterimage not only looks exactly the same as his body from the outside, but even the aura it exudes is exactly the same. Give me a trick to get drunk and sleep in Huangquan. With a thought in his mind, Long Yu saw the ancient afterimage in front of him, and immediately punched him with a loud bang. The aura of the 9 Netherness spread instantly, imitating the road to the underworld, as if to envelop Long Yu. Long Yu didn't resist. He wanted to try to see if his ancient afterimage was really aggressive. Soon he was able to confirm that there was no difference between this ancient afterimage and his main body. The only difference might be that this afterimage was controlled by the main body. Long Yu himself was a bit embarrassed by being punched by Huangquan's afterimage, but he blocked the punch with the barrier of Huangquan, and his face was full of excitement. Such a remnant of the ancient times is simply a copy of me. Now that I can condense a remnant of the ancient times, the combat power is equivalent to doubled. If I attack the opponent together with the remnant, even a strong person in the heavenly tribulation realm is definitely a sure win. Long Yu's eyes flickered with brilliance. This desolate ancient shadow killer is indeed a great desolate level martial skill. It is extremely powerful. In contrast, Long Yu saw Hui Yuanbai's nightmare-killing art, which was not so powerful. Although the 6 afterimages condensed by Hui Yuanbai looked and felt the same as the main body, if they used any martial arts, their power would not be half of the main body. Unlike the ancient afterimage condensed by Long Yu, the power of its martial arts can be exactly the same as the main body. Moreover, the effect of the ancient afterimage is not limited to that. With a thought in his mind, Long Yu tried to switch, and found that his perspective went dark, and then he actually shifted his consciousness to the ancient afterimage. No, it's not the transfer of consciousness, but the afterimage and the main body directly switched directions through the space power of the nether dragon blade. Long Yu soon knew what was going on. It seemed that if he wanted to comprehend the martial skill of Huangguing Sha, he had to be assisted by the power of space. Otherwise, what he had learned would definitely be an incomplete Huangguing Sha. Of course, the space power Long Yu didn't understand it, but it was nothing to some strong men in Shura County, such as Hui Yuanbai and his 2 friends who died practicing Huangyingsha. In the world of martial arts, many martial arts practitioners have mastered the power of space. If an army refiner has mastered the power of space, then they can create space warriors that can store things. Space fighters that can store things are rare in the entire Tianyu Island, but there are more than 100 pieces in total, let alone the entire Shura County, and even the world of Shenwu. Therefore, in the world of Shenwu, the power of space is nothing. Among the more than 9,000 laws of heaven and earth, there are many kinds of laws of space, not to mention the divine language. There is a special attribute of the divine language, which is the space attribute. Long Yu, possessing the nether dragon blade, does not need to comprehend the power of space, and he can perform the desolate ancient shadow kill. This is his advantage. In just 3 days, Long Yu had comprehended Huanggu Yingsha to the beginner level, and it was almost time to say goodbye. With this trick, you don't need to be too scared when you encounter Wuxiu from Guixia County in the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range. However, if there are opponents from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, you still have to avoid them. Long Yu thought in his heart. During these 3 days, Hui Yuanbai often watched him practice and comprehend, so he soon discovered that what he practiced was not the nightmare-killing art, but the ancient shadow-killing. Although he didn't know that Long Yu could solve the disadvantages of Huangguing Sha, but he was quite relieved to see Long Yu practicing Huangguing Sha. Although Hui Yuanbai was talking about persuading Long Yu to practice the nightmare-killing technique, if he really thought so in his heart, he would not have taken out the bamboo slips of Huangdying slaying. This old general is clearly trying to seduce Long Yu and practice Huangguing Sha. After all, this is a martial art of the Great Desolation level. It is extremely regrettable that his 2 friends died while practicing this martial art. Now, he really wants to see this martial art shine. If there is any problem with Long Yu practicing this martial skill, it has nothing to do with Hui Yuanbai. After all, Hui Yuanbai did not let Long Yu practice, but persuaded Long Yu to practice the nightmare-killing art. This is more or less a suspicion of self-deception, but it also makes Hui Yuanbai feel guilty towards Long Yu. During these 3 days, he deliberately built an Earth-level defensive soldier for Long Yu. Going to the depths of the Devil's Nightmare Mountains, you have to be more careful. I have recorded the methods often used by the martial arts in Guixia County in this bamboo slip. You must take a good look. Before Long Yu left, Hui Yuanbai handed Long Yu a bamboo slip and a silver metal lock. This is an Earth-level high-grade defensive soldier I built for you. It hasn't been named yet. You can take one yourself. The main material is bright silver, and a lot of blue-edged diamonds are added. Just by its hardness, it can withstand the strongest blow of a supernatural power. Bright silver and blue-edged diamonds. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He has worked in the Japanese mining area, so of course he knows what bright silver and blue-edged diamonds are. The gray metal cave walls he saw in the mine were called gray silver, and even a martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy them. And bright silver is a harder metal than gray silver. According to what Hu Yuanbai said, a martial arts expert at the supernatural power level cannot destroy bright silver with a random blow. Not to mention, Hu Yuanbai was still inside the silver metal lock, adding the green-edged diamond, which made the metal lock several times stronger, able to withstand the strongest blow of a supernatural powerhouse. It is also a matter of course. However, this is just the body of the silver metal lock. Long Yu took the bamboo slip and the metal lock. Let's call him the silver edge lock. It doesn't matter what the soldier's name is. Many of the soldiers on Long Yu's body are just random names, and there is no standard to speak of. Initially, the silver-edged lock was only the size of Long Yu's palm, so of course it was impossible for such a small silver-edged lock to protect Long Yu's whole body. He can only send profound energy into this soldier, and activate the training formation in the silver edge lock, and then, the silver edge lock can spread out a light curtain barrier to resist the attack for Long Yu. After all, it is an Earth-level top-rank defensive soldier, and the training formation used in it is still very advanced. The light curtain barrier activated by this can at least withstand the attack of the martial arts of the heavenly tribulation realm. As for the attack of a supernatural power, it is not so easy to resist. Of course, as the realm of Long Yu martial arts improves, the defensive ability of this warrior that can be mobilized will become stronger. If Hu Yuanbai held this soldier, the light curtain that he activated would at least be able to withstand a full blow from a strong man in the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm without any problem. How powerful a soldier is, the most important thing is to see the martial arts realm of the holder. For the current Long Yu, the most important thing is to improve the realm of martial arts. For other things such as martial arts, soldiers, etc., he already has very high-grade treasures. General Hua, wait a minute. Long Yu heard that Hu Yuanbai added some blue-edged diamonds to the silver-edged lock, so he smiled slightly, and then took out a fist-sized blue-edged diamond from the storage space. General, this blue-edged diamond, the diamond edge was obtained when I went to mine. I will give it to you now. You are an army refiner, and the diamond on the green edge is much more effective on you than on me. As soon as Hu Yuanbai saw the fist-sized blue diamond in Long Yu's hand, he was stunned and froze on the spot. This. Hu Yuanbai pointed at the green-edged diamond, his eyes almost popped out. Is this really the green-edged diamond? Such a big piece? General Hua, just take it and check to see if it's true. Long Yu was a little puzzled, and threw the green-edged diamond over with one hand. Hu Yuanbai caught the blue-edged diamond with some excitement, and couldn't help being a little excited. Boy, you can do it. Such a large piece of blue-edged diamond has never appeared even in the internal mining area of our Nightmare Legion. This can be used to directly forge a soldier. It is definitely above the top grade of heaven. Hearing this, Long Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the fist-sized green-edged diamond was so useful that it could be used to directly create heavenly high-grade warriors. Of course, it is limited to small-sized soldiers, such as silver edge locks. It can be said that it is wishful thinking to use green-edged diamonds to build defensive armor soldiers. Don't say that there aren't so many green-edged jewels. Even if there are, it is impossible to fuse the blue-edged jewels together with the technique of the military refiner of Shura County. To put it bluntly, Long Yu let Hu Yuanbai get the fist-sized blue-edged diamond. However, Hu Yuanbai said that this is a great gift, much more valuable than the silver-edged lock he gave to Long Yu. If there is a chance, he will definitely return the favor to Long Yu. Long Yu didn't say much, since Hu Yuanbai didn't want to owe others favors. It would be good to get some benefits for himself. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu, Hui Yuanbai, and little fat man Ren Pingfan bid farewell, and prepared to go to the depths of the Nightmare Mountain range alone. Originally, Ren Pingfan wanted to go with him, but Long Yu had his own plans, and it would be inconvenient for Ren Pingfan to follow him, so he rejected his proposal. In the depths of the Nightmare Mountain range, if you are alone, you must be careful. If something happens, I can't save you even if I want to. The princess will have to kill me then. Ren Pingfan said with a sad face. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Long Yu chuckled, I'll go first, and set off at night so that no one will follow me. Ren Pingfan couldn't help asking again, and after a long time, Long Yu was finally able to leave the camp where Hui Yuanbai was. Before leaving, Long Yu also took out a thumb-sized blue diamond and gave it to Ren Pingfan, which made the little fat man cry with gratitude. You must know that this is an extremely precious thing, and the entire Shura County Army training one of the top materials. Under the night sky, Long Yu walked alone against the sky, flying towards the depths of the Nightmare Mountain range. During this trip, he wasn't really worried about his safety. After all, he had the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, which could save his life at critical moments. Unless there was a superpower from the King's Dao secret realm, no one would be able to defeat Long Yu. What he is more worried about is whether he can get enough credit. Whether it is to kill the martial arts in the Ghost County or to obtain important enough information, it is very difficult for Long Yu. It is not easy to achieve it, but fortunately he has 2 months, he will definitely be able to plan it. It can be said that Long Yu did not have the slightest affection for Guixia County. This martial artist from Guixia County ran to the territory of Shura County for no reason, captured Lu Yuan's parents on Tianyu Island, and planted the devil seed of hell on Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, the person who controls the entire Tianyu Island. This kind of method has long made Long Yu dislike the people of Guixia County. Hey, someone is following me. Long Yu walked in the night sky, especially from the hidden places where there were no people, but unexpectedly, he still felt that someone was following him from behind. At this moment, Long Yu was about 4,000 or 5,000 feet away from Hui Yuanbai's camp. If there was any battle, Hui Yuanbai would definitely not be able to support it in time. Kill my brother, and you will pay with your life. A violent shout came from the darkness behind, and immediately Long Yu felt a tyrannical coercion enveloped himself. This burst of tyrannical coercion definitely belonged to a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, and when connected with what the other party said, Long Yu immediately understood the other party's identity. It was one of the 2 brothers Wuxiu who guarded me. That Qingyi died at my hands. I never thought that this person would choose to stay near the camp and wait for me to go out. Long Yu's face changed slightly, and then the Taiyin wings emerged, bursting out a burst of Taiyin energy, which directly dispelled more than half of the opponent's tyrannical pressure. Long Yu's speed returned to the original level, and he quickly walked towards the front of the sky, but soon another figure appeared in front of him, holding a long sword, and a pair of butterfly-like colorful wings fluttering behind him, which looked extremely strange. The target appeared. This person is actually a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm. Judging from his attire, he should not be a member of the Nightmare Legion. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, looking at Long Yu as if looking at a fat sheep. Jointly kill me? Long Yu immediately knew that the opponent was here to ambush and wanted to kill him. At this moment, who in the Nightmare Mountains wants Long Yu's life the most? There is no doubt that it is the Deputy General Zoli, who has been sending people to watch the surroundings, and if Long Yu appears, he will be attacked and killed. It can be said that it is the safest place to sneak attack at this distance. As long as there is no strong man from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, it will not attract the attention of nearby Hui Yuanbai at all. To deal with a kid who is robbing the realm, what kind of strong man with supernatural powers and secret realms is needed? Zoli didn't think too much about it. Even with the reminder from Qingyi's brother, he only sent 4 or 5 martial artists from the heavenly tribulation realm. In this way, would he still make mistakes when dealing with a mere boy in the tribulation realm? Long Yu Yakong was suspended in the mid-air, seeing a total of 6 heavenly tribulation realm powerhouses all around, appearing one after another and surrounding him. The thin and strange man holding a long sword in front of him and a pair of colorful butterfly wings behind him seems to be the leader of this group of people. He looked at Long Yu with a little contempt. A boy who is in a state of robbery wants us to go out. 5 people, what a waste, but since the lieutenant general paid the price, we should handle things well. Don't let this kid get away. Except for Qing Yi's brother, these 5 people seem to be members of a certain organization. At this time, they were hired by Lieutenant General Zoli to kill Long Yu. Long Yu was not surprised. Zoli had a bad reputation in the Nightmare Legion now. As long as he still wanted his position as a lieutenant general, he would not be able to send someone from the Nightmare Legion to do it, so he had to hire someone else. It just so happened that in the mining area of the Devil's Nightmare Mountains, there are many Jianghu martial arts. Zoli only needs to pay a little money, and he can easily mobilize a group of people to deal with Long Yu. At this time, the brother named Qingyi also quickly chased up from behind, and surrounded Long Yu together with 5 other powerful men in the heavenly tribulation realm. Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking, in the current situation, although he could use the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to escape, it would be too wasteful to use the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda just after setting off. What if it came to the territory of Guixia County? 6 heavenly tribulation realm powerhouses. I want to see how many I can deal with at most with my current strength. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. If there is only one strong person in the heavenly tribulation realm, or even 2 strong people in the heavenly tribulation realm, they are basically no threat to Long Yu. But right now, there are 6 people who want to join forces to strangle him. Long Yu probably knew that he was afraid of being noticed by Hui Yuanbai, who was not far away, and that he would not have the power to reach the level of the mysterious realm. At this distance, Hui Yuanbai could no longer feel it. With 1 against 6, Long Yu doesn't think he has the ability, so the most urgent thing is to kill 1 or 2 of them first. When those 6 people approached Long Yu with murderous aura, the corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, and the profound energy in his body suddenly roared out, "Desolate ancient shadow kill." Afterimage appears. An afterimage that was exactly the same as himself appeared in front of him in an instant, and then flew down the mountain forest below, and cast the dragon sparrow. The speed made the 6 martial artists of the heavenly tribulation realm. I was a little surprised. Both of you, go after the one below. Seeing this, the man with butterfly wings holding a long sword squinted his eyes, and commanded his 2 subordinates, "This is the martial art of the Nightmare Legion." Ran. After saying this, 2 martial artists with long whips, one fat and one thin, chased and killed the ancient shadow below. As for the remaining 4, they will attack Long Yu immediately. The butterfly man holding the long sword, with a direct thought, condensed a burst of thunder on the long sword, outlined a bolt of lightning, and rolled towards Long Yushi at an extremely fast speed. Switch. Facing the joint attack of 4 people, Long Yu, of course, passed through the space power of the Void Dragon Blade at the fastest speed, and exchanged the positions of the main body and the ancient afterimage. In this way, his main body will only face 2 strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm, while his afterimage will face 4 strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm. The main body is mainly used to kill the enemy, while the afterimage is used to hold back the opponent. Long Yu saw the fat and thin martial arts with long whips coming towards him, and immediately turned around and threw 2 punches one after another. The chi of 9 netherness spread out, and the spirit of the underworld and the road to the underworld appeared one after another, trying to control the 2 martial artists. But unfortunately, due to the large difference in the martial arts realms of the 2 sides, Long Yu's 2 martial arts skills have no way to completely control the opponent, and can only slow down the opponent's speed a little. Immediately afterwards, black snowflakes fell from all around, and Longyin Anti-Angsu's move swept out, enveloping the two of them instantly. Dragonheart Edict. When the domain created by Longyin Anti-Angsu covered the two of them, Long Yu directly used his killing move. The opponent was still hundreds of feet away from Long Yu, but Long Yu's move, Dragonheart Edict, was blasted out from the air. With the sound of a dragon's chant, the fat man holding the long whip was stunned for a moment, and his whole body felt a very strange power, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Burst. When Long Yu's cold voice came out, the fat man's heart felt like it was about to burst. It's a pity that the fat man wasn't killed so easily. Feeling the powerful power of Long Yulongsan's edict, the fat man's eyes popped out, and then his whole body suddenly turned into a human-shaped rock, including his heart, blood vessels, etc., all turned into stone. Does petrochemical protect itself? Not bad. Seeing this, Long Yu didn't continue to pay attention to the fat man, but instead focused on the thin man who was closer to him. Breaking through many obstacles, the thin man swung the long whip straight at Long Yu, unexpectedly also brought out a dragon cry, and turned into a long dragon light and shadow, intending to blast Long Yu to pieces. Silver Edge Lock, block it. Desolate Shadow Killer. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he threw out the top-grade ground-level soldiers he had just obtained, and used them to fend off the opponent's long whip Longyin. And Long Yu himself burst out with unparalleled speed in an instant, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, broke through the long whip dragon's shadow at once, approached the skinny man, and used the assassination technique of Huangguing Sha. If it is said that condensing the afterimages of the ancient times is the basis of the shadow killing of the ancient times, then this assassination method is the foundation of its foundation. I saw Long Yu's whole body was boiling with the 9 nether chi, and his whole body turned into a pitch-black sharp blade. This sharp blade seemed to pierce the entire sky. Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing is an authentic Great Desolation level martial skill, even if it is displayed in the hands of Long Yu in the human tribulation realm. The skinny man instantly felt an extremely strong sense of threat. Not good. The skinny man's face changed slightly, and he hooked the long whip in his hand, and the dragon's shadow with the long whip turned straight, and rolled towards the black blade of Long Yu's incarnation. Break! Long Yu persevered and continued to move forward, with an invincible will all over his body. The next moment, the long whip dragon's shadow directly entangled him, and the terrifying power suddenly exploded. However, Long Yu transformed himself into a pitch-black sharp blade, and even cut off that long whip warrior directly. Although he himself suffered a lot of injuries, but with the defense of the Silver Edge Lock, the injuries were not serious. What's more, his physical body has been tempered by the law of lightning, and he has also comprehended the divine script of self-healing. Minor injuries are nothing. However, that long whip soldier was an earth-level middle-grade soldier, and it was cut off by the black sharp blade of Long Yu's avatar like this. This scene made the thin man almost unable to react. A mid-level soldier at the ground level, even if he is a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, it is impossible to destroy it with one move. Destroyed, this destructive power can be said to be terrifying. Not only that, the black sharp blade of Long Yu's incarnation did not stop after cutting off the long whip, but continued to kill the skinny man, like a black meteor piercing the sky in the dark night. Royal Stone Brick. The thin man gritted his teeth, directly condensed a big stone in front of him, and threw it heavily towards Long Yu. This is an earth-level martial skill, and it is also the main martial skill used by the thin man for defense. If even this move can't resist Long Yu. Boom. The imperial stone brick he condensed was directly smashed into pieces by Long Yu's incarnation's jet-black sharp blade, but this time, it stopped Long Yu from continuing to move forward. After all, it was an earth-level defensive martial skill. After Long Yu smashed this imperial stone brick, the aura of Huangguing Sha disappeared without a trace. Worthy of being a martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm, he has a lot of means, and it's not as easy to deal with as he imagined. Long Yu stopped his figure and looked sideways, but saw the fat man turned into a stone, which was gradually unraveling, as if he wanted to restore his original appearance. Seeing this scene, Long Yu naturally wouldn't let it succeed. The 9 explosions of Yulong is the first to win. A dragon's cry exploded, and it exploded near the fat man's heart. This moment, the fat man trembled, and then spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fatty didn't expect that during the period of his petrification, Long Yu's afterimage hadn't been dealt with, not only hadn't been dealt with, but he could even attack him when he just woke up. His heart was already extremely fragile by the Dragon Heart Edict, but relying on the divine power that petrified him, he escaped. However, now, Long Yu Yolong's 9 explosions, a wild-level martial skill, is used again. Although it is only the first explosion, it is the first to win, but the power is not what his fragile heart can bear, and it bursts immediately. The fat man's eyeballs protruded, and his whole body was bursting with blood. My death will not make you feel better. The fat man was on the verge of death, and his spirit was approaching a little crazy. He immediately gathered all the strength in his body and exploded in all directions. Damn it, it's self-destruct. The closest ones were Long Yu and the skinny man holding the broken whip. When they saw this scene, they immediately stepped back. Long Yu cast the dragon sparrow to the sky, and retreated hundreds of feet away in an instant. And the thin man looked at the long whip in the fat man's hand with some pity, and then quickly used body skills and martial arts, and then retreated a distance of several hundred feet. Immediately afterwards, the power of the law of heaven and earth, the power of the petrified divine script, etc., that Fatty had comprehended, all gathered together and exploded. Fatty's heart was destroyed by Long Yu's Yulong 9 explosions. If he doesn't want to die, he will die. If he wants to, he might as well bloom one last brilliance before he dies, maybe he can pull 1 or 2 backs. Anyway, I am going to die, what else do I want to do so much? The fat man's body exploded, and all kinds of power roared out. Now, it was impossible for Hui Yuanbai, not far away, to notice. Idiot! Seeing this, the thin man who had been hiding far away cursed the idiot inwardly. Doesn't this fat man expose their whereabouts completely? If Hui Yuanbai felt the power erupting here, he would definitely not stand idly by, and their actions would be in vain by then. Destroy me! Just when the fat man blew himself up, the ancient afterimage of Long Yu, who was besieged by 4 people, was finally completely crushed by the man with butterfly wings holding a long sword after blasting out all his strength. However, before the ancient remnant image was shattered, it also used various methods, which brought a lot of trouble to those 4 people. Martial arts such as Yushui Tianmu, Yushui Vortex, Heavenly Mandate Divine Light, Yulong 9 Explosions, Dragon Sparrow Dance, etc., all the afterimages of the ancient times have been displayed, and various defensive methods such as reincarnation barriers and Huangquan barriers have emerged endlessly, so we can support it for so long. Not only that, but under Long Yu's control, the desolate ancient afterimage directly exerted the power of siphoning divine script, and beat the righteous brother into a half-mutilated one. An afterimage withstood the attacks of 4 people, and even seriously injured one of them. It has to be said that the martial skill of Huang Guing Sha is so strong that it is definitely worthy of the name of the Great Desolation level martial skill. Quick battle, Hui Yuanbai is about to discover this side. Seeing that the fat man chose to blow himself up, the power of this blew up really reached the level of the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, which made the expression of the butterfly-winged man holding a long sword change. As soon as he turned the long sword in his hand, the edge of the sword sprinted away, condensing 9 sword lights one after another, and then rolled towards Long Yu, who was hundreds of feet away. The sword of the wind butterfly. The weird man snorted coldly, and the 9 sword lights followed the night wind, and arrived in front of Long Yu in an instant. Silver edgelock. Seeing this, Long Yu's face changed slightly, He didn't expect the opponent's sword light to come so fast. You know, the distance between the two sides is thousands of feet. Even Long Ke Shunkong couldn't cross such a long distance all at once. However, only one person from the other side attacked, and Long Yu was able to resist it. Under the urging of his profound energy, the silver edge lock flashed a layer of silver light curtain, which directly blocked the opponent's first bright sword light, and it did not shatter. After all, it is an Earth-level high-grade defensive soldier, or Hui Yuanbai personally refined it. If he can't even resist the martial arts of a strong man in the heavenly tribulation realm, it will be too inferior. However, at the next moment, the bright sword light exploded, and the power of the sword energy turned into a series of wind butterflies, all of which were spirit bodies, crossed the light curtain barrier of the silver edge lock, and continued to fly towards Long Yu come over. Although he didn't know how lethal these wind butterflies were, Long Yu certainly wouldn't let them get close to his body. 9 explosions of Yulong. Long Yu let out a stern voice, and the 9 nether chi exploded in front of him, enveloping all the wind butterflies in an instant, and then, more and more wind butterflies flew quickly as the 9 sword energy was blocked and exploded. When they came out, they were all sucked into this burst of secluded air. The chi of 9 netherness seemed to restrain the spirit bodies of these wind butterflies, and with a burst of dragon chant, these wind butterflies disappeared without a trace. But at this time, the man with butterfly wings holding a long sword and the other 4 people rushed towards Long Yu one after another, and the distance became much closer in an instant. Fatty blew himself up to death, and there were only 5 of them left, but they still didn't have any doubts about whether they could kill Long Yu. If there are so many strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm, besieging a person who is a martial arts cultivator in the tribulation realm, if they still fail to succeed, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud if word spread? As the leader of this group of people, he, Feng Dai, doesn't need to hang around in Shura County anymore. 9 nether blood shadows. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand and threw out this invisible soldier, the target was Qing Yi's brother, who was seriously injured by Long Yu's residual shadow. 9 nether blood shadows are of no use to ordinary heavenly tribulation realm powerhouses, they only need a shock of momentum to disperse them. But for brother Qingyi, who was seriously injured, it became an extremely disgusting existence. 9 nether blood shadows covered his whole body, constantly trying to absorb his blood, making him miserable. It is quite good to be able to play 1/10 of it. The most important thing is that the warrior 9 nether blood shadow is invisible, that guy is covered and entangled by 9 nether blood shadow, and no one else can help at all. Go to the side, don't die. The strange man Feng Dai in the lead snorted coldly, and then swung his long sword, condensing the sword light again, and came towards Long Yupa to attack and kill Long Yupa. Cryptic script. Shadow of the Dragon Sparrow, explode. Facing the 4 opponents attacking from the same direction, Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, and the hidden character divine script was cast, and his whole figure disappeared from the opponent's eyes in an instant. At the same time, he quietly merged with the shadow of the pitch-black dragon sparrow, bursting out at an unparalleled speed. Instead of running away, he approached the other party. After a while, he came to the side of the unlucky guy who was entangled by the blood shadow of Joyo. Wait for me to display the divine mantra. Seeing Long Yu displaying hidden words, one of the martial artists in white robes' eyes lit up, and finally had his real use. However, when he raised his hand, a golden glow came out from his eyes, which was like a scorching sun, illuminating the entire space in front of him, making everything hidden in the dark night impossible to hide. Among them, of course, Long Yu, who used the hidden character divine script, was included. However, the white-robed martial artist subconsciously thought that Long Yu was trying to escape by using the hidden characters, so the direction of investigation was the direction where Long Yu was escaping. Unexpectedly, Long Yu went behind them instead, and came to brother Qingyi, who was entangled by the blood shadow of Joyo. When the white-robed martial artist came to his senses, he immediately turned his head, the scorching sun shone, and finally revealed Long Yu, but it was too late. The void Yulong blade in Long Yu's hand had already pierced into the chest of that Qingyi brother. In just a short period of time, Long Yu killed 2 people in a row, causing the expressions of the remaining 4 people to change suddenly. Long Yu killed 2 people in a row, causing the faces of the remaining 4 to change suddenly. You must know that they are martial arts experts in the heavenly tribulation realm. When they first came to intercept and kill Long Yu alone in the tribulation realm martial arts cultivator, they didn't pay much attention to them at all. Reluctantly came together. But now, they finally know that what Zoli said is not wrong. This kid who is obviously talented in the tribulation realm actually possesses the terrifying power to kill a strong person in the tribulation realm. There were 6 of them here, and now one blew himself up, and one was beheaded by Long Yu, leaving only 4. Can they really deal with this kid? What's more, the movement caused by that fat man's self-explosion will definitely make Hu Yuanbai send people over soon, and it will be even more impossible for them to kill Long Yu by then. Concentrate your firepower and kill him. The strange man Feng Dai's face darkened, and he swung the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, several streams of sword air surged out and rushed towards Long Yu. Each of these sword streams of light has extremely terrifying destructive power. Even if Long Yu is only hit by one of them, he will at least be seriously injured, even if he has the thunderbolt body and the self-healing divine script. Silver Edgelock. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he threw out the silver-edged lock, and instead of urging it with profound energy, he actually directly controlled it, blocking one of the sword streams of light. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's body moved, and the wings of the dragon sparrow emerged from behind, and he cast the dragon sparrow to the sky, avoiding those sword streams of light. Originally, several sword streams of light blocked all the directions where Long Yu could escape, but after being blocked by the silver edge lock and defeated one of the sword streams, Long Yu ran out from that direction. Shadow of the Dragon Sparrow, merge. Long Yu yelled, and suddenly a pitch-black figure of a sparrow emerged from behind him, and then merged with his body, causing his speed to increase sharply. The direction he was heading was exactly the direction of Hu Yuanbai's camp. After the battle just now, he probably understood the limit of his combat power. Without releasing the ancient dragon skeleton tower, he could only deal with 3 to 4 martial artists in the heavenly tribulation realm at most. If more people come, he won't be able to deal with it. After all, the martial arts he has comprehended cannot be released at will, such as desolate ancient shadow killing, Yulong 9 explosions, and so on. The performance of each martial skill requires profound energy to flow through different meridians in the body. For example, the ancient shadow kill, after performing it once, if you want to perform it again, you must wait for the rhythm of that meridian to calm down. Otherwise, if it is used forcibly, things like meridians bursting will easily happen, and the gain outweighs the loss. Of course, Long Yu would not use the same martial skill quickly if it was not a last resort. After recognizing his own strength, Long Yu knew that it was time to get rid of the remaining 4 pursuers, and marching towards Hu Yuanbai's camp, of course, was the easiest way. Seeing the direction in which Long Yu was flying, and the speed was even faster than them, the expressions of Feng Dai and the other 4 changed slightly. What should I do, boss? Feng Dai, are you still chasing him? The martial artist in white robe saw Long Yu escape, and asked, with a dark expression. Stop chasing, let's retreat, this kid is difficult to deal with, and he belongs to Hu Yuanbai's people. If you chase again, it will be bad if you are caught by Hu Yuanbai's people. Feng Dai squinted his eyes, he was self-aware of his own strength. It was okay to deal with ordinary martial artists in the secret realm of heaven and man, but if he met Hu Yuanbai, even Hu Yuanbai's subordinates in the secret realm of supernatural powers, they were completely invincible. It's food delivery. Compared with the secret realm of supernatural powers, the secret realm of heaven and man is much worse. After making a decision, the four of them immediately hid in the dense forest below the mountains, and scattered in four directions to prevent being caught by the people sent by Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Long Yu wasn't too careless. Who knows if these people pretended to retreat but ambushed in the dense forest below, or went to the dense forest ahead to encircle him. If they meet again next time, Long Yu is not afraid of these four people alone. But the point is, he didn't know if the four had other accomplices. Long Yu continued to fly in the direction of Xuanhuan's camp, and as he flew, he suddenly felt a little hot inside, as if several figures were flying towards him from all around, about to surround and kill him. This feeling made Long Yu's spirit tense up again, and he became extremely vigilant. Kill! Long Yu turned around, and saw that there was a martial artist who quietly killed him behind him, and was about to attack him. Without hesitation, he sternly shouted, and punched this person, and the third explosion of Yolong's 9 explosions rolled out. Mind Blast! A dragon chant resounded, causing the martial artist to be pushed back. This martial artist seemed to be at the heavenly tribulation realm, but it didn't seem to be, causing Long Yu to frown again and again. Just when Long Yu was a little confused, he felt that there were many martial artists around again, and they wanted to chase and kill him at the same time. Kill? There was a sudden movement in Long Yu's heart. These figures of martial arts in front of him couldn't see their specific faces clearly, and they couldn't even see their martial arts realm clearly. Obviously something was wrong. The next moment, he closed his eyes, and he didn't pay any attention to those wuxia figures who were besieging and killing him. I, Long Yu, am not a bloodthirsty person. This killing intent is really too easy. Long Yu thought in his heart. It turned out that he soon discovered that the martial arts he felt wanting to chase and kill him were all illusions derived from Xinjia. These illusions all came from his mind, from his resurgence. Even if he ignores them, these illusions will not cause him the slightest damage. On the contrary, if he fails to find out what is wrong with them and slaughters the martial arts figures he imagined wantonly, he will sink deeper and deeper. The killing intent is getting stronger and stronger. When the killing intent is strong enough to a certain level, then he will not be far away from becoming obsessed. Long Yu closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that the surrounding night sky was quiet and peaceful. Where were the figures of martial arts who were chasing and besieging him? It really was just heartbreak. Woke up so soon? Not bad. Suddenly a voice came from the side. Long Yu turned his head to look, and saw the little fat man Ren Pingfan. This wretched guy, after serving as the military advisor of the Nightmare Legion, enjoyed it quite a bit, but of course he didn't dare to forget about Long Yu's matter. After all, this was the main purpose of the Princess Shuchan sending him here. In fact, when Long Yu left Xuanhuan's camp, Ren Pingfan followed Long Yu all the way, and when he saw Long Yu facing the siege of 6 powerful men from the heavenly tribulation realm, he was able to calmly deal with it and fight back. When they were two, they admired Long Yu's martial arts talent even more. With such a character, no wonder the princess invited him back. When Long Yu flew back, Ren Pingfan had already arrived and was standing by the side when the catastrophe in his heart started up again. After a while, Long Yu woke up directly, and Ren Pingfan had to sigh with emotion. Long Yu's willpower is really too strong. When an ordinary person is in the human tribulation realm, when they encounter the upper, middle and lower heart tribulations, they are all trembling and extremely afraid. Although it is not difficult to overcome the heart calamity, it still takes a lot of time for ordinary martial arts. Every time a heart calamity appears, it will take at least several days to resist and eliminate it. But it only took Long Yu a moment to wake up after Xian tribulation emerged. It turned out to be Brother Fat, thank you very much. As soon as Long Yu opened his eyes and saw Ren Pingfan, he immediately understood what was going on. He didn't expect that his heart would relapse, and he was so dangerous that Ren Pingfan approached him silently. Wouldn't it be easy to encounter tragedy if a catastrophe occurred during the battle? Hey, which one of us is with whom? Why are you polite? Ren Pingfan smiled wretchedly, and then said, you were surrounded and killed by strong men in the heavenly tribulation realm when you went out, which just aroused the killing desire in your heart, so the heart tribulation will appear, but now that you have passed it, then, well, there's no need to worry too much about it. In the human tribulation realm, you need to go through 3 heart tribulations. Generally speaking, heart tribulations will not appear during battles. Most of them will appear after you encounter major changes or after your battle is over, so you don't have to worry about this. Heart tribulation will distract you during the battle, of course. There are always exceptions to everything, little brother Long. You still have to be careful in this operation after all, and put your own safety first, otherwise I will have no way to fight the princess when I go back. My lord, tell me. Ren Pingfan said a series of words directly, making Long Yu nod while listening. That's good, I'm really afraid that this catastrophe will appear when I'm fighting. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Because this road is not very safe, so I will give you a ride first. Come to little brother Long, take out the Shura spirit boat. With the Shura spirit boat, no one can catch up with us. Ren Pingfan laughed. Long Yu nodded. The next thing he has to do is to go to Guixia County to make meritorious service. Whether it is killing the enemy or inquiring about intelligence, there is no time to waste here. If he encounters a few more strong men like the one just now, Long Yu will not even think about setting off. He may be intercepted and killed without even seeing the appearance of Wuxiu from Guixia County. Long Yu took out the Shura spirit boat and handed it over to Ren Pingfan to activate it. The flying speed of the Azura spirit boat is at least 3 or 4 times that of a martial artist in the mysterious ability secret realm. Even if Hui Yuanbai wanted to chase it, it would not be so easy. If he leaves this time, his safety will definitely be guaranteed. However, the real danger will not come until near the junction of Shura County and Guixia County. And at that time it would be inconvenient for Ren Pingfan to continue to follow Long Yu, or else he would have made some kind of contribution at that time. According to the martial arts cultivation of Long Yu and Ren Pingfan, most of the credit should be attributed to Ren Pingfan. Now that he has chosen to take risks, Long Yu will not shrink back. However, the two of them didn't know that Zoli, the deputy general of the Nightmare Mountain Range in Shura County, was carrying out an extremely vicious plan against Long Yu. After Long Yu survived the second heart tribulation, he felt that his whole body strength had become more consolidated, and his affinity with the laws of heaven and earth was even stronger than before. As long as you survive the third heart tribulation, you will be able to take the human realm golden elixir, try to break through the bottleneck, and step into the heavenly beginning realm. Long Yu has an extremely intrusive understanding of his own martial arts path. No matter how powerful the Great Desolation level martial arts are, no matter how powerful the Void Dragon Blade or the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda is, they all need a stronger martial arts realm to be able to display them. With his current cultivation base, there is no way to display the true power of the Great Desolation level martial arts or warriors. It is already very good for him to be able to leapfrog the battle. Long Yu and Ren Pingfan sat in the Azura spirit boat, moving forward at a lightning-fast speed. The Nightmare Mountain Range is so vast. Long Yu looked out of the Shura spirit boat, his eyes were shining brightly. From the beginning to now, they have been flying for more than a day. The most difficult thing to find is the speed of the Shura spirit boat. It took more than a day to fly from one end of Tianyu Island to the other, but in the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range, it has not flown half the distance. It can be seen how big the entire world of martial arts is, and this is only a very small part of the territory within Shura County. As for Shura County, it was just a county of the Tianqing dynasty. It's almost over, the defense line of the Nightmare Legion is almost gone here, and there is a very dangerous buffer zone ahead. Ren Pingfan squinted his eyes and said, in this buffer zone, there are adventurers from Shura County and martial artists from Guixia County. Even people from Shura County may attack you. I will let you go here. It's down. Of course, martial artists from the mystical ability secret realm rarely appear in this buffer zone, so you don't have to worry too much. Long Yu nodded, and then Ren Ping Fan controlled the Azura spirit boat and landed downward. Let's keep this Azura spirit boat with you. Ren Ping Fan said, this rune is for you. If you want to come back, you can activate this rune with profound energy, and I will sense your position and come to pick you up. Send me a signal from the depths of the county, haha, your range of activities should not exceed this Devil's Nightmare mountain range. Long Yu nodded again, expressing his understanding. Since this is the case, I will leave first. I will stay in a nearby camp of the Nightmare Legion during this time. If there are any major discoveries or major dangers, you send a message, and I will also bring people to help. Ren Ping Fan put away the Shura spirit boat, and threw the palm-sized model to Long Yu. After watching Long Yu throw it into his storage space, Ren Ping Fan bid farewell to Long Yu. After the little fat man left, Long Yu looked around and found that the place he was in was an extremely dense forest, which looked a little gloomy and ghostly under the moonlight, which made people feel very uncomfortable. It is said that the entire county of Guixia County is shrouded in a ghostly aura, and even the part of the Devil's Nightmare mountain range on the side of Guixia County is invaded by ghostly aura. Long Yu frowned. Without thinking too much, he started to pace and walked forward. He didn't use the hidden character divine script, and moved forward in stealth, because using the divine script power would consume his mental power, and if he consumed too much, he would become dizzy and his combat effectiveness would drop sharply. Therefore, in normal times, it is impossible for Long Yu to use hidden characters to hurry. The ghostly aura in the dense forest may make some people very uncomfortable, but for Long Yu, it doesn't feel too uncomfortable. The aura of the 9 serenities has a restraining effect on this kind of ghost aura. Long Yu soon discovered this, and he was determined. He didn't have a clear goal for this trip. The easiest thing was to find a few martial arts from Guixia County and kill them, but even this didn't seem easy. Long Yu was running in the forest at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long before he found many people acting nearby. Those people were all martial arts from Shura County, or patrol personnel from the Nightmare Legion of Shura County, to prevent ghosts and evil spirits. The people of the county invaded. In this buffer zone, it is possible to encounter people from Guixia County at any time, so Long Yu had to be careful. However, Long Yu didn't think too much about the people in Azura County. Both Ren Ping Fan and Hui Yuanbai said that the Wushou of Guixia County can know their identities just by looking at them, and they will never admit it wrong, because Wushou of Guixia County comprehends all the divine scriptures of the shadow attribute, or the ghostly laws of heaven and earth. The whole person is gloomy. Walking through this dense forest, Long Yu concentrated his mind like never before. After running for about 100 miles, Long Yu finally found that the ghost aura around him was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed that he was getting closer to the range of Guixia County. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly swept down from the sky above his head, as if it wanted to kill him on the spot. Silver Edge Lock. Long Yu didn't even think about it. He raised his hand to urge the silver edge lock of the top-rank soldier at the ground level. A silver light barrier flashed, and immediately blocked the strong wind. Long Yu raised his head, only to see a gloomy martial artist in a gray robe, attacking him from top to bottom. A martial artist from Guixia County. Long Yu's pupils contracted. This martial artist from Guixia County was really evil. Long Yu not only failed to feel his existence, but even couldn't see how far his martial arts realm was. However, judging from the fact that the opponent's sneak attack was blocked by the silver edge lock, this person must have not stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, which made Long Yu slightly relieved. Jia Jia. The gray-robed Guixia County Wushou let out a sinister laugh, and then his whole body suddenly turned into a puff of gray smoke and disappeared in front of Long Yu. It's actually a divine script power similar to the hidden word script. With such power, no wonder you dare to run rampant in this kind of place. Long Yu became vigilant in his heart. The other party set up an ambush here. He must want to kill the wuxiu of Shura County who came here, so as to rob the other party of treasures such as soldiers and pills. If Long Yu had comprehended the light divine power of the white-robed martial artist who besieged and killed him before, he should be able to find him, but unfortunately, the current Long Yu was unable to do so. When someone is like him, when he comprehends the power similar to hidden characters, he has no way to find the trace of the other party, especially when the other party has no killing intent. There is no killing intent. Does this person not want to kill me? Long Yu's heartbeat accelerated slightly, and he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. Since he couldn't find any trace of the other party, Long Yu continued to move forward. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and the hidden character divine script was displayed, and he disappeared from the dense forest. Unlucky, I didn't expect this kid to comprehend such divine power. After Long Yu disappeared, the gray-robed Guixia County wuxiu quietly appeared in the dark, with a gloomy face. The reward that is about to be handed, just like this, is in vain. No one knew what the reward he was talking about was, but it was conceivable that it was definitely related to Long Yu's identity. Long Yu never imagined that this was the first time he came to Guixia County, but he was already being targeted by someone. After casting the hidden word divine script, Long Yu wandered around twice, but didn't see the gray-robed martial artist appearing, so he could only continue to hide his body and continue walking forward. If all the martial artists in Guixia County were like this, it would not be so easy to kill a few wuxiu in Guixia County. When Long Yu casts hidden characters, even martial artists in the heavenly tribulation realm cannot easily find out, let alone if a martial artist in the heavenly tribulation realm uses power similar to hidden characters. Long Yu has no way to find the other party. Come out. This cast a shadow over Long Yu's heart. It seemed that this operation was definitely not as easy as imagined. The martial arts from Guixia County planted the devil seed of hell for Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, and wanted to use this despicable method to control all the martial arts on Tianyu Island. It can be seen that the martial arts from Guixia County, I'm afraid most of them are treacherous people. Such people, even if they are stupid, it's no big deal. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu immediately decided that the next time he meets a martial artist from Guixia County, he must be killed on the spot. It didn't take long for his opportunity to come. When he approached a river in the forest, he heard two martial artists talking eerily, causing Long Yu to hide aside cleverly. As for the content of the conversation between the two, Long Yu suddenly discovered that it was related to himself. That kid named Mountain Ghost, logically, has already arrived near us. If I'm lucky enough to catch him, I'll be rich, hee. One of them said with a sinister smile. Don't think too much. If you want to catch that kid now, there are 800 if not 1,000. Why don't we cooperate? Maybe we can get this reward. The other said calmly. Cooperate with you? You are of no use to me. Since you haven't seen that kid, I will continue to look for it. The insidious person rejected the other party's cooperation proposal, shook his head and was about to leave. Long Yu hid at the side, his face extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that after coming here for a while, Wu Xiu from Guixia County spread the news of his arrival. Most importantly, as long as you catch him, there will be rewards. This is definitely someone secretly targeting him. The most likely one is the Zhou family from Azura County. If the people from Azura County hadn't reported him, how could the people from Guixia County know that he came here? What's more, he, Long Yu, has no enmity with the people of Guixia County. If it wasn't because of the Zhou family, why would the people of Guixia County target him so much? So, the Zhou family, or that Deputy General Zhou Li, had a secret communication with the martial artist from Guixia County? This discovery did not make Long Yu unhappy. On the contrary, he became a little happy. Because, he finally has a goal that can be executed if he can find the evidence of the exchange between Vice General Zhou Li and Wu Xiu of Guixia County. Wouldn't it prove that Vice General Zhou Li is a traitor from Shiluo County? Lieutenant General Zhou Li is one of the 4 lieutenant generals of the Nightmare Legion in Shura County. If he can be caught, it will be considered a great achievement no matter what. However, it is extremely difficult to accomplish this matter. Now Long Yu's identity and whereabouts have been roughly exposed. If he continues to act here, there will be dangers everywhere. Since Long Yu found the 2 people in front of him, it was impossible to let them go. I'm still a little bit afraid of 2 wuxiu from Guixia County in the Heavenly Tribulation realm joining forces. I'm afraid there will be some disturbance and attract other people. But since you are acting separately, you can't blame me. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes, seeing the 2 wuxiu from Guixia County by the river split up, he immediately acted. It is difficult for him to be discovered by the opponent who has used hidden characters. If he uses martial arts for a sneak attack, it will be extremely smooth. Long Yu controlled his mind, and did not show the slightest killing intent. He was able to sense danger through killing intent, and others could naturally do it, so he must not startle the snake just because he revealed the killing intent. The next moment, he approached the sinister martial artist not far behind. 9 explosions of the Yulong, shocking to the soul. With a thought in his mind, Long Yu directly displayed the Great Desolation level martial skill. Yulong had 9 explosions, the 3rd explosion of which was Mind Blast. A dragon chant exploded behind Wu Xiu from the Guixia County, causing his grey robe to be blown, and he stood there in a daze. Even a martial artist in the Heavenly Tribulation realm was seriously injured if he was bombarded by Long Yu's Great Desolation level martial skill without any preparation. The mind exploded, causing this person to fall into a sluggish moment. At the same time, with a thought, Long Yu directly activated the space power of the 9 nether dragon scales, and teleported this person into the independent space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Done. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. His purpose of dealing with this person was not to kill him, but to capture him alive and find out the situation from his mouth. The sound of the dragon's chant is over as soon as it is heard, but it will definitely attract many ghost and evil county martial artists around. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. After capturing the martial artist alive, he also activated the 9 nether dragon scales, and rushed directly into the independent space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. As for the 9 nether dragon scales, they were thrown into the river by Long Yu in advance, and they continued to go downstream with the current. In this way, even if martial arts from other Guixia counties came over, they would definitely not be able to find Long Yu. Entering the independent space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Long Yu found that the Wu Xiu of Guixia County, who was wearing a grey robe, had woken up from the mental explosion, and was frowning, observing everything around him. Ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, the 3rd floor. This person is in the center of a large hall, and there are countless dark green vines growing on the surrounding walls, making the whole hall look extremely ancient. From the main hall to the surroundings, there are 4 stone wall passages also covered with dark green vines. Don't know where to go. Suddenly coming to such a place from the Devil's Nightmare mountain range made the Wu Xiu of Guixia County a little baffled. Did you find the ancient ruins? The man thought about it suddenly, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Unfortunately, Long Yu soon appeared in front of this person, dispelling his doubts. Do you know where this place is? Long Yu appeared in front of the man in a black cloth shirt, and asked, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. When the Wu Xiu of the Guixia County saw Long Yu, his pupils constricted immediately. You are that mountain ghost, right? What is this place? Here is the internal independent space of one of my soldiers. Long Yu smiled faintly. Simply put, you are now my prisoner. You have been captured alive by me. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Wu Xiu of Guixia County laughed loudly. You are a mere boy from the Heavenly Tribulation realm, and you dare to say that you will capture me alive. Don't you think this is very ridiculous? I don't think there's anything funny about it. Long Yu said seriously, stop talking nonsense. I captured you alive because I wanted to know something from you. If you don't obediently cooperate and say it, I don't need to keep you. What do you want to know from me? The gray-robed Guixia County Wushou looks a little thin, but his aura is not weak. He squinted his eyes and said, just ask. If I think you are qualified to know, I should still tell you, ha ha ha. When he said this, the gray-robed Guixia County Wushou was still a little teasing. Long Yu saw that the other party didn't take him seriously, so the corner of his mouth twitched. He knew that he had to let this guy know how powerful he was, so that the other party would be obedient. Desolate Shadow Killer. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly condensed an ancient afterimage, and the afterimage moved in an instant, and rushed towards the gray-robed Gixijun Wushou. Want to do it? I'll accompany you. Wushou of Guixia County smiled contemptuously. The nightmare-killing art, a mere mysterious martial art, wants to deal with your grandfather and me too? As soon as the voice fell, the Wushou of Guixia County raised his hand, and a burst of gray mist suddenly surged out, covering Long Yu's ancient afterimage. In the imagination of this Guixia County martial artist, afterimages condensed from the mysterious martial arts demon nightmare-killing art, he only needs to use a little power at will to directly defeat it. With mere mysterious martial arts skills, you still want to show off your might in front of him? However, he soon discovered that he was wrong, and he was wrong too much. In front of this ancient remnant, where is the mysterious level of martial arts that can be condensed? Long Yu controlled the ancient remnant image, and directly transformed into a pitch-black sharp blade, piercing the sky to kill the ghost martial artist, and the gray mist released by the ghost martial artist was completely covered by the sharp blade incarnated by the ancient remnant image. Break it open. The face of Wushou of Guixia County changed. His gray mist is not an ordinary thing, but a very strange, divine power, shadow attribute, and extremely corrosive. If it's just an afterimage condensed from a mysterious level martial skill, and it's still an afterimage of a martial artist in a personal tribulation state, then the gray mist can definitely corrode it completely. However, at this moment, Long Yu's desolate afterimage was completely unaffected by his gray mist, instead broke through its blockade, and directly killed Wushou himself in Guixia County. Show. The expression of Wushou of Guixia County changed, and gray mist emerged from his whole body, forming a wall of mist in front of him, trying to resist the assassination of Long Yu Wang's ancient afterimage. Boom! The ancient afterimage turned into a sharp black blade, stabbed at the fog wall, and was blocked by it. The gray fog had already condensed into a solid body, and it was not so easy to break through. But at this moment, Long Yu himself also used Long K Blink, holding the Void Dragon Blade, and attacked and killed Wushou of Guixia County from another direction. Kill! Long Yu snarled, deliberately attracting that guy's attention. The Wushou of Guixia County moved when he heard the sound, raised his hand, and directly shifted the fog wall formed by the gray mist to the direction of Long Yu's attack, trying to resist Long Yu's attack. However, unlike the ancient afterimage, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and when he performed the ancient shadow kill, his penetrating power was much stronger. Puff! With a light sound, the gray fog wall was directly shattered by Long Yu, and the pitch-black sharp blade continued to move forward, and it was about to stab the gray-robed martial artist right through. However, the expression of Wushou of Guixia County changed slightly, and then the whole person retreated quickly towards the rear, which was faster than Long Yu's casting of Dragon Sparrow. It seems that none of the martial arts who can step into the heavenly tribulation realm is simple, and everyone must have some special means. It runs pretty fast. Long Yu and Desolate Guing stood in front of each other, sandwiching the Wushou of the Guixia County in the middle, and smiled faintly. Now, what do you think? If I want to kill you, it will not be difficult. take 10,000 steps back and say, "You have been killed. I am trapped here, and without my consent, you will never be able to leave this place for the rest of your life." Hey, do you think that the method just now is all the methods that Grandpa and I have? Guishe County Wushou laughed. It's not that easy to kill Grandpa and me. Even though he said so, after the moment just now, this person has a lot more fear of Long Yu in his eyes. So, you don't intend to cooperate? The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned slightly. Very well, goodbye, maybe after a while, you will regret your decision. After Long Yu said this, he directly moved the 9 nether dragon scales and left the independent space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Since this guy doesn't cooperate, let's lock him up for a while. Long Yu can also try to find other ghost county martial artists, imprison them, and ask them one by one. Kill anyone who doesn't cooperate, that would be much simpler. Now Long Yu really wants to know who conveyed the news of his coming here to Wushou of Guishe County, and what relationship these guys have with Guishe County is also very important. After Long Yu left the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he found that the 9 Serenity Dragon scale was drifting down the river, and it only took a while to drift to a place dozens of miles away. Long Yu jumped ashore with the 9 nether dragon scales, and found that there was still a dense jungle on both sides of the river, but the spooky aura became more intense. Obviously, he went deeper into the area near Guishe County. Look for an opportunity first, then capture 3 wushou from Guishe County, and then prepare to go back. There are 4 prisoners in total, and they can always ask for something. Long Yu is very aware of the danger of staying in this area now, and I am afraid that in the near future, there will be strong people from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers to deal with him. It will be a tragedy at that time. Long Yu didn't want to face the strong man in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, not to mention, the martial arts from Guishe County were haunted by ghosts. If a martial artist from Guishe County in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers came, I am afraid that Long Yu would have no way to escape and could only release the dragon skeleton. The ancient tower. Long Yu continued to move along the river, and cast the hidden character divine script, looking for other wushou of Ghost and Evil County. In the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, the grey-robed Guishe County wushou couldn't help but change his face when he saw Long Yu suddenly disappear. What the hell kind of place is this? That Guishe County wushou started running around on the 3rd floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, trying to find the exit, but unfortunately, without Long Yu's permission, even if he found the exit, he couldn't get out. Damn it, is it really imprisoned by that kid? Wushou of Guishe County soon had an ominous premonition, and used various means to destroy the walls in the ancient Tower of Lonka. Unfortunately, these walls cannot be destroyed even by the strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, let alone, this guy is gone. Long Yu felt the actions of this Guishe County wushou, and his lips curled up slightly. After a while, this guy should be more honest and tell the truth. But just to be on the safe side, Long Yu still needs to arrest a few more talents. At this moment, Long Yu, who had disappeared, finally saw a lone Gixijun wushou appearing in front of him, but this Gixijun wushou was not a human being, but a demon cultivator. Long Yu took a quick look and saw a demon repaired by the river, transformed into a human form, rested for a while, and was about to continue posting. This demon cultivator seems to be a male cat demon with extremely sharp claws and sharp eyes. Long Yu remembered what Shu Chan said to him at the time, that in the world of gods and martial arts, human martial arts are in an absolute dominant position. As for demon cultivators, although they exist, there are not many of them. Most of them gather in special demon cultivator countries. Will not see other demon cultivators. For example, in Shura County, there are not many demon cultivators, and even if there are, they generally don't live with humans, and they are rarely seen. However, this demon cultivator of the celestial blossom realm appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes. It seemed that he had comprehended the similar divinity or the power of the law of heaven and earth from the wushou of Guishe County, and he seemed to be hunting for treasures in this Nightmare Mountain range. The reason why the Devil's Nightmare Mountains became a place of contention between Shura County and Guaxia County is because there are many treasures of heaven and earth, such as ores such as the blue-edged diamonds, which are just one of them. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the male cat demon, and he looked at Long Yu's place with a glance, and definitely found Long Yu's trace. The eyes are really vicious, and you can actually find me who has cast the hidden character divine script. Long Yu's heart moved, and he appeared in front of the other party openly. As long as a demon cultivator reaches the secret realm of heaven and man, he can transform into a human form, but he will still maintain the appearance of some monsters. For example, the cat demon in front of him has a pair of very special pupils, which are completely different from human martial arts, and he can see it at a glance. Out of its identity. Are you a mountain ghost? The cat demon stared at Long Yu closely, as if he was afraid that Long Yu would escape. Although he was asking questions, it was obvious that Long Yu's identity was already confirmed in his heart. As long as you catch you, you will be rewarded as a heavenly soldier. Jia Jia, a mere martial artist who is in a robbed state, dares to intrude on the territory of our Guaxia County. He is really looking for a dead end. The cat demon smiled sinisterly, and his whole body moved suddenly, like the wind. He attacked Long Yu. Reincarnation barrier. Seeing this, Long Yu remained calm, and directly condensed out the reincarnation barrier, and a layer of pitch-black defense appeared beside him, blocking the opponent's claws. Cat God 3 claws. The cat demon snarled, and 3 winds of claws rolled towards Long Yu, extremely fierce. It's a pity that when the 3 claws hit the reincarnation barrier, they failed to break through it, and instead bounced back towards the cat demon. The strength of the Tianhua realm, with my current level, I can easily defeat it. Seeing this, Long Yu nodded in satisfaction, and then finally performed the 3rd explosion of Yolong's 9 explosions, a mind blast that directly stunned the cat demon. Immediately, with a thought, Long Yu imprisoned him in the 2nd floor space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Not long after, Long Yu finally caught 4 martial arts cultivators from Guaxia County. Among them was a cat demon, a demon cultivator from Tianhua realm. Among the other 3 people, 2 of them were strong in the heavenly tribulation realm, and 1 was also a martial artist in the heavenly brilliance realm, and they were all imprisoned by Long Yu in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Long Yu asked those 4 guys separately, but they didn't quite believe that they were imprisoned by Long Yu. It was the cat demon. Although he didn't believe it, he still told Long Yu the truth. It turned out that they would be rewarded with heavenly soldiers if they captured Long Yu. It was announced by the Wuxiu Legion in Guaxia County. As for how the Wuxiu Legion got the news that Long Yu was coming, the cat demon did not know. After getting this news, Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't let the 4 guys go, but began to think about how to find out the truth. If the cat demon said, then the martial arts who went out to look for Long Yu probably didn't know where the news came from. Come. If Long Yu wanted to know, he could only go to the Wuxiu Legion in Guaxia County to investigate, but in this way, it would be equivalent to throwing himself into a trap. Long Yu has identified a goal, so he will definitely work hard to achieve it, not to mention, this is the best opportunity to expose that Deputy General Zoli. Lieutenant General Zoli wanted Long Yu's life, because of Zhou Xiongliang. As for Long Yu, although he is not the opponent of the opponent, as long as he can grasp the handle of the opponent, it is also a powerful counterattack. As long as the evidence of Zhou Li's collusion with Guaxia County Wuxiu is found, it will definitely be a fatal blow to Zhou Li. Guaxia County and Azura County are great enemies, and the kings of both counties have fought many times. If Shura County King knows that Zhou Li is colluding with Wuxiu of Guaxia County, he will definitely not let Zhou Li continue to be arrogant. Not to mention the Deputy General of the Nightmare Legion, even Zhou Li's life is hard to say. It's a pity that Long Yu lacks evidence now. Although he has arrested 4 Wuxiu from Guaxia County, they don't know the inside story of the whole matter. If you don't achieve your goal, you will never give up. Don't rush back. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he decided to stay around here for a while, to see if he could find any opportunities. If he could meet some wuxiu from Guixia County who knew the inside story, as long as Long Yu subdued him, he would be able to learn the truth easily, and even get the evidence. Just when Long Yu decided to continue to explore in the Devil's Nightmare Mountains in the direction of Guixia County. In the Nightmare Mountain range on this side of Azura County, in the camp where Hui Yuanbai was, there was a message from a wuxiu from Guixia County. The mountain ghost you sent has already been captured by our Guixia County. If you still want him to live, come to our Guixia County army camp alone. A letter was squeezed in Hui Yuanbai's hands, causing a cold light to appear in his eyes. Hui Yuanbai is a terrifying powerhouse of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. He is only one step away from stepping into the secret realm of the Royal Way. If he fights alone, there are not many people in the entire Guixia County who can defeat him. However, if Hui Yuanbai went to the army camp of Guixia County alone, then most likely he would die. You must know that there is also a strong man of the 7 supernatural powers guarding the Devil's Nightmare Mountain range in Guixia County. However, it is impossible for Hui Yuanbai to ignore Long Yu's safety. In this case, I will break into the tiger's den, so what? Hui Yuanbai hadn't fought a strong man for a long time, and seeing a junior who was pleasing to the eye was caught by the people of Guixia County, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. At the same time, Hui Yuanbai also knew very well that the reason why Guixia County captured Long Yu was definitely because someone from here came to inform him. Except for Lieutenant General Zoli, there is absolutely no one else who would do such a thing. By the way, look for evidence of your collusion with wuxiu of Guixia County. Thinking so, Hui Yuanbai walked alone in the sky, heading towards Guixia County at high speed. But before that, Hui Yuanbai told another confidant Lieutenant General the news, and asked that Lieutenant General to report what happened here to Prince Shura without any changes. In the eyes of Prince Shura, colluding with wuxiu of Guixia County is an unforgivable crime. As long as Duke Shura knows about this, no matter how powerful Zoli's status is, he will only have a dead end. Naturally, Hui Yuanbai couldn't easily miss such an opportunity. As a powerhouse of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, Hui Yuanbai's sky control speed is extremely fast, not even losing to the Shura spirit boat, and it only takes 1 day to rush to the Devil's Nightmare Mountain range on the side of Guixia County. Several hours after Hui Yuanbai's departure, a large group of people suddenly flew out from the camp of Lieutenant General Zoli, and under the leadership of Lieutenant General Zoli, they headed towards Guixia County. General Hua is willing to take risks for the sake of the mountain ghost who has robbed the people in the area. He wants to go to Guixia County to rescue him. We can't just watch General Hua die. Soldiers, please inform other people and follow me to support General Hua. Lieutenant General Zoli gathered about 30,000 martial arts practitioners in a short period of time. Most of them were experts in the secret realm of heaven and man, and there were more than a dozen captains in the secret realm of supernatural powers. These people, on the surface, obeyed Zoli's orders, but actually they were only worried about Hui Yuanbai's safety. Hui Yuanbai is their most respected general. It is really puzzling that he went to rescue a mere boy who was in trouble by himself now. However, inexplicable is inexplicable. It is impossible for them to remain indifferent after knowing the news. Tens of thousands of people, under the leadership of Deputy General Zoli, rushed towards Guixia County, and dispatched a lot of nightmare spirit boats to let the powerhouses of the secret realm of heaven and man sit in them. I am afraid it will not take a few days. Can go to Guixia County. The Nightmare Legion, as an elite army stationed in the Nightmare Mountain Range, naturally has strict management. However, Zoli is one of the 4 major lieutenants, with a high position and authority. It is reasonable to lead more than 30,000 martial arts practitioners, let alone under the banner of supporting General Hui Yuanbai. In addition, the two lieutenants who were still in the Nightmare Legion saw this and discussed together for a while. Because before leaving, Hui Yuanbai not only ordered one of the lieutenants to notify King Shoulua, but also informed the two lieutenants to monitor the actions of Lieutenant Zhou. Now that Zhou actually set off with people to rescue Hui Yuanbai, the two lieutenants were helpless. In the end, they discussed and decided to send a small team to follow Zhou. Action. In the Nightmare Mountain Range, a great change is about to take place. Although Long Yu is the fuse of this great change, even without him, such a thing will happen sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Lieutenant General Zhou has the ambition to take away the position of General of the Nightmare Legion and replace Hui Yuanbai. Long Yu is just a pawn in Zhou's eyes, a pawn used to frame Hui Yuanbai. At this time, Long Yu didn't even know it, because he alone made the entire Shura County's Nightmare Legion nervous, and even more than 30,000 people followed Zhou. As for Zhou's idea? I'm afraid no one will know except Zhou himself and the people who colluded with Guixia County. Long Yu wandered around in the haunted Nightmare Mountain Range for a long time, and saw many ghost and evil county martial arts practitioners, all of whom wanted to catch him and go back to claim the reward. However, what surprised Long Yu was that among these people, none of them were from the Wuxiu Legion from Guixia County, but all of them were Jianghu Wuxiu from Guixia County who came to the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range to hunt for treasure. Since the Wuxiu Legion in Guixia County wants to catch me so much, why don't they do it themselves? As long as they take a photo of a strong man in the mystical realm, I can only capture me without a fight. Long Yu suddenly realized that in the eyes of the people in Guixia County, he was nothing at all for a mere kid who was in a state of robbery. Since Long Yu is nothing, what are the people from Guixia County planning? By the way, General Hua. Long Yu's expression froze, and he quickly thought of the crux of the problem. The Wuxiu Legion of Guixia County sent out news to arrest him, but it was of no use at all. Even if they caught him and killed a young man from Shura County, what effect would it have? Most of this Guixia County wants to use him as a hostage, Long Yu, to threaten or lure Hui Yuanbai. If you want to deal with General Hua, then it doesn't matter whether I was really caught or not. I'm afraid that when I appeared here, someone from Guixia County would notify General Hua, saying that they were going to catch me. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. He finally understood the other party's path, and since that was the case, it would be useless to waste more time here, and Hui Yuanbai must not be allowed to come here. Otherwise, what awaits Hui Yuanbai will definitely be a deadly trap. Thinking of this, Long Yu immediately activated the rune given by the little fat man Ren Pingfan with profound energy, and told Ren Pingfan to come and pick him up. At the same time, Long Yu used the hidden character Divine Script, and quietly headed towards Shura County, preparing to stay away from the territory of Guixia County. It's a pity that it's too late for him to do all this now. He doesn't know that Hui Yuanbai has set out for him without hesitation. Long Yu stayed in this place for 2 days, but he didn't go very far, so the distance between him and the little fat man Ren Pingfan is not too far. Long Yu flew back to Yukong, and along the way, he encountered many ghost and evil county martial artists, but he ignored them, and directly bypassed these guys. Now that he knew the other party's intentions, Long Yu certainly wouldn't waste much time on the other party's minions. Halfway through the journey, Long Yu saw the little fat man Ren Pingfan, who appeared in front of him swaggeringly. As soon as he saw Long Yu, the little fat man's eyes lit up. Haha, little brother Long, why did you notify me after only 2 days? It's over, did the matter succeed? Tell Fatty Ben, how did you get it? Seeing Long Yu flying out alone, Ren Pingfan would of course guess that he got something. Unfortunately, things were not as Ren Pingfan imagined. Long Yu joined him, and quickly told Ren Pingfan what he had guessed. The target is General Hua. Ren Pingfan was taken aback, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that it was very possible. Ever since Hui Yuanbai took charge of the Nightmare Legion several decades ago, Guixia County was in the Nightmare Mountain Range, and never got any benefits from Shura County, and even the territory was gradually compressed back, very aggrieved. If the target of Guixia County is Huiyuanbai, the possibility is too great. It's not too late, let's go back and inform General Hua. Ren Pingfan said anxiously. Long Yu directly took out the Azura spirit boat, ready to give the little fat man a boost and go back quickly. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A burst of incomparably terrifying breath suddenly passed from above the two of them, followed by a burst of wild laughter descending. Ha ha ha. Why do you bother to leave in such a hurry? Why don't you just stay and be accompanied with that Huiyuanbai? Following this burst of wild laughter, the expressions of Long Yu and Ren Pingfan suddenly changed. The two raised their heads and looked at the sky, only to see a vast dark cloud floating over in the sky, covering the entire Nightmare Mountain Range, making the entire mountain range densely clouded. A skinny man wearing a black and gold imperial robe slowly appeared from the cloud. In his hand, he held a sickle made of black gold, with a strange and awe-inspiring aura. The skinny man had a gloomy smile in his eyes, and when he looked at Long Yu and Ren Pingfan, an unstoppable aura swept over them, making the two of them seem to be facing the stormy waves, and even their flight was almost unstable. The black gold sickle. It turned out to be the king of Guixia County, Long Yu. We are really doomed this time. Ren Pingfan recognized the other party's identity at a glance, with an unbelievable but desperate look on his face. The black gold scythe, this soldier of the wilderness level, is almost the iconic soldier of the king of Guixia. At this time, the king of Guixia actually appeared here in person, blocking the way. Ren Pingfan couldn't figure out how to survive. Can go. The king of Guixia appeared here, most likely to solve Huiyuanbai. But Duke Shura will definitely not appear here now. At least, not so soon. And to solve Long Yu and Ren Pingfan, it only takes a moment for the king of Guixia County in the royal secret realm. King's secret realm. Long Yu was extremely calm, and tried his best to resist the imposing coercion from the Guixia County king, but found that it was impossible for him to resist the opponent. Even with just a wave of his hand, that Guixia County king can wipe him out. You must know that even the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is unlikely to be able to withstand the attack of the alien beasts in the secret realm of the King's Way. When the alien beasts in the secret realm of the King's Way appeared before, part of the first floor of the ancient dragon skeleton tower was destroyed. Now, the King Guixia County king of the King's Path secret realm appeared in front of him. Even if he hid in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, it would not be 100% safe. However, this is not a fatal situation. Brother Fat, quickly follow me into the ancient pagoda. If we can hold on to the ancient pagoda until King Shura arrives, then we will still be saved. So far, Long Yu has only one way to go. You know, now he can't release the true dragon spirit of the Nine Nethers, and facing the strong man in the royal secret realm, even if he releases the true dragon spirit of the Nine Nethers, will he have time to escape? Totally impossible. The only way is to rely on the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to resist for a period of time. As soon as Long Yu finished speaking, the emaciated King Guixia showed a sinister smile on his face. What level of soldiers are you talking about in the ancient tower? This king wants to see if he can block it. Live this king's black gold sickle. After the words fell, the king of Guixia County waved the black gold sickle in his hand, and a sharp, pitch-black blade, like a death-urging charm, flew towards Long Yu through the air. Walk. At this moment, Long Yu released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and in an instant, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda became bigger and became a giant ancient tower. At the same time, Long Yu took the little fat man Ren Pingfan and hid in it. This is the ancient tower at that time. Ren Pingfan saw the ancient pagoda grow bigger at a glance, and remembered the ancient pagoda he saw in the Shura Sacred Tree Valley. He suddenly understood Long Yu's thoughts. This ancient dragon skeleton tower can block even the attack of the Shura sacred tree. It can be said that the attack of the supernatural power secret realm has no effect on this ancient tower at all. Even if the king of Guaxia is a strong man in the secret realm of the kingly way, it would take some effort to destroy this ancient pagoda, right? The next moment, Ren Pingfan and Long Yu appeared on the 6th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. After Shu Chan left Tianyu Island with Long Yu, all the strange beasts in the ancient tower of Lonka were killed by the shock of the wind from the sky. At this time, the 6th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was full of corpses of alien beasts in the heavenly realm, and Long Yu hadn't had time to clean them up, mainly because he didn't know where to clean them up. Long Yu didn't want Ren Pingfan to know about the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, so he took him to the 6th floor. As soon as the two of them stood firm, they felt a violent vibration in the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Long Yu and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda resonated together, and I felt a shock all of a sudden. The sharp black death blade of Guaxia County King unexpectedly drew a mark on the body of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Except for the alien beast in the Royal Way secret realm, the only damage it suffered. But it's okay, judging from this situation, it's not a problem to block that evil county king for a while. As for how long it can be blocked, I'm not sure. Long Yu's face was very ugly. It stands to reason that he would not encounter any great danger when he came to Guaxia County to look for opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Even if Wuxiu from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers blocked him, he would be sure to escape successfully. But who knew that there would be a ghost king? Guaxia County King is the king of a county in the Tianqing dynasty. Like Shura County King, ordinary people can't even see each other. For example, Long Yu has never seen Shura County King since he came to Shura County for so long. Who would have thought that Guaxia County King would personally take action against Long Yu? No, dealing with Long Yu might just be an appetizer for the Guaxia County King, but the real big dish is Hui Yuanbai, the general of the Nightmare Legion. It's not bad, it turns out to be a warrior of the Great Desolate level. The king of Guaxia landed on the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, grinning, holding a black gold sickle, his black robe fluttering with the wind, and his whole body was awe-inspiring. Not long after, in the surrounding dense forest, a large group of martial arts from Guaxia County suddenly appeared, each of them full of ghostly aura, and many of them were experts in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, and they all gathered beside the Guaxia County King, surrounding the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Boom! With the command of the Guaxia County King, at least thousands of martial artists in the surrounding area blasted their strongest power towards the ancient Lonka Tower. All kinds of laws of heaven and earth, divine power, completely submerged the ancient tower of Longhai in an instant, and the most dazzling ones were those innate magical powers. Every time the innate magical powers bombarded the ancient tower of Lonka, it would make the ancient pagoda vibrate, as if to be bombarded in general. Guaxia County King saw that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was not damaged at all under the attack of so many people, and there was a little surprise on his face. This great desolation-level warrior, the king of Guaxia, wants it. After saying this, King Guaxia raised his hand and told everyone to stop. Since he wanted the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda warrior, of course he would not be willing to destroy it. At this moment, Long Yu passed through the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and felt an old man in a white robe coming from the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was Hui Yuanbai. Long Yu watched Hui Yuanbai flying over quickly, couldn't help but feel his heart tighten, a little moved. He didn't expect that Hui Yuanbai actually rushed over by himself, and he came so quickly. Obviously in Hui Yuanbai's heart, he, Long Yu, was still very important. But now, the Guaxia County King appeared in person, probably wanting Hui Yuanbai's life, and Hui Yuanbai appearing alone is undoubtedly a self-inflicted suicide. Although Hui Yuanbai is very strong, with the terrifying strength of the Seven Paths Divine Ability Realm, he has no opponents in the entire Guixia County. Even if he faces thousands of troops in Guixia County, he will not be in any danger. But that was when facing ordinary martial artists in Guixia County. But now, the king of Guixia County, appeared in person, and suppressed by the king's Dao secret realm in person. No matter how many supernatural powers Hui Yuanbai had, it was impossible for him to escape. Jia. Hui Yuanbai, you are really here, not bad. As soon as he saw Hui Yuanbai's figure, the smile on Guixia County King's face became even wider. He was naturally extremely happy that this serious problem that had troubled him for a long time was going to be solved by him in this way. It stands to reason that with his strength, it is very easy to kill Hui Yuanbai. However, King Shura attaches great importance to Hui Yuanbai. If the Guixia County King directly killed Hui Yuanbai, Shuluo County King would definitely come to him. Even for the Guixia County King, this trouble is not small. But now, King Guixia has set up a trap, asking Hui Yuanbai to throw himself into Luo, and come up with some explanations. Even if King Shura wants to trouble him, there is no reason to do so. Ghost King. Hui Yuanbai was wearing a white robe with awe-inspiring aura. When he flew from a distance, he had already seen the King of Guixia and the ancient dragon skeleton tower at the foot of the King of Guixia, and his expression changed involuntarily. At this moment, Hui Yuanbai still didn't know that Long Yu owned the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, so he subconsciously thought that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was actually the new Great Desolation level soldier obtained by King Guixia. Hui Yuanbai, I respect you for being a man. How about following this king from now on? Guixia County Wang Sinsen smiled and shouted, as a condition, this king will do everything possible to let you step into the secret realm of the king's way, instead of ignoring you like King Shura. Dream. Hui Yuanbai refused without even thinking about it, and looked at Guixia County King with indifference. Where is the mountain ghost? Hearing Hui Yuanbai's direct refusal, the Guixia County King didn't care. He just said casually, under my feet, unexpectedly, that kid actually has a Great Desolation level soldier, which is surprising, but starting today, this soldier belongs to this king. Hearing this, Hui Yuanbai's eyes showed a touch of surprise, that ancient dragon bone tower turned out to be a great wilderness soldier belonging to Long Yu. In this way, it is extremely possible that Long Yu is still alive. With such an ancient pagoda as a soldier, it is impossible for Long Yu to be killed so easily. Even the King Guixia County King of the King's Dao secret realm seems unable to easily smash this ancient pagoda. In this case, Hui Yuanbai can rest assured. Before I left, I asked the Deputy General to notify the County King. It only needs to be delayed for a while. When the County King arrives, the danger can be saved. Hui Yuanbai thought in his heart, so he didn't back down, but in fact even if he wanted to back down now, it was impossible. Ghost King, die. Thinking of this, Hui Yuanbai let out a snarl, pretending to plunder towards the Guixia County King, and transformed into a stream of white light. He arrived not far from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda in the blink of an eye. Standing on the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, King Guixia exuded a majestic and cold aura. Even though it was only a small black spot compared to the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, his aura made him not to be ignored. Want to kill this king? Hearing Hui Yuanbai's stern voice, King Guixia couldn't help grinning. Hui Yuanbai, aren't you a little naive? Or, you want to kill me on the surface, but you actually want to hide in this ancient pagoda among? The king of Guixia County has lived for more than 100 years, and Hui Yuanbai's thoughts have been seen through by him long ago. However, at this moment, King Guixia suddenly felt a strange divine power under his feet, and suddenly began to absorb the power from his body, causing his face to change slightly. This kind of divine rune power is more pure than the power of divine rune engraving. The king of Guixia County was not angry, but happy. Of course, what he felt was the power of the siphon divine script. However, the Siphon Divine script activated by Long Yu was too weak to have much influence on the Ghost King. It's just that, while Guixia County King was stunned for a moment, Long Yu suddenly urged the ancient Lonka Tower, and slammed into Hui Yuanbai who was flying towards him. 9 nether dragon scales, take it. Long Yu exerted all his strength, clenched his teeth, and urged the 9 nether dragon scales to take Hui Yuanbai into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Only in this way can Hui Yuanbai be able to hold on for a while, otherwise he will definitely be directly killed by the Guixia County King. At the same time, Hui Yuanbai also sensed Long Yu's intentions, and immediately condensed 6 afterimages, 7 identical Hui Yuanbai figures, and directly bumped into the space power emanating from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Guixia County King was attracted by the Siphon Divine text for a moment, but when he realized that he wanted to stop it, he didn't know which one was Hui Yuanbai's real body. In other words, each of those 7 afterimages could be Hui Yuanbai's real body, unless the King of Guixia blocked all the 7 afterimages. It would be impossible to prevent Hui Yuanbai from entering the ancient pagoda. Swish! The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda stopped moving, and the power of space disappeared, but Hui Yuanbai's figure had disappeared from everyone's eyes. Damn it! The countenance of Guixia County King changed drastically. He never expected that Hui Yuanbai would be allowed to run into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda because of his negligence. According to his plan, Hui Yuanbai had to die. At least he had to be killed before Prince Shura arrived, otherwise there would be absolutely no chance. But now, if he wanted to kill Hui Yuanbai, he had to smash the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda first, which made Guixia County King very heartbroken. Since they are hiding in the tower, if this king enters the tower, he should be able to kill them, but it is definitely not so simple for the Great Desolation level soldiers. The face of Guixia County King became even more gloomy. He was holding a Dahuang level black gold sickle, so he naturally knew the extraordinary features of the Dahuang level soldiers. Rushing into the interior of the dragon skeleton pagoda is too risky, and not worth it. Go ahead and have a look. The King of Guixia County thought for a while, and then stepped into it from the entrance of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, while the other wuxio of Guixia County surrounded the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Soon, King Guixia flew out of it, his face even more gloomy. He found that he wandered around on the first floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and found a stair passage leading to the second floor, but he couldn't break through the 9 serenity barrier at the entrance of the passage. In other words, if he wanted to kill Hui Yuanbai now, it would be impossible to do so unless he smashed the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. After much deliberation, the King of Guixia County is not willing to part with such a great wilderness-level soldier. He wanted to have someone transport this ancient pagoda back to the depths of Guixia County, so that they could be dealt with well, and Hui Yuanbai could treat him as dead for the time being. But on second thought, there is now Hui Yuanbai in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, who has 7 supernatural powers. Who will be sent to transport the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda? Even his subordinate, the general of the 7 path supernatural realm guarding the Devil's Nightmare Mountain range, is not 100% able to stand Hui Yuanbai. If Hui Yuanbai ran away, the loss outweighed the gain. In the end, King Guixia came to the conclusion that either he would personally send the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda away, or smash the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda on the spot. As soon as he thought about all the arrangements he had made later, he knew that it would be difficult for him to spare time to leave here. Then, there was only one way left, to smash the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Thinking of this, King Guixia was extremely distressed, but for the smooth progress of the overall plan, he had to do so. Scythe of Death God, break it for me. The King of Guixia County is actually a person who can afford to let go. He immediately brandished a black gold sickle soldier of the Great Desolation level, and blasted one sharp blade after another at the ancient Dragonbone Tower. How long will it take for a strong man in the secret realm of the kingly way to destroy the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda with all his strength? Long Yu didn't know, he only knew that his only way to survive now was to wait for King Shura to arrive. After rescuing Hui Yuanbai to the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Long Yu knew that Hui Yuanbai already had the foresight before he came, and sent someone to notify King Shura. However, he was not sure how long the king would arrive. Feeling that the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda began to shake violently, Long Yu's face darkened. Long Yu, I didn't expect you to have such a wild soldier. It's a pity that it is now in the hands of the king of Guaxia. Standing beside Long Yu, Hui Yuanbai said in a deep voice, I'm afraid this ancient pagoda won't be able to withstand the Guaxia County king for too long. Otherwise, I'd better go out, so as not to lose this wild soldier. Great wilderness-level warriors are rare existences in the Tianqing dynasty, and they are extremely precious treasures for the strong in the secret realm of the royal way. In this way, Long Yu lost the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Hui Yuanbai felt very sorry. General Hua, don't be impulsive, just look at the situation first. Long Yu said aloud, and then completely connected his mind with the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. He could clearly feel which part of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was being attacked by the opponent and how much damage was suffered. According to this situation, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda may not last for an hour. Long Yu gritted his teeth. In this situation, he had no choice but to gather all the power in the ancient tower of Lonka to fight against the Ghost King. With a thought in his mind, the siphonic power of the divine script and the power of the 9 nether chi on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda immediately covered the entire surface of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The power of siphoning divine script is to use less, but now in order to preserve the ancient tower of the dragon bones, Long Yu can't care so much. If he wanted to resist the Guaxia County king, he might need to consume all the siphoning divine power on the 7th floor of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. In addition, the same is true for the chi of the netherworld. After Long Yu did this, a defensive barrier was attached to the surface of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. When the Guaxia County king's attack came up, some power was first absorbed by the siphon divine text, and then blocked by the 9 nether chi barrier. Fortunately, I can hold on for a while. Long Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, he felt that the degree of fit between himself and the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda seemed to be improving again. As a warrior, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can of course match up with its owner. If the compatibility between the dragon guard and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can be improved, the ancient dragon skeleton tower will be able to exert a stronger power. After feeling this, Long Yu was overjoyed, and worked harder to feel the pulse of the power of the dragon skeleton pagoda. At this moment, the surface layer of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and the air barrier of the 9 serenities were constantly being bombarded by the king of Guaxia, and became thinner and thinner. I am afraid that it will not be able to hold it for a long time. Long Yu's actively condensed 9 nether chi barrier is not the same as the 9 nether energy barriers in the stairways in the ancient Lonka pagoda, and its strength is much weaker. On the one hand, now that his 9 nether chi barrier covers the entire tower body, the strength is naturally dispersed, a barrier that even the county king could not break through. In the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Hui Yuanbai and Ren Pingfan could only stare aside as they watched Long Yu close his eyes and take control of the ancient pagoda. The two of them are useless at all now. The only thing they can do is to pray that Long Yu can support them for a longer time. However, relying on a martial artist who is robbing the realm to resist the king of ghosts and evils in the secret realm of the royal way, this is the only thing portion. In the entire world of martial arts, I am afraid that there is no second person who can do this. Even though other Jiajing Wuxiu also have Great Desolation level fighters, the Great Desolation level fighters are also divided into high and low quality, and have various properties. If it is a wild level warrior with a black gold scythe, if Wuxiu can't hide in it, he will still be unable to resist the strong man in the secret realm of the king's way, and he will even be directly blasted to pieces by the opponent. Long Yu's ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can only be said to be a different kind. It's done. Suddenly, Long Yu's face changed slightly, revealing a look of excitement. At this moment, he finally sensed the various training formations in the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda with his mind, and he was able to use these training formations to exert various effects on the various forces in the ancient tower. Comprehending and controlling the formation of soldiers in the ancient tower of Lonka also marks that the fit between Long Yu and the ancient tower has reached the level of psychics. Martial arts and warriors fit together, starting from resonance, all the way to psychic, apocalypse, divine harmony, and finally reaching the matchless match. It can be said that it has reached the level of heart-to-heart matching, like fingers and arms, and the full power of warriors can also be brought out. Compatible with the apocalypse, can make soldiers self-aware. As a warrior of the wilderness level, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda should have self-awareness, but it is a pity that it should be in a deep sleep now. If Long Yu can match it with the apocalypse, it may be possible to communicate with it, but it cannot be done now. Defensive Circle, Jiuyou Tianping. Long Yu soon knew that the 9 serenity barriers at the stairs of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda were condensed by the magic circle, called the 9 serenity sky screen. Only a small amount of 9 nether chi is needed to condense the 9 nether sky screen. This defensive barrier can even withstand the bombardment of the kingly secret realm powerhouse without any damage. It's a pity that Long Yu wanted to take the initiative to condense the Jiuyou Tianping, which consumed too much energy. Based on Long Yu's current level of martial arts, if he condenses the Jiuyou Tianping 3 times in a row at most, he will consume all his physical and mental strength, and then he will probably fall into a deep sleep. There are only 3 chances. You must block the King of Guaxia when he is using his strongest martial skill, so that the support time of the ancient dragon bone tower can be extended. Long Yu thought in his heart. The King of Guaxia bombarded the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda with all his strength, and it could be said that he was confronting the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. At this moment, in the sky not far away, a dense scene came into the eyes of all the martial artists in Guaxia County, and then they discovered that what came was actually the Nightmare Legion from Shura County, densely packed all over the sky, definitely more than 30,000 people. Coming. The hearts of all the martial artists in Guaxia County tightened, knowing that a big battle was coming. All the officers and men listened to the order and activate the ghost and evil, destroying heaven array. Seeing this, King Guaxia's eyes flashed fiercely, he gave an order, and then gathered all his strength, and finally displayed the strongest martial arts, intending to destroy the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. At this moment, the color of the situation changed, and a gloomy and strange evil spirit emerged from the Guaxia County king. The divine power continuously condensed in front of him, and then unexpectedly formed a changed shape. At this moment, his divine power seemed to have increased by more than 10 times. It's the method of the divine chain. In the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, Hui Yuanbai, beside Long Yu felt the imposing manner outside, and his expression changed slightly. The method of the divine chain, what is that? Long Yu frowned slightly. It is a kind of use of the divine script. In addition to comprehending the innate supernatural powers, martial arts in the mystical power realm can also condense the power of the divine script into a chain, and the power can be increased by several times to dozens of times. Hui Yuanbai explained with a solemn face, although it takes some time for the divine chain to condense, its power is astonishingly strong. I don't know if this ancient tower can withstand it. Don't worry, General Hua. Long Yu's eyes lit up. With my current ability to communicate with the ancient Lonka pagoda, I can at least withstand the 3 strongest attacks of the Guaxia County king. Really? Hui Yuanbai's face changed slightly, he was dubious about Long Yu's words. Naturally it is true. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, since he used such a powerful magic chain method, he should want to break open the ancient pagoda in one fell swoop, but I won't let him do so. As soon as the words fell, the ghost and evil county king outside had already condensed a terrifying and sinister chain, which was entwined towards the entire ancient dragon bone tower, and it was about to smash the entire ancient tower. However, at this moment, Long Yu used his mind to activate the formation of soldiers in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, condensing the chi of the nine nethers, forming the nine nether sky screen, covering the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The gloomy divine chain was about to completely destroy the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, but it suddenly bumped into the nine nether sky screen, and there was a sudden bang. An extremely terrifying sound erupted. What? Guixia County King's complexion changed drastically. The entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda vibrated violently, but under the protection of the nine nether sky screen, the surface of the ancient tower was not damaged in any way. 'Cause any damage? This cast a shadow over Guixia County King's heart. At this moment, more than 30,000 martial arts from the demon nightmare legion of Shura County in the distance, like heavenly soldiers and generals descending, came to kill them densely. In contrast, there are only a few thousand people in Guixia County. Even if there is a king of Guixia County, it seems that they cannot withstand such an impact. However, at this moment, the Guixia Extinguishing Heaven formation, which had been set up nearby, was activated after the order of the Guixia County King. In an instant, a gloomy gray mist rose from the entire dense forest below the crowd, and in this gray mist, there were thousands of dead souls. Although they had no entity, they were full of endless resentment. If they are affected by the resentment of these dead souls, even those who are strong in the mystical realm of supernatural powers may become delirious and fall into infinite crisis. The large formation of ghosts and evils destroying the sky has an extremely wide range. Once it is activated, within a radius of 100 miles, there will be a ghostly aura full of resentment and dead souls, and some ghost aura sharp blades are mixed in, and the lethality is extremely terrifying. This is the killer move arranged by Guixia County King for today's round. The martial arts of the Nightmare Legion of Shura County can kill as many as they come. Unprepared, more than 30,000 martial artists from the Nightmare Legion of Shura County plunged headlong into the large formation of ghosts and evils, and screams were heard from all directions, and mourning was everywhere. Thousands of wuxiu from Guixia County, just outside the scope of the Guixia Mietian Great Formation, looked at all this, and every one of them showed a ferocious look in their eyes. For the wuxiu of Azura County, these wuxiu of Guixia County hated them very much. Seeing them commit suicide and break into the big formation of Guixia Mietian, I couldn't be more refreshed. As for the Guixia County King, he just glanced at it and didn't care anymore. In his opinion, as long as the Guixia Mietian formation is activated, those who break into it will have almost no way out. Those dead souls with endless resentment will keep pestering a person when they catch them, eroding their mind with resentment until they lose their minds and are killed by the ghost chi sharp blade in the ghost evil extinguishing heaven formation. The most frightening thing is that these resentful souls are completely immortal. They come from the souls of martial arts preserved and refined by evil methods in Guixia County, and they have the strongest resentment towards the living. It is extremely troublesome even for the strong in the secret realm of the kingly way, let alone those ordinary martial arts practitioners. Immediately, there were screams everywhere, and the people who came to rescue Hui Yuanbai from the demon nightmare legion of Shura County began to die in the large formation of ghosts and evils. We're in an ambush. Among the crowd of the Nightmare Legion, seeing the vanguard of the army break into the ghostly evil formation, Lieutenant General Zhou Li yelled, "Everyone, stop advancing. There is actually an ambush here," combined with the information I got before. The general may have betrayed us in Shura County and deliberately lured us here. Let's retreat, quickly. Lieutenant General Zhou Li, and the tens of thousands of people behind him, did not break into the ghost and evil extermination formation. One by one was filled with righteous indignation. Isn't this a trick of Guixia County? How could General Hua betray us? Someone heard the words of Lieutenant General Zoli, and asked, tremblingly. I heard that the king of Guixia County promised General Hua to step into the secret realm of the royal way. Do you think it is possible for General Hua to betray? Lieutenant General Zoli said sadly, I also hope that our general will always be our general, but the current situation, we 20,000 brothers died here, you say, if General Hua didn't betray, how could he not appear? These words made many soldiers tremble. As soon as they arrived here, the Guixia formation was activated, and no one saw the Guixia County king in front of them. Indeed, if Hui Yuanbai hadn't betrayed him, why didn't he show up now? The one who died now was Hui Yuanbai's subordinate. Yeah, if General Hua was still around, even if he risked his life, he wouldn't be able to watch us die like this. Could it be that General Hua has already encountered an accident? If that's the case, then General Hua is a strong man of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. We have been here for less than an hour. How could something happen in such a short period of time? Suddenly, there was suspicion within the Nightmare Legion. No one wanted to believe the words of Lieutenant General Zoli, but the facts in front of them made them all suspicious. Hui Yuanbai's betrayal caused the Demon Nightmare Legion to fall into a large formation of ghosts and evils, and lost more than 20,000 people. This news was passed on among the remaining population. The ones who were most excited were naturally those who belonged to Lieutenant General Zoli's cronies. It didn't take long for the news to spread to the rest of the Nightmare Legion. Let's retreat first and preserve our strength. Lieutenant General Zoli roared loudly, and led his cronies to retreat to the rear. Suddenly, the remaining tens of thousands of martial arts practitioners all left away from the Guixia formation. Although the vast majority of martial artists still didn't believe that Hui Yuanbai would betray Shura County, but under the current situation, they had only one way to retreat. Going forward, there is the big formation of ghosts and evils, and endless resentment and dead souls are flying. Once they fall into it, with their martial arts realm, they will absolutely not be able to escape. This tragic scene naturally fell into Long Yu's eyes. General Hua, the Nightmare Legion has suffered heavy losses. More than 30,000 people, led by the Deputy General Zoli, fell into an ambush in the large formation of ghosts and evils, and the loss exceeded half. Long Yu told Hui Yuanbai the situation in a deep voice. Hui Yuanbai heard the words, the murderous look in his eyes lingered for a long time. Zoli, I thought he had a problem a long time ago, and now he has colluded with the king of Guixia County to kill the comrades of the Nightmare Army. Can't let him go. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Zoli justified you by helping you. If the general dies, the fault will be entirely yours. Even if King Shura asks you to take responsibility, Zoli may not be a big deal. Long Yu said worriedly. You underestimate our county king too much. After Hui Yuanbai said this, it took a while before he said, I believe that the king's vision will never let the wicked succeed. Besides, we may not die. Hui Yuanbai already felt that the power of the magic chain displayed by Guixia County King just now was directly resisted by Long Yu's method, which is unbelievable. This made him feel a glimmer of hope. If he could hold out until Duke Shura arrived, maybe things would turn around. Long Yu nodded, and observed the movements outside more carefully, especially the actions of the Guixia County King. Guixia County King's move did not have any effect on the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, making his face more and more gloomy, and then continued to wave the black gold sickle in his hand, and continued to bombard the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. He still doesn't believe it, but with his cultivation base in the secret realm of the King's Way, isn't there a way to deal with a great desolation-level warrior? Seeing the launch of the Guixia formation, which directly killed more than 20,000 people from the Demon Nightmare Army of Shura County, the king of Guixia County nodded in satisfaction. With such a record, Guixia County has already made a lot of money this time. Even if Hui Yuanbai and others escaped, the Guixia County king would not feel anything. Anyway, to him, this action was just to hit the Shura County king. Whether it was Hui Yuanbai's death, or the death of more than 20,000 people from the Demon Nightmare Legion in the Guixia Miatian formation, it was a profit for the Guixia County king. He glanced at Zoli, the deputy general of the Nightmare Legion, who retreated not far away, and continued to direct people to retreat in the crowd, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. This Zoli has a good plan. He wants to use my strength to get rid of Hui Yuanbai, so that he can rise to the top. There was a look of coldness and disdain in the eyes of the king of Guixia County. If you succeed, the demon army will no longer pose any threat to this king, and the entire demon mountain range will belong to my Guixia County territory. It's a pity that King Shura is not a brainless guy. How could he let such a person rise to the top and become the general of the Nightmare Legion? On the surface, the king of Guixia cooperated with Zoli and supported him to take the position, but in fact, he just used Zoli to make this move. For Zoli, the king of Guixia County is extremely disdainful, but this person can bring him benefits, so he reluctantly negotiated the whole plan with him. This plan is completely harmless to King Guixia, and he has no reason to refuse. Anyway, people in Shuluo County died more, while Guixia County didn't lose at all. By now, Guixia County has made a lot of money. In this case, why don't you get this ancient tower? The king of Guixia County thought about it, and temporarily stopped bombarding the ancient tower of Lonka. Instead, the sound spread into the ancient tower of Lonka. Hui Yuanbai, Shan Gue, if you leave this ancient tower, I will. How about letting you go? The plan he agreed with Zoli, the deputy general of the Nightmare Army in Shura County, was to kill Hui Yuanbai, set up a large formation to destroy more than 20,000 members of the Nightmare Army, and plant the crime on Hui Yuanbai on the head. But now, King Guixia has changed his mind. Anyway, he has already made money, so it doesn't matter to him whether he abides by the agreement or not. The most important thing is that if Hui Yuanbai dies, Duke Shura will definitely hate him, and even lead to a big battle. How could it be so easy to frame Hui Yuanbai for betrayal? The Guixia County king thought in his heart that only those from the Nightmare Legion could believe it. As for the Shura County king, there was nothing that could be fooled. That being the case, it is better to let Hui Yuanbai go, and it would be good to get one more ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The great wilderness-level soldier is a rare treasure, not to mention the king of Guixia, seeing that he could not destroy it with the magic chain method, so he yearned for it even more. If he gets this ancient pagoda, his Guixia County king's ranking among the 72 county kings of the Tianqing dynasty will surely rise to a higher level. The sound came into the ancient tower of Lonka, which surprised Long Yu, Hui Yuanbai, and Ren Ping Fan. General Hua, are the words of the ghost king reliable? Long Yu frowned and asked. If it was credible, at the critical moment, he would be able to agree to the quid pro quo. It would be a good deal to exchange the lives of the three of them with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. For Long Yu, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is just a foreign object after all, and cannot be compared with his own life. The king of Guixia County is full of tricks. What he said is true and false, and the most unbelievable. If we go out, we may be killed by him immediately. Hui Yuanbai shook his head and said. Well, then I know. Long Yu nodded, expressing his understanding. In this case, surrendering or handing over the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is simply impossible. The only way is to continue to hold on and wait for the arrival of King Shura. After several hours, the large formation of ghosts and evils destroying the sky finally stopped. The Deputy General Zoli had already left with the rest of the Nightmare Legion's wushou, and they were nowhere to be seen in the entire sky. It seemed that they had completely retreated. In the past few hours, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was continuously bombarded by the Ghost King and suffered a lot of trauma. During this period, the king of Guaxia used the divine chain method twice more, bombarding the ancient tower of Lonka with dozens of times the power of divine script, but was completely blocked by Long Yu with the 9 nether sky screen. If not, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda would have been blasted apart long ago. Are you really not surrendering? This king doesn't believe it. Such a mere soldier can withstand 4 consecutive bombardments by this king's magic chain. The king of Guaxia sneered. He knew that Long Yu and Hui Yuanbai chose to fight to the end, so all he could do was destroy the ancient tower of Lonka. Just as he condensed the power of the god chain method for the 4th time, and was about to blast the ancient tower of dragon skeleton with that terrifying power, suddenly there was a flash of thunder in the sky, and then a black cloud floated over, as if the god of death was about to come. The whole world became pitch black. Originally, when King Guaxia came, the sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking out the sun, but now, there is no light in the whole world. King Shura, you are finally here. Seeing this scene, King Guaxia couldn't help but curl up his mouth. Now, Hui Yuanbai is mine, and it's useless for you to come. Following his words, the power of the divine chain that he had condensed for the 4th time swept straight towards the dark sky, forming a tornado of gray mist, and swept away the black clouds in the sky. At this point, a stalwart figure in a black robe descended from the dark clouds, surrounded by endless Shura storms, looking at him like a god of death walking out of hell. This is the king of Shura County. Ghost King, you are going too far. Shura County King heard a faint sound. Facing the storm tornado of the magic chain method that Guaxia County King attacked, the Shura storm around his body also spread, and unexpectedly condensed into a god chain, rushing towards him. The power of the 2 sides directly clashed together, causing the entire world to change color, as if a terrifying storm from hell was raging towards the surroundings. There are 2 towering mountain peaks nearby, which were affected by the entangled power storm of both sides, and they broke directly from them and collapsed. You must know that the rocks in the Nightmare Mountain range are extremely hard, even for the strong in the mystical ability secret realm. It is quite difficult to mine ore in it. But now, 2 strong men in the secret realm of the King's Way fought against each other, and the aftermath of the power they radiated actually smashed the 2 mountains, which shows the horror of the power of the secret realm powerhouse in the King's Way. King Shura, this king has never known what is too much. The king of Guaxia County smiled. Your generals brought people to my Guaxia County. I just fought back a little. What's the point? Stop talking nonsense, Shura Divine Chain. King Shura, who descended from the sky, was tall, and when he raised his hand, some kind of divine power condensed into a divine chain again, like a thunder and lightning, entangled the ancient dragon bone tower with a bang. You think too much, this soldier belongs to the king. Seeing this, the king of Guaxia let out a stern snarl, and with the power of the grey mist god chain, he suddenly formed a storm and blasted out, trying to smash the Shura god chain. However, at this moment, a figure in a long silver dress appeared in the sky again, and as soon as he raised his hand, a silver mirror suddenly appeared from the void and stopped in front of Guaxia County King. Guaxia County King's grey mist magic chain power immediately bombarded the silver mirror, and the next moment, it was completely bounced back by the silver mirror. Silver mirror? Guaxia County King was slightly taken aback, and then laughed loudly. King Shura, I never thought that you would let your woman fight in order to deal with me. I really admire. Having said that, the look deep in Guaxia County King's eyes became extremely serious. The figure in the long silver dress, holding the great wilderness silver mirror soldier, capable of repelling most of the divine power, is extremely difficult to deal with, and is one of the women of King Shura. Silver Mirror joins hands with King Shura, and King Guaxia wants to fight, but it will not be so easy. When the stalwart figure in black robe of King Shura appeared, Long Yu told Hui Yuanbai and Ren Ping Fan all about the situation outside. The county king is here? Hui Yuanbai's face was a little excited, in this way, our lives will be worry-free. There is also a woman in a silver dress and a silver mirror soldier. Who is she? Long Yu asked, slightly curiously. It's one of the concubines of the county king. Hui Yuanbai explained, her name is Silver Mirror, and the Silver Mirror soldier is her ancestral Great Desolation soldier, capable of rebounding most divine powers, and can create mirror image clones. Mirror image? Long Yu frowned slightly, the name seemed familiar. You know, Shura County has a general election every 20 years, right? Hui Yuanbai asked with a smile. Good. Long Yu nodded, and suddenly his heart moved, and he asked, I heard that the second hurdle of the general election is to deal with the mirror image of the same level as myself. Only when you can defeat it can you pass the level. This mirror image clone is this silver, was it made by a mirror? Not bad. Hui Yuanbai nodded with a smile, that's it, Silver Mirror and Shura County King appear together, and the Guaxia County King will definitely not be able to deal with us, this time the general situation is set. So, this Silver Mirror is Princess Xuchan's mother? Long Yu asked with some uncertainty. He remembered that when Princess Xuchan introduced the mirror image clone was created by one of her father's subordinates. Now it seems that the one who created the mirror image clone was not Prince Shura's subordinates, but one of the concubines. No. Hui Yuanbai shook his head, the princess is the only descendant of the county king. The mother of the princess died more than 10 years ago. This silver mirror was originally a follower of the county king, and later became a county king. A concubine of the king. Long Yu thought to himself, no wonder Xuchan said that the silver mirror was her father's subordinate. It seems that Xuchan didn't have a good impression of the silver mirror. After Long Yu figured out the identity of the outsider, he carefully observed the battle of the three kingly secret realm powerhouses outside. It's a pity that when the king of Guaxia County saw Silver Mirror and King Shura appearing together, he left thousands of wuxiu in Guaxia County and fled directly towards Yukong in the depths of Guaxia County. I can't care about it at all. The king of Guaxia County is still laughing on the surface, but in fact he is quite afraid in his heart. After all, it is 1 against 2, and the odds of winning are slim. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that the king of Guaxia County puts his own life first, and the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda can only be temporarily forgotten. Chase. Prince Xiaolua and Yin Jing, two tyrannical figures of wuxiu, chased directly in the direction where Prince Guaxia was escaping, and soon disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. I can't see it, but we are free. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is impossible to see the great battle of the powerful in the secret realm of kingship, but after Guaxia County King leaves, no one can stop Long Yu from leaving. He urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, bypassed the area where the Guaxia Miatian Great Formation was located, and then flew towards Shura County. Thousands of wuxiu from the Guaxia County surrounded them with gloomy auras. Seeing this, they all fled towards the dense jungle below. When Prince Shura and Yin Jing appeared, they knew that something was wrong. Now that the Guaxia County King is the first to escape, how dare they stay here? It didn't take long for these thousands of Guaxia County martial arts practitioners to disappear from the air without a trace, and all of them hid in the dense forest and mountains below, presumably fleeing quickly towards the territory of Guaxia County. Long Yu conveyed the news to Hui Yuanbai, and Hui Yuanbai said, in that case, let's leave this ancient pagoda first, Boy Long. Put away the ancient pagoda, we will go back a little way, wait for the county, the king, and the others are back. Long Yu nodded, and put away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Without the threat of the strong man in the secret realm of the royal way, they don't need to hide in the ancient dragon bone tower. After all, the flying speed of the dragon bone ancient tower driven by Long Yu is not fast. Moreover, with Hui Yuanbai now, apart from martial arts cultivators in the secret realm of the royal way, no one can threaten them at all. After Long Yu came out, he took out the Shura spirit boat and handed it to Hui Yuanbai to control. The Azura spirit boat is a heaven-level high-grade warrior, so long you can naturally move it, but the speed at which it moves is not very good. After handing over the Shura spirit boat to Hui Yuanbai's control, its flying speed was more than double that of Renping Fan's. The Azura spirit boat carried the three of them to a legion camp on the border of Shura County, and stopped. This camp was where Renping Fan was waiting for news from Long Yu. After handing the Shura spirit boat to Long Yu to put it away, the three of them landed towards the army camp. "Let's stay here and wait for the county king and Yin Jing to come back." Hui Yuanbai said something, and fell to the ground first. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the army camp was not quite right. It was obvious that Hui Yuanbai, the general of the entire Nightmare Legion, had arrived, but no one dared to come up to greet him. Looked at them suspiciously. What happened? Hui Yuanbai frowned slightly, and directly asked the nearest martial artist. "This, General Hua, you are not." The martial artist was startled, and was about to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by a loud laugh from a diagonal. "Ha ha ha, Hui Yuanbai, powerful, powerful, he can escape with his life under such circumstances." This loud laugh obviously came from a familiar person, Zhou Li, the Deputy General of the Nightmare Legion. Following this loud laugh, the three of them saw the Deputy General Zhou Li leading a group of troops from the Nightmare Legion, stepping out from the side, and surrounded the three of them in the middle. "General Hua, since you have betrayed Shura County and killed more than 20,000 members of the Nightmare Legion, you still have the face to come back to the Nightmare Legion's camp?" Lieutenant General Zhou Li snorted coldly as he spoke. "Now that the county king has appeared, he's going to deal with that ghostly county king first. You took this opportunity to return to the barracks. What's your intention?" "Absurd." Hui Yuanbai looked at the Deputy General Zhou Li and sneered. He was so angry with the Deputy General Zhou Li, he didn't know what to say. Betrayed Shuluo County, and killed more than 20,000 members of the Nightmare Legion? These things were obviously done by the Deputy General in front of him, Zhou Li. However, at this time, Deputy General Zhou Li pointed the finger at Hui Yuanbai, beat him up, and wanted to frame him. "Gentlemen, Hui Yuanbai betrayed Shura County and took refuge in Guixia County. The evidence is undeniable. More than 20,000 comrades were killed by him. Since we have waited for him, we cannot let him go easily, and we must capture him. Stay here and wait for the return of the county king." Lieutenant General Zhou Li's face was upright and dignified, but there was a fox-like sinister look in his eyes. "Today, I made my own decision and invited 2 strong men from Liang County, and I will definitely arrest Hui Yuanbai." As his words fell, 2 middle-aged men in fiery red robes came out from behind Zhou Li, one left and one right, and looked at Hui Yuanbai with extremely unfriendly expressions. The strong man of Liang County. Hui Yuanbai's complexion changed slightly. These 2 middle-aged men in fiery red robes turned out to be experts from Liang County, another county adjacent to Shura County, and each of them was a powerhouse of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Moreover, Hui Yuanbai probably knew the names of these 2 people. After all, in every county, martial arts at the 7 Paths realm can be said to be extremely strong. "Yangguan, Yangkong, you 2 have come together with the Zhou family," Hui Yuanbai said in a deep voice. Yangguan and Yangkong are the 2 middle-aged men in fiery red robes, from the neighboring Liang County. Our Yang family and the Zhou family in Guijun are family friends." Among the 2 middle-aged men, the older one said as a matter of course, "Besides, our Liang County and Gui County have a friendly relationship, and now you, as the general of the Nightmare Legion, betray Shura County and seek refuge in Guixia County. I have to say, today we 2 brothers must take you down." Standing beside Hui Yuanbai, Long Yu could not help but be extremely puzzled when he heard these 2 guys confuse black and white, but the martial arts from the Nightmare Legion next to him seemed to believe him a little bit. Of course, there was the little fat man Ren Pingfan who had the same idea. Let me tell you, if you want to frame others, you can't use such a clumsy method. The little fat man said casually, besides, the affairs of Azura County will naturally be managed by the senior king of Azura County. Why are you interfering here? Who do you think you are? As soon as he heard the little fat man Ren Pingfan speak, the two brothers Yang Guan and Yang Kong immediately yelled angrily, "You are a mere junior, you dare to speak out, you really want to die. Hey, you people from Liang County, our Shura County is so presumptuous when you come here, and you will kill people at every turn. Do you think that if the senior king of Shura County finds out, he will let you go?" The little fat man is not afraid at all, although there is a big gap in the realm of martial arts compared with the opponent, but he knows that Long Yu has the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Even the king of Guaxia County couldn't break through the ancient tower of dragon bones, let alone these two guys, with 7 supernatural powers in front of him. Don't talk nonsense with them, so as not to give them a chance to run away, do it. Lieutenant General Zoli snorted coldly, and nodded to Yang Kong and Yang Guan. He initiated today's series of plans, and framed Hui Yuanbai for the crime of betraying Shuluo County and killing more than 20,000 people of the Nightmare Legion. Of course, it would not be that simple. Yang Kong and Yang Guan from neighboring Liang County, both of them are strong in the realm of the 7 paths, now they only need to use the reason of arresting Hui Yuanbai to attack Hui Yuanbai, and accidentally kill Hui Yuanbai, kill them in vain. Even if Duke Shura pursues them, it is impossible to do anything to them. Zoli alone, or the Zhou family, would not dare to do such a thing. But with Yang Guan and Yang Kong, these two strong men representing Liang County are behind him, Zoli has nothing to worry about immediately. Even if King Shura wants to move Zoli, he has to weigh Liang County. Portion. Zoli didn't know that Long Yu possessed such means as the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, so when he led Yang Guan and Yang Kong to intercept Hui Yuanbai, he immediately thought that he had the chance to win. As long as Hui Yuanbai is missed and killed now, even Princess Shura can't do anything to him. However, he didn't know that Hui Yuanbai, Long Yu and Ren Pingfan looked at them as if they were seeing a joke. Zoli, you keep saying that I am a traitor and betrayed Shuluo County, so what evidence can you produce? Hui Yuanbai said lightly, if you can produce evidence, then wait for the county king to come back and let the county king make a decision. I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to bring people from Liang County to deal with me like this. You are a traitor. If you want to capture you, what rules do you need? Lieutenant General Zoli said coldly, after we capture you, we will naturally hand you over to the county king. He said this on his lips, but he was thinking in his heart that if there was a fight later, he only needed a small miss to get rid of Hui Yuanbai directly. Even if Hui Yuanbai was captured without a fight, Zoli would definitely not wait until King Shura came back, but would create a reason, such as saying that after capturing Hui Yuanbai, he said that Hui Yuanbai dared to sneak attack, and then took the opportunity to kill him. In any case, in the eyes of the Deputy General Zoli, Hui Yuanbai was already a dead man. As for Ren Pingfan and Long Yu who were behind Hui Yuanbai, Ren Pingfan didn't even pay attention to them. The two mere juniors couldn't play any role in such a situation. It's a pity that Zoli's estimation of Long Yu was wrong. The appearance of a traitor in our Azura County this time really made the two big brothers laugh. Now I ask the two big brothers to help. When the source of supply is captured and the county king arrives, he will definitely thank you too. Zoli respectfully said to Yang Guan and Yang Kong. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, let's catch this rebellious thief first. Yang Guan and Yang Kong looked at each other, and each found a murderous intent in each other's eyes. They knew that this time they had the intention of killing Hui Yuanbai. Hui Yuanbai is the general of the extremely important Nightmare Legion in Shura County, which is extremely important to Shura County. If Hui Yuanbai is killed for no reason, these two people will definitely not be able to walk around. But now, with the support of Zhou Li and the Zhou family in Azura County, the matter of Hui Yuanbai becoming a traitor has been settled. Even if they kill Hui Yuanbai, with the backing of Liang County, nothing will happen. Superior. Yang Guan and Yang Kong, the two martial arts cultivators of the seven-path supernatural realm wearing fiery red robes, immediately rushed towards Hui Yuanbai from left to right. General Hua, fat brother, come in. Without any hesitation, Long Yu released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda directly, and then activated the space power of the 9 nether dragon scales to put himself, Hui Yuanbai, and Ren Pingfan into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Then, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda expanded at an extremely fast speed, and soon turned into a giant ancient tower located in the center of the Legion camp, and then slowly flew up. Hiding in this soldier? Lieutenant General Zhou Li's face changed slightly, and then he sneered, how can a mere boy in a robbery state exert the power of such a soldier? Two big brothers, please use all your strength to completely blast this ancient pagoda. Let's see where that traitor can go. Yang Kong and Yang Guan saw the ancient dragon skeleton tower rising up, and a certain extremely ancient aura emanated from the tower, which caused a greedy look in their eyes. It seems that the boy named Shangue has a lot of good things. If you kill him, you have to search for it. Such a thought came to the minds of the two of them almost at the same time, and then each of them condensed some kind of flame power in their hands. There is no doubt that these two are tyrannical martial artists who have obtained the engraving of the gods. The power of the flame divine script instantly condensed into 2 long flame whips, which crashed towards the tower of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Puchi! The flame whip hit the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton, but encountered the siphon divine script that Long Yu had prepared long ago, and instantly absorbed the power of the 2 long whip flames, causing them to be extinguished directly. Huh? It seems that this ancient tower is very unusual. The faces of Yang Guan and Yang Kong changed slightly, and then the power of the flame divine script became stronger, and they were ready to use their innate supernatural powers to deal with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Among them, Yang Guan, who was older, raised his hand, and the flames condensed on his hand, and turned into a fire dragon, the dragon of heavenly fire. The dragon of skyfire is one of the innate magical powers that Yang Guan has comprehended. It can transform the power of the flame divine script into a dragon of skyfire, wrapped in flames, rushing towards the target, and has a certain spirituality, knowing how to fight independently. The other person, Yang Kong, wrapped the power of the flame divine script in his hands, and waved his hands to condense a flame wolf, innate supernatural powers, brutal fire teeth. This flame wolf is one of Yang Kong's innate supernatural powers. The flame wolf summoned has a combat power that is not much different from his own. Under such circumstances, they felt that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was still relatively difficult to deal with, so they all used this type of summoning spirit body supernatural powers, allowing the spirit bodies to fight for them and attack the ancient dragon skeleton tower, thereby saving their own strength. After all, they are afraid. Hui Yuanbai himself is also a strong man in the realm of the 7 supernatural powers, although they are 2 against 1, if they consume too much, they will not have much confidence in the fight. The dragon of skyfire, the brutal fire tooth, and the flame spirit bodies condensed with innate supernatural powers at both ends, each rushed towards the ancient dragonbone tower. The destructive power was extremely terrifying, and even set the surrounding dense forest on fire. The Nightmare Mountain range and the forest were burning, but the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda remained unmoved under the attack of the 2 flaming spirit bodies, and kept flying into the sky, and it flew to a height of hundreds of feet in a short while. Lieutenant General Zhou Li watched the 2 brothers Yang Guan and Yang Kong take action. He was delighted that the long-prepared plan was finally about to succeed, but he saw that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was completely intact in the hands of the 2 brothers. It has changed. If they couldn't directly kill Hui Yuanbai here, it would be a failure. If he confronted Hui Yuanbai in front of King Shura, he would definitely show his feet, not Hui Yuanbai. In other words, if Hui Yuanbai could not be killed, he had to leave Shura County immediately. Wait a little longer, the soldiers of that boy in the Tribulation Realm cannot be so tough that they can withstand the bombardment of a strong man in the Seven Paths Divine Ability Realm. Lieutenant General Zhou Li's eyes were extremely cold, watching the two flaming spirit bodies of the Dragon of Heavenly Fire and the brutal Fire Feng continuously impacting on the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, even making the entire body of the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda burn red, but still it is impossible to break through the tower body of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower and destroy it. Hey, even the Guaxia County King can't handle this ancient pagoda, so how can these two guys who play with fire manage to handle it? In the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, listening to Long Yu's description of the situation, Ren Pingfan smiled. Little brother Long, this ancient pagoda of yours is really a good thing. If it wasn't for this ancient pagoda, you would have lost a lot of things. Is it your life? Roughly the same. Long Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda has saved him many times. From the time he went to the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda and participated in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, this ancient pagoda has helped him a lot, not only facilitating his comprehension of the 9 nether law power of this nature has saved his life many times. For Long Yu, the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda is now one of the most important soldiers on his body, and of course the equally important soldier is the Nether Dragon Blade. Although it seems that the Void Dragon Blade is not as useful as the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, but as long as the realm of Long Yu martial arts goes up a few floors, the terrifying power of the Void Dragon Blade will be fully displayed. Yang Guan and Yang Kong used all kinds of means outside. The violent power of the Flame Divine Script, coupled with the means of innate supernatural powers, almost turned the entire army camp below into ashes. In the surrounding mountains, the fire spread rapidly, and the members of the Nightmare Legion in the camp all scattered to seek refuge, and continued to extinguish the flames in the mountains. Fortunately, many martial artists have comprehended the laws of the water system, the heaven and the earth, or the divine script of the ice attribute. It is not difficult to extinguish these mountain fires. It's simply impossible. The mountain fire is still raging, not to mention the power of the flames that the entire ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda has endured. However, no matter how Yang Guan and Yang Kong were burned, the entire ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda was not damaged at all, just suspended in the midair like this, standing still. This made the faces of Yang Guan and Yang Kong gradually become extremely ugly, and the one with the same ugly expression was the Deputy General Zhou Li, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. It's almost time. It's time to go. If you don't go, it will be too late. Zhou Li's face was gloomy and terrifying, because he found that he had completely underestimated the boy who was in the robbery realm. He thought that the boy could not threaten his plan at all, but he did not expect that the boy's ancient tower soldiers would actually hard as a tortoise shell. It was hopeless that 2 strong men of the 7 Paths Divine Ability Realm couldn't break through that ancient pagoda. If the time dragged on, King Shura would definitely come back soon, and at that time, King Shura would definitely let him confront Hui Yuanbai, and in this way, he would be dead. In that case, let's go, Zhou Li. With your cultivation base, you will definitely get extremely preferential treatment when you arrive in Liang County, and you will have a bright future. Yang Guan said to Zhou Li, turned around and prepared to leave. Although it was a pity that he failed to help Zhou Li succeed in becoming the general of the Nightmare Legion, it was a good thing that this whole thing could force Zhou Li to join him in Liang County. It's just a pity, if only I could get this majestic ancient tower soldier. Yang Guan and Yang Kong took a last look at the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, and wanted to take their Lieutenant General Zhou Liang away, making it clear that they wanted to avoid Prince Shura and go back to Liang County. However, how could Long Yu watch them run away like this? General Hua, it's your turn to stop them. Long Yu said to Hui Yuanbai, his eyes were shining brightly. Na Yangguan and Yangkong spent too much effort trying to blast away the ancient Longka pagoda, and they were in a hurry to escape at this moment, so they must not dare to tangle with Hui Yuanbai. As for Hui Yuanbai, he didn't need to defeat the other party, it was enough to hold the two of them back. As long as Duke Shura came back, these guys couldn't afford to walk around. When Yang Guan and Yang Kong turned around and wanted to escape, Hui Yuanbai took the initiative to attack, and at the same time, Long Yu urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to assist from the side. This scene surprised the warriors of the Nightmare Legion in the Legion camp below. Their deputy general Zoli originally brought people to arrest Hui Yuanbai, but now he seemed a little scared and wanted to run away instead. Even if he couldn't break through that ancient tower, he wouldn't be able to escape, right? As long as Duke Shura arrives, I believe that ancient pagoda will not be able to resist it. The only possibility is that Hui Yuanbai did not really betray Shura County. All of this was fabricated by Zoli, so Zoli was naturally afraid of seeing the king of Shura County. Thinking about it this way, the many martial artists watching the battle below felt some comfort. It turns out that General Hui Yuanbai is the spiritual pillar in their hearts. If even General Hui Yuanbai betrayed Shura County and took refuge in Guixia County, they would. I'm afraid I don't even believe that there are absolutely loyal people in this world. Hui Yuanbai took the initiative to attack, and when he made a move, he had innate supernatural powers. A shocking war drum emerged from behind him, and the sound of the beating made his whole body's aura directly rise to a higher level. With this terrifying battle drum, Hui Yuanbai's strength has at least increased by more than 30%. This is the innate supernatural power that Hui Yuanbai, as the general of the Nightmare Legion, relied on the most. The shocking battle drum, if it is beaten when the Legion is fighting, can make the whole body of the Legion boil with profound energy and increase the combat effectiveness by at least 30%. But at this moment, Hui Yuanbai wanted to drag the other three with his own strength, so of course he couldn't hide his strength, and he showed all his strength in one face-to-face meeting. Qi burst into the galaxy. As the profound energy in Hui Yuanbai's body boiled, the power of divine script exploded out, condensing into an extremely destructive air flow, which directly cut off the forward route of Yang Guan, Yang Kong, and Zoli. If the three of them move forward, they will be hit head-on by the innate supernatural power of Qi Chong Xinghe, and they have just attacked the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and consumed too much strength. At this moment, they will resist this move head-on. Clashing into the galaxy is not a good choice. Therefore, the three stopped. Zoli turned his head viciously. Old man Hua, don't think that we are afraid of you. If you continue to pester us, don't blame us for being rude. If you want to fight, just come here. There was a smile on Hui Yuanbai's face. With that appearance, Zoli deserved as much beating as he wanted. Want to fight? Just come, we have the ancient Tower of Dragon Bones. If we can't beat it, we can hide in it at most. What can you do to me? As for you wanting to run, of course you can't even think about it. Zoli stared at Hui Yuanbai's scoundrel's face, his eyes almost burst into flames. They are stopped here now. Yang Guan and Yang Kong are nothing. It is impossible for Prince Shura to do anything to them. But if King Sholua came back and figured out the whole matter, Zoli would be dead. And under such circumstances, it is impossible for Yang Guan and Yang Kong to help him. They helped him before, because they could get benefits from it, but now their plan to kill Hui Yuanbai failed. Their efforts were for nothing, and they did not get any benefits. Let's go, rush out, even an old man wants to stop us. Wishful thinking. Lieutenant General Zoli was tall, but after all, he only had the strength of the 5-path supernatural powers. Facing Hui Yuanbai's obstruction, he had no choice but to rely on Yang Kong and Yang Guan. However, the two of them looked at the sky from a distance, and shook their heads. It's too late. Even if Hui Yuanbai didn't stop it, it would not be difficult for King Shura to catch up with us, not to mention, Hui Yuanbai is now in full swing state, but we have been consumed a lot, and it is too difficult to break through his blockade. Both Yangguan and Yangkong felt the aura of Duke Shura not far away, so it was obviously too late to escape now. Zhou Li's face suddenly turned pale. It's too late? How is this possible? There was madness in his eyes, and he looked at Hui Yuanbai with a glance. Old man Hua, let me go, this day-level supergrade battle flag soldier is yours. He took out a red battle flag from the space soldiers on his body, as if it was stained red with blood, exuding a very strong bloody aura. The Blood Shadow Battle Banner, a heaven-level super product, is the best soldier in your body. Hui Yuanbai shook his head, and said with a slight smile, however, after the county king returns, let the county king distribute this soldier himself. I don't lack such a heaven-level supergrade soldier. These words made Zhou Li's mood plummet to the bottom. General Hua, we are only following orders, and we hope to make amends, but today's Zhou Li, I hope we can bring us back to Liang County, and there will be great rewards in the future. Wu Shou Yangguan from Liang County looked at Hui Yuanbai and said calmly. He wanted to kill me just a moment ago, but he negotiated terms with me at this moment. What a joke. Hui Yuanbai shook his head. I only have one word, when Prince Shura comes back, everything will be dealt with fairly. Seeing Hui Yuanbai's recalcitrant appearance, the faces of Zhou Li and the others were completely gloomy. Seeing the black clouds billowing not far away, and the earth-shaking tyrannical aura getting closer, the three of them almost fell into despair. General Hua, since this is the case, let me take my leave. You can come to Liang County if you have time in the future. Brother, let's go. While Yangguan was talking, he winked at his younger brother Yangkong, and then the two turned around, not going to take the Deputy General Zhou Li, so they wanted to leave directly. King Shura, they heard that they are extremely domineering, even though they are from Liang County, but now they have done something that is not good for Shura County. How can King Shura let them go so easily? Since you can't take Zhou Li away, then leave by yourself. Lieutenant General Zhou Li looked at the two of them, and his eyes seemed to burst into flames. You two, after taking so much deposit from me, now you want to leave, how can it be so easy? As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Li's figure flashed, and he stopped directly behind the two people. If you want to leave, just pass me. General Hua, Zhou Li, have fallen now, and I don't think much about it. It's these two people, if you don't do anything after collecting the deposit, you can't let them run away. Hui Yuanbai looked at Zhou Li's actions, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. These three guys turned out to be in the opposite direction in the end. That's right, Hui Yuanbai just didn't want any of them to escape. Innate supernatural powers, Qi burst into the galaxy. A tyrannical airflow blasted out, blocking the retreat of Yangguan and Yangkong. If you want to leave, let's wait until the king of the county comes. The faces of Yangguan and Yangkong turned livid. Long Yu was in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Seeing such a situation, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Prince Sholua is rushing back not far away, and will arrive soon. In such a short time, Yangguan, Yangkong, and Zhou Li will definitely not be able to cause any disturbance. The whole matter was finally basically resolved, and Long Yu played a very important role in this process. The most important thing was his ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, which protected Hui Yuanbai several times. Rumbling, the sky was covered with black clouds. Rolling in, a king wearing a black robe descended from the sky with infinite momentum. Under the boundless aura of Prince Shura, Zhou Li, Yangguan, and Yangkong had absolutely no chance of escaping. The king of Guixia County was seriously injured by the cooperation of this king and concubine Jing. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in the past 10 years. When King Shura came, there were dark clouds and thunder. Just one sentence showed that the king of Guixia was seriously injured this time, which caused Yangguan and Yangkong to shudder. The king of Guixia County was injured, so Guixia County must be weak, and the Devil's Nightmare mountain range may have to give way to a large area. In this way, Shuluo County will become more powerful, and even Liang County will be implicated. Xiaohua, you've done a good job this time. You don't need to talk about rewards for your merits. King Shura descended, and soon hovered not far from the crowd, with black clouds billowing all over his body, like a demon king from the abyss of hell. Among the black clouds, he could faintly be seen wearing a black robe, and a pair of bright and sharp eyes. Zoli betrayed Azura County, and joined hands with the king of Guaxia County to frame General Hui Yuanbai. This is an irreparable crime. Execute. The words of Prince Shura made the burly Lieutenant General Zoli look ashamed. My lord, don't. Our Zhou family has been loyal for generations. Even if I made a mistake this time, I should have a chance to make up for it. However, before he finished speaking, a Shura light blade came down from top to bottom, splitting his whole body in half instantly, and then the power of Shura's divine script spread, covering his whole body. It disappeared with a bang. Both of you, don't you hurry up? King Sholua looked at Yangguan and Yangkong and snorted coldly. Yangguan and Yangkong were originally trembling, fearing that Prince Shura would kill them in a fit of anger, but now they were overjoyed when they heard this. The king of the county is magnanimous. The two shouted, and ran away in a flash. The speed made Hui Yuanbai a little amazed. Sure enough, people can still arouse great potential in order to escape. Okay, where's that boy Long Yu now? After Yangguan and Yangkong left, Duke Shura's voice softened all of a sudden, and he looked at Hui Yuanbai with a smile on the contrary. Jun Wang, he is in the ancient tower. Hui Yuanbai smiled and said, if it wasn't for this ancient pagoda owned by little brother Long, I am afraid that the old man would have gone to hell, haha. That's right, the king sees it all. Prince Shura nodded in satisfaction, and the black clouds around him finally began to gradually dissipate, revealing his real body in black robe. At this time, of course, Long Yu didn't need to hide in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda anymore. He immediately put away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and flew to Hui Yuanbai's side with Renping Fan. Looking forward, Long Yu saw a young man in a black robe approaching with a smile. Judging from the billowing black clouds that had not cleared around him, this person was the Prince Shura. Seeing the face of Prince Shura, Long Yu couldn't help being stunned for a moment. This Prince Shura looked so young, only in his 20s. Long Yu, you were brought out by this king's daughter. I didn't expect you to make great achievements this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Prince Shura was quite handsome. He looked at Long Yu with a smile, which made Long Yu's heart skip a beat.